The silver medieval city rang with the shouts of merchants, the clatter of hooves, and aristocrats' offers of potions and cigars. Powerful horses with shiny croups pulled the wagon along the cobblestone road, their metal harnesses gleaming in the sun. A line of soldiers in blue uniforms and silver helmets accompanied the horses, pulling a strange gray van through town. The prison van was attracting curious looks, and the soldiers wouldn't let anyone near it. Rumor had it that a werewolf was being brought in. The girl hugged her beau tightly as she whispered in his ear about how scared she was. Werewolves even tear steel. The man pointed to a monument in the center of the square, saying there was nothing to fear as the town had a large silver mine. And the second thing that protects, the Rose Prison rose on a rocky hill among the mountains and protective barriers above Silver City in the sunlight. Rose's prison is engraved with a spell that seals magic, and Lord Aiden Garrod, who is its warden, robs those caught of any hope of escape. In the night, someone's hand suddenly appeared from the ground, and then the girl in shorts, who burst out screaming, leaving a hole in the ground behind her. The red-eyed vampiress screams for freedom on the chilly street, letting out clouds of steam from her mouth after her long-awaited breakthrough. Ophelia, Princess of Blood, taunts Aiden the Overlord, calling him a lunatic for trying to hold her back, assuring him that 3 guards can't handle her. She's been digging for 2 whole years, not expecting a silver foundation reinforcement, and now she's contemplating her dirty fingers with burning nails. Enjoying the full moon and freedom, Ophelia suddenly meets Aiden, the warden himself, who suggests she return on her own. She turns sharply and asks apprehensively if it's Warden Aiden who has come for her. A man in a hat and raincoat shines a bright flashlight on her, protruding from the darkness. A warden with a camera in his hand reminds her of the 98 years ahead and hints at an increase in her sentence. The angry girl calls him a freak and asks him how he knew about her escape. The guy logically explains that vampires don't need a restroom, but she's been in there twice a day, clearly digging a tunnel, which surprises her with her powers of observation. She screams, demanding an explanation as to why she wasn't caught sooner. He shows the photo he just took and says he wanted to catch her off guard, adding that the other prisoners will find out about the Princess of Blood secretly digging her way to freedom. Enraged, she declares that only one of them will walk away alive, recognizing her past mistake, which she will not repeat. Suddenly, Ophelia was patted on the back of the head with the barrel of a cannon, interrupting her threats. Turning around, she wonders in surprise if it's Evans standing behind her. Bloody Killer Evans with a shotgun confirms that the warden ordered the capture of this vampiress. The elder witch Dolly appears, stroking the beak of her huge bird, and complains that she was tired of waiting while Ophelia dug so slowly. Vampire Girl reaches out to the powerful women of the continent, calling them to action. Asena, a great necromancer with a book of black magic, asks with a smile if she can keep a vampire's ashes after she dies. The vampiress suggests they team up against the warden, confident that together they can kill him. She screams, asking why they are so wimpy and don't crave freedom like she does. The all-powerful girls do not react to her proposal in any way, showing complete indifference. The warden standing nearby explains that they signed a contract with him to improve conditions in exchange for help with supervision. The guy's eyes glow blue as he slowly warns that she'll either return voluntarily or she'll be beaten and dragged into a cage. She is indignant, asking if he thinks she, like the others, has no pride. Her hair flutters in fury, fangs bared, and she warns not to underestimate the blood princess who yearns for freedom. The warden threatens that if she resists, she will be tied to a cross, gagged with garlic, and dried in the sun. Upon hearing this, the Princess of Blood is frightened, realizing that a horrible death may await her. She decides to play dumb, flirtatiously saying she just went out to admire the moon. The warden points to the hole and orders her to climb back in, threatening her with holy water, and the vampiress realizes she's trapped. Aiden, the warden, is known for his strength across the continent. His name invokes fear. He is a celebrated marksman, an efficient fighter, and a true genius of great merit. His name alone is enough to make one shiver, even though the real Aiden is long dead. The narrator has been summoned from his world into Aiden's body, and with his experience as a guard, easily pretends to be a warden in a prison with the continent's most dangerous women. Various crazy, half-human cat girls capable of gnawing in a second are imprisoned here. There are demons among them, one of whom threatens to suck every last drop of soul out of the warden with a whip. The prison also contains zombies and other indescribable creatures dangerous to all. Walking down the prison corridor, the warden ordered the guardsman to turn out the lights, his face tense. He realizes that the situation is deteriorating and his name alone is no longer enough to keep the prisoners under control. As the guy passed by, snakes pounced on him, and the girl screamed that his name no longer made the mountains shudder. The real Gorgon scoffed, asking if the poison she had poisoned him with 3 years ago had worked after all. Noticing his limp, the criminals laughed at him as he passed, threatening that if they rioted, he wouldn't survive, and the guardsmen tried to silence them. The animal girl inched her gaze across the cage, provoking the warden to show how much strength he had left. The guy clenched his fist, shouted silence, and a bright yellow light burst out of his hand. By aiming this light at the ceiling, it blinded everyone around him, causing the prisoners to scream for their eyes. They protested, claiming they had rights, and said they were joking, begging not to kill them. And the guy thought about how he had no cheater system or special talents. In 2 sleepless months, he could only learn the most basic spells like Flash, realizing that any prisoner could tear him to shreds. He realizes the need to find a way home and hopes to get a lead from the oddball inhabitants of the prison. To himself, he prays they don't send any more problem prisoners. The big gate opens and a guy walks out of the detention center. As he gets closer, he sees the guardsman fallen to the ground and doesn't realize what's going on. One of the guardsmen reports that a new prisoner sentenced to execution has arrived and warns her of her unfriendliness. A cat-like girl tries to escape the cell, cursing everyone around her. Aiden realizes that his desire to avoid trouble has been ignored by a higher power. Studying documents handed over by the guardsman, he learns that the new prisoner is a werewolf, a former Silver City mounted police officer who shot and killed the bar owner. The doctor offers the warden a sedative for the prisoner, hinting at the complexity of the situation. The warden orders her to be taken to the locker room, to which the guardsman remarks that it will help avoid unnecessary trouble. Captain reports a request for an additional jail cell submitted a month ago that has not been answered. He warns that if the situation does not change, a riot will not be tolerated, demonstrating the growing tension in the prison. The warden asks in bewilderment whether after so many years of service, the captain has never understood the prison system. The captain explains the difficulty of holding over 1,000 prisoners, many of them millennials, and raises concerns about the financial aspect of the issue. He honestly admits that he is not as educated as the urban aristocracy and is willing to speak directly. The captain hints that the accidental deaths of a group of prisoners might improve the overall situation. Talking about the city's protests, he quotes people demanding to get rid of non-humans and stop spending tax dollars to support them. Others objected, recalling the help of the various races in reclaiming the land and calling for mercy. Popular anger is building. People are screaming about outsiders who they believe are only parasitic, demanding a comfortable existence in prison at taxpayers' expense. The captain tells the warden about the growing conflict between the races, where the demolition of the top floor of Rosa Prison is still an issue due to the enormous maintenance costs. The warden is dubious about the suggestion of pacifying the public through killing prisoners. The captain sarcastically suggests an alternative. Just quit, waving his hands at the hopelessness of the situation. With a direct look, the captain reminds the warden that it was the crowding of prisoners that caused the current problems. He mentions that there are people at the top of the government who have a vested interest in keeping the prison open, particularly Senator Anthony. The captain cynically suggests killing a few prisoners to reduce social tension, singling out werewolf Veronica as a suitable candidate. Lastly, he remarks that killing a death row inmate shouldn't cause any serious difficulty. There are many races in this world that are vastly different from normal humans. Once humanity needed urgent help against a common enemy, the deity of the Forbidden Lands and members of other races were given equal rights as a reward. The war was followed by total hunger and unemployment, which made it difficult for all those involved in the conflict. Responsibility for the situation is shared between the aristocracy, who failed to prepare reserves, and the new races, who now require maintenance at the expense of the state. The guy realizes that they want him to participate in a political spectacle, to exemplarily punish a member of another race, to calm popular discontent a bit. The warden ponders choosing a prisoner for execution, given the lack of available cells for werewolves and the need to house a new prisoner. Staff discuss where to place the new arrival, concerned about the lack of available seats. Frenda notes that most cells are already full and an out-of-the-box solution is required. Suddenly, she remembers a cell with one prisoner and checks the details with a coworker. Suddenly, a girl intervenes in the conversation, offering her assistance in housing the new prisoner. The warden turns his attention to prisoner 3307, inquiring about the circumstances of her incarceration. The girl starts to get nervous, feeling uncomfortable with the scrutiny. Frenda explains that inmate 3307 is known for organizing illegal activities among other inmates. The inmate excuses herself, calling her actions only a minor mistake for which she was given an extra year. She tries to negotiate with the warden, offering to discuss a reduced sentence. The warden asks her for the details of the offer she has to offer. The girl confirms her willingness to make concessions. Eventually, the new inmate is placed in an assigned cell, leaving the previous occupant distraught. Men in plague doctor masks bring in a new prisoner, to which the pink-haired girl begins to protest, claiming that she did not consent to be a neighbor. The warden coldly explains that this is her new cellmate and warns her to report any unforeseen circumstances to the guards. Turning around, he hears the girl's hysterical screams, but not paying attention, only inquires of the doctor about the tranquilizer drug. Guy generously lets the doctors go home, advising them to spend time with their families. The medics happily accept the offer and are about to leave, thanks to the warden. With the full moon approaching, the warden begins to prepare a special tranquilizer from the herbs he has collected. He ponders the possibility of suppressing turnovers during the full moon. Noticing the eyes of the new prisoner begin to glow yellow, the succubus in the cell tries to talk to the new neighbor, hinting at the warden's unconventional orientation. The new inmate talks about wrongful conviction, which piques the succubus' interest. For a moment, the girl's character changes. She becomes more aggressive, stating that she is close to freedom, shocking the succubus. Frenda reports that Philippa, the tiger girl from Cell 2, petitioned for a comb, explaining the need for different tools to groom her coat in different seasons. The warden stamps another petition, this time from Catherine from Cell 6, who asked for a dagger to protect her from evil spirits. The warden advises the employee to stop seeing prison guards as idiots. A succubus from Cell 13 tries to bribe the warden, but is flatly refused and warned. The doctor, stepping outside, greets the townspeople, who inquire about his rush. In a plague doctor costume, he vaguely hints that people are beginning to realize something is wrong here. Quickly entering the warden's office, the doctor excitedly reports the problem. Yesterday's sedative was not enough to suppress the prisoner's condition, and the dose needed to be increased at least tenfold. The doctor cries out in panic about the werewolf's special bloodlust during the full moon and the possible danger to the other prisoners. The warden instantly jumps up and springs into action. Outside, the prisoners line up for a shower. The succubus tries to meet her new neighbor, but the guardsman thwarts her attempts. The doctor watches out the window in amazement, not understanding how the relationship between the new cellmates could have developed so quickly. The doctor reports that the night's observation revealed nothing extraordinary, but the werewolf Veronica neatly made her bed, which was unprecedented for her characteristics. The doctor, studying the personnel file, continues to perplexedly view Veronica through the window, trying to understand her true nature. During the walk, Veronica shows a genuine interest in the street statue, slowly approaching it. The doctor screams in panic that the statue can't be a mistake, the only explanation being its unusual obedience. The warden wonders if a bloodsucker werewolf who behaves so strangely is a real phenomenon. Frenda tells the story of a century ago. Humans and werewolves were embroiled in a war with demons, gradually running out of supplies. Despite their alliance, mutual distrust grew between the races due to the terrible famine. The atmosphere was so tense that civil war could break out at any moment. The Lord made an unexpected decision, sacrificing his warhorse, giving it to the werewolves. Moreover, he expressed his willingness to give up the body of the dead child. This heroic act made a deep impression on the werewolf leader, resolving the internal conflict. From that moment on, the group of werewolves were given the title of bloodsuckers and became the loyal helpers of the humans in rebuilding the country. Werewolves have developed extraordinary, almost masochistic ways of overcoming rage during the full moon in order to live for the sake of humans. The girl notes that such werewolves are extremely rare in the heyday of hate, which causes the doctor genuine excitement. The doctor is perplexed as to how beings who voluntarily adopt painful ways of animal control for the sake of integration into society can be sentenced to death. He recalls instances where human cruelty has pushed werewolves to their limits and wonders if they would attack humans after such trials. Suddenly, a guardsman bursts into the room, reporting a serious problem. The guardsman reports a prisoner fight in the shower room, where the werewolf finally lost control. The warden pulls out his revolver, noticing that this prisoner is really different from the others. Guardsmen try to stop the riot by urging the prisoners to return to their cells, but the prisoners demand a better view of what is happening. Veronica is knitted at gunpoint and confronts a succubus who strikes her with 2 insidious blows, front and back. Other inmates scream that they were just in the shower and demand justice for the actions of the deranged werewolf. The warden asks Veronica the reason for her sudden aggression. Anna, a witness to what is happening, screams that werewolves are capable of anything when they go mad and demands immediate execution. Another prisoner warns the warden of the potential danger, recounting cases of werewolves attacking out of hunger. The other girls begin to panic, stating that if their magical power is released, they won't be able to hold back and will act on their own. The guardsmen try to restore order by threatening the prisoners and accusing them of wanting to play justice. The prison representative reminds of the strict house rules, regardless of what is happening outside the prison. Veronica, a werewolf, begins to ponder Aiden and his intentions. She demands an explanation as to why she is believed to be a murderer and believes the fabricated evidence. Veronica Riley suggests just executing her if that's the way everyone feels. Witnesses are screaming for immediate reprisals against her. The warden recalls the captain's words that Veronica is the best candidate for rehabilitation in the community. Holding a gun to the girl's temple, he hears the screams of the people around him, but can't pull the trigger. The doctor's words echoed in his mind, making him hesitate. At the last moment, he abruptly pulls the weapon away from Veronica's head. The warden firmly states that the evidence is insufficient and a death wish alone is not enough, ordering Veronica to be taken to the interrogation room. Veronica explains that a conflict broke out in the shower room, where 2 inmates cornered the succubus and threatened her. When asked about the reasons for the beating, she replies that she stood up for the defenseless girl. The warden records the information, promising to listen to her testimony and make a final judgment, for now ordering her back to her cell. Already at the exit, Veronica shouts that the reason for the conversation is surely different, and she knows that he is not like the others, ready to listen to her. The guy offers to look into all the circumstances of the case if she has any objections, and asks where she was on the day of the accident. The girl recalls conducting an arrest of a trafficker of counterfeit liquor. She says that the detainee's wife came to the station to appeal the decision, but Veronica paid no attention, and in the evening, the woman was found murdered with her back shot through. Veronica categorically denies the murder, claiming she doesn't even know the exact time of death. The warden points out that a cartridge is missing from her service weapon and asks where it went. Veronica says that no one touched her gun because the town doesn't get along with her and she has no alibi. She was at a friend's grave. Guy summarizes that she has no proof of her own innocence. Veronica fiercely defends herself, recounting her origins from a small village where everyone knew her as an honest and fair girl with an impeccable reputation. She speaks proudly of her service in the mounted police, promoted and respected among the residents, emphasizing her lack of involvement in any crime. A girl tells of fighting a horrible cult that used humans for sacrifice, saving hundreds of lives and battling monstrous creatures. The warden interrupts her, coldly stating that these facts cannot prove her innocence of a particular murder. The guy harshly observes that saving people in the past has nothing to do with the crime committed and cannot be an excuse. He advises her to think hard, hinting meaningfully that there may be some unknown circumstances of the case. Suddenly, Veronica feels sick. Her eyes begin to close and she faintly sways, losing consciousness. In a trembling voice, she confesses that she didn't expect to be saved and that her attempts to protect people won't help her escape punishment herself. The warden indifferently throws that the guards will deal with her and orders the girl to be taken away to her cell. When the guard comes to take Veronica away, the guy goes into deep thought, analyzing every detail of her testimony. A staff member enters the room and informs her that the succubus has finally woken up after the incident in the shower room. She inquires about the condition of the victim and expresses her willingness to visit her in a professional manner. Suddenly, the succubus enters the room, which causes the warden to look perplexed and question him as to the reason for such AWOL behavior. The employee insinuates that the warden will definitely be able to extract the necessary information from her using his professional skills. The worker leaves, ordered to talk and return as soon as the conversation is over, ensuring complete freedom of action over the succubus insider. The girl holds up a bag of gold, mockingly noting that the new girl with pink hair is clearly from a wealthy family. The succubus emotionally states that she has come to clarify the situation and asserts Veronica's innocence. She appears to be a well-known entrepreneur and influential Silver City personality. Tells that the new girls decided to blackmail her while she was taking a shower, attacking her completely out of the blue. Luckily, Veronica appeared and immediately intervened and tried to stop the attackers. The succubus emotionally describes how Veronica punched the offending woman in the bridge of her nose and knocked Catherine to the ground. The warden inquires as to the circumstances of her loss of consciousness, to which the girl is confused and finds no answer. She admits that she was inattentive and accidentally stepped on the soap, after which she remembers nothing. Guy concludes that Veronica was probably wrongfully convicted. The succubus reveals her ability to penetrate people's dreams and reveals that she visited Veronica's mind last night. She describes her despair as if there is no more hope of salvation and no one is listening to her. The girl offers the warden to come to the cell at night and show the whole truth, but the guy is cautious and not in a hurry to make a decision. The girl screams hysterically, begging not to condemn the innocent, her words coming off as a desperate cry filled with pain and pleas for justice. She threatens vehemently, those who dare to condemn the innocent are doomed to a painful death. Memories of the past come crashing down on the guy in a heavy wave, and ghostly voices whisper about the inevitable retribution, that he will never see peace again. The warden screams in a wild frenzy, demanding to get away immediately, his eyes turning blood red, blazing with the fire of indomitable rage. The worker takes the girl away, who continues to scream incessantly about the injustice of the universe, the man she loves, and the city. The boy remains at the table, immersed in bitter reflections, his soul shuddering from the abomination of what is happening, from that thin line between truth and lies that can break human destiny. The next day he questions Frenda, who is methodically studying the case file, flipping through the pages. The judge sentenced, inmate Veronica allegedly lost control of her emotions and shot the victim out of blind rage. The oddity of the case is that werewolves usually attack with their bare hands, rarely resorting to administrative weapons. Frenda is careful to note that although the version looks suspicious, werewolves can sometimes really fail to contain the bestial nature that rages in their blood with red-hot metal. The warden realizes with each passing minute that the deeper he delves into the case, the more elusive the line between the obvious and the unbelievable, between guilt and innocence becomes. The girl wonders why this case is given so much attention, as if behind every line of the protocol hides something more than a simple murder. Guy, with a bitter grin and pain in his voice, summarizes, "To condemn an innocent man, a crime far worse than his own death." Veronique lies in her cell at night, annoyed at the succubus for stop making nasty noises. Suddenly, the warden enters the cell. From surprise, the girl can't believe her eyes, thinking that perhaps she is just dreaming or daydreaming. The succubus instantly thought of the knight's intentions and was ready to lash out at him with accusations and aggression. The guy quickly quashes her impulse, explaining that he's come solely on business and wants to help prove the werewolf's innocence. The girl, whose mouth is covered by the warden so she doesn't ask too many questions, nods affirmatively, agreeing to help. While Veronica sleeps soundly, the succubus whispers that now is a good time to look into her subconscious and gets down to business. The girl approaches the sleeping woman and takes her hand, to which the warden notices her rare willingness to help anyone, and she excuses herself with altruism. The pink-haired girl smiles as she holds Veronica's hand and animatedly asks the warden if she's ready to dive. The guy agrees, but strictly orders him not to add any fantasies or fabrications from himself. The succubus assures her that she is incapable of such a thing, and the warden begins to delve into the girl's mind. A cruel picture unfolds in his mind. The unknown man says that the rumors are true. Even if attacked, the werewolf will not resist. Little Veronica tearfully begs not to be killed, screaming that they should not die in this way. Werewolves did not say they would do no harm, and their nature implies the possibility of broken promises, making their existence extremely dangerous and unpredictable. Hearing these words, Veronica runs in panic, screaming frantically for help, her voice ringing with despair and fear, cutting through the space of consciousness. Suddenly, a mysterious doll-like figure takes her hands, reassuring her that someone has started a murder investigation among the werewolves and promises to find the culprit. The girl breaks into more bitter tears, overwhelmed with gratitude for this strange protector. Suddenly, the figure of the judge puppet begins to grow, becoming huge and intimidating in the eyes of the frightened Veronica. With blood-red eyes, the dull judge pronounces that the first thing they will discuss is her crime. The judge asks about the reasons for killing an innocent, to which Veronica vehemently denies guilt, and the judges hints at revenge for the clan. The judge is warned that there will be dire consequences if she gets off with a light sentence, but the girl continues to swear her innocence. The sentence and the sound of the judge's gavel echo in Veronica's mind, and she tries to cover her ears so she won't hear the terrible accusations. She screams in desperation, demanding an explanation of what she needs to do to finally be believed. The warden, hearing all of this, begins to slowly return to reality, feeling numbness in his hands and lips. The succubus notices that Veronica's emotional ups and downs are becoming more and more apparent, and she is about to wake up, giving off disturbing subconscious outbursts. The warden admits that the case is much more complex and deeper than it initially seemed, with many non-obvious details hidden in it. The succubus anxiously asks how serious the situation is, to which the guy replies that even a judge would push for an execution without getting into what's going on. Suddenly, an idea flashes through the warden's mind. His eyes light up, and he repeats the phrase, "if the dead could talk," as if finding some improbable way out. He recalls the necromancer Asina, who may well be able to help solve this mysterious story. Guy hears the prison gates open and greets the senator, who has unexpectedly shown up at Rose Prison. The perplexing question swirling in my mind is what Senator Anthony is doing this late in the day. The senator had already made his way to the warden's office, where the fellow who had greeted his guest was waiting. The warden is careful to point out that the senator should not be here at night, as it might cause unwarranted denunciations. Anthony, a grown man with snow-white hair, says he only cares about himself and doesn't want to involve others in his affairs. The senator blatantly hints that if the prisoner is executed, he can persuade the council to keep the prison, and wonders if the warden is aware of his investigation of the condemned. The boy is surprised at the senator's knowledge, to which he casually remarks that he owns a local newspaper and is able to find out any information. The senator holds out a newspaper, pointing to a headline about the apprehension of a violent and bloodthirsty werewolf who had terrified the entire Silver City with his criminal actions. He insists the townspeople expect Lord Aiden to mete out justice and exemplary reprisals to the perpetrator. With his finger pointing to the news column, the senator hints at the hidden meaning of what is happening, demanding understanding from the interlocutor. Suddenly jumping up, the senator begins emotionally shouting about the hero of the past who cut down the devil and the triumph of justice that will make the warden a folk hero. He wryly questions why he even bothered to investigate and decided to challenge the court ruling. Guy objects that the court's sentencing was rushed, and there are many inconsistencies in Veronica's case, to which the senator vehemently declares contempt of justice. The senator hints that friends on the board will take a dislike to the prison and personally to the warden, which will make it much more difficult to maintain. He assures that he will not obstruct justice, but considers the current moment inappropriate. The main goal is to return the warden to the podium. The senator is literally begging to think about the fame, the unprecedented success among the citizens, and the popularity that a show execution can bring. The boy remains silent as the senator continues to convince him that there is no shortage of unjust sentences in Silver City, and it's just important to be a little patient right now. A real thunderstorm rumbles over the city. The guy sits in his office, immersed in deep thoughts about the events of the past day, analyzing every tiny detail. Suddenly, he pushes back his chair and begins to move slowly around the room as if searching for some important decision. Walking over to the bookcase, he carefully opens the safe, carefully hidden between the volumes, acting with extreme caution. In front of him opens a deep staircase going down. Taking a lantern, the guy begins to descend into the mysterious dungeon. One doesn't ask at all if this dangerous plan is being plotted, to which the warden is interested in getting information. A mysterious voice whispers that no one in this world knows him better than an interlocutor who is always ready to support him in difficult decisions. Descending, the guy sees a huge girl chained to the wall. She looks like an angel with snow-white wings and a halo above her head. An unusually beautiful girl leans over to him, asking why he has come again. The warden confesses that he has decided to investigate a fellow inmate, but there is a snag. The girl cautions him, hinting at possible serious consequences. The guy wonders in surprise how she knows all the circumstances. Meleferta, the goddess of conspiracies, offers to play a traditional board game. If he can beat her, he will get answers. The warden agrees and begins to move the pieces around, preparing for a challenging fight. The girl points out that the guy is not concentrating on the game at all. His thoughts are far from the board. The warden is silent, realizing that his inner worries have completely taken over his mind. He turns to the goddess with a hint that he didn't just talk about the werewolf, but that there is clearly some kind of trickery on the part of influential people. As he continues to move the chips, the guy talks about how the police made a quick decision, the judges handed down a verdict in record time, and now the turn has come to him. The warden shares that he was explicitly ordered to deal with the werewolf prisoner as soon as possible, promising to close the prison. The goddess, upon hearing the story, begins to laugh so loudly that the walls of the dungeon shudder. She asks rhetorically if he's ever wondered about the real purpose of prison in a big city. The goddess hints that there is something much bigger behind all the magic circles and silver reinforcement. She's frankly saying that prison is just a way for council members to get elected. Continuing her thought, the goddess remarks that her escape would completely devalue the existence of the prison, which makes the guy uncomfortable. The warden confesses to past guilt, the murder of an innocent man, saying he doesn't want a repeat of the tragedy. The goddess harshly points out his weakness, noting that he has no magical abilities or allies to fight with. Guy looks at the goddess and explains that he plans to use the power of the 3 prisoners he had previously made special contracts with, acting through them and hiding his identity. He emphasizes the difference between pretense and coercion, realizing that manipulation of prisoners can cause serious resentment. Goddess is slowly and methodically trying to convey that, in his current position, he is unlikely to be able to control the situation. The guy is silent, realizing that he has fallen for the goddess's trick again, then says that he receives daily requests from the prisoners. He assures them that he knows their needs and will be able to use this to quell any grievances. The goddess leans in close to him, warning him that he has little time left to implement his plan. The warden ponders the possibility of bringing inmates with special abilities into the investigation. He recalls a morning conversation that could be pivotal to his plans. The guy decides to instruct Frenda to bring the prisoners' personal files to select the most suitable ones. He plans to utilize their needs to build mutual trust. The ultimate goal is to use their power to achieve your own goals. The overseer zooms in. The natural rows contains 1,000 closed ones, representing a colossal potential for hidden power. The warden confidently states that having 1,000 prisoners gives him just as many options for solving the problem, opening up limitless possibilities. Making a move, he looks up at the goddess, who leans over to him and enigmatically asks if he knows how to lose to her. Confusion appears on the guy's face, but the goddess immediately laughs, saying she's just teasing him. She admits that she can't be beaten in mind games and lets him go this time, suggesting that the next meeting be played in an airplane chess format. The goddess warns that she has worked hard to bring back the promiscuous soul and doesn't want him to let her down. While already in a different location, the guy chats with a necromancer girl who talks energetically about last night in the succubus room. She refines the details of her personnel file, number 0077, a living dead with the abilities of necromancy, summoning the undead, and wielding black magic. The girl with the book in her hands grudgingly notes that he is asking for her help again, demanding that she not be treated like a slave. She hands him a pendant of purple energy, suggesting that he can handle it on his own. The necromancer explains that the pendant is designed to summon the dead, and it is sufficient to use it near a corpse. To his question about her ability to summon the dead, she parries that according to her contract, jewelry is part of her outfit and prison rules don't restrict her. The necromancer tosses him the pendant, instructing him how to activate the ability to summon the dead. Her movements precise and professional. A huge black skeleton with piercing violet eyes suddenly materializes in front of the guy, exuding mystical energy. The girl confusedly explains that she is simply demonstrating the summoning technique, warning not to touch a skeleton under the influence of magical charms. As she walks away, she thinks to herself about the strange tension between them, realizing that he probably thinks she's being intentionally provocative. The necromancer berates himself for his rashness, recognizing the danger of angering such a powerful man. At parting, she tries to smooth over the impression, assuring him that she didn't mean to provoke him. The warden unexpectedly offers to bring her new books after hearing the worker complain about her lack of literature. He kindly wonders if she would like a fresh stack of books, knowing her passion for reading. The necromancer girl literally goes into shock at such an unexpected suggestion, as if receiving a blow to the head. Seeing him off with a glance, she wonders when and why he became so unexpectedly cute. Midnight in a private cemetery, Aiden methodically unearthed a grave, trying to make as little noise as possible in the oppressive silence. Cracking open the coffin lid, he froze in disbelief, sweat dripping down his face as his mind refused to accept the picture that had been revealed. Cremated remains instead of the expected body ruined his plans. The possibility of summoning a dead man from the ashes seemed doubtful. Desperately trying to activate the pendant over the ashes, the faint glow of the artifact produced a glimmer of hope that proved deceptive. Disappointment swept over Aiden, his last hope melting away as the need for a new plan became more and more obvious. Fury and despair erupted into a powerful blow with the pendant on the tombstone, the sound of the blow echoing through the night cemetery. The sudden appearance of a cemetery worker with an indignant cry broke the night mystery, his figure growing out of the darkness like a ghost. The old man with the lantern was expressing his displeasure at the night's intruder, his words about sleeping people sounding almost comical in the situation. Recognition distorted the employee's face with unimaginable horror. His snot-covered expression might have been amusing under other circumstances. Dropping the lantern, the old man rushed away screaming about the ghost, his panic echoing through the cemetery, breaking the silence of the night. Aiden's puzzled gaze followed the fleeing servant, the situation taking an unexpected turn. As he turned around, he was frozen in front of an incredible sight, the dead rising from their graves, their numbers increasing by the second. Aiden bowed to the rebels, apologizing for disturbing their peace, his voice sounding sincere and respectful. As he studied the glowing pendant, he realized the underestimation of its power. The impossibility of working with the ashes demanded that alternative solutions be found. A strange green glow behind him caught Aiden's attention, a mysterious energy enveloping his coat in a ghostly glow. The ghost of the murdered girl rose from the coffin in search of the troublemaker, her translucent figure glowing with an otherworldly light. The promise of help in avenging a murder echoed through the night's silence. Aiden offered the ghost a chance at justice. The ghost's weakening voice spoke of the lack of time, each word given to her with a visible effort, as if fighting oblivion. A bright flash of green light interrupted her words. Aiden instinctively covered his eyes with his elbow, shielding himself from the intolerable glow. Memories of the murdered woman came flooding back, threats to expose her husband's smuggling, blackmail, and demands. Every moment was drenched in fear and despair. The victim's desperate cries for payment were echoing in the vision, her pleas for mercy unanswered. The man with the revolver mockingly accused the girl of feigned innocence. His cruelty knew no bounds. The guardsman shot the defenseless victim in cold blood right in her shop, a crime committed with cynical cruelty. The ghost's final plea for vengeance interrupted. Aiden stared into the memories, trying to catch every detail. Falling to his knees, he furiously demanded the name of the killer before the ghost disappeared. Every second counted. Aiden immersed himself in thinking about the clues he had received, his analytical mind searching for connections between the details of what he had seen. The killer's characteristic collar pointed to mounted police. This detail was the first important clue in the investigation. After the murder, the perpetrator had clearly tampered with the evidence against Veronica's werewolves, his access to the investigation indicating a high position. The analysis led to the armory keeper. Only he had access to all the weapons and the ability to pull this off discreetly. At the mounted police, Aiden was greeted with the news of meeting the Lord, the employee looking impressed with such a rare opportunity. Behind the door was a large man in glasses, looking like a hedgehog. His surprised question about the purpose of the visit sounded quite natural. Aiden told the story of a broken favorite revolver, explaining his appearance by casually passing by the station. Bruce, the armory supervisor, took a professional interest in the problem. His curiosity seemed genuine. Describing the malfunctioning drum and lamenting the weapon going missing without bullets, Aiden's words elicited an unexpected reaction from his interlocutor. The lightning strike coincided with Bruce's sudden excitement. The shock of the Lord's words reflected all too clearly on his face. Trying to put off work for a few days due to workload looked suspicious. Bruce's nervousness was becoming more and more obvious. Aiden thanked with a smile for agreeing to help, his politeness hiding his growing suspicions. Comparing Bruce's physique to his memories of the killer, Aiden noted the inconsistencies. This man was clearly not the man he was looking for. Bruce's strange reaction to the words suggested he knew something. Aiden decided not to press so as not to scare off larger prey. In the evening, a colleague tried to get a sad Bruce to talk, reminding him of yesterday's trip to the Emerald Palace, his answering irritation betraying his anxiety. The Lord's words about the bullets kept Bruce on his toes, and he tried to convince himself that the coincidence was coincidental, clinging to the simple explanation of the revolver being repaired. The shouts of an old man in the street caught Bruce's attention, someone's excited voice trying to convey a strange story to the listeners. A cemetery worker told of a mysterious man at the innkeeper's grave, ghosts bowing their heads before him, scaring the eyewitness to the point of shivering. Interested in the conversation, Bruce overheard the story of the frightened witness, each word increasing his anxiety. Hearing about the ghost asking for revenge, Bruce felt reality swim before his eyes, the picture becoming frighteningly clear. His panicked flight home was accompanied by scraps of conversation about the ghost of his landlady, thoughts of madness haunting him all the way. At home, Bruce wrapped himself in a blanket, shivering on the bed, fear of imminent retribution gripping his mind. Aiden observed Bruce's condition through the magic orb, his suspicious behavior and reclusive nature confirming his hunch. While discussing with the girl the plan to use ravens to track her through the crystal ball, Aiden learned of her awareness of his assignment to Bruce. Talking to the Elder Witch of Doli, an enchanting atmosphere enveloped their conversation. Her question about the reason for the visit demanded an honest answer. The witch's tense question about the Lord's plans hung in the air, her voice betraying a carefully concealed fear of the unknown. Aiden grinned, suggesting she draw her own conclusions, his calmness contrasting with her nervousness. The witch's attempt to justify herself by denying the hint of a deal was met with only silence, the accusation hitting its target, making her wary. The realization of her forgetfulness of her prisoner status before the Lord made the witch inwardly shudder. The situation needed to be rectified. Nervous laughter accompanied the attempt to reduce it to a joke, the denial of the possibility of a deal with the prisoner sounding almost desperate. Aiden reminded himself of his power over the situation. Help should not be taken for granted. Every favor demanded a special thanks. The relief of avoiding serious trouble made the witch's heart beat more calmly. The dangerous moment seemed to have passed. The sudden, by the way, made her wince. Talking about the problems of prisoner adaptation sounded unexpected in the context of the previous conversation. The plan to diversify the prison diet with desserts sounded like music to her ears. The mention of sweets changed the atmosphere of the conversation. The mention of cream cake from the street piqued the witch's obvious interest, her mouth filling with saliva at the thought of the treat. A wide smile accompanied the assurance of universal approval. The thought of dessert eclipsed all previous fears and excitement. Late at night, Aiden studied the prisoner's case through the magic orb. The lack of movement in the object being observed was irritating. Closing the book, he reminded himself of the need for self-control. Even chutzpah has its limits in certain situations. Bruce's sweet sleep in bed was interrupted by incoherent mumbling. His tranquility was deceptive before the coming nightmare. The sudden sound of the door opening made him jump up screaming. Panic instantly gripped the sleeper's mind. Trying to calm down and rationalize the situation led to the thought of a broken window upstairs, the mind clinging to logical explanations. Putting on his glasses, Bruce tried to pull himself together. The self-complacency of being overly frightened sounded unconvincing even to himself. The sudden realization of a roof over his head shattered the broken window theory. The fear began to return with renewed vigor. The strange black and blue energy on the ceiling made his eyes widen with horror. The screams of no approach drowned in the thickening darkness. A desperate attempt to hide under the covers was accompanied by the mantra of sleep, the reality of what was happening shattering all attempts at self-deception. The ghost of a murdered girl with glowing blue eyes grabbed his face, her words of mortal offense sounding like a sentence. Panicked, running down the street, pleading to be rescued from visions, random passers-by witnessed his complete breakdown. Screams of innocence echoed down the street. Aiden watched the scene through the magic orb with cold interest. Reflecting on the nature of personal security confirmed the theory that when threatened, people always turn to trusted sources. In a prison cell next to a corpse-like girl and a teddy bear, someone held up a torch. The scene resembled a gruesome painting. Serena reported back to fulfill the request. Her ability to penetrate the world of the dead through the dead man's doll made her an indispensable assistant. Aiden assured that he would simply see to it that the rules of dialogue were followed. His control was to prevent any interference with their cooperation. Chaining the siren to the wall, the Lord listened to her taunts about the warden using prisoners. The threat of taunts didn't bother him. He reminded her of her own choice, turning into a supernatural being to avenge her son. Her sacrifice was a conscious one. Aiden emphasized the benefit of her actions to the other woman, urging her to leave her grudges behind and find peace, his words sounding almost paternal. Outside, Bruce continued to shout about the ghost, puzzled passers-by wondering about the reasons for his strange behavior and the nightmare he had seen. The strength was leaving the fleeing Bruce, his cries for help, and the ghost of his mistress growing fainter and fainter, his breath hitching with fear and fatigue. Suddenly, someone's hand clamped over his mouth, cutting off his screams, the sudden intrusion taking him by surprise. The unknown man dragged Bruce into a dark back alley. Resistance seemed futile against a superior force. The assailant ironically inquired about the reason for the shouting. His question about wanting attention sounded threatening. A bearded man with the distinctive collar from the murdered girl's memories held Bruce. Recognition flashed through the victim's mind. Adjusting his glasses, Bruce suddenly smiled, stating his intention to find this particular man, his reaction surprising his attacker. Jalan, realizing the crowdedness of the place, suggested a change of location, his suggestion leaving no choice to his interlocutor. Along the way, Ja demanded confirmation of the accuracy of what he had seen, Bruce emotionally describing the ghost's touch on his face. Bruce hypothesized a connection between the events and the mysterious visitor to the cemetery. An irritated Ja abruptly cut short his panic, writing it all off as the shenanigans of a novice romance spellcaster, his anger only adding to the tension. As they approached, Ja recalled the many people involved. Veronica's possible revenge upon release threatened to ruin everyone involved. Bruce's trembling voice gave away his fear of another encounter with the ghost. His heart wouldn't stand for a second trial. Ja rudely ordered silence, reminding him of the punishment that had been Bruce's acquaintance from the beginning, his contempt obvious. In the palace, Ja offered a defense of the magical ground against necromancers. Any foul creature that crossed the border was doomed to destruction. The professional approach to defense impressed Bruce. The foresight in anticipating revenge from the tavern owner's ghost seemed prudent. Ja, pulling off his hood, carelessly mentioned the multitude of stalkers. The ghost was just one of many, causing little concern. Ja's brown hair and blue eyes opened to the view. His words about the road to power being paved with corpses sounded ominous. Bruce's confusion was interrupted by the sight of a color energy raven on the fence, the unusual phenomenon catching the attention of both of them. Veronica said Jalan's name thoughtfully, clearly recognizing the man mentioned, her reaction not escaping the warden's attention. Aiden asked directly about Veronica's connection to Geraldine. His interest in their possible relationship was obvious. Veronica's heavy sigh foreshadowed a complicated story. The memories were clearly painful for her. The memory brought her back to the moment Jalan had stopped her before leaving. Jalan's offer of a promotion in exchange for a few nights sounded like an insult, his arrogance bordering on insolence. Veronica's sharp grip on his arm made Jalan grimace in pain. Her reaction was unexpectedly strong and decisive. The refusal sounded polite but firm, the apology for rudeness only emphasizing her contempt for such suggestions. Jalan's insulting words of shamelessness betrayed his bruised ego, the rage of rejection demanding an outlet. Veronica's emotionless answer about the reasons for her career status sounded like a challenge, her calmness only increasing Jalen's anger. The overseer called for the destruction of the unattainable, asking for details about the past. His interest in history seemed unintentional. The visit to the prisoner began with a feignedly caring question about her well-being, the fake concern hiding the true intentions. The mention of unanswered demand letters touched on a sore subject, his awareness alarming. Going through the letters, he hinted ominously at the sad fate of previous readers. The threat was barely veiled. Flattery about incomparable abilities was replaced by pointing out the indifference of those around him. The manipulation was skillful. The offer of help in getting the coward out of the house came out of the blue, the true intentions hiding behind the simple words. Offering Octopus Prisoner number 13 a chance to prove her trustworthiness in exchange for a chance, her mysterious deadly letters could be a useful tool. The sudden noise of a broken window woke Bruce, his cry of bewilderment cutting through the night silence of the luxurious room. A black raven flew into the room, carrying a mysterious letter, its appearance foreshadowing something ominous. The letter fell at Bruce's feet. The incomprehension of what was happening reflected on his face as he picked up the strange envelope. Opening the letter, Bruce let out a heartbreaking scream. What he saw inside made him lose his composure. The incomprehensible symbols and the octopus print on the paper caused inexplicable horror. The letter seemed the spawn of a nightmare. Terror gripped Bruce as he tried to understand the origin of the message, the mystery of the sender only adding to his fear. The letter began to crumble into ashes, slowly settling to the floor, the tangible proof of the nightmare disappearing before my eyes. A strong dizziness made Bruce grab his head. The reality around him began to distort, losing clarity. A glance at the broken window where the bird had come from brought no relief, the hole gaping like a portal into a nightmare. Bruce's screams reached Ja's ears, causing bewilderment, the suddenness of the incident alarming. Desperately running around the estate in search of Ja, meeting the owner only added to the drama of the situation. Bruce's red eyes and cries of the end of the world were frightening in their sincerity. His terror seemed genuine. An irritated Ja demanded explanations for the nonsensical nonsense. His patience was coming to an end. Ordering the butler to stop and question Bruce, a respectful bow accompanied the promise to fulfill the errand. The abrupt opening of the doors led to an unexpected revelation. The reality beyond the threshold surpassed all fears. Hallucinations distorted the sky with green tentacles. The nightmarish vision darkened the entire firmament, plunging the world into chaos. Bruce's trembling voice questioned into the void for the presence of living beings, the fear of loneliness clutching his heart in the grip of panic. Desperately screaming into the distorted sky to find other survivors, the thought of being alone in this nightmare world seemed unbearable. The creak of an opening door made him turn around, a tense question about the alien's identity hanging in the air. The ghost of the murdered tavern owner materialized outside the door, her scream piercing Bruce's consciousness like an icy dagger. Tears streamed down Bruce's face as he recognized the ghost as the tavern owner. The question of her revenge seemed rhetorical. The uncomprehending butler observed the strange behavior of his guest. Addressing him as a ghost seemed a sign of insanity. The butler's attempt to remove the unwell guest met with fierce resistance, cries of innocence of murder echoing down the street. The accusations against Jalen lashed out, Bruce screaming about the real killer, begging the ghost to leave him alone. Jalan's appearance coincided with the accusations against him. The situation was escalating by the second. The revolver in Jalan's hand spoke of his readiness for decisive action. The tension had reached a critical point. Hallucinations turned the butler into the ghost of the murdered woman. Bruce collapsed to his knees, begging for mercy. Pleas for mercy replaced by an offer to punish the true culprit. Bruce's despair reached a fever pitch. Jalan's bullet shattered Bruce's glasses, catching his ear, the nearness of death making him freeze in horror. The realization of a miraculous rescue from a fatal shot mingled with bewilderment at the reason for the miss. Fate had given him a second chance. The necromancer crow's attack took Jalan by surprise, his screams and attempts to fight off the bird creating a surreal scene. Jalan lowered the bloody revolver, looking at the kneeling Bruce, who was questioning the reason for the attempted murder in shock, while the butler rushed to his master's aid. Chasing away the hapless crow, Jalan aimed his weapon again, hissing threateningly, warning him that he was seeking his own doom. Suddenly, a flock of ravens descended upon the master, an incredible number of them, and the butler was desperately trying to save his master from the bird attack. Bruce, choking on his tears, rushed to escape, not realizing what was happening and gripped by the fear of an unknown threat. The boy rushed into the darkness, screaming desperately, begging for someone to respond and help him. Suddenly slipping, Bruce collapsed into a grave pit, with no idea how to get out of this nightmare. When he looked up, the unfortunate man found himself at the grave of Veronica, a respected member of the mounted police. A graveyard populated by ghosts spread out before my eyes, and alien tentacles still loomed in the sky. Bruce screamed exhaustedly at the ghosts, begging them not to come any closer, but the incorporeal entities were inexorably advancing. People around him thought he was crazy and resented him for scaring children. But Bruce was immersed in his own reality. The young man kept thrashing around, begging for an explanation of where he had gotten to and demanding to be rescued from the incomprehensible nightmare. At one of the graves with a cracked stone, he suddenly noticed an inscription with his name on it. Bruce went cold with horror, unable to realize the obvious, that the grave with his name on it actually existed. Jaws suddenly remembered his earlier words about the road to power paved with corpses, which he had once addressed to Bruce as a warning about the brutal reality. Bruce, trying to control himself, suddenly realized the deep meaning of that ominous phrase, to the end of comprehending its true significance. Turning to the ghostly entities, the boy asked in despair if the souls of the slain demanded retribution and he would suffer the same fate. The blue-eyed ghosts stared silently at Bruce, their mute presence filling the space with an unbearable tension. After a moment, the vision vanished. The hazy outlines of the ghosts dissolved, and the heavenly clouds dispersed in different directions. Bruce found himself in the town square, where people watched his strange behavior with bewilderment, discussing him as a madman. The young man was completely indifferent to those around him, his eyes filled with tears of despair, his body constantly shuddering from the shock he had experienced. With his decision made, Bruce went to the Lord to tell him about the wrongfully convicted prisoners and his willingness to witness their innocence. With trembling hands, Bruce revealed the truth about Jan's criminal scheme to bribe him to illegally put Veronica behind bars. In the warden's office, the young man cried out his willingness to be a witness, his voice trembling with accumulated fear and deep remorse. The interlocutor listened attentively to the guy's confession, promising to conduct a thorough investigation and get to the heart of what was going on. Friend gestured for Bruce to follow, his gaze cold and impenetrable, as if hiding many secrets. Suddenly, a crow flew in through the window, beating furiously at the glass and dwarfing the space with wild, chilling cawing. Josh shot into the air with lightning speed, sharply ordering the butler to deliver Bruce immediately and forget all unnecessary questions. The second butler, pale as death, hastened to warn the gentleman of the discovery of the crime, pointing out the danger with trembling hands. The servant hastily pointed to a carriage stashed nearby, begging his master in a pleading voice to leave the dangerous place at once. The flock of crows continued to watch, their gazes fixed on the criminal's every movement with incredible persistence. Juh turned oddly to the crow outside the window, his voice sounding either admiring or threatening, creating an air of mystery. The moderator Lightning quickly ordered all receptions and meetings terminated, postponing them until his return without any explanation. The fellow was rushing on horseback, his movements so swift that all that was left behind was the swirling dust and wind. Suddenly, a small hamster jumped off the horse, whose appearance seemed more than strange and unexpected to all present. The hamster leisurely appeared in the prison, where the experienced necromancer instantly spotted the tiny creature among the grim stone walls. The necromancer gently lifted the hamster, her gentle voice sounding a contradiction to the harsh prison setting, a strange concern glowing in her eyes. The hamster retrieved the bullet stolen from the warden's cheek pouches, and the necromancer insisted she didn't believe in his innocence and demanded an explanation. The witch recalled how the ghosts in the cemetery scared the lad, and pointed to his interactions with other prisoners as evidence of weakness. The necromancer girl indifferently stated that she didn't care about the details as long as it didn't affect her comfortable stay in prison, and ducked her nose into a book. The witch reasoned about the possibility of release, stating that if the guy was a real lord, she had nothing to fear in this situation. An unknown watcher was watching the warden, and the witch said meaningfully that they would soon learn his true identity. Veronica, clutching at the bars, screamed danger to the Lord and demanded her immediate release. The witch noticed her screams and wondered what this girl knew and why she was acting like this. The succubus approached Veronica while the guardsmen questioned her about the reasons for her uneasiness and strange claims. The succubus suggested that Veronica, a werewolf with a great charm, urging immediate help to the harassed man. Veronica begged to be let out, claiming that she was the only one who could track down and rescue the man she was chasing. The inmates began to shout, outraged at her hysterics, and perplexed as to why they should listen to her in prison. Frenda announced the completion of an investigation confirming Veronica's innocence and demanded her release on her own recognizance. The guardsmen, upon hearing Frenda's statement, were shocked and demanded an explanation about her confidence in saying the detainee was innocent. Despite their doubts, they still obeyed Frenda and decided to release Veronica, which caused a riot among the prisoners, demanding equal treatment. The witch in her cell mused irritably about the werewolf's extraordinary charm that had completely ruined all their carefully laid plans. A sprout-like girl with green hair was screaming hysterically, demanding an explanation and begging for someone to clarify the absurdity of what was happening. The succubus smiled meaningfully and stated that as the official girlfriend of the Lord, she was ready to fill everyone in on the minute details of what was going on. At that moment, Ja was rushing on his horse, desperate to leave the city, but the crows pursued him relentlessly. The birds furiously attacked the man and his horse, methodically blocking the path and giving no opportunity to escape. Suddenly, a lord appeared from behind, also riding a horse and rapidly approaching the fugitive. Ja turns around in utter shock, realizing the inevitability of impending retribution and her own powerlessness. A picture unfolds before my eyes of the Lord swinging his red cane, aiming directly at the face of the pursued man. Ja falls off the horse, and the warden coldly advises him to stay home and await an arrest order. Suddenly, a man who had been watching the warden closely jumped out from behind a tree and swiftly jumped towards him. His blade slashed across the horse with lightning speed, cutting the animal in half with incredible precision. The Lord collapsed, his horse dead, and the unknown assassin and Ja sprawled on the ground in unnatural poses. The stranger standing back hissed that if the gentleman was running away, let him leave his fate to him. Ja, holding onto his shoulder, shouted hysterically to his employee, calling the unknown man a freak. The attacker from the bushes turned to taunt the Lord, calling him a celebrity. A guy in a musketeer's hat with a thin mustache introduced himself as a bounty hunter, a rising star in the profession. Pulling out his weapon, he declared that he was taking on the most difficult assignments imaginable. The bounty hunter laughed madly, assuring that killing the legendary Lord was his main objective. White Hunter rushed forward swiftly, aiming straight for the target. Swinging his blade at the warden, he tried to strike, but he miraculously dodged. Despite dodging, the hunter gained the advantage and kicked the warden, demandingly asking him. Suddenly, a female silhouette leaps from a neighboring rooftop, making an incredibly high and swift jump. Veronica, using her supernatural powers of charm and smell, quickly tracked down and found the pursued. She swings her foot, but the bounty hunter manages to create a protective magical dome. Hunter erects the dome with the crystal, then looks closely at his cross, noticing the cracks that have appeared on it. The protective dome cracks in two, then shatters into many shards from which the bounty hunter emerges. The warden is shocked to see Veronica among the prisoners and wonders how she managed to escape so quickly. Veronica orders the Lord to run after the killers, promising to handle the situation herself. The guy, hearing her words, didn't ask any unnecessary questions, deciding to question her later. In parting, he asked Veronica to be extremely careful and take care of herself. The bounty hunter looks at Veronica with a fierce hatred, defiantly asking if she knows who she's dealing with. Swinging his knife, he aims it at the girl and proclaims that she must die. Even though he manages to slash her leg, Veronica jumps forward lightning fast and punches the hunter. A second later, a huge cloud of dust rises at the sight of the fight, completely obscuring what's going on. The bounty hunter recalls a long-ago incident from werewolf training when one girl managed to escape and asks if it was her. Veronica runs through the smoke, trying to find the killer, suddenly noticing his eyes burning with a yellow light, and triumphantly screams victory. She swings her arm, feeling victory approaching and tasting the inevitable triumph. But the blow falls on a mirage that looked like neon, deceiving her expectations. The bounty hunter, with the crazed look, screams that she's caught, definitively and irrevocably. Taking aim from a tree, he launches a strange purple vial towards the girl, offering to try the potion. After the vial falls, a huge tree with 3 faces grows out of the ground, grabbing Veronica's leg with its branches. Holding his crossbow, the hunter gloats that he wasted a trump card against the warden on such insignificant trash. He releases the arrow, solemnly declaring that it is time to die. A multitude of arrows and branches rain down on the girl, who falls to her knees, mentally saying goodbye to her life. Suddenly, she remembers her werewolf nature and begins a rebirth, becoming more like a ferocious animal. Ja at this point was finally tired of running and being in constant fear in the city. Ja suddenly heard a strange sound and turned around, seeing a shadow that looked painfully similar to the silhouette of the warden. The overseer was rapidly approaching Ja, moving swiftly toward him after losing his horse. Ja shoved the random girl away sharply, hissing that the bounty hunter couldn't hold him back. He feverishly pondered his next actions, realizing he had fallen into a set trap. Suddenly, Ja didn't notice the log cart and slammed his face into the wood with all his might. As he fell, he saw a warden standing nearby with a distinctive cane. The warden muttered that Ja was now implicated in the murder and attempted murder, demanding that he obediently follow him. Random passers-by watched the scene with bewilderment, questioning the Lord about what had happened. Lord pointed the gun at the kneeling Ja, demanding an explanation for his behavior. Ja began to laugh hysterically, thinking he had trapped the Lord himself. The warden was shocked to find no cartridges in his revolver, which was fully loaded.
At that moment, Ja retrieved a weapon from his inner pocket, stating the Lord's plan to kill him.
The guy, realizing the hopelessness of the situation, decided to use the only potion spell he knew to blind his opponent and get a chance to escape. The Lord, lightning fast, extracted a thin blade from his cane, displaying a hidden weapon that had been stashed with incredible skill. He placed the sleek blade directly against the man's throat, creating a menacing picture of instant possible murder. Ja, sobbing, begged for mercy, claiming complete non-involvement in the murder, and wondering why he was being dragged into the case. The unknown watcher, hidden around the corner, thought with horror of the fate of his master, captured by the powerful Lord. The crowd of gawkers couldn't believe their eyes seeing a famous lord from prison attacking a man in broad daylight. Ja desperately called for help from bystanders, begging for intervention while the Lord coldly stated the inevitability of punishment. The man began to attract the attention of those around him, shouting loudly that the Lord was going to kill him in broad daylight. The Lord increased the pressure on his neck, warning that the slightest word would bring far more dire consequences. Ja pondered feverishly on the fact that he was being forced to act now, planning an emergency way out of the situation. He slowly pulled his hand to his sleeve, intending to retrieve the stashed dagger as a final argument. Pulling out his weapon and clutching it in his hands, Ja smiled wickedly, promising to show who would be in a more difficult position. Suddenly, a bullet lands in Ja's head, instantly plunging him to the ground and forcing him to say goodbye to his life in his final moments. Aiden stares dumbfounded at what is happening, not realizing who exactly fired the fatal shot. He notices a rich man in a black jacket who, after being shot, promptly disappears in a commotion of people's screams. The guy turns to the killer, mutely asking if he really committed this murder. Veronica's words about the MP's arrogant, illegitimate son, who fears his father's authority, come to mind. The man begins to address the people around him loudly, drawing attention to Officer Veronica's case. He publicly admits that he is the real culprit who framed Veronica and unjustly sent her to prison. A parliamentarian is claiming a criminal son, saying that as the people's elected representative, he cannot let him get away with it. A man approaches the Lords asking permission to speak to his son alone and deal with the situation. Holding back tears, he admits to being too soft and raising his son wrong all these years. People surround the man who has fallen to his knees, comforting him and admiring his obvious nobility and willingness to admit his son's guilt. Suddenly, people noticed a flock of crows and heard a strange sound, thinking that perhaps an earthquake was starting or something unnatural was happening. The Lord instantly realized that the sound was coming from the side where Veronica was, and that was a serious concern. He swiftly rushed to run to help the girl who just a moment ago had saved him. The parliamentarian noticed the Lord's flight and called out that they were not yet finished with their conversation. Aiden, the warden, approached the tree once summoned by the bounty hunter and saw a picture that resembled the aftermath of a brutal weaponization. Suddenly, someone grabbed him by the collar of his pants and the guy felt a touch on his leg. Down below was a bounty hunter, crushed by his own tree, who begged the Lord to save him. Aiden questioned why he should help the man who had just tried to kill him, to which the man replied that he should be tried by the law. The supervisor reminded the hunter of the work ethic and training the employee was required to receive. Toth remembered his employer's admonition, if caught, to plead guilty and hope for the Lord's mercy in court. The assassin remarked with a bitter chuckle that heroes like the Lord would never spare a simple guy like him. The Lord, hearing the hunter's pleas, took a deep breath and called him an idiot with disdain. The bounty hunter begged the Lord to use magic to lift the tree, complaining of severe damage to his spine. The white hunter noticed the Lord draw a dagger from his cane, instantly changing the atmosphere of confrontation and tension between them. He exclaimed desperately that he knew no such spells, and the hero, in his opinion, had long ago lost his power and importance. The man rebuked the Lord for weakness and shock, unable to believe that he could be so powerless and helpless. The Lord said in a quiet, chilling voice for the hunter to say hello to his employer before imminent reprisal. He stabbed a dagger at the bounty hunter, who barely kept his eyes open, sensing the end approaching. After walking across the battlefield and dealing with the hunter, the Lord called out loudly to Veronica, trying to find her amongst the destruction. The girl hid behind a bush and shouted for the Lord to not even think of approaching her, creating an atmosphere of tension. She explained that she was without clothes, having completely transformed into a werewolf after an intense struggle and transformation. Hearing the Lord's approach, the girl turned around in shock, not knowing what to expect from this unexpected encounter. The Lord immediately covered his eyes with his hands, apologizing and saying that he thought of something serious happening to the girl. Veronica insisted he not come any closer and began pulling clothes out of the leaves, asking him to wait until she was dressed. Pulling out her jacket, she found that it was torn from the branches of the trees, which left her puzzled as to what to do next. A voice came from the forest, asking if anyone was alive, breaking the silence of the post-battle space. The Lord took off his coat and handed it to the girl, stating that they needed to leave this dangerous place immediately. While traveling through the city, the Lord asked Veronica about the completion of her transformation, to which she replied about the dependence on her pulse. Taking off his hat, the guy revealed snow-white hair and expressed surprise, thinking she had already fully transformed into a werewolf. The girl smiled, explaining the complexities of complete transformation that often caused her to be ridiculed in her home village, and put on her Lord's hat. She remembered the taunts of her kin about the conditions of getting into the border patrol, who had mocked her incomplete transformation. An elderly woman once protected her by chasing away her abusers with a broomstick and condemning their cruelty to the young girl. Veronica remembered the day her grandmother had chased wolves, and her mother, pregnant in her last months, had called her for lunch. Veronica sadly suggested never returning to the Silver City again, to which the Lord remarked on the many hidden problems and shortcomings of the place. He reminded her of her heroic character, recalling the story of saving a village she had once been proud of. The boyfriend inquired as to the reasons why she has no plans to return to her hometown after her release. The girl explained her inability to return because of past ambitious promises and unfulfilled hopes that haunt her. As they walked, they heard shouts and indignant voices about the presence of a large number of poor people in the city. Guards led the exhausted crowd, old men, women with children, who asked for directions to the prison. Veronica looked up and was surprised to recognize her relatives in the crowd, especially her mother. Veronica, seeing the crowd of countrymen, was so shocked that she could not utter a word as she listened to their complaints of unfriendliness. She remembered the moment of farewell when the villagers had admonished her, calling the Silver City the place of her good fortune and promising that the village would always remain home. Then she would smile and talk about meeting soon, dreaming of one day treating everyone to dinner at the most luxurious restaurant in the Silver City. The memories instantly prompted her to raise her hand and shout loudly, attracting the attention of her fellow countrymen. The villagers, recognizing Veronica, were absolutely delighted, rushed to embrace her, and joyfully spoke of the happiness of the meeting. The grandmother, cradling her granddaughter tightly, marveled at her growing up and questioned her reasons for coming to town. Relatives said that when they heard of her arrest, they immediately set out without being able to write a letter. Suddenly, there was a peculiar gleam in Veronica's eyes, caused by the unexpected discovery. She noticed their shabby, torn shoes and worn clothes, which instantly alerted the girl. The smile fell off her face, and she began to question warily about the reasons for such a journey. Relatives explained that when they learned of the possible arrest, they immediately sent their uncle to town and looked for ways to help. The warden, observing the encounter, remarked in surprise at the unknown side of Veronica's personality. Veronica cried from the rush of emotion, begging the warden not to laugh at her weakness and wiping away the bitter tears with trembling fingers. The villagers approached the warden with disbelief and indignation, demanding an explanation as to why their beloved Veronica was languishing in prison. The warden reassured her that the case was a simple misunderstanding, and he would personally see to her swift acquittal and release. The crowd of fellow countrymen began to defend Veronica fervently, claiming that she could not have committed even the slightest misdemeanor, so kind and honest was she. Suddenly, an elegant man in a cylinder with a thin mustache thundered about the poverty and obscenity of what was happening. The lady beside him arrogantly declared that villagers shouldn't appear outside their slums, showing clear contempt. The villagers, after making sure Veronica was all right, began to say a quick goodbye, remembering her promise to treat them to dinner. The farewell was hectic and hurried, and Veronica looked utterly confused and depressed by this sudden encounter. The girl felt helpless in the face of the people she loved, who had literally raised and educated her since childhood. The warden, noticing their fatigue, suggested that they stay at least a few days to rest from the road and recover. Suddenly, he reminded Veronica of the prize, which according to him should be in her coat, and thus confused the girl. She frantically searched her pockets and found as many as 3 gold pounds, the official currency of the empire. The villagers looked at the golden pounds with awestruck amazement they had never seen before and could not even imagine. Veronica suggested having a common dinner in one of the central restaurants to share the joy of meeting her fellow countrymen. Suddenly, a guard led by Frenda burst into the room, taking charge of Veronica's release and exclaiming joyfully that there had been no incident. Frenda smiled and happily confirmed her intentions to have dinner with friends, to which Veronica reacted with mild bewilderment. The warder wryly remarked that there were always idlers ready to invent something, which made the man in the cylinder and his companion wary. Frenda instantly assessed the situation and began to hastily load her weapons along with the guard, preparing for possible complications. The elegant couple in the hat and dress promptly ran away, their main goal being to leave the scene as soon as possible. The warden offered Veronica to accept the golden pounds as compensation for all the hardships she had been through. The girl looked up and met the warden's eyes, trying to read his true intentions in the depths of his pupils. The guard was accompanied by a crowd of people who were excitedly discussing whether they were really all Veronica's friends and heading to the same restaurant. Veronica, who was walking at the end of the procession, turned around for a moment to take a farewell look at what was happening. At the last moment, she noticed a lone warden standing motionless and watching the town. The warden reflected on the unexpectedly favorable outcome of Veronica's case, which had ended far more successfully than he had originally anticipated. She did not hire an attorney and remained silent throughout the process, making the interrogation as clear and compelling as possible. The result was so obvious that even the father himself did not try in any way to help his child escape a just punishment. Without the slightest hesitation, the official shot his own son in the back, who just moments later was to be taken into custody. The difference between his usual behavior and his current actions was so colossal that it made one question the sincerity of what was happening. The overseer pondered whether the official was frightened by the publicity of the incident, which could destroy his reputation, or whether he feared far worse revelations. After the court session, Veronica solemnly said goodbye to everyone and went home surrounded by loving fellow villagers. Staying away from the city for a person like her seemed like the only thing that could protect her. Someone around asked the warden if the prisoners who had helped Veronica had received the reward they deserved. The overseer, grinning, replied that the goddess was once again playing her age-old game with him, promising to deliver the lists of those involved soon. The goddess countered that it wasn't about caring for the prisoners at all, but something much bigger, something she understood perfectly well. To admit defeat now or to tolerate it, the difference is great, and this is not the final end of their confrontation. The goddess said that effective use of the prisoners was the only real way for him to defend himself in this complex game. Her phrase that the brighter the light, the darker its shadow emphasized the growing intrigue and unpredictability of what was happening. In the prison canteen, a worker pouring soup loudly shouted out the next person on, triggering the monotonous ritual of table time. The prisoners noticed the witch with interest, whispering and calling her no other than the warden's dog, discussing her appearance wryly. In whispers, they speculated about her sudden awakening, wondering why she had suddenly decided to eat breakfast at such a strange time. The witch smiled enigmatically, explaining that her stomach had been bothering her lately and she was completely unable to eat salty food. The guys in line sharply yanked her back, reminding her that she was in prison and shouldn't have a special position. The cook announced meaningfully that something special was prepared for her today, hinting at a surprise. She ceremoniously handed over a beautiful piece of cake, announcing that the warden had personally taken care to improve the prisoners' diet. The other prisoners erupted into cries of injustice, but the witch seemed completely oblivious to their clamor. A girl came into the library inquiring about the availability of new books from the librarian. The girl with pink hair categorically told the necromancer that she had already searched everything and there was only junk here. The guard librarian suddenly whispered from under the table a new book he had not yet had time to bind on the shelves. The intrigue instantly heated up. The pink-haired girl literally lit up from the inside out, feeling that this was the very book she was so desperately looking for. Grabbing the book, she promptly ran away while the other girls screamed exhaustedly, promising to wash her socks in exchange for the return of the precious fine. The fugitive pondered feverishly over the nature of a book so valuable that one could take such a risky gamble. When she opened the volume, she realized that she was holding a legendary publication about which there were incredible rumors among the prisoners. Immersing herself in reading, the girl literally began to feel exotic, huge, and intimidating animals materializing around her. Creature number 13 turned to a little girl with green hair who introduced herself as a wood elf named Jela. The dead man began to say strange things, to which Gala calmly explained that forest elves perfectly read the emotional language of interlocutors. Creature 13 delicately asked the wood elf to let him go, hinting at some intrusiveness and stickiness of the interlocutor. The showering succubus listened to the other prisoners' comments about her risky decision to come and take the war alone. The two girls who had once attacked her were menacingly interested in her willingness to confront her, hinting at possible consequences. Behind are people with bright voices, unequivocally stating that this money is not justified to those in attendance. Camilla and the tigress Philippa turned to the succubus with ravenous curiosity, wondering how hard to hit the unwanted. The succubus, without turning around, broke into a mysterious, chilling laugh that echoed through the prison corridors. She remembered the conversation with the warden where she had hinted at her help in getting into consciousness and demanded the due payment. With a meaningful smile, the succubus offered her cooperation, hinting at the fate of those yet to be executed and demanding a monetary reward. The warden was silent at first, but realizing the hopelessness of the situation, warned her not to go overboard with her demands. After receiving the money, she turned to her bodyguards with orders of brutality to punish the wrongdoers. The frightened girls began to beg for mercy, vowing never to commit such misdeeds again. At that moment, the official in his office listened to the butler asking for consent to some mysterious action. Looking at the photo, the man told him to give the Ant Queen information about his daughter in prison. Butler shuddered, remembering the gruesome stories of the Ant Queen, known for her monstrous experiments on humans. The official, with a crazed look and clenched teeth, swore revenge on the warden for all he had done to his son. The little girl introduced herself as Jayla, a wood elf who fancies herself a wise, elegant, swift, and deadly creature. Her claims of her own exceptionalism looked utterly ridiculous against the tiny figure with green hair. Outwardly, she seemed so harmless that any assertion of her formidable nature elicited only a condescending smile from those around her.
Once, by a fateful coincidence, she caused a terrible fire in the poppy fields, resulting in enormous economic losses.
It was this incident that was the main reason for her imprisonment in Rosa Prison, where she was now serving her sentence for what she had done. Despite the circumstances, the girl found time quite comfortably, noticing the special treatment of the prison guards and the warmth from many of the inmates. As she walked past the rows of prisoners, she heard admiring whispers of remarks about her cuteness, and her ability to read emotions instantly made her the perfect interpreter. Prisoners with an incomprehensible language were a great mystery to her, especially creatures like the enigmatic creature number 13. Gala claimed that her work resembles that of a lifeguard because of her ability to understand the underlying emotions of other beings. Immersed in her professional musings, she suddenly noticed a warden approaching and inquired about the completion of her work. The girl shrieked in surprise, startled by the appearance of the warden and instantly losing her composure. The warden reassuringly stated that he wanted to direct her to other prisoners, though he wasn't entirely sure of his intentions. Gela assured with childlike directness that it is not a problem for her. She is confident in her own professional abilities. Gela was led to the prisoner, and as she approached, she was overcome with such shock that she could not utter a word. The supervisor immediately began to ask if she was up to the task, to which Gela began to explain her doubts and professional difficulties. From the point of view of the wood elves, the world is filled with emotional energy. Even mountains, rivers, and inanimate objects emit special energy vibrations. In front of her stood the Evans girl, from whom absolutely no emotional impulses emanated. Despite the prisoner's outward cuteness, the wood elf seriously pondered whether this creature was alive in principle. Gela tried to explain her observations. It was like a piece of flesh in front of her, capable only of absorbing and digesting food, without the slightest sign of thought activity. The overseer listened carefully to the young elf and realized that the learning process would take much longer than he had originally anticipated. As the warden headed to open the doors, Gala noticed a bandaged finger and inquired curiously about the cause of the injury. The warden waved it off carelessly, explaining that it was just a scratch that didn't deserve serious attention. Standing in front of the mysterious prisoner, he announced that today's class would be devoted to the fairy tale of Cinderella. Much to the surprise of those present, Gayla was utterly bewildered, wondering if the warden was seriously trying to teach this strange subject how to be a normal child. In the mid-sized city, a witch thundered to passers-by, offering miracle elixirs for wrinkles, hair growth, and a host of other problems. Moving down the street, she literally crashed into passers-by, insistently offering her mysterious potions to every person she met. The Lord stopped her, inquiring with cold curiosity as to the purpose of her wanderings. The man invited the witch into the room, where impenetrable darkness swirled around them. The interlocutor frankly stated that he was aware of her desire to free her daughter from prison and was willing to help in this difficult endeavor. The witch was incredulous at the offer of help. The official proposed a plan to arrange for her incarceration in Rosa prison so that she could release her daughter on her own. Just then, the witch sarcastically wondered if he was bored with his life after hearing such a suggestion. Suddenly, an official Joe bursts into the room, claiming they have a superior rescue and defense plan. The witch wryly recalled the lawsuit the Lord had once filed against him, alluding to their uneasy relationship. The man replied that he didn't need an introduction as they were united by a common enemy named Aiden. He provided documents detailing the structure and patrol routes of Rosa prison, advising that they should be studied carefully before entering. The official promised to reduce the number of prison guards and guardsmen, easing the release process. He assured that their agents inside the prison would help pull off the operation as frictionless as possible. The man asked the mother of the ants with cold calculation about her interest in furthering the plan, watching carefully the reaction of the mysterious interlocutor. The witch laughed mockingly, hinting that mere mediators would not be able to handle such a difficult task, and there was a far more powerful force behind it. The interlocutor categorically stated his desire to kill the Lord, suggesting that they join forces to achieve a common goal. In front of the butler, the young witch opened a flask of an unknown substance and began a mysterious transformation ritual. A moment later, silver threads appeared around her body, instantly rejuvenating the woman and changing her appearance. Identifying herself as Mary, she announced her crime, smuggling, intending to use the findings to infiltrate the prison base. Butler and the official applauded her performance, not fully realizing the magnitude and significance of what was happening. It turned out that the mother of the ants in front of them was the mother of the girl Evans, a terrible murderer who promised to come soon to save her daughter. The Evans girl, as if sensing a maternal connection, looked up at the sun and thought about the strange premonition. Frenda was walking down the street with a newly purchased sandwich, contemplating which side was best to take the first bite. Suddenly, she noticed that she was constantly being followed by a group of suspicious men, causing her no-nonsense anxiety. When she looked around, she saw many eyes peering out from around corners, indicating serious surveillance. The girl was quietly taking a bite of her sandwich when she suddenly noticed a man sharply addressing her, arousing immediate suspicion. With a lightning-fast movement, she drew her pistol from behind her belt, instantly preparing herself for a possible threat. Before her eyes, the stranger fell to his knees, holding out a bouquet of flowers, and was met by a gun pointed directly at him. The gallant man, despite his short and overweight stature, passionately confessed his love and offered his hand and heart. The girl choked on her sandwich and announced with irritation that she was already married. The man was shocked by the refusal, especially so emphatic. She was already married. He hysterically threw the flowers and wept, proclaiming that his heart was broken and he could never love again. Frenda was in the back office talking about a journalist who wrote a scandalous article about the prison after her arrest. The content of the article covered information about the professional qualities of the prison warden and the physical fitness of the female guards. The journalist described her coworkers as goddesses incarnate, with perfect muscles and shapes, which made her uncomfortable. Aiden wondered if that description attracted men, to which he received a reply about the loneliness of female employees. The specifics of the job make it difficult to find a spouse, so why not take the chance to find the right partner? Suddenly, a female employee knocked on the office, holding a document in her hand and informing the Lord that she had been transferred to the Kalendo Imperial Women's Prison. The Lord scrutinized the document thoughtfully, pondering the prospect of transferring a female employee from the Silver City to a new institution. The employee confirmed her desire to transfer, to which the Lord remarked on the greater possibilities of the new workplace. Lord kindly agreed to start the dismissal procedure, which caused the employee dreaming of a change to be genuinely grateful. The doctor rushed into the office holding a document and clearly agitated. In the same way, the physician reported a letter received from a scientific institute that seemed likely to change his life. The Lord wondered with surprise if even the doctor was about to resign and leave the prison. By evening, the prisoners began to resent the low number of guards, demanding explanations and expressing their dissatisfaction with what was happening. Frenda stood beside the Lord, barely containing her excitement and inner worry about the fate of the prison. It turned out that a whole line of employees received offers of transfer. Someone was invited to be a personal bodyguard, someone to be a guard of honor. Frenda watched anxiously, realizing that mass layoffs could lead to a complete collapse of the security system. Unable to bear the strain, she dared to speak out and warned her colleagues of the disastrous consequences of a mass transfer of employees. Frenda pleaded with the staff to hold off for at least a month so that she could find a decent replacement in time to avoid disrupting the prison system. The employees began to whisper, considering a month too long and insisting on immediate dismissal. The rioting staff made many claims: intolerable conditions of confinement, the depressing effect of isolation on the psyche, and the disgusting food in the canteen. They accused Frenda of thwarting their desire for a new life, as if trying to bind them to this dreary place forever. The employee emphatically stated that they would not sign additional paperwork, demanding immediate dismissal and payment for the current period. The warden instantly established absolute silence with a loud bang on the table, interrupting the chaos that was beginning. He chided the staff for childish haste, reminding them of the honor and professional responsibility they have. The overseer emphasized the seriousness of their mission, demanding the completion of all current assignments before quitting for the sake of millions of lives. The employees suddenly realized their hot-headedness, feeling embarrassed by their own impulsive behavior. Finding no other option, they began to rapidly dump their uniforms, weapons, and headgear directly onto the ground. The Lord pondered the scandalous newspaper article and the mass firing of guards, which could have been someone's carefully planned revenge. A rhetorical question echoed in his mind. Was this really the revenge plan they had discussed for so long? The Lord's study was literally filled with the abandoned uniforms of the guardsmen, which chaotically covered the entire floor. The prisoners were hysterically breaking through the bars, demanding breakfast, and resenting the incomprehensible prolonged confinement. The guardsmen questioned in confusion as to why their colleagues had disappeared, while the guardsmen tried to calm them down by insisting on complete silence. The Lord coldly stated that the situation no longer made sense, and the dismissed guards would never return. Frenda was in a panic, realizing the criticality of the understaffed situation and the possible disaster that could begin at the slightest news of the prisoners. Suddenly, her attention was caught by something unexpected that made her wary. Veronica appeared from around the corner, offering her services as a prison guard and clearly thrilled at her own audacity. Frenda was shocked, perplexed as to why Veronica had not returned to her home village after her release. Veronica explained that despite the residents' request to return, she had decided to stay and learn a lot from the Lord. She noted with surprise the unusual emptiness of the prison, as if she had fallen into a strange, undefined time. One of the guards rushes in a panic, shouting to the Lord of impending danger and warning him of the critical situation about to unfold in the prison. The prisoners, noticing the drastic reduction in guards, realized that this was the perfect moment for a mass escape and immediate decisive action. They demanded that the cells be opened immediately, threatening to carry out the release themselves if their demands were not met. The prisoners watched the confused guards with triumphant laughter. Gela, who was reading emotions, sensed the impending atmosphere of rebellion and realized that something more than the usual mutiny was going on. Hiding under the bed, she thought about the unfairness of what was happening and how suddenly things could turn against the Lord. The warden enters the room where a guard is hysterically screaming about the prisoners being completely out of control and impending disaster. The succubus panics and begs the Lord to protect her, screaming about the unbearable horror of what is happening in her own fear. Suddenly, she notices a familiar figure and recognizes her old friend Veronica, who appears quite unexpectedly. The succubus begs Veronica to return home, warning her of the nightmare going on in the prison and the impending danger. Veronica, on the other hand, is completely unresponsive to the warnings and begins to quickly don her guard uniform. The succubus is in complete shock, with narrowed eyes trying to comprehend what is happening and understand the true nature of the unfolding events. The guard pointed to the tiger girl as the instigator of the riot, to which the girl contemptuously began to mock the Lord, calling his guards a pathetic semblance of real protectors. Veronica, hearing the barbs against her, did not even move. Frenda warned Veronica that as a newcomer, she needed to gain authority among the prisoners immediately. Otherwise, further work would become unbearable. Veronica realized that she had no choice but to immediately demonstrate her true strength and determination. She pointed her finger upwards meaningfully, summoning the three most aggressive prisoners to confront her. The prisoners began to jeer, comparing her timid gesture to the guards' earlier threats and mocking her weakness. One of the girls smugly declared that she was capable of tearing Veronica apart single-handedly, leaving no chance for resistance. Suddenly, the girl received a lightning strike that made her eyes literally ready to pop out of her orbits. Veronica slapped with a force that she never seemed to have used before. In a matter of moments, she had taken all three riot instigators to the ground in a display of incredible physical power. Turning to the other prisoners, she defiantly offered a taste of her fist, after which there was a sepulchral silence in the cell. The guards watched in admiration, unable to believe that such a fragile girl could have so much incredible strength in her. Lord noted with satisfaction that Veronica, a graduate of the police academy, where they teach you to prove your strength to even the most dangerous creatures. Veronica stood in front of the crowd of prisoners, demonstrating the strength she had had to prove 3 times at the police academy, where creatures were treated with special prejudice. In Lord Frenda's office, she unfolded the financial documents. The contents of the Rose prison amounted to an impressive 800,000 coins. Most of the funds were spent on maintaining a magic circle capable of covering the entire city. The magic circle completely blocked their abilities. The prisoners of the 150,000 coins were allocated for food and other expenses, of which 80,000 went exclusively to the organization of food for the prisoners. 55,000 was spent each month on various consumables, repairs to the prison facilities, purchasing silver, and updating protective runes. The maintenance of the guards, including salaries and uniforms, cost 15,000 coins, a figure clearly insufficient for the normal functioning of the security service. Frenda observed that even firing the entire guard wouldn't solve the problem of the 200,000 coins a month shortage. The treasurer condescendingly explained that 650,000 was required for the protective circle to work at full capacity, but 450 would suffice if the Lord was present. Frenda shouted indignantly about the unacceptability of lowering the power of the protective field, which could have doomed the city to disaster. The counselor only grinned, confidently stating his trust in the Lord's abilities and offering to address any questions should the need arise. The girl turned to the Lord, quietly asking for further action in such a difficult situation. Aiden was deep in thought, realizing that the financial crisis was part of someone's carefully planned revenge, though he couldn't remember who he'd hurt. A sudden idea flashed through the Lord's mind, making him freeze in surprise at his own guess. Turning to Frenda, he said firmly that from now on she would no longer be his secretary, but would become deputy warden. The stunned girl froze in bewilderment, trying to understand what the Lord was trying to accomplish with his sudden decision and impending departure. The Lord reflected on the period ahead, that they needed to think hard about how to survive this difficult time, or the consequences would be disastrous. The deputy warden's suit fit Frenda perfectly, emphasizing her new status and the seriousness of her responsibilities. The guards whispered among themselves, recognizing the familiar uniform of the deputy warden, the symbol of authority and responsibility that Frenda now wore. The girl announced to the prisoners that she was temporarily taking charge of the prison, as the Lord had urgent business outside the institution. As soon as they heard the news, the prisoners reacted with derision, assuming that the Lord had simply decided to shift the problems onto someone else's shoulders. Frenda heard mocking laughter and caustic comments about the warden's cowardly escape, leaving them to deal with the financial crisis. A disturbing thought swirled in the girl's mind about the magnitude of the problems the prison was facing. The Lord's words echoed in her mind. The recent changes in the prison's operations were no mere coincidence, and Frenda was well aware of that. The reduction of guards and the weakening of the magic circle were adding up to a clear picture of a planned conspiracy against Rose's prison, threatening its security. In addition to Mr. Anthony, there was a group of powerful people in each region involved in manipulating the situation from afar. These mysterious groups controlled the distribution of funding, holding in their hands the fate of many state institutions, including Rosa Prison. The Lord recognized the seriousness of the situation, comparing the enemy to a large fish that would be extremely difficult to defeat. Returning to reality from her memories, Frenda ordered the prisoners, 3294 and 3295, to be administered 20 strokes each for insubordination. The guards reacted instantly to the new deputy chief's order. The convicted girls broke out into mocking laughter, threatening revenge upon release. Frenda turned to the guard and gave a clear order: Isabella, who should give the baton to Veronica. Isabella held out the baton, and Veronica remarked that she'd have to make amends if the weapon broke during the execution. The prisoners burst into hysterical screams, resenting the fact that a werewolf had been entrusted to carry out the punishment and accusing the administration of intending to kill them. The new deputy warden has laid a harsh siege to the rioters. It's time for those in the prison to wake up, and every mistake here has consequences. The guards forcefully pulled the resisting girls out of the cell, while they desperately lashed out and screamed their desire for some sort of explanation. Due to the lack of doctors in the prison, their survival after their punishment will depend solely on their own luck. While the punishment was being carried out, Frenda proceeded to announce staff transfers. Isabella was promoted to head of Sector 1, becoming in charge of prisoners from Cell 1 to Cell 100. In one of the cells, the prisoner, listening to the screams coming from the cell, noticed that Frenda was far more frightening than she could have imagined. Her cellmate regretted her decision to be behind bars during this difficult period for the prison. The massive prisoner grumbled irritably that her ears were already hurting from the incessant screaming. Her tame hamster ran up to the witch, and she took the pet gently in her arms and thought about the news she had recently heard about the prison's financial problems. Looking at her little friend, the witch pondered how long the Lord would be able to hold his influence in the prison under the current circumstances. The necromancer girl, without taking a break from her book, coldly remarked to her cellmate that her escape plans did not require anyone else's approval or discussion. The necromancer girl calmly spoke the words of the contract, confidently stating that she would leave the prison walls before the others once the Lord lost his power. The prisoner in the prison yard glanced back cautiously, trying not to attract attention with sudden movements of his head. Frenda's angry shout warned the prisoner of the consequences of disobedience and forbade any attempt to look away. New meal rules limited groups of prisoners to 10, demonstrating the tightening of the prison regime. Veronica's gaze noted how the prisoners trembled at Frenda's appearance, fearful of causing the slightest displeasure to the new deputy warden. The astonishing power of the new deputy warden was evident in the way even the most dangerous criminals obediently obeyed her every word. Quiet footsteps behind her made Veronica flinch, and an unfamiliar voice noted the Lord's special trust in Frenda. First District Police Officer Isabella introduced herself to Veronica, expressing her joy at Frenda's decision to take on a new employee. Veronica's smile accompanied her words about wanting to become a worthy assistant and reach the skill level of her senior colleagues. Isabella's words about saving the prison caused Veronica embarrassment. Isabella's friendly gesture was accompanied by an order to jointly supervise the prisoners' meals. The heavy prison gates slowly opened, allowing a string of metal cage wagons guarded by a convoy into the courtyard. The indignant voice of Haley, head of the 2nd District Supervisor's office, greeted the arriving convoy with rebukes for his lack of understanding of the staffing situation at the prison. The head of supervision expressed her displeasure at sending a smuggler, considering it a waste of resources, but the guard only referred to the order he had received. In the metal wagon that arrived at the prison sat Evan's mother, the same woman whose daughter was known for her complete lack of emotion. The prison staff quickly identified a place for the mother ants, and the girl guard asked the newcomer about her status as a newcomer. The succubus had a new roommate in her cell, to whom she told of her 8th incarceration, her first love for the warden, and the guards who had become sisters. With a slight threat in her voice, the succubus suggested that the newcomer call her big sister, promising in return her help and patronage within the prison walls. A satisfied smile appeared on the succubus' face when Mary called her big sister, followed by an order to wash her clothes. Mary's young face lit up with a smile, hiding the old witch's true nature underneath, delighting in the ignorance of her new cellmate. Veronica's keen nose picked up a strange odor, and her sensitive hearing detected unusual sounds that made her raise her head in search of the source of the alarm. Panic gripped the prison yard when everyone saw flames shooting out of one of the rooms, and staff rushed to put out the blazing fire. Alarmed screams were heard throughout the prison, and the dormitory was on fire. Frenda's attention instantly turned to the emergency that had arisen. The monster prisoners, sensing the possibility of escape through the resulting passage, began to emit a menacing growl. The guard pointed his weapon at the crowd, warning of the deadly consequences of disobedience from the rest of the guards. No sooner had the guard finished his warning than his partner, panicking, abandoned his post, leaving the others unsupported. Frenda demanded the fleeing guards to stop, but they only waved them away, not wanting to be held responsible. The prisoner noted the predictability of the situation, attributing the mass disobedience to the lack of authority of the new deputy. District 3 Chief Jenny tried to maintain control by urging everyone to head immediately to the dining room, where a serious riot broke out. The massive prisoner rose from her seat, pondering aloud the fate of Rosa Prison at such a critical moment. The girl's calm voice assessed the situation as temporary, suggesting we wait for the true instigator of the riot to appear. A small group led by Veronica and Frenda, reinforced by several loyal guardsmen, took up position at the entrance to the riot-ridden dining hall. The unexpected appearance of the Lord in the midst of the commotion caused everyone present to freeze. A calm gaze slid over the assembled prisoners, trying to gauge the magnitude of what was happening and the reasons for the chaos. The guards, pointing their weapons at the rioters, began methodically pushing them back into the room, restoring the disrupted order. The young elf Gala watched from her cell, worried for the Lord and sensing something truly terrifying approaching. The Lord's slow steps along the cells were accompanied by a careful study of the aftermath of the disturbances that had occurred during his brief absence. A quiet remark about a cup of tea was replaced by speculation about the reasons for the mass dismissal of security guards. Orpheus' inmate Quit only mocked her inability to control the prison after staff cuts. Cold Vigajal stopped at the defiant prisoner. The Lord decided to remind her of her punishment in the garlic video. Fury distorted the girl's features, her insults to the Lord becoming more and more cruel and humiliating. The Lord's calm face betrayed no emotion as he offered the prisoners their only chance. The Lord reasoned that there should be an equal number of guards and prisoners. The guy's thoughts centered on the idea of using some of the prisoners as volunteer guards, solving two problems at once with one action. Internal doubts overcame the Lord. The riskiness of the plan was obvious, but time was rapidly running out to recruit new staff. The Lord's announcement to the prisoners came out of the blue. All cells except the special block would be open for 3 days to check behavior. The Lord's words about the possibility of escape and the hope of justifying his trust hung in the air. A distrustful whisper ran among the prisoners, discussing the Lord's strange decision, believing it to be a sign of weakness or overconfidence. The Lord's brief gesture called for Frenda and Veronica to follow him, leaving the others confused at what was happening. The information about the opening of the chambers made Mary wonder about the possible consequences and the true intentions of the mysterious Lord. Mary's soft voice appealed to the succubus to answer the question, playing the role of obedient little sister to the experienced prisoner. Mary's curiosity was piqued by a question about the prisoner Evans, known by the nickname Bloodstained Face. The succubus' steady gaze betrayed suspicion of the newcomer's sudden interest in the known prisoner. A slight smile played on Mary's lips as she speculated about the prison's first murderer, skillfully disguising genuine interest as mere curiosity. The succubus had her doubts about the sincerity of her new cellmate, but she continued to play the role of devoted little sister. The succubus's arrogant explanation about privileged prisoners caused Mary's interest to spike again. The succubus' detailed account of the Lord's close relationship with Evans, daily visits and training, hit a nerve with the listener. Mary's inner rage boiled at the thought of her own daughter being considered a Lord's daughter, but her face maintained the mask of an interested listener. Memories came flooding back to Mary, gentle touches on her daughter's head, quiet conversations about people she could see with her special sight. The past came to mind with pictures of her daughter's instructions to rid herself of her enemies, and the little girl's willingness to follow her mother's orders. A vivid scene from the past showed a little girl standing in front of an angry mob, demanding reprisals against a witch and her offspring. The little girl's incredible strength was manifested in her ability to stop flying bullets and rocks with her bare hands. Pride overwhelmed Mary at the thought of her daughter, her perfect creation, superior in power to any living thing in this world. In one smooth motion, the little girl took the life of the entire threatening mob, calmly informing her mother that the task was done. A satisfied smile lit up Mary's face at the sight of the results of her daughter's work, her pride in her perfect creation glowing in every gesture. A small figure stood motionless in the middle of the field, watching the human remains slowly turn to gray ash. The sudden pain from the pinch snapped the succubus out of her slumber, making her cringe and resent the unexpected aggression. Mary's scattered apology sounded unconvincing, her thoughts still wandering to memories of the past. In the silence of the study, the Lord discussed the first point of his plan with Frenda, carefully watching the new deputy's reaction to every word. Frenda's response of understanding the situation was accompanied by a promise to concentrate on finding the real culprits and controlling tomorrow's events. The Lord's last instructions were for the prisoner's lunch tomorrow and an appointment to meet at an agreed-upon secret location in the prison complex. Outside the office doors, Frenda faced Veronica, relaying to her a delicate remark from the embarrassed Lord about her willingness to perform any task. Frenda's quiet whispering about the hole on her pants that had appeared after the transformation made Veronica freeze at the unexpected discovery. Horror reflected on the girl's face as she discovered the unfortunate flaw in her clothing, mentally calculating the timing of her embarrassment. A jellyfish-like prisoner with snakes instead of hair froze in amazement in front of her suddenly open cell. The prisoner's cautious steps outside the cell were accompanied by incredulous thoughts about the reality of the freedom that was taking place. The open prison gates drew everyone's attention, causing the prisoners to question the sincerity of the Lord's promises. The warden of the first district greeted the exiting prisoners with a broad smile, pointing the way out the gate to long-awaited freedom. A group of prisoners were pushing forward their cellmate, once known for her bravery, but now trembling with fear. Painful memories came flooding back to her, past bullying when she was forced to bite, testing the limits of cruelty. Scenes of the past surfaced in her mind, of biting, hurting people, and promises to let her go if she held out until dawn. The trembling figure of the prisoner stepped back, the fear of the Lord's punishment and the memory of the pain in her back trumping the desire for freedom. The sudden appearance of a strange chicken with eyes scattering in different directions attracted the general attention of the inmates. An irritated cook with a cigarette in her hand called out to catch a fleeing bird destined for the evening meal of the prison's inhabitants. The prisoners watched in amazement as the chicken crossed the prison gate unhindered, proving the possibility of free passage. The eyes of all present followed the receding bird, which seemed unreachable in its swift escape. The burning eyes of the prisoners betrayed their enthusiasm, and the successful escape of the hen convinced them of the safety of the path to freedom. The bird's fateful step onto the glowing rune caused a sudden yellow glow. The bright flash of the explosion blinded the observers, presenting a clear demonstration of the consequences of attempting to escape through the protective barrier. The instant transformation of a live chicken into a cooked dish was an eye-opening lesson for all. Terror froze on the faces of the prisoners, their screams expressing their shock at seeing the power of the prison's defense system. The indignant cries of the first district superintendent about the wasted setting of the magic circle mingled with the cook's discontent about the dangerous traps at the gate. The superintendent's calm explanation of the availability of guinea pigs to test the defenses was followed by a remark about helping the Lord weed out the undesirable elements. A wave of anger swept through the prisoners when they learned of Isabella's involvement in setting up the deadly magic circles. The sudden attack on the little forest elf Gela took everyone by surprise when one of the prisoners grabbed her by the shirt. The cruel suggestion to use the elf as a sandbag to test the defense circles rang out in the prison yard. Fear gripped the other prisoners at the sight of the impending massacre of the innocent elf, their protest expressed in quiet pleas to stop. A dispute broke out among the prisoners as to methods of overcoming the defenses, some suggesting a mass breakout, others pointing out the insanity of such ideas. The wood elf's desperate cries for help echoed around the courtyard as the aggressive prisoner threatened to massacre the Lord's loyal assistant. A deft shot on the wings of the attacking prisoner interrupted the impending violence, saving the little elf from imminent doom. A sharp pain caused her attacker to collapse to her knees, her grip loosening, allowing the terrified elf to break free of the cruel grasp. Jenny's stern remark sounded a warning. The uninvolved prisoners involved in the escape should stay out of the ongoing conflict. Haley, 3rd District Superintendent, reminded everyone in attendance of their status as inmates, urging caution in actions and words. The appearance of Mo, the red-haired administrator of the 4th Circle, was accompanied by a stern warning about the fate of the remaining prisoners as cannon fodder. Most of the prisoners chose to return to the safety of their cells, leaving only a small group of unruly daredevils in the main square. The Tigress prisoner, looking over the thinning ranks of the rebels, noted the clearing of the ranks and offered to discuss a plan of action against the Lord. A sudden unfamiliar voice interrupted the discussion of the rebels' plans, making the Tigress wary and searching for its source. The instantaneous falling to her knees and the Tigress's desperate apology to Mistress Austen showed the true hierarchy among the beast-like prisoners. A whisper ran among the prisoners at the recognition of the princess of the House of Beastmen, whose authority made even the strongest fall. Austen's appeal to the Tigress carried judgment, rejecting the possibility of atonement for past mistakes. Austen's majestic beauty was emphasized by the tattoo on her arm, and her presence was a reminder of the shame of weakness in front of ordinary people. The Tigress approached her ruler to ask about her intentions regarding escape and her willingness to risk her life against the magical circles. Austen's answer of mere amusement was accompanied by a grim warning of the inevitability of war in the event of a mass escape. Mary's attentive gaze studied the ghastly seals on the beastmen's bodies, pondering their connection to the ancient demon and its power. Memories of the teacher telling of the blessing of ancient gods and demons surfaced in his mind, explaining the origin of their power. Thinking about the incredible power of the blessed beings, capable of destroying entire cities, caused awe and admiration for their capabilities. Mary's secret thoughts revolved around the idea of using this power to eliminate the Lord by other people's hands, avoiding direct conflict. The voice of the cook echoed down the prison corridor, greeting the prisoners who had decided to stay and not participate in the escape attempts. The cook's offer to help in the kitchen piqued the interest of several inmates. The bitterness about the mass firing of security guards sounded, allegedly unhappy with the quality of her cooking. A lively whisper went around among the prisoners discussing the appeal of the offer to work in the prison kitchen instead of sitting in their cells. Here the elder witch stepped forward, promising protection from any problems to all who would join in the kitchen. The necromancer girl's disdainful look at the sight of the older witch's ostentatious piety in front of the rest of the prisoners. The argument between Asena and the older witch revolved around the primacy of gaining an audience. The deputy warden materialized like a ghost next to the necromancer, causing whispers and leering looks among the other prisoners. Frenda hinted meaningfully at the vacant librarian position, as if throwing sweet bait in front of a hungry beast. The necromancer's face transformed instantly, revealing an unconcealed desire to break out of the cage to the cherished folios and ancient texts. Mary watched in disbelief at the metamorphosis of the former prideful girl from a deadly witch to a boastful girl with a new toy. A picture was forming in Mary's mind of the Lord's ingenious plan to tame deadly creatures with the help of trivial human weaknesses. Prison fear of the mystical gate worked more effectively than any guard, paralyzing even thoughts of escape. The secret map in Mary's hands revealed a secret no one had guessed, an inconspicuous passageway near the pleasure grounds. Mary's gaze slid around the perimeter, picking out weak spots in the boasted magical defenses, which turned out to be not so impenetrable.
A mother's thoughts of soon meeting her daughter among the golden prisoners filled her heart with warmth and hope.
The nonchalance of Evans cradling a tattered pink rabbit, the warden closing the study book, informed the little prisoner that the lesson was over and set the next class for tomorrow morning. The habitual absence of emotion on the girl's face accompanied her mechanical farewell, utterly failing to betray her inner feelings. The sudden appearance of running people in the corridor was accompanied by excited exclamations of the success of the training conducted. A massive prisoner with heavy chains on her arms, who introduced herself as Tira, was loudly inquiring about the availability of alcohol in the prison stocks. The warden noted to himself the prisoner's good nose for the hidden barrel, which was his personal reward for the extra work hours. The warden's lengthy explanation included plans to grow vegetables for the canteen and the need for additional guards to maintain order. Jessica, a former mercenary, offered to help organize the work, reminding the warden of her past leadership experience. Jessie's offer of cooperation was accompanied by a modest request for a reward of good wine. The offer of cost savings interested the warden, making him agree to the deal, although Jessica immediately raised the issue of the timing of the cultivation of the land. A sly smile accompanied the assurance of enough wine, but the question of Jessica's ability to handle the plot alone hung in the air. The girl's discerning eye caught the Lord's true intent, instantly realizing the hidden meaning behind the offer of a job on the ground. The Lord's approving nod confirmed his understanding of the situation, whereupon Jessica turned sharply to her friend, demanding an immediate decision to participate. Anxious thoughts of becoming traitors in the eyes of the rebellious prisoners weighed heavily on the shoulders of the prisoners who doubted their choice. Mary's attentive gaze studied the very area Anthony had mentioned, trying to find confirmation of the information she had received about a possible escape route. Memories of the bloody glory of Jessica's unstoppable butchery, slaying 1,000 vampire knights at the head of a mercenary squad, flashed through his mind. Mary's gentle touches to her daughter's head were accompanied by quiet words of patience as the Lord's cunning plan to use the prisoners unfolded. As she continued to talk about waiting for the right moment, Mary was painfully aware of her daughter's complete lack of response to her mother's touch. A grim promise of future reprisal flew from Mary's lips as she continued to stroke the head of her unresponsive daughter. Hidden behind a tree, Mary's figure followed the guard's movements closely. The lifted t-shirt exposed the creepy creature at the sight of Mary's belly. The sudden appearance of a guard in a dark corner of the prison yard caused Mary to freeze in place. With a quick movement to adjust her shirt, Mary stepped out from behind the tree, keeping a nonchalant expression on her face as she approached the guard for more information. Mary's interest in the disposition of special prisoners was satisfied by information about Princess Orpheus. The account of the princess's recent failed escape and her subsequent humiliation by the Lord was accompanied by a hint of the possibility of redemption. The Blood Princess's indignant screams echoed down the hallway, her indignation at being fed pig's blood accompanied by the aggressive shaking of a bottle. A passing guard reminded him of the leniency of the punishment by threatening to give him garlic juice next time, which prompted furious threats against the Lord. The princess's rage was expressed by convulsively clutching the blood bottle, causing her fingers to begin to emit smoke. Throwing the bottle away, the princess clutched at her burned hand, her cries of pain echoing off the stone walls of the prison corridor. The precious blood spilled on the floor meant the loss of a long-awaited dinner, making the hungry princess even more irritated. Mary's unexpected appearance in the cell was accompanied by a demonstrative stepping on the bottle, causing the remnants of blood to leak out onto the floor. Mary's mocking apology for destroying the trash sounded particularly insulting to the proud princess of blood. The princess' vampiric essence showed in a grin of sharp fangs, expressing extreme rage at such disrespect. The princess's swift leap forward with the intention of punishing the offending woman demonstrated her supernatural speed and agility. Mary found herself pinned to the floor with a grip around her throat, the princess hissing furiously about the intolerability of a commoner touching her food. The vampiress eyes glowed with madness, bloodlust clouding her mind as she bent over a potential new victim. Mary calmly warned of the curse in her blood, capable of destroying any vampire who risked eating her. Something with needle-like outgrowths was crawling out of Mary's belly, reaching for the blood princess, frozen in amazement. Closing the princess's mouth, Mary reminded her of the long-awaited dinner, her eyes glowing with dark anticipation of what was to come. A surge of power swept over Orphea's body, demonic vampire wings unfolding behind her back, a sign of true power returning. Smiling, Mary explained the ability to manipulate the prisoner's seals, inviting the princess to join the conspiracy. Frenda studied the magic circle, pondering Abella's ventilation system to explain the strange coldness of the room. As she climbed the steps, Frenda recalled the Lord's insistence on the location of the secret location in this part of the complex. By the office door, Frenda noticed the hidden traps, wondering at the need for such excessive precautions. The Lord explained the need for protection from unpredictable prisoners, emphasizing readiness for possible attacks at any moment. The dining room filled with eaters, and the girl with snakes instead of hair reassured those around her about the safety of her pet. Watching the prisoners let their guard down, the Lord mentally divided the inhabitants of the recreation area into three categories. The first included the incorrigible, the bloodthirsty, whose instincts exceeded the possibilities of re-education, provoking riots. The second included those who had been imprisoned for a variety of reasons, remained neutral, and sought to avoid conflict. A third were those who found more comfort in prison than in freedom, demonstrating exemplary behavior and obedience. The Lord's plan was to create a single faction with a clear hierarchy and a definite leader among the prison community. The tactic was based on clashing different types of prisoners, deliberately provoking conflicts between rival groups. The returned power of the Blood Princess drew attention as she manipulated blood magic, creating patterns in the air. The admiring gazes of the prisoners followed the vampire's ability to create weapons from blood, their pleas for help in escaping filling the prison air. Princess Orphea's cunning plan included mention of a special potion for breaking seals, supposedly taking time for Mary to prepare. Mary's sudden appearance from the wall was accompanied by a demand for absolute submission in exchange for the promised potion to break magical seals. Mary's instructions to gather materials were coupled with orders to recruit new supporters while maintaining complete secrecy of the operation. Suspicious looks from the prisoners accompanied questions about the newcomer smuggler's past. Mary's slow puff preceded the demonstration of her true nature, preparing to show something horrifying to the doubting prisoners. Disgusting worms began to crawl out of Mary's body, displaying her monstrous nature and causing horror to those present. The endlessly growing worms filled the cell space, causing shock and stupefaction in the prisoners watching this nightmare. The wriggling worms coiled around the prisoners, delivering painful blows, showing the true strength and cruelty of their mistress Mary. The feigned reassurance was accompanied by cynical advice to purchase anti-parasite remedies. Mary's harsh ultimatum left no choice: absolute submission and keeping her identity secret in exchange for keeping her life. The inmates' conversation about the quality of prison food was filled with genuine pleasure, expressing their hope that a similar level of nutrition will continue. The guard's sudden appearance interrupted the conversation between the two prisoners, his raised hand halting their movement down the corridor. The guard's announcement of the change of cells caused bewilderment among the prisoners, who were not expecting such. Large-scale inmate relocation was unfolding throughout the prison, creating anxiety among the residents. The announcement of the expiration of the term of prisoner number 2323 was accompanied by a demand to vacate the cell for the new occupant of the prison walls. The scarred girl's bewilderment at the premature release was expressed in an attempt to challenge the decision by referring to next month. The guard's indifferent response on parole was accompanied by a reference to his superiors for any questions that arose. Frenda's strategy of settling obedient prisoners was complicated by the rioters' active recruitment of new supporters. The guard's evening rounds were accompanied by a demand for prisoners to return to their cells, observing the established regime. The prisoners' outrage was based on the Lord's words of 3 days freedom, contradicting the guard's demand that they return. Veronica turned to the prisoners, balking at the need for rest for the guards and warning of possible trouble. Quiet whisperings between the prisoners led to a decision to submit to the demands, avoiding undue attention to themselves. Veronica Frenda's report on the unexpectedly smooth process of prisoner re-entry demonstrated the success of the chosen control strategy. The sudden appearance of a female pig shouting about an occupied cell triggered a wave of similar sightings among the other inmates. Sisters Haley and Jenny loudly explained the reason for the cell change to disgruntled inmates, citing their previous inappropriate behavior. The guards' determined confrontation of the would-be rioters was accompanied by a clear order to disperse to their assigned cells. The growing irritation of the prisoners' words was in open defiance and questioning the validity of the orders given by the guards. The unexpected intervention of an imprisoned gargoyle in a tense situation brings a new perspective on the changes taking place. A quiet whisper about the benefits of the new formation for recruiting supporters was interrupted by Orphea's warning about the dangers of eavesdropping by the guards. The Tiger Girl's satisfied smile at the sight of the new camera was accompanied by a defiantly calm removal from the scene of the conflict. Mary's close observation of what was happening was puzzling as to the logic of gathering the rioters in one place. His gaze stopped on a strange camera painted black, raising questions about the reason for such an unusual design. The conversation with Anthony resurfaced in Mary's mind. The special cell for dangerous prisoners turned out to be a soundproof place to hold the insane. The loud shouts of the prisoners in the soundproof cell created chaos, their excited voices blending into a cacophony of invitations and demands. Orphea's irritated cries of inability to sleep mingled with the general noise as Mary realized the Lord's true purpose in this bullying. Pretend talk of the good life in prison and safety from hunters revealed to Mary the existence of a significant group of like-minded people. Frenda's explanation to Veronica revealed the Lord's model prisoners, the neutral group, and the riot instigators made up the three tiers. The central cells, set apart in a special way, were reserved for prisoners chosen by the Lord and occupying a special position in the hierarchy. Among the chosen prisoners, two figures stood out in particular: the cunning counselor Aya and the former mercenary commander Jessica. Frenda's business question to Jessica concerned the list of inmates for outdoor exercise expected in the Lord's office. A wave of whispers rolled among the inmates who heard about the possibility of outdoor exercise. Snide remarks about Jessica's transformation into the warden's servant met with her quiet confidence that she was doing the right thing. Ai's warning about finding cannon fodder to counter strong rebels urged caution in decision-making. The unexpected change of situation caused Jessica's friend to stop her from hastily refusing while evaluating new possibilities. A careful analysis showed a special principle of selection of surrounding prisoners, mostly with minor sentences or special circumstances. Standing out among those selected was Master Divorcee Mendy, whose playful remark about the handsome outdoors gave away her true interests. A deeper understanding of the situation revealed the truth. Many prisoners saw prison as a refuge from the horrors of the outside world, refusing the thought of escape. A's exact calculations indicated about 200 such prisoners, perhaps even more, willing to cooperate. The remark about the Lord's strategy revealed his reluctance to seek cannon fodder among the prisoners to confront the rioters. The real goal was to select candidates on the basis of mutual benefit, forming a force capable of effectively confronting the organizers of the riots. The Lord's careful examination of his personal files led to his selection of the mercenary captain as the ideal candidate to lead the new faction. A skeptical remark about the appeal of the boss title was accompanied by a bitter reminder of the continued status of the administration's servants. Memories of the destroyed team reinforced the grim comparison to dogs that owners get rid of after use. A's reasoning about the equality of forces and the support of the chief was complemented by an analysis of the goals of the rebels, who were interested in escape rather than war. The persuasive arguments about mutual benefit were accompanied by a direct question to Jessica about her willingness to accept the role of leader of the new faction. Jessica's closed eyes expressed an understanding of the inevitability of accepting the proposed role in the situation. A loud call for drinks accompanied the announcement of a new job, masking the seriousness of the decision under the guise of mere entertainment.
The excited cries of the prisoners filled the shower rooms, each eager to join in the offered drink.
Mary's displeasure grew at the sight of the Lord's tactics to change the local ways, though these small indulgences seemed minuscule compared to the chance of escape. Her calculation was based on controlling the main figures in the prison, turning the other prisoners into insignificant pawns in her big game. She pondered the sufficiency of an army of minions to convince the head witch of her newfound power. The witch's furious reaction to Mary's appearance was expressed in a violent kick and screams of expulsion from the community, rejection of her role as mentor. Mary's feigned tears were accompanied by excuses about using only beggars for experiments. The witch's harsh verdict of no chance of atonement before the Lama sounded the final verdict for the young apprentice. The appearance of the master triggered a new wave of accusations against Mary, whose desperate cries of innocence were lost in the general condemnation. Mary's swift flight on her broom in an attempt to escape the wizard's punishment demonstrated her desperate desire to escape at all costs. The witch's attentive gaze followed Mary's flight into the forbidden zone, where the purple mountains hid ancient secrets and dangers. Mary grinned gloatingly, remembering how she had mastered a divine technique instead of death and created her own daughter in the forbidden zone. Ambitious plans to subdue the 7 great witches were interrupted by a mouse popping out from under the bed and disrupting the flow of smugness. In the Lord's office, the personal belongings of a released prisoner were ceremoniously returned, symbolizing the end of her sentence. Bounty Hunter number 2323 with a scarred face stared perplexed, not understanding the reasons for the unexpected kindness to her. The Lord spoke condescendingly of self-control, and the girl asked incredulously about the high price of parole. The Lord's remark about not liking girls without uniforms provoked the prisoner's rage, spilling out into a punch to his face. A year of observing funerals without a single release reinforced the prisoner's suspicions of ulterior motives for the Lord's actions. Gold coins gleamed in the Lord's hands, accompanying his request for a detailed account of the bounty hunter's profession. Lively conversations in the dining room about the names given to Jessica and the paradisiacal conditions in the prison attracted the attention of Mary, who was passing by. Mary's unexpected appearance disrupted the usual flow of time, her presence triggering a wave of memories among those present. Confident footsteps brought Mary to the older witch's table, enthusiastically devouring her modest portion of prison chowder. The older witch apologized for her delay in recognizing and mentioning the rumors of her former student's maternity. Mary's determination was evident in offering to help the teacher, using knowledge of her daughter as proof of her serious intentions. The witch's laughter at the suggestion of wanting to escape was accompanied by praise for the cleanliness of prison life compared to her former life. Mary remarked on the role of the Lord's hand dog, and the fat job demonstrated a lack of understanding of the teacher's condescending attitude. Recognition of Mary's powers of observation was coupled with confirmation of the older witch's well-known caution and distrust of everyone around her. Mary's offer to demonstrate proof of sincerity hung in the air. A careful examination of the list of 202 prisoners led the Lord to the conclusion that the number was sufficient to carry out the plan of growing potatoes. The plan included not only providing a canteen, but also producing alcohol, giving prisoners the opportunity to learn useful skills. Jessica's eyes lit up with enthusiasm. Her enthusiasm for the idea of alcohol production and her willingness to take control of the entire process. The Lord's practical remark about the problem of seed procurement brought an element of reality to the rainbow plans for organizing production. The Lord's unexpected errand to purchase potatoes on his own outside the prison caused a shocked reaction from I and the others. The incredulous questions about the possibility of going outside and potential escape reflected the prisoners' doubts about the sincerity of the Lord's offer. The Lord's smile accompanied his words of complete trust, emphasizing his understanding of the chosen prisoner's lack of reason to escape. The appearance of a guard announcing the arrival of prisoner number 0233 brought a new element to the planning of the upcoming operation. The Wood Elf's expert knowledge of plants made her the perfect consultant on potato selection, surprising the selected prisoners. Isabella's warning to return early because of the danger of the magic circle sounded a caring admonition to those leaving. An overwhelming sense of freedom gripped the prisoners at the sight of the city streets, making them question the reality of what was happening. Mary's solemn revelation of the secret art of prosperity created an air of mystery around her unusual abilities. A demonstration of the power gained in the Forbidden Zone was accompanied by a description of the incredible acceleration of growth of everything Mary touched. Details of the effect on the magic circle revealed a plan to create structural damage leading to its uncontrolled expansion. Boasting about the popularity of the magic potion on the black market demonstrated Mary's confidence in the efficacy of her new product. The astute remark about the elder witch's concern about the contract with the Lord showed a deep understanding of the situation. The promise of solving the death contract problem with the power of prosperity sounded like a tempting proposition to any bound servant. A detailed explanation of the separation process when a critical growth point was reached revealed the true capabilities of this force. A practical demonstration on a chicken divided into two identical creatures served as convincing proof of the efficacy of the method. The artful suggestion of a new body to counter the spell was accompanied by a respectful reference to the former mentor. The elder witch's categorical refusal, disguised as a joke about teacher-student relations, sounded the final verdict. Mary's sincere astonishment at the unexpected refusal betrayed her self-confidence in the irresistibility of her proposal. Cynically, Mary reasoned about the impossibility of teacher-student friendship, masking her frustration. The last attempt at persuasion was replaced by surprise at her former mentor's praise. Mary's sarcastic remark about surviving in a restricted area was interrupted by the appearance of three prisoners known for their rebellious intentions. A sepulchral silence descended upon the dining room at the appearance of the unwelcome guests. A general dislike of the rioters was felt in the tense atmosphere. A blue-haired inmate's sudden punch in the face of her cellmate was the spark to start a massive conflict in the mess hall. Real chaos engulfed the room. Shouts of summoning the warden mingled with the sounds. Mary's cold-blooded offer to the teacher to join came with an ultimatum: either cooperate or watch the chaos. The townspeople stared in surprise at the group of inmates sent out to pick potatoes, not believing that labor programs existed at Rosa Prison. The bounty hunter asked with professional interest about the details of the assignment, the name of the employer, the facility, and specific requirements. The Lord calmly explained the need for surveillance, handing over a cash deposit as a guarantee that the assigned task would be completed. The strict order to destroy the fugitives on the spot emphasized the seriousness of the Lord's intentions to control the movements of the freedmen. The Wood Elf's confidence in his instincts was in stark contrast to the growing unease of the group as they delved deeper into the city's slums. The sense of unease increased as they moved through the gloomy streets, increasing the distance between the group and the safe zone with each passing second. The seals around the prisoners' necks loosened near the edge of the magic circle, evoking mixed feelings of fear and hope for freedom. Aya's growing unease was confirmed by a sense of wrongness in what was happening, her intuition signaling a deviation from her route. The cute little elf girl abruptly transformed into an angry adult creature, revealing her true nature and accusing everyone of pretending. The Lord's quiet conversation with Frenda about the Wood Elf's suspicions revealed the lack of regular checks on Evans in recent days. The astute remark about the elf's age of 170 emphasized her superiority and experience. Painful memories made the Wood Elf shiver, her eyes filled with fear at the thought of the suffering she had endured. A frank confession about living in constant fear escaped the elf's trembling lips, exposing her deepest mental wounds. The bitter tale of being attacked by a rebellious woman because of her pretty looks and defenselessness revealed the reasons for the elf's underlying resentment. Emotional defense of one's own actions was accompanied by accusations of others' constant attempts to inflict pain and humiliation. A practical suggestion to use the Lord-issued coins for escape required an immediate decision from the rest of the prisoners. The assessment of the moment to escape was based on the weakening of the seal and the availability of shelter from the accomplice's many lovers. The plan to escape through the woods to the nearest hideout is met with Jessica's steadfast refusal to participate in the illicit enterprise. Persistent attempts to induce Jessica to escape through an ostentatious display of kinship caused only irritation and rejection. A's logical arguments about the unreasonableness of the Lord's actions in allowing the prisoners to reach the boundary of the magic circle called for reflection on the situation. Aya's insightful question about the unusual circumstances of the journey made the others think of missed danger signs. A careful scan of the forest elf's emotional background revealed the disturbing presence of a red aggressive aura around the group. The elf's sudden change in demeanor to the image of an innocent crying girl was accompanied by an admission of a mistake in route choice. The elf's trembling voice reminded him of the original purpose of the hike for potatoes, trying to make amends for the failed escape attempt. A's bitter realization revealed the true nature of what was happening, a carefully planned trap under the guise of the illusion of freedom. The Lord's devious plan involved prearranged mercenaries ready to shatter any prisoner's dreams of escape. An alarming observation about the huge number of mercenaries in the slums confirmed the seriousness of the prepared trap. Gela's panicked escape was accompanied by cries for a return to the Lord. The Lord's philosophical musings on love and loyalty revealed his management strategy: first show affection, then teach obedience. Evan's innocent question about the possibility of Red Riding Hood taming the wolf reflected her attempts to understand the complex relationship of power and control. The Lord's wise remark about the absence of absolute truths was accompanied by a sincere interest in the opinion of the little interlocutor. The girl's confusion at having to voice her own opinion betrayed years of maternal neglect of her identity. The terrifying vision of a monster mother figure swooping in with orders reflected the traumatic experience of a past relationship. Unexpected sounds from the street interrupted the heavy memories, making everyone present turn sharply to the window. Frenda's disturbing report of a riot in the dining hall was accompanied by bewilderment at the witch's inaction in quelling the disturbance. A deep thoughtfulness swept over the Lord at the thought of the unexpected source of trouble in the dining room at such a quiet time. Analyzing the situation was perplexing. There was no way a normal prisoner dinner should have turned into a riot for no particular reason. The Lord's suspicions turned to Aya's strange behavior during the bullet theft, possibly indicating her involvement in what was going on. Particularly disturbing was the unnatural behavior of the prisoners. The lack of escape attempts indicated someone's hidden leadership. The Lord's tactical decision to split the forces, the guards to find the instigator in the mess hall, leaving the rest of the matters under his personal control. Reflecting on the witch's pride brought confidence in her soon to seek the Lord's help after the failure of her own plans. Mary's sly smile accompanied the older witch's offer to join the escape, trying to sway her former mentor to her side. Memories of a young teacher needing help to brew potions surfaced in Mary's mind, contrasting with the current situation. Dolly's long-ago words about turning a smart girl into a selfish person, willing to do anything for her own ends, proved prophetic. The adult Mary, controlling every word, emphasized the commonality of their situation while trying to manipulate her former mentor. The elder witch's activation of magic was accompanied by a contemptuous non-cooperation, preferring the role of bystander. The prisoners, observing the bright glow of magic, decided to refrain from interfering, mindful of the contract's restrictions on mana use. Mary's shocked reaction to the revelation of repeated searches in the restricted area. The elder witch's revelation of the cleavage technique revealed its true capabilities: the ability to separate body and soul, to prolong life, but at the cost of destroying a creature's mind. The bright yellow energy that enveloped the witch's hand demonstrated its deadly potential, threatening her former student with the fatal consequences of disobedience. The sudden intervention of a third force interrupted the confrontation as someone's hand grabbed Mary, trying to pull her away from the enraged older witch. The desperate intervention of the succubus who pushed Mary away was accompanied by a warning of the mortal danger of confronting a powerful witch. Mary's confusion at the unexpected development reflected the utter collapse of her elaborate plan to manipulate her former mentor. A vivid memory of a woman's voice during a long-ago battle, promising speedy deliverance, surfaced in the midst of the reigning chaos. A succubus' unexpected panic reaction to the appearance of a mouse, accompanied by falling down and hysterical screams. A fatal error of distraction allowed the other prisoner's huge paw to rush toward the defenseless figure of the succubus lying on the floor. The succubus's eyes, ajar in anticipation of death, witnessed an unexpected rescue that changed the fated ending. Mary's life-saving intervention irritated the attacking prisoner, pondering the strangeness of ending a conflict that had begun. The prisoner's impulsive decision to ignore Mary's status as boss manifested itself in another furious kick to the already injured victim. A violent shudder shook Mary's battered body, each blow she received sending a wave of sharp pain throughout her body. The mocking laughter of the older witch waving at her former student added bitterness to the physical suffering of the defeated Mary. The rapid approach of a squad of guards to the mess hall was accompanied by loud demands for the prisoners to return to their cells. The panicked realization of the approaching guards triggered a wave of anxious shouts among the prisoners, calling for an immediate retreat. The prisoner protested indignantly at the constant retreat, expressing her accumulated discontent and weariness of endless submission. 4 of the craziest prisoners lined up in front of the guards with aggressive looks, ready for an immediate attack. The Lord strategically ordered a focus on finding the main instigator of the riots, confident in his ability to deal with the aftermath. Frenda calmly declared the riot quelled, directing that the 4 ringleaders be left alone and focus on helping the victims. The Lord politely thanked him for his work, slyly inquiring about possible problems during the errand. The 4 prisoners sent to fetch potatoes stood silently tense, betraying the gravity of what they had seen during the expedition. The hasty assurances of the safe completion of the task were approved by the Lord, announcing the start of the real work the next day. The departing girls froze in fear at the unexpected command to stop, waiting for possible punishment for hidden transgressions. The Lord's reminder of the barrels of alcohol and responsibility for the project took the prisoners by surprise, changing the atmosphere to one of business. Jessica's drunken gratitude to the Lord caused unease among the companions, who were rejoicing at the lack of destruction from their inebriated superior. The prisoners, after discussing the psychological trauma they had experienced, unanimously decided to follow the Lord, preferring alcohol to risky escapes. Encouraged by the inactivity of the guards, the prisoners made plans for entertainment, urging them to join in the fun instead of sitting in their cells. The 4 prisoners turned abruptly at the strange sound, interrupting a lively conversation about the next day's plans. Jessica and her team appeared with an irritated rebuke to the troublemakers, threatening tomorrow's work activities. Ai's frustration grew at the realization of their group's transformation into obedient performers, a situation that was increasingly irritating. The excited prisoners in the cells were anticipating the spectacle. They were clamoring for the coming fight. The rioters aggressively shouted contempt at the warden's followers, expressing their accumulated irritation at the others' submissiveness. The opponents responded furiously with threats of physical violence. Even a small wood elf joined the chorus of aggressive shouts. The 3-eyed prisoner with wings instead of arms rushed forward. I tactically advised Jessica to hit her opponent's weak spot in the shoulder joint, pointing out the effectiveness of immobilization through fracture. Jessica's unexpected gratitude made the girl turn around in surprise, not understanding the reason for the sudden appreciation in the midst of conflict. Other inmates were strikingly joining the fight at Jessica's side, showing unexpected support for her stance against the rioters. The allies fiercely attacked with powerful blows. The rebels cringed at the sight of Camilla the Dragonborn, disbelieving her sudden decision to support the other side. Camilla pragmatically explained the financial motivation and the desire to stretch herself. The succubus confidently declared a variety of ways to protect and eliminate the unwanted, showing her readiness for decisive action. Mary, with her plastered arm, was sincerely thankful for the unexpected rescue, her horror gradually replaced by relief and gratitude. The Caban prisoner transformed impressively, multiplying in size and displaying the frightening power of her true form. The crushing attack on the cage left a trail of red energy, clearly showing the incredible power of the transformed creature. The horned prisoner swiftly reached through the ceiling of the alien cell, intending to attack the defenseless victim in a moment of danger. The victim, lightning fast, created a protective barrier of dense fur, blocking the attack, and the mother's scream expressed furious indignation. The horned attacker froze in an unnatural pose, immobilized by the yellow energy that appeared, robbing her of her ability to move. Angelica surprisingly held back the 3-ton boar's beastly form, causing even the attacker herself to marvel at her incredible strength. The magic rune tattoo on his back glowed, emitting powerful yellow energy and giving him extra strength at the critical moment. The boar's horns broke with a snap under Jessica's energy, accompanied by a dismissive remark about her opponent's weakness. I called out to help the others, and the boss confidently reaffirmed her loyalty to her men and her willingness to support everyone in a brutal battle. The prisoner, capable of absorbing physical force, was demonstrating the depletion of her body's last energy reserves. The full girl was amazingly transformed into a muscular fighter, suddenly turning fat mass into powerful muscle tissue. The transformed prisoner slammed crushingly to the ground, reminding her of the giant's blood flowing in her veins and demanding proper respect. The Lord's supporters cheered after the victory, complaining of severe hunger after using the energy-consuming body transformation trick. The Lord suddenly appeared accompanied by numerous guards, his imperious order to silence instantly changing the atmosphere of conflict. The realization of the seriousness of the situation came to the prisoners at the sight of the guards surrounding them, making them realize the scale of the violations committed. The Lord looked sternly at the bloody marks of battle, asking a single question about the abuse of the freedom granted. The Lord rebuked turning freedom into a fight club, perplexed at the need for control because of such foolish behaviors. The announcement of the abolition of the indulgences sparked protest from prisoners begging to be allowed to determine the winner tomorrow, clinging to privileges. Althea bitterly realized the collapse of tomorrow's attack plans, realizing that returning to the hated cells would destroy all hopes of success. Frenda importantly announced a prison labor project involving 200 prisoners who retained the right to move freely around the grounds. The reaction of the prisoners was mixed. The joy of the project participants contrasted with the rioters' outrage at the unfair distribution of privileges. A recognized the end of hope, deeply understanding the hopelessness of the situation and the complete collapse of all plans to resist the administration. The insightful analysis revealed Lord's strategy to create a controlled situation to selectively release certain prisoners. The Lord masterfully played out the situation by re-imprisoning and isolating certain groups, demonstrating his ability to manipulate the situation. The rebels suffered serious losses, which contrasted with the triumph of the Lord and his followers, ruining all plans for rebellion. The succubus ostentatiously approved of the status of the labor prisoners, masking his true feelings with feigned relief at the elimination of the dangerous rebels. The feigned joy and ostentatious approval of the decision not to lock them up concealed the true intentions of the insidious adversary lurking. The angry look and thoughts of more portions in the dining room gave away the true emotions behind the mask of ostentatious satisfaction. Pondering the possibility of poaching the Lord's loyal lapdog showed the ongoing planning of subversion against the regime. The warden warned Frenda to remain vigilant, realizing the intellectual potential of his opponents for another riot. The guard girl's report of the new inmate's close association with the older witch, Dolly, drew particular attention to the situation at hand. Mary explained that she'd been talking to the older witch about the lack of prison uniforms when they'd been interrupted by a riot and she'd been injured by Garby. Insistent questions to Dolly demanded an explanation for her inaction during the riot, raising doubts about the older witch's passive stance. Dolly feigned flippancy as she excused herself with the large number of rioters, but her words sounded unconvincing even for self-defense. Frenda questioned the reasons for the conflict with the new girl, and Dolly explained it was a show of force to scare off a weak defense seeker. The Lord scrutinized the list of new prisoners, finding an unusual number of former criminals among the prison guards. Frenda anxiously explained the mass layoff of security guards and the need for urgent recruitment. The warden suspected a possible use of the staffing crisis to organize a riot, increasing distrust of the new usher. Reflections on the older witch centered on the restraining power of the contract, keeping her from showing her true intentions. The Lord searched for a reliable way to control the witch, turning to the mysterious drawer in the desk, storing a possible solution to the problem. The order for increased surveillance included instructing Veronica to use her sense of smell to detect witch creatures. Mary tensely dug into the ground under the guard's watchful gaze, her irritation at the constant scrutiny visibly growing. The guard cynically remarked on the saving spell that had kept her from the massacre, emphasizing the fragility of the truce that had been established. A warning of the boss's growing impatience and the danger of exposing lies to the warden. The guard's menacing warning of the impending document on the warden's desk was coupled with a mockery of Mary's duplicity. Hearing an impatient question about the fulfillment of the assignment, the interlocutor hastened to assure a speedy result, recalling the complexity of the task. On the first day of work, Gala's stern shout about the need for diligence made Mary pull herself together and pay closer attention to her duties. The wood elf was enjoying his morning coffee, but with Evan's appearance, the usual calm was replaced by an anxious tension. The strange energy emanating from Evan's surprised Gala, and her remark about the change was accompanied by an offer to sit down next to her. When Evans was told about the Lord's permission to read to children to make friends, it was a milestone in her development. Gala's true age of 170 was at odds with her childlike appearance, and Evans' request for reading practice only reinforced this internal discord. Listening to Evan's choice of the Snow White fairy tale, Gala reflected on how mechanistic the girl's perception of socialization was. The novelty of the book in Evan's hands did not escape Gala's gaze, causing her to question the origin and timing of the item. While Veronica resented Evan's privileged position, her own mouse-catching duties remained unchanged. The complexity of the moral choice between imprisoning the murderer and the murder weapon was manifested in the philosophical question of justice. Veronica didn't hesitate to say that it was the killer who should be imprisoned, but the shocking revelation about Evans as a living weapon made her hesitate. Mary's story of an ant queen who turns orphans into murderers revealed the brutal truth about Evans' origins. Eben's recollection of how the gentleman who brought the girl to the hospital was shocked by her condition was accompanied by descriptions of the horrifying modifications. Conventional treatment could not help Evans, for instead of blood, her body contained a corrosive substance that corroded medical instruments on contact. Thoughts of a 13-year-old girl, forever deprived of her childhood and family, turned into an emotionless shadow, left a bitter aftertaste. Veronica's sympathetic response to the situation was met with an explanation about the possibility of treatment in the Dragon Empire, but the city's unwillingness to pay the enormous expense. The unlikely possibility of a reverse transformation by the Queen of the Ants was interrupted by the appearance of a guard announcing the arrival of a new batch of prisoners. The guard reported the new arriving children, victims of the Ant Queen. The gruesome sight of baby dolls with sewn heads and sewn mouths caused a wave of outrage against the creator of these monstrous experiments. The prisoners' call to interrupt work for a lunch break met with the approval of the tired workers. A friendly conversation over lunch was followed by questions about the partner who preferred basking in the sun instead of eating together. A humorous discussion of the possibility of saturation by solar heat was met with derisive remarks about the insufficiency of even 10 suns for some bodies. The contrast between a laughing Jessica and a distraught Aya betrayed the latter's deep distress, the memories tormenting her soul. Nostalgic memories of the guild's founding, adopting and training orphans from the borderlands. The painful memories of sobbing over the corpses of fallen comrades remain the hardest moments in my memory. The luxurious signage of an upscale interracial guest house promised gourmet meals and impeccable maid service to all visitors. The majestic appearance of the beast ruler was accompanied by a cold remark about being late. The relaxed atmosphere at the card table was accompanied by discussion of an unusual dish intended for the loser. A sudden malaise among the prisoners serving the Lord drew Jessica's concerned attention. The mass poisoning of prisoners was accompanied by excruciating stomach pains. Frenda's swift appearance in the Lord's office was accompanied by a disturbing report of a serious incident in the prison. Frenda's panting report revealed the extent of the disaster. Mass prison food poisoning had affected many prisoners. Frenda's clear orders to evacuate the casualties to the medical room set all available guards in motion. Desperate cries for a city doctor underscored the gravity of the situation after the loss of their own medical staff. Jessica's concerns about her friend's condition were met with unconvincing assurances of well-being, contradicting the clear signs of malaise. A's philosophical musings on life's debts and the pettiness of what was going on were accompanied by a firm shake of her boss's hand. Jessica's desperate cries for her friend's help went unanswered, increasing the anxiety over her condition with every minute of silence. The Lord's stern remark about simple food poisoning called for an end to excessive emotionality in the situation. Lord pointed out the signs of hallucinogenic influence evident in the condition of the muscles. The Lord's confident words about the stability of vital signs, determined by a simple touch on the hand, caused the guard to stare in amazement. Frenda's report of no prisoners leaving the prison was accompanied by doubts about the cook's involvement. Frenda's shocked realization of a possible traitor among the guards was met with the Lord's remark about the more serious problems of the current situation. Analytical conclusions about the seriousness of the organizers' intentions led to an order to search the cells for evidence. Mary's child apologized for the abruptness, acknowledging the need for help to overcome the security mechanisms. The tactical suggestion to use Evans as a distraction revealed the plan to kill the warden. Dolia shrewdly noted the true purpose of the assassination, expressing doubts about the openness of her interlocutor. Mary secretly watched her daughter, realizing the urgency of action before revealing involvement in the poisoning. The elder witch's agreement to the meeting was interrupted by the shouting of her daughter Mary, holding a mysterious vial. The suggestion to use a prosperity potion to remove the collar was accompanied by a display of purple liquid. The older witch's sympathy for her young companion contrasted with her request for more potions. The girl's body opened like a box, presenting a gruesome sight the witch warned to stay away from. The chief of the 4th District methodically commanded the release of prisoners to be searched from cells 105 and beyond. Shocked inmates met the search with a guard's blunt demand for silence and a threat to check their belongings. The succubus' desperate sobs broke the silence. Veronica watched coldly, promising to report to the warden. Dolly's wrinkled fingers gently touched the table. A voice full of motherly tenderness asked about progress. Tension hung in the air. The witch flashed her eyes, asking the necromancer girl for unexpected help. The old witch was tormented by thoughts of the warden's soul preserving his essence and mercy to break the contract. The poisonous taunt about eyeliner and brain remnants dissolved into the semi-darkness of the chamber, hiding behind a secret knowledge of unnamed truths. Ominous silhouettes of mousetraps appeared in the most unexpected places in the prison, like harbingers of coming change. The breathless bodies of the pets were multiplying day by day, an accident or a grim warning from the Lord. This question tormented the tormented mind. The bitter truth of the warden's inquisitorial past echoed off the walls, the church rituals forever changing who he was. The only loophole to the warden's soul lurked in his eyes. His true nature remained a mystery, but the necromancer was confident in her abilities. The witch did not immediately grasp the meaning of the remark about the warden's inability to run fast. The keen eye of her interlocutor noticed the warden's limp, which had appeared 2 months ago. His right leg had become treacherously stiff. The witch's intermittent sigh gave away her fear. It was not escape that worried her, but a deadly spell that could cut off her life with a single word. The violet liquid in the vial shimmered mysteriously as the witch explained its purpose: to melt the collar at the cost of the inevitable noise. The mysterious offer of shelter in the coven sounded seductive, promising protection from imminent chaos. Veronica, collapsing to her knees before the Lord, realized the bitter truth. Her inexperience was robbing them all of hope of salvation. Veronica's sharp cry broke the tense silence, and her sensitive werewolf nose picked up something disturbing. Long ago lessons in the mounted police came to mind. the mentor demanding to memorize that special scent familiar only to a select few. The sinister truth about a flower growing from the bones of the dead, imbued with the divine power of forbidden lands. A grim reminder of the disasters of a century ago, when this flower heralded the downfall of an entire race, echoed in the mind. Veronica's keen sense of smell followed the trail of the bone flower straight to the infirmary, where the unfortunate prisoner was spewing liquid. The Lord's heavy gaze paused on the source of the sinister scent, while Veronica confirmed her worst fears about its origin. The doctor's professional opinion left no doubt. The deadly mixture of bone flower and snake venom could only have been created by the Ant Queen. The desperate cry that Evans was missing swept through the prison corridors, causing a wave of panic among guards and inmates. Powerless attempts to stop the possessed girl calling for her mother were shattered by her inhuman strength, throwing off anyone in her path. The instant realization of the Ant Queen's appearance triggered an immediate order to move to the highest level of alert. The shrill howl of a prison siren tore through the city's silence, instilling terror in the hearts of the townspeople, wondering what was happening behind the impregnable walls. The protective dome around the prison erupted with renewed vigor, becoming several times more powerful than before, preparing for the coming chaos. The guards' frantic orders for cell lockdowns and total isolation were mixed with the growing panic among the prisoners. Alarm sirens ripped through the air as guards, their voices booming, demanded that inmates huddle against the walls with their hands up. The first level of danger enveloped the prison. A sudden metallic scraping sound caught the attention of one of the prisoners, causing him to turn around in search of the source of the strange sound. A gruesome sight appeared before her eyes. The small hands of Mary's child poured purple liquid over the castle, which began to melt. The muzzles of the weapons were instantly aimed at the fragile figure of the child, threats to open fire echoing down the corridor, reverberating off the cold walls. The purple threads, wriggling like living tentacles, suddenly attacked the guards from the back, leaving them no chance to resist. The monstrous transformation of the Ant Queen revealed her true appearance. Her lower body transformed into a ghastly creature surrounded by an army of her sinister children. The air was filled with the anticipation of freedom, and the long-awaited chance of escape finally presented itself to the exhausted prisoners. The heavy office door swung open under the pressure of a panting guard, whose report of a mass prisoner escape broke the silence. Details of the attack were revealed one by one. Mary attacked the guards while the young criminal destroyed the cell locks. Horror contorted Isabella's face as she realized the extent of the conspiracy. The creatures of the Ant Queen had infiltrated the heart of the prison system. The Lord's calm voice cut through the panic, urging focus on individual tasks. The fugitives were not destined to leave the prison walls. Haley and Jenny's clear orders allowed them to open fire, avoiding close combat. Their mission was to deter criminals. Frenda was given a key assignment to infiltrate the Magic Circle Control Center, on which the security of the entire prison depended. Veronica has a special role to play, to protect the prison center, keeping Frenda and the Lord himself safe in the midst of the chaos. Reflections on the regulated 15-minute support of the city's army were shattered by the reality of betrayal about the official. The metallic gleam of the firecracker reflected in the Lord's eyes as his fingers, trembling slightly, brought the burning match to the fuse. The mysterious gift passed from the bounty hunter's hands to the prisoner, accompanied by a cryptic hint of use in a time of trouble. The quiet restroom witnessed the sudden insight of the blue-haired girl. The timeliness of the gift seemed almost prophetic. The Lord's anxious thoughts swirled around danger. Chaos could be the perfect opportunity for betrayal by someone he trusted. The character of the enigmatic adversary was revealed. She never acted without absolute confidence in her trump cards. The Lord's short shout stopped Frenda at the very exit of the study, making her turn around in anticipation of something important. The tattered note passed along with the book was accompanied by the Lord's meaningful wink and a hint of the importance of the notes. Frenda's surprise at the familiar text was interrupted by a warning of secrecy. The witch's rat might not be a welcome witness. The rat's attentive eyes relayed the contents of the note to Dolly, causing the witch to consider a thorough investigation before confrontation. The succubus' desperate pleas for mercy, wrapped in a blanket, echoed off the walls, reaching the ears of the Ant Queen. Mary's unexpected offer of protection met with a touching refusal. Gratitude for past help mingled with a determination to stay. A thoughtful reflection on the rare readiness for defense ended with a philosophical remark on the vagaries of fate and possible encounters. The flames devoured the secret documents while the watcher pondered the Lord's ability to withstand the riot. A monstrous spectacle unfolded before the eyes of the prisoners, wriggling worms crawling out of the palms of the Queen's children. The pulsing energy recovered jerkily, as if the magic circle was desperately resisting. Their gazes went to the massive gate, whose unwavering strength forced the rioters to shift their attention to the more vulnerable walls. Radiance burst from the bowels of the Ant Queen, raining down on the barrier in a concentrated stream, causing the stone to crumble. The rapturous cries of the prisoners merged into a single rumble, extolling the might of their queen, whose efforts were bringing them closer to their long-awaited freedom. The guards' desperate attempt to remind the rules of leniency for preventing a riot sounded pathetic amidst the destruction. Haley's ringing voice carried the news of the possibility of the deadline being cut in half, clinging to the last hope of stopping the imminent chaos. Jessie's furious response, eager to avenge her poisoned friend, shattered any attempt to appease the angry prisoner. The widening crack in the wall marked the approach of triumph, uniting the efforts of the prisoners in a single rush to freedom. A disturbing reminder of the comrades locked in their cells interrupted the general rejoicing, making us wonder about their fate. Mary's dismissive U-turn was accompanied by a cold question about the need to save the trash, exposing her true nature. Outraged voices condemned the callous treatment of human lives, refusing to accept such a cruel philosophy. Mary's unexpected concession to offer a healing potion that could not only release but also heal caused a wave of incredulous joy. A deafening explosion shook the prison walls, turning the massive doors into splinters, opening the way to coveted freedom. The furious cry of fleeing prisoners hung in the air, the smashed doors marking the beginning of the carnage. Frenda's focused gaze darted across the video camera screens, capturing the prisoners' breakout while her voice gave orders to follow the outlined plan. The sudden appearance of a giant lion and magical puppet guards turned the prison corridor into confrontations. The metallic clanking of weapons merged with the determined movements of the guards taking up fighting positions to repel the attack. Warning cries of freezing rays rang out among the rioters, forcing them to move more cautiously in a deadly dance of escape. Jenny's playful suggestion to check the magic circle's operation was accompanied by a flattering remark about Haley's fighting skills. Jessica's harsh words about personal accounts were met with a warning about impulsiveness from the prisoner running after her. The troubling issue of prison guard leadership hangs in the air, a reminder of the importance of adhering to the command hierarchy at a critical time. Jenny's confident words about the guards' high training sounded reassuring, though the situation was becoming increasingly tense. The bounty hunter's sarcastic remark about rats and reasonable prices brought a note of cynical humor to the seriousness of the situation. The Lord's stern voice cut off the flow of sarcasm, urging him to focus on the current situation and move on to concrete action. The massive deployment plan included placing people outside the prison and bringing in 100 elite warriors for 1,000 gold pieces. The discussion of the terms of employment was accompanied by a reference to the risks of prison service, defining the cost of each fighter as a significant sum. The Lord's unwavering confidence in the need to hire all available warriors contrasted with the obvious financial constraints. The bounty hunter's shrewd smile betrayed her awareness of the prison's tight financial situation, adding intrigue to the negotiations. The Lord's curt reply was accompanied by the presentation of a check and mention of a special commission, brushing aside any questions about the prison's financial situation. The bounty hunter's eyes lit up with a predatory glint at the mention of Anthony. She knew of his son's fate. Jessica's heavy breathing mixed with the unfamiliar scent, making her intuition scream danger in the thickening air. The disturbing realization of the lack of leaders among the rioting prisoners flashed through Jessica's mind as the ring of encirclement slowly tightened. Multicolored flashes of magical attacks rained down on Jessica, causing her body to flatten against the cold floor in an attempt to dodge. Electric shocks began to dance around Jessica's clenched fists, while her thoughts were immersed on the benefits of being alone. The grim satisfaction of being able to act without regard for allies was reflected in her predatory smile. A blinding barrage of lightning burst from Jessica's body, turning the prison corridor into the epicenter of an electrical storm of unprecedented power. An astonished whisper ran among the prisoners. The martial artist turned out to be a powerful mage, causing opponents to retreat in panic. Mary's chilling revelation of 1,000 vampire knights destroyed made the surrounding prisoners rethink the odds of victory. Jessica's swift movements culminated in a direct confrontation with the Ant Queen. The vivid description of a heroic battle, where lightning bolts split the sky and vampires fell one by one, sounded an ominous warning. A disparaging remark about the disparity of power between Jessica and the Ant Queen's daughter hung in the air with a venomous challenge. The purple liquid oozing from Evan's fingers foreshadowed the deadly experiment that was destined to begin immediately. The sudden transformation of the Ant Queen into a giant snake culminated in a crushing blow that knocked Jessica back. The air shook as the older witch appeared, her serpentine form terrifying. Jessica's helpless fall was accompanied by the appearance of mysterious runes. Astonishment and pain mingled in the question to the older witch. Betrayal seemed impossible. The mark on Jessica's back turned each wound into a source of power, rendering normal spells useless. The older witch's wrinkled face contorted with a malevolent grimace as her fingers clutched the mysterious rope with unnatural strength. Bound Gala, a wood elf, repeated her words about the Lord's unseen emotions. Prisoner number 13's shrill scream accusing Gala of lying echoed off the cold prison walls. Jessica's desperate attempts to rise were accompanied by furious calls for cowardly opponents to test the power of her spells. Painful memories flashed through his mind. Small children listening to instructions on how to kill vampires. The solemn promise of salvation made to the children rang in her memory. Her word always remained unbreakable, requiring only patience in return. The bitter irony of fate was reflected in the bartender's words about the rescue of the children by an unknown woman who left him starving in the deserted village. A shocking revelation about the identity of a girl who turned out to be one of the Queen Ant's children tied together the disparate threads of the past. In Jessica's mind, the mosaic came together. The Ant Queen, the kidnapped children, the experiments, all the pieces of the puzzle falling into place. Fury boiled in Jessica's chest as she hurled accusations of the inhumanity of child experimentation. Through the chaos of the escape towered the figure of a giant lion, the prison's secret weapon blocking the path to freedom, sweeping away all in its path. I won't be able to run for long, the thought pulsed in the prisoner's head as the massive figure of the lion stalked her through the endless corridors. Bodies collided in the semi-darkness, and the fugitive recoiled, sensing a strange purple substance blocking the path to escape. Three figures froze against the wall, the Ant Queen with a plea for help, her daughter Evans, and the older witch whose presence changed the balance of power. The seal with the bird appeared in the air. The ancient art of the falcon awakened under the elder witch's fingers, filling the space with power. Yellow energy rushed in, filling the corridors of the prison, the air tingling with concentrated magical power, ready for destruction. Under the onslaught of the mighty falcon, the robot guards crumbled like houses of cards, unable to withstand the clash with ancient magic. Astonishment froze on the faces of the prisoners, their opponents disappearing before their eyes, leaving only emptiness where a second ago the battle had been raging. Even the formidable lion dissolved into thin air. The elder witch's dispelling magic was stronger than any of the mechanical creatures in the prison. The witch led the wood elf on a rope, revealing the secret of her power. Her hidden eyes held the oldest spells of summoning powerful beings. Hope flared among the prisoners. With such an ally escape seemed possible, it was time to make the guards answer for all the humiliation. Frenda watched through the monitors, demanding to follow instructions and back off, while her mind searched for the reason for the failure of the magical collars. The fourth circle pulsed with energy. Mo, who was in charge of it, frowned at the readings. All systems were working normally, meaning the magic was coming from somewhere outside. A true genius, the Ant Queen had somehow increased the magical reserve of the prisoners. The danger was increasing by the minute. The collars might not be able to withstand the increased strain, threatening to completely recuperate each prisoner. The monitor flickered before Mo's eyes. Rebooting the systems might help, but the question of sufficient energy reserves remained. The stomping of feet through the corridors increased, the prisoners rushing toward the center, where the safeguard area and the coveted exit from the prison complex was located. Alfea staggered back, leaning against the wall. The fog in her head had been increasing the last few days, and the dizziness was becoming almost unbearable. The older witch's question about the unremoved collars hung in the air. Mary explained the insufficiency of one potion to completely free the captives. The cynical explanation about brain stimulants increasing mana and breaking through the collar's defenses made the older witch think of the consequences. The prisoner's exclamation of new difficulties interrupted the conversation, causing the older witch to chuckle at the callousness of her former students' methods. The guard bunker had become a death trap. Spears were tearing out of the walls, and the barrage of fire was turning the corridor into an impassable road of death. A plan matured in Mary's mind. 3 passageways and less than 100 guards. The situation seemed almost ideal for a combined force to break through. A strategy of splitting into 3 groups. Numerical advantage allowed them to surround the guards and reunite at the center gate. The commands rang out loud and clear as the older witch listened intently to the details of the plan, preparing for her role in the upcoming operation. The warning about complex mechanisms and the impossibility of breaking apart was met with quiet confidence in the students' own abilities. Mary's cold calculation was evident in her words about the needlessness of runaway prisoners. Her employer needed only a lord. The Ant Queen's order to her daughter to clear the way sounded in the hallway. Evan's body attracted an endless stream of projectiles, arrows, fireballs, and spears stuck helplessly in her flesh without doing any harm. Mary only grinned when she heard about the wounds to her daughter's body, urging the fools to look more closely at what was happening. The #1 assassin was displaying her true strength. The countless bullets lodged in her body only seemed to increase her power with each new hit. 2 deadly weapons sprouted from the girl's back, her hands slowly reaching for this monstrous arsenal. The pulled weapon came to life in Evan's hands, the absorbed bullets returning to their owners in a deadly hail. Shouts of admiration for the Queen's daughter mingled with eyes' warnings of danger. The enemy's firepower demanding an immediate retreat. The sealed Jessica craved pain, screaming the need for suffering to free herself from her shackles, her voice echoing off the cold walls. The sound of a slap cut through the air. The unexpected intervention silenced Jessica, leaving a red mark on her cheek. The succubus asked about the force of the blow, while Jessica demanded more. A knife, rocks, anything that could hurt and enhance her growing power. A sudden sound made both girls flinch and turn around. Something unknown was approaching them through the chaos of the prison riot. Prisoner number 13, barely on her feet, appeared before them. The same one whose language the Elphus was trying to understand. A magic sheet appeared in his trembling hands, incomprehensible symbols folded into a spell whose power was ready to burst forth. The residents of the city watched anxiously as the green clouds thickened over their heads. Chaos reigned in the library as the Lord approached the necromancer girl to question her presence here. The invitation to the office sounded suspicious, but the necromancer denied any hostile intentions. A green glow flashed in the girl's eyes as she spoke of the impending doom of many, offering to let the Lord keep his soul in his vault. 2 rioters were rushing through the gloomy corridors of the cell, shouting the names of their companions. Anna, Catherine, Ella, their voices echoing off the walls. Faint cries for help came from behind the locked doors where the prisoners languished, awaiting their release from the iron trap. The rescued girl was barely breathing, begging never to be returned to the dungeon again, where the monster's monstrous howling never stopped for a moment. Despair was in every word of the prisoner. Death seemed more merciful than the torture of being neighbors to the roaring creatures in the underground cages. The rescue plan demanded immediate action, one prisoner thirsting for revenge, the other urging a rational search for a way out of the encirclement. The idea of releasing the Wendigo came out of the blue. The monster could clear a path to freedom, sweeping away all obstacles in its path. Doubts about the reliability of a monster created by evil deities were alarming. Uncontrollable rage could turn against everyone. The confident words about good relations with the Wendigo sounded crazy, but the promise of defeating the prison guards made him listen. The appearance of sisters Haley and Jenny ruined the rebels' plans, and their true intentions to save their accomplices were revealed. The shock of the warden's appearance was quickly replaced by complacency. The numerical superiority seemed sufficient for. The tigress prisoner's transformation began with a snarl, red eyes flashing with fury. Nature has endowed animals with a unique gift. Animal intuition, like an internal compass, warns of danger long before it appears in sight. Ancient wisdom says that by combining lightning-fast reactions with unmistakable survival instincts, one can achieve invincibility in a fight with any opponent. Anxiety gripped the tigress, her heightened senses picking up the ripples of a strange red energy around Haley and Jenny. The instinct of self-preservation made the tigress tuck her tail. The situation had changed. The realization of the need for immediate surrender resounded in her voice. The boar prisoner's growl broke the silence. Her self-assurance of an easy victory over her two opponents met with desperate calls to stop. A blast of red energy behind the sisters' backs turned the corridor into an epicenter of inexplicable power, whose presence was felt with every cell of the body. Terror gripped the prisoners at the sight of the dismembered body. Even the Wendigo seemed powerless against their opponents. The desperate idea of feeding the Wendigo, the queen's enhancing potion, seemed the only chance of victory. Attempts to shove the potion into the Wendigo's mouth were accompanied by arguments over dosage in the chaos of the approaching fight. Time was rapidly running out. The threat of being torn apart forced them to act while there was still one last chance. The shadow of the growing Wendigo filled the space, causing the witnesses of the monstrous transformation to gasp in awe. The creature after the transformation was indescribable wooden heads sticking out everywhere, competing in size. The realization of the queen's betrayal came late. The surviving prisoners fled in panic. The desperate flight from the altered Wendigo was accompanied by increasing darkness, intensifying the primal fear. Jessica was hit with a wave of memories. The fateful battle where she lost everything unfolded before her eyes. Pictures of former battles flashed through her mind of the mercenaries' desperate attempts to change the course of each lunging blow. After defeating the last enemy, reality collapsed. A field of bodies stretched to the horizon. Desperate cries for help tore the air. The realization of betrayal slowly crept into the tortured souls. A cunning plan to lure the enemy turned out to be a trap they used without planning to send reinforcements. An aristocrat in a lush red skirt appeared like a ghost, her blade flashing through the air, cutting short the life of the last surviving mercenary. The noble assassin's blue eyes glittered with cold fire as her cry of triumph spread over the battlefield strewn with the bodies of fallen warriors. A countless armada of mounted knights descended upon Jessica's lone figure, their blades eager to complete the bloody harvest with a final sacrifice. Loneliness pressed heavy as Jessica stood under the black sky, preparing for her final confrontation. The fugitives reached Jessica, their screams for the giant monster mixed with heavy breathing and the stomping of feet on the prison floor. The shackles finally gave way. Jessica's body, covered in glowing yellow seals, radiated strength. Lightning ripped through the space around Jessica, her battle cry merging with thunderous booms in a symphony of uncontrollable fury. Discharges of lightning burst from Jessica's hands, filling the entire space with light. The Wendigo had to fall under this furious onslaught. Reality was crushing in the mind of the succubus standing in the distance, unanswered questions swirling in her head amidst the din of battle. Desperate attempts to rescue her friends stuck in her shorts were interspersed with cries of danger. Every second of delay could cost a life. Through her tears, the succubus begged Camilla to help the warden, whose life hung in the balance amidst the chaos and destruction around her. Camilla's concerned question about the 13th nightmare was met with hysterical promises of any payment for. The eerie vision of the defeated warden haunted the succubus, his helpless body surrounded by triumphant prisoners. The 80 brutalized prisoners in her vision were preparing to trample on the warden, a picture that made her heart clench with horror. The giant figure of the monster looming over them made them think of their own salvation, and they all needed help. A transformed Jessica stood before the mutated Wendigo, her insane laughter echoing through the corridors, kill or die. Lightning bolts illuminated the prison, while the desperate cries for help from the prisoners came from the burning cells, begging for rescue from the oncoming flames. The silhouette of an unknown savior appeared at the cell of prisoner number 13. The bars yielded under a powerful blow, giving freedom. Panic gripped the prisoners. Mere shelter could not protect against. It was necessary to leave the danger zone immediately. The air vibrated with Evan's power, her blows turning opponents into splinters, and her incredible speed making her look like a deadly shadow. Violet energy enveloped the swiftly moving figure of the assassin girl as she jumped between the enemies. Hope flashed in the eyes of the fleeing prisoners. The way seemed clear, and the coveted exit loomed ahead, promising long-awaited freedom. The Queen of the Ants approached the Elder Witch with her long-pestered question about banning human modification while the chaos of battle raged around her. Dreams of creating an army of modified creatures like her daughter painted pictures of absolute power over the continent in her inflamed imagination. The older witch's sarcastic irony about other people's wisdom shattered the former apprentice's wall of self-confidence in rejecting ancient injunctions. The harsh sentence of banishment from the coven had been pronounced definitively. The names of the teachers were no longer to be defiled by the lips of the traitor. Mary's cynical reasoning about adaptation and survival of the fittest masked her fear of the true power of the teacher she remembered well. Shock contorted Veronica's face at the sight of uninvited guests in the central zone. Their penetration seemed impossible, but reality said otherwise. The disturbing news of the witch and Evan's rebellion, the warden's disappearance, and the reigning chaos made the prisoners shrink with fear. The fox sought guidance from the guard while the others made their way to the center to link up with the support group. The absence of the promised army of citizens was alarming Veronica, and the situation was becoming critical with every passing minute. Anthony's generous gesture was accompanied by an invitation to the army for a meal. The promise to pay all expenses sounded suspiciously generous. The soldiers' bewilderment at the strange encounter in the tavern was dispelled by Anthony's explanation of the Lord's self-sufficiency. The plan was revealed as a slick staging. The recent notes on the prison guards, the deliberately switched-on siren, all pointing to the staging of a non-existent riot. Understanding smiles lit up the faces of the soldiers. The wisdom of the Lord's plan was admirable, and the lesson in manipulation from Anthony seemed priceless. The creaking wheels of an unexpectedly arriving carriage caught Anthony's attention, making him wonder about the identity of the mysterious visitor. The load of energy stones in the carriage caused surprise. An order from the prison seemed out of place in the midst of a supposed riot. The driver, alarmed by the news of the riots, faced the confidence of the delivery men. The third phase required these very stones. The prison's reduced funding contradicted the possibility of such an expensive purchase. The source of the Lord's money was questionable. The driver's abrupt toss to the side did not escape the attentive eyes of the scarred bounty hunter, absorbing every moment of the conversation. The necromancer's alarming report of the breached gate was met with a strange calmness by the Lord, whose reluctance to hurry seemed inexplicable. The cryptic words about verifying the results of the exercise added to the mystery of what was going on, hinting at a deeper meaning to the events. The speed of the gate breach exceeded all calculations, introducing an element of unpredictability into the carefully thought-out plan. The possible failure of the operation loomed on the horizon. Failure to stop the prisoners threatened to overwhelm the effort. Anxious thoughts crowded into his head. The need to adjust the plan faced the danger of exposure. We could only hope for flawless execution of further stages. Every mistake could be fatal. Smug talk of a breakthrough was accompanied by laughter at the humanity of guards using paralyzing rays. The older witch's suspicions were growing stronger. The warden's confidence seemed inexplicable. His behavior would be different. The rat's magical vision revealed a new picture of a network of clever traps spread out in front of the room. Aya's clenched fist gave away her impatience to learn the secret hidden in the note handed over by the warden to Frenda. The residents watched in horror as a pack of rats rushed toward the prison. The specter of the plague made their hearts clench. Fox took command, arranging the fighters' front row with bayonets. The rear ones were preparing to fire. The protective domes around the prisoners reflected the barrage of guard fire as bullets ricocheted off the barriers. 90 guards clustered in the center. The lack of the warden's scent caused the queen to smile. Mary Schadenfreude broke through the moment of helplessness of the isolated warden. The time for revenge had come. The scream of the queen was accompanied by the appearance of countless bugs crawling out of the transforming body. The silence of the infirmary was broken by a movement of the prisoners, thought to be dying, beginning to rise like marionettes. A violet glow flooded the eye sockets of the rebels, their bodies becoming obedient tools of an invisible puppeteer. Mary's devious plan was unfolding. No one suspected danger, and the patient's unprotected infirmary became the point of attack. The transformed prisoners, who had turned into monsters, rushed towards their queen, leaving a trail of destruction and chaos behind them. Veronica's keen sense of smell picked up a disturbing change, her anxious gaze darting toward the infirmary where the new threat was coming from. The horror of realizing he was unprepared for this turn of events gripped his heart. The golden corridor led straight to the warden's office. A lone figure in the midst of the growing chaos realized the inevitability of a tragic ending. Today threatened to be the last day for many. Frenda's special assignment to Veronica was perplexing. The protection of the all-powerful Lord seemed unnecessary. The revelation of the Lord's memory loss 2 months ago and his transformation into an ordinary man made Veronica rethink the situation. Frenda explained the need for secrecy, the lack of trusted confidants, and the uncertainty of circle bosses. Doubts about the loyalty of the staff during the riots demanded an immediate choice. Everyone had to determine their position in the coming chaos. The reminder of the reasons for being imprisoned and rescued by the Lord sounded like the final argument in the conversation with Veronica. Memories of the kindness of the Lord who had given his cloak came flooding back to Veronica, strengthening her resolve to protect her savior. Veronica's quick steps down the corridor were interrupted by a surprised question from the fox prisoner, but there was no time for explanations. Frenda's order echoed down the hallway. A side door should open for Veronica, whose strength was needed to bring order to the infirmary. The door swung open, letting in the swift figure of the werewolf, Veronica rushing down the hallway, merging with the shadows in lightning-fast motion. A crowd of zombified prisoners turned into Willis puppets of death by an ant queen. Veronica's lightning-fast attacks brought results, her claws finding vulnerable points in her opponent's throat. A deadly fist cut through the air, rushing towards Veronica's head. Time seemed to slow down as the distance between them shrank to a minimum. The zombified prisoner managed to overcome the lightning-fast reaction of the werewolf, putting inhuman strength into the attack. Desperation gripped the fox prisoner as her subordinates began to fall one by one, turning the tactical plan into bloody chaos. The guard's bitter rebuke of the commander's experience met the fox's cynical admission her strategy demanded. Memories came in a wave, the first lessons of command at large when the Lord allowed him to watch the elite warriors train. The fury of the guard clawing at his clothes spewed out accusations of incompetence. Comparing prisoners to thugs seemed sacrilegious. A sudden insight dilated the fox's pupils. A new idea was forming in her mind, promising to change the course of the battle. Bewilderment reflected on the faces of the rioters. The retreat of the guards seemed inexplicable, making their victory seem suspiciously easy. The Ant Queen's orders spread through the corridors. Destroying the enemy became the priority before the enemy had time to regroup. The retreating guards faced a wave of fanatical prisoners. The fox's powers awakened in all their glory, violet energy enveloping her body as the ancient magic of the Corvids prepared to change the course of the battle. Passion and desire materialized as purple waves of energy emanated from the fox in concentric circles, filling the entire space around it. The room was bathed in a gentle violet glow, whose nature remained a mystery to all present, creating an atmosphere of mysterious expectation. The smug smiles of the prisoners at the sight of the seemingly harmless fog, the insidious trap was beginning to show its true nature. A sudden attack of nausea came over the prisoners in a wave, their bodies reacting treacherously to the mysterious effects of the purple mist. Excruciating spasms shook everyone within the range of the mysterious fog, both prisoners and guards squirming with unbearable nausea. The perplexed guards searched for an explanation for the fox's unbearable odor, causing not only discomfort, but also strange emotions. With pride, the fox revealed the secret of her kind, explaining the nature of pheromones whose power lurked in the ancient magic of the ancestors. The insidious mechanism of pheromones was revealed in the use of desire for subjugation, turning victims into obedient puppets. The strategic intent made clear the nauseating odor for those not exposed to pheromones created an opportunity for tactical retreat. Fox's sober assessment showed the limitations of her abilities. The numerous inhabitants demanded a large-scale solution. The astute remark about the possible presence of those attracted to women added a new level of complexity to the situation. Gorgon, under the influence of pheromones, showed signs of exposure embarrassment mixed with attraction to the source of the scent. The fox's triumphant announcement that the improved spell could be used marked the beginning of a new phase of the game. The Gorgon's desperate pleas for an end to the torture were drowned out by the intensifying influence of turning consciousness into a tool. The romantic scene unfolded amidst the chaos. The vixen approached the Gorgon, clutching her hand with feigned passion. Whispers of a wedding dance sounded. Sweet poison Gorgon, drugged by pheromones, balanced on the edge of reality and dream. The Gorgon's clouded mind didn't resist the illusion. A happy smile lit up her face. Consciousness was sinking into a fog of deception. The violet glow in the vixen's eyes intensified. She whispered about the wedding, clutching her victim tighter in a deadly embrace. A puppet in the hands of the vixen became a weapon. Gorgon, completely subordinate to the will of others, turned power against former allies. The older witch and Mary watched the performance. Doubts about the need for intervention hung in the air. Mary's calculated answer about conserving strength was accompanied by a dark hint of an insect awakening inside the Gorgon. A sudden shout of the approach of the decisive battle made Mary turn around. The appearance of the 13 heralded a new turn. A mysterious scroll with a seal appeared before Mary, covered with writing in an unknown language. The prisoner's last gift. The tentacles crawling out of the scroll were inexorably reaching for the victim. Grim memories flooded the mind of the lonely cave, of the fading strength of the mistress and the desperate pleas of the little girl. False promises of protection could not soothe a trembling child with a rope around his neck, waiting to return. Little Mary's despair as she begged the woman to stay was shattered by the cold indifference of the departing figure, which vanished into the darkness. The eerie screams of the pig echoed in my mind, making me shudder with the horror of reliving childhood memories. The monstrous statue appeared before her in all its glory, two heads entangled with ropes and seals slowly coming into motion. Memories of a creepy voice offering food to a hungry child made Mary shudder as the child's cries echoed in her mind. The little girl's hopeless attempts to escape were accompanied by pleas for rescue addressed to the vanished mistress. Each step was difficult as she ran from the horrors of the past, too much strength it took to escape from hell. Desperate cries of a given promise dissolved into a void little feet could not keep up with the ghost of hope. A sudden fall led to an encounter with a beautiful stranger, whose question about the world beyond the forbidden zone changed everything. The semi-consciousness didn't prevent hearing talk of traveling through the mountains, while the promise of pickup sounded comforting. The elder witch Dolly discussed the child's unusual fate, noting her difference. The skills of the little Duma were special. Little Mary's trembling body barely held on, her twisted arm giving away her suffering. Her strength was leaving the child. The older witch's discerning gaze noted the resilience. Even with the head injury, the girl never stopped talking about her mother. Memories of life among the pigs in the stable surfaced in Mary's delirium. She clung to her mother's admonitions. A mother's advice about survival sounded simple and cruel: to call any man a father, a woman a mother's chance to survive. The little girl's only prayer resounded in the room where the older witch stood before the coffin, offering supplications. The older witch's gentle hands bandaged Mary's wounds, warning of the difficulties. The girl expressed full readiness. The eldest witch's anger descended on the weeping Mary. Human experimentation caused outrage, tears increased contempt. A simple confession in fear of pain burst through the tears, exposing the reason for choosing other victims over herself. Furious cries for a need to rethink behavior were met only with childish apologies and promises to relinquish primacy. The instruction to keep what happened secret was accompanied by the consent of the students. Mary suffered from a misunderstood desire for praise. The award ceremony for the best student culminated with another student receiving the coveted teacher's praise and admonishment. The atmosphere of general jubilation only intensified Mary's inner pain. The joy of the other students turned into sharp needles. A sense of injustice overwhelmed his soul, the realization of his own potential mixed with the bitterness of unrecognition turning into anger. A desperate attempt to get some warmth was expressed in a simple request for a hug addressed to the teacher. Tears flowed down her cheeks as she admitted to understanding her role as a replacement daughter, begging to be allowed to prove worth. A tight hug was accompanied by a bitter confession of ordinariness and the need for modifications due to lack of magical gift. The cruel reality revealed in full. Instead of a teacher, she was hugging a doll, planning appearance changes for her mother. At the edge of the precipice, past and present merged. Little Mary saw the elder witch, Dolly, questioning the care for others. The sensation of falling was accompanied by the thought of the only shelter beside the teacher, where the abyss seemed distant. The horror was temporary. The nightmare reached its climax at the bottom of the chasm. A creepy woman with a hook and lantern welcomed the piglet's return. The present returned with a flood of tears. Memories overwhelmed Mary, while reality continued to unfold the bloody spectacle. A mother's pride flared at the sight of a daughter whose naked hands stopped a flying arrow protecting her creator. The daughter's tender concern met the mother's explanation of sinking into past illusions, triggered by thoughts of the great creation. Dolly's practical remark about the value of Mary's technique in fixing the monster prevented the carnage that had threatened to overwhelm the prison. 12 favorable twists of fate, altered by Mary's intervention, elicited the approval of the older witch. Cold-blooded preparation for battle, a mysterious liquid on the blade of a sword, and a warning about saving lives for a monetary reward. The bounty hunter lit her sword from her cigarette, displaying her trademark style of a mercenary ready for a new assignment. The dazzling seal of the 13th reappeared in front of Mary, flooding the space with a blue glow. Terror gripped Dolly at the sight of the approaching tentacles, their deadly embrace threatening to strangle even an experienced witch. A lightning-fast reaction saved the day. Pink transformation energy enveloped the witch, giving her a chance to escape. The succubus warning of the approaching monster made them forget about the confrontation, the new threat overshadowing previous disagreements. The instant transformation of the prisoners was amazingly diverse. Some turned into tiny bugs, some into miniature lions. The witch's determined voice explained the refusal to allow the progress made to be ruined. The current situation was developing too favorably. Each step forward brought her closer to the monstrous creature, which barely had a trace of the former Jessica. All recognition of the true descendant of the lightning god's true descendant was reflected in the older witch's eyes. Jessica's glowing figure radiated pure fury, yellow flames streaming through her hair and eyes as her cry of defiance shook the walls. The witch's swift movement contrasted with Jessica's electric halo. Their confrontation promised to be legendary. Terror gripped the bug-turned prisoners. The realization of the nearness of death came with the realization of the magnitude of the unfolding battle. The cryptic mention of the word of the gods hung in the air, heralding the unveiling of ancient secrets and incredible abilities. The witch's transformation was astounding. The 5 eyes beneath her skull replaced by a multitude of others, creating an eerie mosaic of power. The red beam released by the witch traveled toward Jessica's heart, carrying the concentrated power of the ancient spell. The deceptively weak beam grew to monstrous proportions, culminating in a powerful explosion that swept away everything in its path. Thrown back several meters, Jessica crashed into a brick wall, but her indomitable will made her try to get up again. The true power of the technique was revealed in sealing Jessica inside one of the witch's eyes, an extreme measure that could prevent mass murder. The exhaustion from using energy-consuming machinery was alarming. The possibility of a quick recovery seemed doubtful. A sudden explosion behind the older witch's back broke the moment of triumph, heralding a new turn of events. The space filled with a red glow, while the astonished screams of the prisoners noted the incredible increase in power with each new spell. The guard brought breaking news. The restraints have been lifted, allowing the prisoners to use magic to its fullest. A stern order to preserve the lives of her opponents was met with an uncertain promise from the Gorgon, doubting the sufficiency of her forces. The Gorgon's consciousness, clouded by the fox's charms, drew pictures of the first wedding night. The fox's playful impatience met the Gorgon's feigned resistance. An intimate scene unfolded in my imagination. The fox's foot on the bed, soothing words creating an atmosphere of trust and relaxation. The fox's promises of massage prowess sounded convincing, plunging the Gorgon deeper and deeper into the skillfully crafted illusion of intimacy. The effect of the illusionary massage exceeded all expectations, mana recovery reaching an incredible 1000%. The Gorgon's fireball turned into a deadly cloud, chasing the retreating prisoners. Princess Orphea's vampiric grace was evident in her acrobatic leaps, allowing her to dodge fiery attacks with incredible agility. The rush to the Gorgon was accompanied by a bloody ritual, life force oozing from the wounds, transforming into a deadly weapon. A menacing swing of the dagger was accompanied by the appearance of a serpent's tongue, the lust for murder distorting the beautiful features of the vampire princess. An unexpected attack changed the course of events. 3 arrows pierced Orphea's arm, catching the vampires off guard in a moment of triumph. The instant transformation into a bat saved Orphea from further attacks from the mercenaries, whose marksmanship caused her fierce resentment. The guard's warnings echoed throughout the area as she tried to educate the mercenaries about the dangers of magic circles. Isabel's mocking reply about the single decorative circle ruined the moment, causing surprise at the unexpected information. A cynical explanation about saving for magic circles was met with a request for the current situation. The nervousness of the situation was growing by the minute. The mercenary with a burning sword assessed the enemy forces. Numerous guards posed a serious obstacle. Mary's confidence in her daughter's abilities clashed with Dolly's reminder to conserve her strength for the fight with the warden. The dramatic appearance of the skeleton from the green magic circle was accompanied by a rebuke for the long wait breaking the tense atmosphere. Mary's question about the stranger's identity was met by the older witch's explanation of the beginning of the action, revealing a new twist in events. Asina's satisfaction with the number of souls collected contrasted with the impatience to continue the battle. The skeleton served as a manifestation of necromantic powers. The elder witch's admission of mana depletion was met with indifference by the skeletal necromancer, eager to return to her books as soon as possible. A strategic discussion of the chances of victory was interrupted by Mary's question about the progression of infected prisoners from the infirmary to the Lord's office. The parasite worm wriggling in the palm of his hand evoked the hope of inflicting at least some damage to the enemy. The plan was slowly coming to fruition. Mary's sudden insight into Veronica's werewolf role has changed her understanding of the situation, forcing her to reevaluate the balance of power in the conflict. Veronica's victory over the infected prisoners was confirmed by the lifeless bodies from which the defeated parasites crawled. Austen defiantly removed the parasite from her ear, commenting on the poisoned food with ostentatious calm. The memory of playing with my girlfriends took on new meaning. The question about the last crumbs was met with a demand to accept defeat and finish eating. The cold-blooded removal of the parasites from the body was accompanied by Austen's mocking commentary on the naivety of trying to control through primitive creatures. The ultimatum sounded into the void, return or death. No other options were offered, creating an atmosphere of inevitable choice. Austen's surprise at what was happening in the prison under Aiden's control gave away her deep understanding of the unusual nature of the current situation. Veronica's shrewd analysis of her animal instincts predicted a long road back to human form after the bloody fury of the murders. Austen's defiant challenge to Veronica was accompanied by an outright refusal to return to the infirmary, testing the werewolf's resolve to follow through. The practical creation of Dolly's magic circle was accompanied by a call to save mana before meeting the warden. Mary's grim confession about using her daughters as potion reservoirs revealed the depletion of her strength and the need to replenish her supplies. Orphea's desperate bat-shaped flight was accompanied by cries for the queen, whose direction was becoming increasingly uncertain. The motley group, Mary and her daughter, the older witch, and the bound Yela, continued on their way, ignoring requests to wait. Panic gripped the remaining prisoners at the sight of the retreating queen, creating chaos and uncertainty about how to proceed. The bitter realization of limited strength against the growing number of thugs was compounded by the 10% limit on ability usage. A sudden fist bump turned the prisoner's head around, showing the growing tension among the former allies. The call to open their eyes to the obvious betrayal was met with accusations of insanity, splintering unity among the remaining prisoners. Desperate attempts to catch up with the vanishing portal were accompanied by pleas of loyalty to the former alliance and requests to wait. The brutal murder of a begging prisoner with a sword summoned from the ground demonstrated the final disintegration of all solidarity. The prisoner's outrage at killing a fellow prisoner over a trifle was replaced with disbelief when the collar gave away the real reason: a lack of power to control. Attempting to justify the restriction of powers due to the collar was met with skepticism. Its glow actually prevented the full release of abilities. The tense argument between the prisoners about the reasons for the murder was heating up. The loss of friends did not justify more deaths, but the voice of reason called for unity. Frenda's observation through CCTV revealed the inevitability of conflict. Prisoner 1240 was preparing to attack prisoner 1890. The head of the 4th District Mo studied the documentation. The prisoner 1240 possessed a wild level of danger. The data on Mumia, imprisoned 1890, revealed her own threat level. Mo's strategic decision to reduce the collar pressure to level 3 was based on memory analysis, allowing Mumia to destroy the enemy. The dramatic clash began with a Kikimora attacking the retreating mummy, whose escape seemed an unexpected turn of events. Frenda's impatient order to lower the collar's defenses met with immediate execution, setting off an irreversible chain of events. Mummy's confusion at the collar's strange behavior betrayed her unpreparedness for the sudden change in control. Mo's question about the reasons for the authorized killing of prisoners was met with an explanation about getting the magic stones in time. Explaining the collar manipulation strategy revealed a plan to get rid of problematic elements under the cover of general chaos. The warden's plot to eliminate the unwanted during the riots took into account the need to avoid responsibility to the witch. Dolly's deep doubts about the warden's use of lethal weapons reflected her growing realization of the true nature of what was happening. The prisoners' overheard conversation about the guards' paralyzing bullets and lack of casualties took on new meaning. Reflections on her choice of method of eliminating the prisoners haunted her as she entered the portal. The cruelty seemed excessive even for a witch. The solemn moment was approaching. The necromancer, seated in the warden's room, announced the arrival of the long-awaited guests. The warden's outward calmness masked the inner tension. The decisive moment for which he had been preparing for so long had finally arrived. The teleportation took the company straight to the heart of power, the warden's office. Mary's greeting oozed venom, her surprise at the personal encounter masking a deep hatred and readiness for a decisive confrontation. The warden's formal address to the prisoner, 3340, balanced on the edge between formality and personal recognition, creating a tense atmosphere. The Ant Queen's reply, full of feigned courtesy, only emphasized the inevitability of the coming conflict. The transformation of the Queen's body was accompanied by wry praise of the warden's commanding talents, masking the bitterness of the hardships endured. Veronica's memories of her training revealed the depth of the werewolves' training. The cruel treatment of werewolves was due to the danger of losing their minds. The smell of blood turned them into uncontrollable killers. The importance of a clear goal before battle and recovery after battle was drummed into every werewolf's mind to preserve humanity. Veronica Austin's ultimatum took on new meaning in light of the training. Come back or die sounded like a rescue attempt rather than a threat. Austin's threatening gesture was accompanied by the grim satisfaction of being able to fulfill a long-held wish, turning the conflict into a vendetta. Approaching the recovering, Veronica Austin brought her fist up to strike, justifying her aggression by special circumstances with no choice. The teacher's admonition surfaced in Veronica's mind, a warning about people with strange tattoos signifying special danger. The red glow of Austin's tattoos confirmed the teacher's ancient predictions, turning training memories into survival guides. Austin's powerful tail kick threw Veronica into the wall, confirming the uselessness of normal combat skills against such creatures. The incredible power of these creatures, capable of deforming matter with a single blow, turned the battle into a struggle for survival. Veronica's tactic was to take the blows while memories of instruction formed a strategy to face a powerful opponent. Each step of such creatures left dents in the ground. These words of the teacher took on reality in Austin's demonstration of strength. The revelation of their descent from an ancient god and their role as apostles of God's will gave the battle an almost religious significance. The teacher's last advice sounded especially bright: to forget all the rules and release the true beast nature for the sole purpose of survival. Austin's anticipatory smile betrayed her satisfaction at having found a worthy opponent to demonstrate her strength. A tense scene in the warden's office. Mary, Orphea, and the older witch confronted him while the necromancer took center stage. The warden's provocative question about the first victim among those gathered broke the silence, demonstrating his confidence in his superiority. The meaningful glances between the witches expressed their surprise at the insolence of the warden, whose words foreshadowed the inevitable bloodshed. Mary's plan unfolded in flashbacks. The first was to attack her daughter, paralyzing the warden's vocal cords with poison. A shocking betrayal, Evan stepping on her own mother's body elicited screams of pain, ruining all plans with one brutal act. Mary's bewilderment was met by the determination of her daughter, whose swift run toward the overseer marked the final severance of the kinship bond. The revelation of her own will and suspicions about her mother's true goals sounded a verdict on their relationship. The revelation of Anthony's plot against the warden came from the girl's mouth, showing her new loyalty and willingness to protect. Evan's fighting stance and promise of protection to the warden emphasized the depth of her devotion, shocking those present with the unexpected twist. A deadly purple liquid capable of dissolving metal in seconds materialized around the girl. The warden's pride in the girl's act was mixed with an understanding of the tactical advantage gained by her coming to his side. A sudden question about homework broke the tense atmosphere, causing the girl to freeze in confusion at the change of topic. Mary's shock peaked as her modified daughter's disobedience shattered all her plans and notions of control over the situation. Desperate attempts to re-establish a mental connection with her daughter crashed against the insurmountable wall built between them by other people's influence. The warden's insistent question about homework took on an ominous meaning, revealing the depth of its effect on the girl's mind. The agonizing struggle in Evan's mind demonstrated the difficulty of freeing herself from control, but also showed the successes of reprogramming. Comparing the girl's brain to a computer revealed the warden's technique of simple questions about fairy tales formed new neural connections. The question of the intentionality of Little Red Riding Hood's mother's actions served as a reprogramming tool, forcing us to analyze motives. The strategy of expanding thinking through the flow of new knowledge successfully supplanted the queen's control, replacing subjugation with critical thinking. The girl's internal dialogue about resisting maternal control reflected the transformation of her consciousness. The mother's desperate attempt to regain control with the help of the worms was accompanied by a plea to Dolly for time to remedy the situation. The witch's unexpected appearance piqued the warden's interest, her presence on the list of recent visitors demanding special attention. The provocative question about the contract caused the witch to panic, the beginning of the spell sounding like a threat, shattering her composure. The hasty denial of participation in the riot was accompanied by desperate screams, betraying the witch's fear of the consequences of breaking the contract. The witch's excuses were based on personal connections and doubts about her ability to stand up to strong prisoners. An attempt to demonstrate the defense of the weak by the example of the bound galley met with an unexpected exposure of a lie on the part of the captive herself. Galee's lightning-fast slip into slumber prevented further revelations, demonstrating the witch's readiness for decisive action. The warden's calm reaction to what was happening masked his strategic plans. An internal monologue revealed the warden's limited knowledge of the contract spell. Only the first words were known to him. The original plan to use the situation to capture the Ant Queen required adjustment in light of the unexpected circumstances. The witch's reaction confirmed her unawareness of the notebook's contents, creating an additional tactical advantage. Internal analysis of past failures to exert psychological pressure took on new meaning. Lack of information proved to be a key factor. The current situation was favorable. The witch's retreat and the girl's release from control created a tactical advantage. The necromancer's demonstrative indifference to the unfolding drama covered up deeper motives, boredom serving as a convenient excuse for retreat. Careful observation of the Queen Ant's reaction betrayed the warden's strategic interest in his opponent's psychological state. The calculation was based on isolating the queen. The loss of key allies and the betrayal of her own creation was bound to undermine her morale. The sudden transformation of her body, the bubbling blood and loss of control signaled the beginning of irreversible changes in Mary's body. A monstrous sight, countless worms were bursting out of her body, showing the true nature of the parasitic control of the Ant Queen. Ostentatious disregard for a talkative opponent masked preparation for a serious fight, where true strength was to show itself. Orphea's defection to the Queen's side was accompanied by mockery of the Lord, provoking him to rash action at a critical moment. Dolly's astute remark about underestimating the enemy emphasized the need for decisive action on the part of the Lord. A reminder of the prisoner's status required an immediate response. Delay could lead to a loss of control over the situation. The strategic decision to make it harder by expending mana masked a deeper plan to prevent exposure. The concentration of yellow energy around the clenched fist was accompanied by an inner monologue expressing hope for the success of the plan. The girl's skeptical assessment of the light spell as a useless waste of spiritual power demonstrated their lack of understanding of the true intent. The light spell was meant to blind not only the caster, but also the opponents. But the vampire's superior hearing made this tactic pointless. The Overlord focused on the need to muster all his strength to deceive his opponents. A direct confrontation would immediately reveal his true nature. An understanding of the nature of vampires, relying more on hearing than sight, mixed with memories of fighting for the right to be reborn. A simple phrase about his mother's habitat held a deep meaning, linking past to present in a single thread of destiny. Memories of the real world pierced the mind, a voice recalling the last visit to her dying mother in the hospital. The moment of plunging into absolute darkness remained burned into his memory, marking the point of no return between his last life and his new existence. Images of resentful souls from the other world, zombie-like and dead, surfaced in his mind, reminding him of the path that had brought him to his current situation. The goddess's words about being able to see the longing for remorse in hearts took on new meaning in the context of the current confrontation. The memory of Mia hidden in prison merged with her promise of a new life to those who would travel hundreds of thousands of kilometers along the river. The zombies' desire for rebirth, their movement toward the voice of the goddess reflected a universal desire for second chances, new life, and redemption. The goddess's cryptic words about the presence of someone else by the river took on new meaning in light of current events. Memories of his past existence as a zombie and the goddess words merged together as the blinding voice continued to echo in his mind. The experience of moving around in total darkness was becoming a key skill as the warden tuned in to perceive the slightest sounds around him. The decisive moment was approaching. Preparations to strike Princess Ophelia were accompanied by a plunge into the gruesome memories of the past. The blinding glow made it difficult for those present to see. Even the slightest attempt to open their eyes caused intolerable pain and disorientation in space. Ophelia's self-confidence was based on her ability to regenerate limbs. A damaged arm seemed a minor hindrance to a vampire of her level. Desperate desire to regain control of her daughter was mixed with contempt for an opponent who had wasted mana, though the situation was becoming less and less clear. The voice of the goddess intertwined with memories of the monstrous past as the warden balanced between past and present. The goddess's call to gather all available power resonated in his mind, reminding him of the critical moment. The prophetic words about the only victor and the consuming darkness were taking on new meaning. His escape, then, was just the beginning of the journey to true power. Honed skills allowed her to reach the vampiress. Despite being blinded, years of training in the dark had turned into a decisive advantage. Multiple cuts pierced the vampiress's body, the masterful swordsmanship demonstrating the warden's unexpected level of skill. The vampiress's smug laugh about the uselessness of a non-silver sword demonstrated a fatal misunderstanding of her opponent's true nature. The condescending gesture of touching his cheek was meant to demonstrate superiority, but turned fatal. Mary's triumphant exclamation of the Lord's weakness froze in the air as the situation rapidly changed in an unexpected direction. The burning pain in the vampirist's hand from touching the warden's cheek sent shock through her. The necromancer's epiphany revealed the truth, a vampire's confrontation with a human soaked in holy water. The shock of discovering the truth about the holy water paralyzed the vampirist's mind, the impossible becoming a reality, destroying all plans. The overseer prepared to strike again, his fist soaked in holy water becoming a deadly weapon against his opponent's vampiric essence. The powerful blow threw the vampiress several meters away, the blood from her nose testifying to the severity of the damage from contact with the holy water. The older witch's imperceptible movement toward Gala was accompanied by the application of awakening magic, returning consciousness to the wood elf. Gelly's disorientation was manifested by complaints of blinding. The instantaneous transformation of the wood elf into a toad demonstrated the witch's mastery of the art of transformation. The spell allowed the toad-turned Gela to be used as a tool for observing events. The confirmation of Gelly's ability to see the true nature of creatures revealed the vampire essence, but the warden's emotions remained inaccessible. The determination to uncover the warden's secret was accompanied by the swift movement of the scout rat toward the source of the information. The memory of the overheard conversation between the warden and the deputy was taking on new significance. The rats were approaching the cherished book containing the key to the warden's secret, the threat of extinction upon disobedience, lending a special urgency to the action. The necromancer's remark about the warden's limp and use of a cane for the past 2 months was adding up to an important element of the overall picture. Mary's sudden insight into the significance of the warden's right foot was turning into a potential weakness that could be exploited. Control over the vampiress's body allowed her to aim a precise kick at the warden's right leg, exploiting the vulnerability she had discovered. Teeth clenched in pain gave away the force of the blow. The right leg was indeed the weak point in the warden's defense. Orphea's mocking challenge of Orphea's inability to fight after being kicked in the leg was met with an unexpected tactical response from the warden. The warden's swift movement ended with a throw of his cloak, an attempt to blind Orphea. The furious cries of her daughter's abduction were accompanied by the cutting of her cloak with claws, the promise of death to the warden sounding the mother's sentence. Memories of the past flooded the mind, running to the call of the goddess who promised a near end to suffering, brought back to the moment of fateful choice. The divine promise of rebirth to the first soul that touched the palm turned the procession of the dead into a desperate race for new life. Mary's rage at Orphea's body control spewed out with accusations of stealing her daughter and promises of death. The picture of the past was gaining clarity, a huge figure appearing over the heads of the fleeing skeletons as he desperately made his way to the palm of the goddess. The giant spirit, which was dozens of times the size of the other dead, towered above the crowd like an ancient tower among the ruins. The spirit's crushing power was evident in every movement. One step he took was equal to 10 steps of ordinary souls, and his mass crushed everyone around him. The desperate struggle of the fallen souls for a chance at rebirth was imprinted on the warden's mind as he watched their futile attempts to resist the giant. Orphea's knife attack met unexpected resistance, the warden's bare hands stopping the blade despite the blood running down them. Mary's relentless pressure through Orphea's body showed her determination to see it through. The warden's determined gesture of extending his arm above Orphea's head heralded the final blow in this deadly confrontation. A crushing series of blows to Orphea's face turned her features into a bloody mask, each blow leaving deeper and deeper marks on her skin. Mary, who was in Orphea's body, was in unbearable pain, being completely blinded by the eye-slashing bright light. The overseer recalled the distant past, when he was an undead soul and fought other spirits in an endless struggle for existence. Orphea tried with great difficulty to rise, but the crushing blows of the overseer turned her body into a shapeless, mutilated mass. Althea, the once beautiful vampiress, stood up with a disfigured face that no longer resembled her former flawless appearance. Mary, unable to open her eyes because of the unbearably bright light, could not understand how the warden had sustained such crushing injuries. Orphea the vampire slowly backed away, thick smoke mixed with blood rising from her mangled face and head. The overseer recalled the words of the goddess of rebirth, who had once singled him out among the many souls and allowed him to be reborn in a new body. At the moment of rebirth, he felt boundless happiness listening to the goddess who offered to touch her palm as the ultimate reward. When the old man reached for his reward, the boy beat him to it by reaching the goddess' palm with his foot, cutting it off and defiantly tossing it aside. The warden didn't let the vampiress just walk away, throwing a knife that scraped across her body with incredible accuracy. Parasite worms sprinkled from Orphea's body, who fell to her knees, her flesh enveloped by the smoke from the knife soaked in holy water. The overseer recalled how the goddess at that fateful moment did not understand what was happening, left in complete silent bewilderment. In her huge palm, the goddess saw a tiny human foot that seemed quite small against her massive divine body. The giant spirit turned around and spotted the tiny soul behind him, his face contorted with instant bestial rage at the audacity of the uninvited alien. The guy's soul was burning with fear. He ran as hard as he could, using every chance he could to break free and seize the lead among the other souls. The goddess, realizing what had happened, laughed with outright pleasure, taking what had happened as an intriguing turn of events. She rose majestically and declared that chess games with such a player promised to be extremely exciting and unpredictable. The overseer bandaged his arm, reflecting on how much effort it had taken to break through Orphea's defenses. Mary cautiously opened her eyes, but the blinding light continued to cause complete disorientation, turning the space into a white fog. The warden loomed before Mary's eyes, ready to deliver a crushing blow, and she understood why he was so feared by those around him. Evans desperately resisted the internal intrusion, her thoughts flitting about in feverish resistance to another's will. The witch and necromancer begged for 3 minutes, assuring her that her daughter was practically regaining consciousness. The girl was silent, and her interlocutor contemptuously stated her complete failure in puppet control skills. She pointed her finger at her Riley, calling her worthless trash, claiming she was wasting her time on such a useless student. Marina cried out in desperation, begging the teacher for help, pleading to give her only 3 minutes to rectify the situation. The witch stood with a sweaty face, realizing her own powerlessness to help the situation. The warden pondered the witch, realizing that her hopes were completely gone, and she realized the list she had found was nearing its conclusion. The warden provocatively offered the older witch a unique chance to kill him, deliberately creating an atmosphere of tense choices and uncertainty. From the beginning, the number of participants didn't matter. The guards could retreat, and a protected structure can dramatically change the course of events at any moment. On the first day of his new life, the warden realized the true hierarchy of the powers of this world. High-ranking prisoners were true weapons of mass destruction. Evans was in a state of paralysis. The necromancer remained neutral, and the older witch was slow. The warden recalled the strategy of confronting smart people. The only way to win, make you believe you are smarter than your opponent. The witch discovered a shot list left behind by the warden, which was becoming the key to understanding what was happening. The list demonstrated a lenient form of prison management. Prisoners who made mistakes were to be destroyed, with the most problematic elements to be executed. The list included the heart snatcher, the perpetrators of the beating in the dining hall, the rioters and other trespassers. Mary cried out for lack of magical power. The witch remembered the deliberately left name at the end of the list as a clever way of navigating between prisoners. Prisoners who made 3 serious mistakes were to be silently exterminated with special weapons in the midst of general chaos. The warden pondered that replacing paralyzing bullets with live bullets would not stop the rioters, but would create a finale with no loss of life. He was sure the older witch would believe his willingness to destroy the intruders, while Mary desperately begged the teacher to explain something. The witch arose in shock, found herself on the list stealing bullets, allowing an inmate to put up a fight, and participating in a bot. She was tormented by thoughts of her own name on the list, and puzzled as to how the warden could know about the theft of bullets that she considered top secret. The warden cynically stated that he had lost a lot of blood and was now extremely weak, hinting at his vulnerability and provoking the witch to take decisive action. The witch wondered why, if she had made 3 mistakes, the warden had not taken action sooner and was now waiting for her first move. An inner voice told her that she should guess the warden's intentions on her own. She reflected that the warden had been in his office since the riot began and could not have known of her actions during the riot. The witch was certain that the warden had no evidence against her and suspected some elaborate trap. She was tormented by doubts. Perhaps she had managed to save some mana, and breaking the contract wouldn't mean instant death. The warden felt that the heat of the battle had almost subsided, and the moment had come for the decisive battle. He shouted the challenge provocatively, accusing the witch of cowardice and calling the coven a disgrace, showing utter contempt. The necromancer whispered to Mary that the warden had spoken those words on purpose to anger her, plunging her into an abyss of nightmare. The warden philosophically pondered that one who once dead stops worrying about his own life, gaining true freedom. The warden mentally challenged the witch, provoking her into decisive action and watching closely for the slightest sign of her hesitation. Mary desperately cried out for the teacher's honor, claiming that inaction would ruin the reputation of one of the coven's greatest masters. The witch remained silent as she sighed heavily, showing her internal struggle and deep confusion in the face of the situation. She blatantly demanded the warden's destruction, wryly alluding to the severe lack of male attention among the coven members. The witch mockingly compared Rose's prison to an ideal place where the Lord delighted in daily attention and exquisite desserts. Suddenly, she announced her personal plans, admitting the possibility of having a child with the warden, which threw him into complete bewilderment. To herself, the witch thought about her hidden intentions for revenge, finding a way to get the warden to execute her by her own hand. The overseer alluded to a long, complicated relationship, accusing the witch of trying to break the bond with the host and provoking her. Turning menacingly to Mary, the witch began conjuring a magic circle, demonstrating her readiness to move to decisive action. The necromancer girl declared her support for the Lord and warned patience, threatening unpredictable consequences. Unexpectedly, Mary was confronted by the teacher and the necromancer, leaving her utterly confused and robbed of her last hope. Mary remained in a daze, feverishly pondering her options for dealing with the critical situation at hand. Finally realizing the hopelessness of the situation, she declared her total surrender to the warden with pain in her eyes. The boy defiantly turns around, tossing the older witch and necromancer carelessly, telling them to deal with her themselves. The older witch turns to the necromancer, allowing her to leave and lamenting the lost time, frustrated that her child has not yet fully regained her fighting ability. Once again, she realized her utter loneliness, realizing that she could only count on herself, as she had many times in the past. The warden caught the strange sound behind him and stopped, instantly going on alert. Mary decided to attack, throwing out a huge amount of aggressive purple liquid that moved swiftly towards the warden. The elder witch reacted lightning fast, creating a wall that completely absorbed and neutralized the dangerous substance. Mary hysterically orders her daughter, pointing her finger at the warden, "Kill him," regaining control of the girl. The girl, in complete obedience to her mother, retrieves her weapon from behind her back and runs swiftly towards the warden with the express intention of attacking. A moment from the past comes to mind when the witch offered little Mary a chance to enter the outside world. Then the girl, not understanding the essence of what was happening, tearfully asked about the meaning of the phrase, "get you out." Now she stands before the Lord and is in desperate need of a savior, which only a loved one can be. This savior becomes her daughter, fully recovered and once again subject to her mother's will. The girl decisively retrieves two weapons from behind her back and rushes straight at the warden, ready to deliver the fatal blow. The necromancer activated magic, creating a green magic circle, and shouted imperiously enough, showing impatience with what was happening. She applied the forbidden curse of the dead, from which the girl turned around with an expression of genuine amazement on her face. A copy of the divine assassin was sent to her, a long weapon shrouded in the ominous green aura of skeletal spirits. The girl managed to dodge the spear, deciding to take cover and call for reinforcements of her own. It summoned skeleton warriors on dead horses, surrounded by an ominous green aura, ready to destroy the enemy. As the skeletons raced to kill the girl, a huge purple snake suddenly appeared in front of Mary, pinning her against the wall. Dolly pressed Mary with a snide, sarcastic comment about her behavior, to which Mary defiantly responded by comparing herself to a discarded dog. The older witch made excuses for her upbringing from childhood, doubting her creation's ability to stand up to the powerful necromancer. Mary, clearly bloodied, laughed, remembering forgotten details of her strict agreement with the witch. She painfully remembered the constant punishments for always being considered wrong and not talented enough. Mary was aware of herself as an ordinary person among mages who was constantly chastised for mediocrity and lack of genius. Memories of escaping the forbidden zone surfaced in her mind, reminding her of her past ordeals. Purple liquid squirted from the chopped-up body of the girl, who had been cut into many pieces by the executioners. The girl easily restored her body, skillfully connecting the broken parts, demonstrating an incredible regenerative ability, shocking everyone. The summoned skeletons watched in amazement as her body transformed, replacing her legs with a huge articulated body. The older witch watched in horror as the girl's mangled body instantly recovered. The girl used her purple power, destroying the skeletons with a single movement of her monstrous tail, demonstrating absolute control. She was reborn in the form of a living blood, reaching the peak of her incredible abilities that left even seasoned mages in awe. Mary watched her creation with pride, claiming her daughter was capable of stopping any attack at any speed. Each enemy attack only accelerated the distribution of her core throughout her body, making the girl virtually invulnerable. Mary warned that if she was knocked out, the creature would spiral out of control, turning into a god of death. She spoke threateningly of future victims as the summoned skeletons and the transformed girl rushed at each other. The monster girl was absolutely nonchalantly destroying the skeletons, using her tail and a multitude of purple knives. A giant skeleton as tall as the ends of a building appeared behind the warden's back, drawing a huge bone bow. The necromancer summoned a bone giant, which the little monster girl immediately attacked with incredible speed. A chain wrapped around her arms, doused in purple liquid, ready to deliver the killing blow. The huge skeleton continued to aim with incredible accuracy. The warden, who had been silently watching the whole time, suddenly shouted a warning to the girl sharply about the irreversibility of her actions. Mary laughed scornfully, declaring that her daughter was becoming even more manageable in her current form, and ordered the warden killed immediately. Suddenly, the girl froze, as if an internal conflict had paralyzed her will. She slowly dropped all her weapons, a variety of chains, knives, and other deadly items. The girl was left completely disarmed, and her mother looked on with shock and absolute incomprehension of what was happening. The little girl began to cry, and her tears were not ordinary moisture, but a dangerous purple liquid that could kill lightning fast and mercilessly. She lowered her gaze to the floor, where some papers and a small wooden figure were scattered about, which suddenly caught her attention. The forest elf Gela watched the girl in amazement, realizing for the first time that a puppet could feel real emotions. Gela speculated about natural feelings, wondering if artificial creatures could actually possess an emotional spectrum. While in toad form, she noticed the girl approaching the warden, and a sudden epiphany occurred in her course. Gela gazed intently at the warden's bandaged arm, and some important details and connections began to form in her mind. She remembered the previous conversation when she noticed the bandaged finger and got an evasive answer from the Lord about the scratch. Memories of past conversations surfaced as Gailey searched. Then the warden spoke of problems with buying seeds. Gela pondered the possibility that the creator of the puppets and scripts was the warden himself. who was now stopping the giant skeleton. Mary looked at her daughter in confusion, not understanding the reasons for her sudden stop and loss of control over the monster she had created. She sensed that the girl, despite her inhuman form, was in some unfathomable way resisting her mother's control. Mary screamed hysterically, demanding an explanation about the reasons for the release from her control and the warden's influence on her daughter. In Mary's inner world, a scene of liberation was unfolding. The girl, being completely bound, was rushing towards the light. Memories surfaced of a conversation with the warden about children's books when he criticized his parenting methods, suggesting an alternative. Warden sighed heavily and decided to write the book himself, which seemed like a strange decision at the time. He began to write and asked the girl about the fairy tale of Snow White, provoking her to think. Evans, the little girl, remembered the Lord's words about being able to change history, which sounded promising. She was told not to take an apple from strangers, which was becoming a key safety lesson. The puppet in her world interjected with surprise, showing curiosity as to which apples they were talking about. Mary plunged into her memories, carefully analyzing every detail and trying to understand the hidden meaning of what she saw. She watched in the toy world as one puppet ran to another, saying she knew where Cinderella lived. The puppet would return to her friend, thanking her for her help and sharing information. Mary didn't understand how her daughter could be interested in something like this, which was beyond her usual perception. In the toy world, one puppet asked another about the road to her sick grandmother's house, offering to carry the pies and keep her company. Evans warned of the dangers of the wolf-ridden path and offered to accompany her with care and caution. The wooden puppet agreed, accepting the help and getting ready to go visit Grandma together. Lore carved the puppets himself, admitting that wood carving is more difficult than he originally thought. Things were much better with the photos. He was a master at picking angles to make the puppets look the same height. Photographing puppets required a precise approach, which Lord perfected, creating the illusion of uniformity. Remembering it all, the girl cried huge purple tears, frantically clutching her head in a fit of emotional distress. The toad-shaped gala watched on in shock, realizing that Lord's method really worked in an incredible way. Mary recalled her past argument with Lord when she argued that reading was not beneficial because the girl was incapable of understanding the emotional context. Lord insisted on the development of imagination, arguing that it is imagination that is necessary for human development. He explained that the goal is to awaken the desires within the girl, since a man with his own aspirations is not a dead being. In her subconscious, Mary was desperate to stop her daughter screaming and demanding an explanation about her sudden disobedience and desire for independence. She was a reminder that she was the creator of the only being able to protect the girl in this cruel world full of danger. Mary pleaded with her daughter to stop resisting, claiming she wasn't the only one who loved her, trying to find emotional leverage. The Lord addressed the girl, offering an opportunity to change the course of history, warning of the dangers of blind obedience leading to imprisonment. He convinced her that listening to her own feelings might be her only chance at liberation and learning about the real world. The girl continued to reach for the light. Her desire to escape her mother's control became more and more obvious and overwhelming. She remembered the conversation with the Lord about helping her mom and being able to get answers, wondering about Red Riding Hood's role in understanding. Lord gently explained that in the real world, people help each other and hinted at potential answers from a fairy tale character. Mary had only to watch her daughter make the ultimate choice in favor of light, rejecting her mother's control. The girl rushed upstairs, overwhelmed with confusion, and desperately questioned the reasons for her unbearable suffering in the world. White light enveloped her. The girl convulsively held her head, unable to utter a single word from the overwhelming emotions. The doll's house, once static and mute, suddenly came to life. Quiet music began to play, filling the space with a mysterious melody. Mary did not understand the source of such richness of her daughter's inner world, for she had never shared such stories. The toys in the doll world were becoming friendly. They pulled the girl's hand, offering a way out to the outside world and freedom. Mary was in absolute shock, realizing for the first time that her creation could cause problems for independent feelings and desires. Memories of the past with the witch about being able to enter the outside world suddenly take on new meaning. The daughter desperately reached for the doll, seeing it as her only chance for freedom from her mother's suffocating control. Mary screamed hysterically, threatening the imminent reprisal and torture that awaited her daughter after an attempted resistance. The girl ignored the threats, using the extra plank as a last chance to break out of her psychological prison. Clutching the shoe, she cried out in pain as real light began to illuminate her tormented soul, breaking the shackles of the past. She was finally breaking away completely from the roots of her mother's subconscious, gaining her long-awaited freedom and independence. The girl sobbed, holding her head, and claimed that the queen was not Snow White, destroying the usual fairy tale ideas of good and evil. As she continued to cry, she insisted that the stepmother was not Cinderella's real mother. The phrase, "You're not my mother," sounded a verdict, causing Mary to burst into tears from the unbearable pain of betrayal and loss of control. The girl wryly remarked that killing the Grey Wolf would not protect Red Riding Hood's grandmother, undermining the logic of her mother's admonition. She claimed that killing her mother would protect the Lord, resolutely standing up and preparing to strike at Mary. Mary burst into tears in her voice, her tears streaming down her face, expressing complete emotional distress and despair. Memories of being thrown off the cliff again slammed into her mind, intensifying the pain of her daughter's betrayal. She began hysterically beating her hands on the ground, screaming and crying with unbearable heartache. The guards chattered in panic, hurrying to the infirmary and trying to comprehend the chaos going on. They hurried off, discussing the appearance of the deputy chief and wondering how Veronica could have gotten involved in a fight. Suddenly, the prisoners attacked them, arming themselves with stones and pouncing furiously on the guards. The prisoners shouted triumphantly about their newfound friendship, feeling suddenly significant and invincible. Lara, the pirate girl, soberly assessed the situation, arguing that the only chance for a breakthrough was an unprotected infirmary. Catherine, an experienced smuggler, suggested looking around carefully and using the Lord's horses for a quick escape from the prison. The girls snatched their weapons from the guards with excitement, exchanging excited shouts of long-awaited freedom and anticipation of escape. They made incredible leaps. Their bodies easily overcame obstacles, and the song of liberation resounded in their souls. Upon entering the infirmary, they found a horrifying scene. The floor was literally strewn with corpses. Nasty parasites began to crawl out of the prisoners' bodies, turning an already gruesome scene into a real nightmare. The girls were talking in bewilderment, not understanding when the infirmary had turned into a morgue and what had happened here. Austin, who continued to fight, proclaimed the superiority of steel over flesh, demonstrating a philosophy of steadfastness and strength. The bracelets on her arms and neck seemed to come to life, attaching themselves to her body, giving the impression of supernatural unity. The smuggler and the pirate felt an incredible wind that seemed to come out of nowhere, throwing them into confusion. A huge seal appeared behind Austin's back. It literally lifted rocks into the air and towered above the ground, displaying incredible power. The stones gathered around the girl's body, forming an impenetrable armor that made her virtually invulnerable. The smuggler and the pirate could barely hold on, shouting to each other about the unbearable heat and urging them to look around to see what was happening. Veronica, standing off to the side, displayed the true power of a werewolf. A bloody seal materialized around her, and the spirits of her ancestors literally surrounded her. Her face expressed the absolute calmness of a predator, her eyes blazing with orange flames. Austin, clad in red-hot steel that seemed like a living organism, was transformed into an absolute instrument of destruction. The two girls clashed in a battle where one used the incredible power of steel, and the other drew on the primal might of ancient werewolves and their blood magic. Catherine and Lara panically tried to distance themselves from the conflict, begging to just pass by and safely leave the dangerous place. The colossal blow threw Veronica over the fence with such force that she collapsed into the cold rain, sprawled on the ground. The werewolf prisoners surrounding her could smell the unfamiliar scent of the ancient god of beasts, perplexed as to the origin of this incredible power. Austin commented coolly on her encounter with her unexpected foe, deciding to immediately inform her father of this werewolf's existence. The guards began to study what was happening, trying to comprehend the cause of the sudden hole in space in the scale that had occurred. When they saw Veronica outstretched, they pounced on Isabel, screaming for an explanation as she slowly drew her gun. Suddenly, a mysterious man appeared on the street and suggested that they take their time to report to the emperor and think about the situation. Surprisingly, these words were spoken by the warden, who was also standing under the cold raindrops, watching the dramatic scene unfold. Austin tried to justify herself to the warden, claiming that Veronica had lost her mind and she was only trying to calm her down by showing ostensible concern. Everyone looked curiously at Veronica, who was lying motionless, and wondered how long she would stay like that. The Lord approached the prostrate Veronica, urging her to wake up and say something, showing alarm and impatience. Veronica tried with great difficulty to lift her arm, which was trembling from the incredible tension and stress she had experienced. She pointed her finger at the guard next to Isabel, accusing her of betrayal and calling her a real creep. Veronica screamed hysterically that she would capture the traitor, claiming that she smelled her flowers. Isabel reacted lightning fast, grabbed the girl, pinned her to the ground, and Austin claimed to have witnessed the poisoning of her food. They quickly unzipped the girl's uniform and pulled out a mysterious bag, drawing everyone's attention. The older witch unwrapped the sack and discovered the grave flowers, then ordered the detainee to be taken to an interrogation room. The prisoners gradually came to their senses, feeling incredibly weak after the shock and physical exertion they had experienced. They exchanged impressions of the unbearable pain, comparing their sensations to the pressure of a huge avalanche and bugs crawling on their backs. The necromancer informed the Lord that she had put the collar on Queen Muravyov and successfully locked it on, demonstrating complete control. The older witch inquired further, to which the boy coldly replied, "Just give me her ashes." The warden laughed, stating that there was no point in burning the prisoner at once, as her attack was forced. The Lord irritatedly offered to feed her his blood so she could at least function. Turning around, he noticed a crack in the wall and a spear stuck in it, indicating the scale of the recent battle. Turning to the necromancer girl, the Lord noted that she had used all her best moves and was determined to help. The necromancer replied that she had only recently realized the true potential of the prisoners that the Lord could destroy at the height of their powers. They discussed the number of prisoners, and the necromancer specified that there were over 200 cooperating prisoners with the Lord. She pondered the prospect of their numbers growing and the likelihood of future resistance attempts against the Lord. The necromancer admitted that she had always been attracted to stability, and staying here was the right decision, regardless of the outcome of events. The older witch noted that the necromancer's words made her rethink something. She recounted the coven's problems with activity in the restricted area prior to her appearance in prison. The witch explained that they were concerned about possible repercussions and had prepared in advance for various scenarios. She admitted that she wanted to get out of jail so that she could help her coven at a critical time. The older witch pondered the coven's alliance with the Lord, wondering why she hadn't realized the obvious benefits of such a partnership sooner. She claimed that even if an evil deity revived in the Forbidden Lands, the prison would be the safest place to hide. The mercenaries shouted to the boss in panic, drawing everyone's attention with their urgency and excitement. The pirate mercenary excitedly asked about the fulfillment of some secret request, glowing with eagerness to hear the details. The bounty hunter triumphantly declared the task complete, claiming that now even prison did not interfere with their activities. They talked about the transformation of the Crooked Hand Gang into a guild of bounty hunters, no longer fearing prosecution by the authorities. The girl with green hair abruptly ordered everyone to immediately flee without thinking. She surveyed the line of guards ready to open fire and pleaded with the thugs to just run away without looking back. The inmate with 3 eyes was demonstrating this fear with the inmate Jessica, talking about the cave. She recounted the ancient method of manhunting, where you have to find and tear the creature apart while it has legs to flee. She noted with regret that the witch had managed to escape the cave, putting an end to the creators of the mysterious beads. Holding the orb, the prisoner was sad that the memories had turned into a tiny moment instead of 300 years of history. She shattered the orb in her hands, shattering it into tiny pieces, and offered to continue what she had started, meaningfully hinting at a sequel. Jessica emerged from the shattered sphere, but not in her previous form at all, but in a brand new, incredibly powerful form. Her body was completely streaked with lightning, her fists clenched with incredible strength, and a beastly roar of primal rage burst out from her throat. The terrible picture of the clan's betrayal, when she alone had managed to confront an entire army in a state of extreme emotional intensity, surfaced in her memories. She thought back to the last meeting where she had suggested that everyone take an orphan and create a guild of hunters, teaching them how to make an honest living. She was filled with boundless anger, the memories pushing her to completely destroy everything around her, fueling the flames of vengeance. Her surviving friend tried to stop her, grabbing her arm and shouting pleadingly, "Boss!" trying to appeal for discretion. Jessica was crying, an arrow visible in her eye, symbolizing the pain of irreparable loss and dashed hopes. Now the situation was repeated, the girl crying and begging Jessica that it was over, echoing in the past. Jessica slowly transformed back into a human. The lightning bolts enveloping her body began to melt and disappear. Her friend hugged her tightly, helping her to fully recover and return to her human state. She wondered about the fate of the orphans, once gathered by groups of mercenaries who were their common pain and hope. Frenda reported that the Lord had completely quelled the riot, demonstrating absolute control over the situation. The succubus, upon seeing the Lord, stuck her tongue out and ran joyfully towards him, exclaiming, "Lord alive, I'm so glad." The succubus noticed the Lord's bandaged arm and anxiously inquired about the incident. The Lord tried to reassure the girl, assuring her that the wound was almost healed and there was no cause for serious worry. The succubus rushed to help in a panic, wanting to inspect his injuries, but the guards persisted in trying to stop her. She stubbornly kept saying that sooner or later she would get to the Lord and have her wound examined, begging those around her to let her help. The warden was analyzing the situation after the riot, pondering the need to scout outside the prison. He was intrigued by how far the Ant Queen had gone in her manipulations and plans. He remembered talking to the blue-haired thug about a special assignment from the congressman whose son had been in the hearing the last few days. Overseer that cutting back on temperature means a larger figure is involved. He was tasked with finding out the true puppeteers, with the right to back off if the investigation became too dangerous. The girl had been stealthily following Anthony Gassman all this time, becoming his shadow. She reflected on the ruling structure of Silver City, which was controlled by 4 aristocratic families. The hierarchy of the city was built around the clans Silver, Rose, Spike, and Emerald, where Silver held the highest position. In her dreams, she envisioned the Emerald Palace as a true man's paradise at the end of a long road. From the window came Anthony's shouting of the results of the tax bureau, which had found nothing suspicious at Rose Prison. He was shocked not only at the extraction of energy stones at a cartridge price, but also at the possibility of hiring so many bounty hunters, perplexed as to the source of so much funding. Richie responded sarcastically to Anthony's suggestion that he was stealing from the budget, hinting that there were more complex financial schemes. Richie's smoking alluded provocatively to the availability of alternative sources of income that may not be obvious at first glance. Richie handed Anthony a document offering the wine merchants cooperation with Rosa Prison, showing an unexpected financial twist. Anthony read the contract for 50,000 gold from Richard Ord, which effectively meant that the Lord did not need to use his own savings to cover expenses. Anthony shatters the paper halves in anger, outraged at the idea of selling wine. Criminal acts committed. Richie advised an end to the feud, hinting at the complexity of the Lord's personality and the need for a broader perspective. Anthony suggested limiting the supply of power stones to the prison through the Chamber of Commerce, believing it was the only reasonable solution under the circumstances. He insisted on shelling the prison during the riot, but Richie sternly quashed these intentions, stating that interference was unacceptable. Anthony admitted in desperation that he was willing to do anything, including sacrificing his own son, to secure the Lord's death and realize his ambitious plans. The unexpected flight of the lamp through the window shattered the glass, falling to the floor with a clatter and attracting the attention of all present by its sudden movement. Casual passers-by looked around the building with bewilderment and curiosity, trying to understand the reason for such a strange investigation. The speaker claimed to be happy with the current situation and the fact that he was the one who was now at the center of events. He implied that if it were him, a trio of flashy knights wouldn't have been able to control the situation so skillfully. Anthony spectacularly and theatrically opened the door, displaying controlled anger and a desire to leave the room immediately. The concierge watching had never before seen Mr. Richie so enraged and tense. A blonde woman in a white plaid was standing in the heavy rain when the concierge asked her in amazement about her strange outfit and circumstances. The concierge pointed out the incredible coincidence. Just a minute ago, a lamp was flying and she was standing right next to it. The situation with the lamp falling from the window was becoming more and more mysterious, especially considering the presence of the girl under the very window. The girl defended herself by claiming that she had been kidnapped and the one they see is just a fake, trying to look convincing. The kidnapper took her to an abandoned house where she removed her clothes and makeup to make the perfect switch. The bounty hunter ordered her to be quiet, promising that it would all be over soon, intriguingly hinting at some sort of plan. The experienced huntress moved purposefully towards Mr. Anthony, Anthony asked the girl suspiciously about the purpose of her visit, wondering why the representative had shown up at such a tense moment. The girl relayed the message that the gentleman was running late due to a possible information leak and wished to continue the conversation in a safer location. Anthony, feeling guilty about his previous behavior, decided to apologize and asked to be escorted to his interlocutor. The concierge, smoking a cigarette, noted to himself the incredible skill of the makeup artist who had managed to organize such a believable substitution. The real Emerald Girl complained about the circumstances of the kidnapping, noting the physiological characteristics of the kidnapper. She suggested paying attention to the difference between the fake and the real version, which an experienced eye would instantly notice. The concierge, who had 5 years' experience in the palace, frankly admitted to losing interest in such intrigues. Blood slowly dripped down on the shoes held by the huntress, creating an ominous atmosphere of impending denouement. The bounty hunter knocked Anthony unconscious with a few blows to the head with her shoe, gouging out his eyes. Removing the stolen clothes and wig, she fully completed the planned operation with cold professional precision. Arriving at the Lord's house, she reported Anthony's death, mentioning many witnesses to her conversation with Mr. Ritchie. The huntress warned that when the body was discovered, even the Lord himself might question her lack of involvement in the murder. The Lord praised the huntress's work, noting not only her ability to kill Anthony, but also to masterfully diffuse suspicion. Now in her true form, working among the prisoners and cleaning up the aftermath of the riot, she introduced herself as Gela. Her escape from her home continent was prompted by the terrible dawn of the occult, when the devil in red robes with an army began to turn everything around her into destructive chaos. Memories freaked her the moment she became a water spirit and had to flee urgently to save her life from impending disaster. She remembered the long days of drifting in the ocean on a piece of driftwood until she accidentally stumbled upon a new uncharted continent. Gela was guided on a survivor's mission to tell the truth about what was happening in her homeland and to warn everyone of the impending deadly danger. The Red Devil, she was convinced, would not stop until she had leveled everything. But arriving in the new lands showed the difficulty of realizing her plans. The locals seemed serene, far more interested in power, money, and gossip than in external threats. Even the children showed incredible hostility towards her, which she felt especially keenly when every possible thing was stolen from her. The last straw of disappointment was the nobleman who agreed to take her in, but was not at all motivated by compassion. The nobleman wanted to use her unique reading skills to control her own countrymen. Gela resented the cynical desire to use abilities to the detriment of those around her, instead of using them constructively and honestly. The question of continuing her miserable life or trying to change has long been a question that has kept Gela on her toes, forcing her to constantly analyze her own existence and the possibilities of transformation. The accident with the nobleman was the last straw of patience, finally shattering the illusions about the possibility of peace. She was sent to Rose Prison so she could rethink her behavior and find the right path under the circumstances. Here she met the famous warden, who at first aroused no interest or respect in her. He was not a nobleman, had no authority among the prisoners, and was attacked daily, resembling a punching bag. The riot that took place changed her impression dramatically. She didn't even notice how a group of prisoners had formed around the warden to oppose the rioters. What was particularly striking was that the rioters had numerical superiority, but were literally defeated, which seemed unbelievable. Even the strongest of them were forced to admit defeat and capitulate to the warden. The older witch then addressed Gela with a meaningful warning to remain silent about her kidnapping. The witch suggested using the emotion reading ability to make sure they were serious about not opposing the Lord and willing to help run the prison. The necromancer emphasized the need to expand the number of prisoners loyal to the Lord, arguing that 200 was too few. At that moment, Gela realized her misjudgment of the Lord. Realizing that if 1,000 prisoners sided with him, she admired his patience, which had helped many prisoners, and in comparison with others, he seemed the epitome of kindness. Gela fully realized that it was not at all a pity to give her powers to such a person who was able to use them truly for good. Standing near the beds where the potatoes would be planted, she began to use her magic power. Butterflies flew from her hands, choosing helpers. Green butterfly spirits swarmed along the beds to help the plants sprout and get stronger, showing incredible magical power. Literally 5 seconds later, the first butterfly sprouts appeared, continued flying. Gela was sure the Lord would appreciate her abilities. She said warningly that we should be on guard before the devil in red got to this place, hinting at danger. To herself, she pondered the wooden figures that had fallen out of the Lord's inner pocket and wondered why she would carry them around. Especially so close to the body, it seemed uncomfortable and strange, which led to various speculations about the figurine's purpose. Gela conceded that the Lord may have prepared these figures in advance, knowing of the girl's unstable condition, indicating cunning. Standing near the dust, she heard the order to stop working and go to her cell, but thought she was used to seeing the bad in people. The unidentified man wrote a letter to Mr. Peen, introducing himself as a loyal Blue Hawk and indicating that this was the 25th denunciation to the Lord. Isabella confirmed in a letter that the Lord had lost some of his power but could still be useful, advising caution with reconciliation. She warned of possible difficulties from the aristocracy and recommended only observing the Lord without action for now. The man reported a full check of the last underground chamber, recording the absence of any unusual occurrences. The cell was inhabited by an ordinary giant monster that didn't arouse much suspicion from the inspectors examining the room. Sisters Haley and Jenny discussed information from the chief about a monstrous threat in the prison, capable of destroying the world, thinking about neutralization. They approached the monstrous Wendigo, assuring him that the decision on their continued imprisonment had already been made. Hidden in the dungeon, the goddess congratulated the Lord for mastering the new abilities of using disabled creatures. The Lord admitted that he had not felt hunger or fatigue since his first day in this world, spending his nights in a daze. The pain in his arm seemed abnormal and would not go away, causing him serious anxiety and confusion about what was happening. He confusedly asked the goddess about his nature, whether he was a ghost or still human. The goddess replied with a mysterious smile that she wished she knew the answer to this difficult question herself. She explained that his body was an alchemical vessel for the soul that could only be cured with mythal. The Lord spoke contemptuously of the prison, comparing it to filth and making no secret of his negative attitude. The goddess explained that he could safely think about marriage and children, warning only one nuance: the children would inevitably be born dead. She proposed an unconventional approach to defining humanity, using behavioral patterns instead of biological traits. Leaning toward him, the goddess provocatively asked if this world was real or just a figment of his own desires and fantasies. Lord confidently objected, arguing that the world was absolutely real as he dealt with prison issues and specific challenges on a daily basis. The goddess parried that he was like a man in a coma and would only be able to truly live once he was completely free of his inner desires. She gave examples of his actions, pointing to helping Veronica through her pain and the innocent murder he had committed. Raising the girl, in her opinion, was just an attempt to compensate for her own paternal complexes and failures with her own daughter. Real anger appeared on the Lord's face when the goddess touched on the painful topics of his past and personal defeats. The goddess remembered with compassion the moment he returned to his hometown after his service when he met his family. She questioned about the terrible moment when he learned of his father's involvement with some scum and his subsequent funeral. Lord decided to take a job at the prison where the perpetrator was being held in order to exact a personal act of revenge. The man he believed to be the murderer was but a younger twin brother, and the Lord himself, seeking justice, had become a prisoner. The goddess bitterly stated that his wife and daughter didn't even communicate with him, and his relatives couldn't even look him in the eye, which completely destroyed his family ties. All he had to do was cower in a corner, trying to hide from reality until he decided he needed a fresh start. Finding that the case was practically eaten from the inside and living out its last days, he realized it was too late to change anything drastically. The boy asked the goddess bewilderedly if she had seen his memories, trying to realize his true capabilities. She replied that she could not only see his memories, but could open her eyes and see the memory of everyone in her field of vision. The goddess could judge life experiences by facial expressions, looks, and even the slightest marks on her skin, demonstrating an incredible capacity for perception. She argued that the world functioned through the amalgamation of the experiences of all living, and could not imagine the level of development humanity would reach. Guy challengingly asked why, being so strong, she was stuck in prison, intriguing the goddess with her remark. The goddess laughed, pointing out the absurdity of trying to explain the divine essence with earthly concepts and language. She compared the planet to an aquarium where people are like fish existing in a confined space. The goddess explained that the prison was one of the windows of observation of the world, specially created for him, To the guy's joke about the ant farm, she agreed that surveillance gets boring sooner or later. Leaning over, the goddess hinted that the real fun was immersing herself in the world of predator ants, where each insect was unique. Goddess observed that new bugs always behave the same way when they hit the box. When they enter an unknown environment, they begin to act extremely cautiously in an effort to adapt and not attract unnecessary attention. The insects try to distance themselves from other ants or simply stand idly by, showing their safety and peacefulness. Their behavior is aimed at showing harmlessness. They do not want to get involved in conflicts and trifling confrontations. Over time, they become fully acclimated to their new environment, after which time the surrounding insects become seriously endangered. The goddess explained that it usually took insects about 3 months to fully adapt, hinting that his time had come. The boy frustratedly admitted his own weakness, considering himself a useless insect, unable to do any good. She objected, arguing that an insect's value is determined not only by the number of ants killed, but also by its ability to survive. What matters is whether it can survive the attacks and find time to attack back, realizing that first attempts may not be effective. The goddess emphasized that the power of the soul does not matter. The true power of the gods is approaching the new owner. To him, there was only one question: in what form he would return to this world, with a soul full of resentment and bitterness. The boy recalled the guard's conversation about protecting his own parents, who lived at the foot of the mountain, and the fear of losing his job. He overheard a conversation about hiding problems, realizing that his boss might fire him, which would mean losing his only source of income. The family had spent all their life savings to get him here, and he was willing to do anything for their well-being and his own dreams. The girl in the interrogation cell cried out her frustrations. With the Lord's appearance, she had hoped for improvement, but instead conditions only worsened. The financier has announced additional fees. Each guard will receive £5 on top of their basic salary from taxes, sponsors, and other income. Frenda approached the Lord with an important message about the Emerald Palace owner's desire to meet. She warned that once the riot organizer is recognized, the meeting becomes imperative, but requires the utmost caution. Guy emphasized the dangers of speaking out against the Lord, comparing such actions to hitting a rock with an egg, which could cost the lives of staff members. The girl was concerned about safety and offered to handle the settlement of medical bills for the guard. Lord rejected her proposal, claiming that the main thing is to be a qualified specialist with the right approach to work. He explained the need to understand others, integrate into the group, and become part of the system for it to work effectively. Frenda, upon hearing his reasoning, was shocked, but gradually began to understand what this management philosophy was all about. Guy argued that by becoming a knight, she would get the treatment she deserved, moving towards her intended goal step by step. He proclaimed that even an omnipotent god could not cope with absolute death, emphasizing the complexity of the universe. The Lord spoke of the need to give the dead rest, to let them close their eyes and put them out of their endless suffering. The inhabitants of the city looked with horror at the strange cloud above the prison, whose form inspired a real primal fear. The goddess noted with excitement that the chess game with him was becoming more and more interesting, each move bringing her closer to the solution of her mysterious plan. A huge skeleton-shaped cloud did indeed loom over the city, plunging the inhabitants into primal terror with its intimidating outline. The prisoners watched in shock as the potatoes grew incredibly fast, puzzled about the nature of the metamorphosis taking place in the agricultural fields. One of the ones they offered he put off thinking and ate first, recognizing that his head was incapable of comprehending what was happening without proper nourishment. In the mess hall, the prisoners were excited to report that the cook had woken up and prepared a new dish, potatoes with beef tenderloin. The prisoner curiously questioned the succubus about her strange attachment to the warden, not understanding the nature of her long infatuation. The succubus tried to justify herself by the beauty of the warden, but her interlocutors pointed out that beauty alone was not enough for such a strong attachment. They hinted at the abnormality of her relationship, wondering what it was that fascinated her so much about this man. The succubus admitted that her story has been going on for 4 years and originated in the distant past. She remembered herself as a 14-year-old girl helping her mother look after the family business. That day, a stranger questioned her about her mother's whereabouts, taking a persistent interest. The girl reported that her mother was playing a board game and was not receiving visitors, exercising caution. Then a uniformed warden with beautiful eyes showed up, declaring a crackdown on illegal establishments. Behind the girl's back, knights from the Bureau of Unclean Forces Investigation appeared, demanding complete immobility. Bursting inside, they found an unconscious man from whom absolutely everything seemed to have been squeezed out. The Lord coldly stated that what was happening exceeded all acceptable boundaries and demanded to follow him for clarification. The succubus broke into bitter sobs but obediently agreed to comply, realizing the gravity of the situation. One of the knights alerted the Lord to the influence of the detainee's family. Eager to soothe the crying girl, the knight held out her lollipop, seeking to soothe the traumatic situation at least a little. He literally shoved the lollipop into her mouth, hoping to stop the steady stream of tears and tantrums. Grabbing the girl on his shoulder, the knight ordered her to follow him, ignoring her threats and attempts at resistance. The girl was utterly helpless, and the knight, disregarding her protests, simply carried her out of the room. The succubus recalled the incredible feelings that overwhelmed her at that moment: courage, resilience, and overwhelming inner strength. She realized that no words could describe what she had experienced. It was pure revelation. For the first time in her life, she felt a real light she had never known before, sinking into an extraordinary state. She first truly realized what holiness was when she was carried by the very Lord who had changed her entire life. The Lord gently lowered her to the ground, opened the carriage door, and offered her a seat, at that moment transforming into a completely otherworldly being. She felt suddenly illuminated from within, as if an invisible light was penetrating the most secret corners of her being. From a simple, vicious girl, she transformed into a guarded divine being that accompanied the truest knight with fortitude. The prisoners who heard her story marveled at the improbability of what was happening, realizing that such a thing could only happen in the most improbable of life scenarios. She realized that a man as pure and bright as this Lord did not exist anywhere else on this planet. In that moment, she realized that she had found the absolute ideal of masculinity that she would strive for the rest of her life. Her mind from that day on was literally consumed with obsessive thoughts of him, leaving no room for other experiences. The fantasies ranged from wanting to control him completely to plunge him to the ground and destroy him to the smallest of components. She imagined playfully touching his chin, preparing to say the most provocative words. Her imagination drew dialogues where she commented wryly on his appearance and hinted at the dangers of the world around him. The succubus began to laugh, taking in the decisions of those around him on such fantasies, unintentionally creating an atmosphere of awkwardness. A sudden laughter from outside made her turn around sharply, eyes flashing with displeasure and a readiness to immediately attack the source of the annoyance. She pointed her finger at the vixen, calling her a stinker and demanding an explanation as to why she was laughing so inappropriately. Fox replied philosophically that fantasizing is easier than realizing such scenarios. The succubus, enraged, demanded that the vixen immediately explain her words, showing her willingness to give an instant and devastating response. The vixen continued to laugh, holding her stomach, commenting wryly that a 14-year-old girl had never been able to get the man of her dreams. She wryly pointed out the succubus' lack of experience, predicting that she'd never get anywhere by the time she was old. The succubus was furious and demanded the vixen tell her about her own number of men she had seduced, provoking her into a frank conversation. The succubus comrade tried to calm her down, hinting at the obscurity of the vixen's past and the need for restraint. He noted that she was a very famous person in the empire, with a reputation far beyond normal perceptions. She was able to manipulate the hearts of many warlords by successfully extracting huge amounts of organic matter from them. Her intrigues led to open confrontation within the imperial family, including conflict between the princes. Using her incredible abilities, she plunged an entire empire into a state of chaos, making the lives of the people unbearable. For her deeds, she earned the nickname of the Great Destroyer, the enemy of all women in the empire. She was considered the craziest among the inmates, a conniving queen of seducing rich and powerful men. The vixen cried, begging the succubus to teach her such devastating and successful manipulation. Fox voiced the cost of the training at 1,000 golden pounds, emphasizing that the entire amount includes accommodation, guaranteed training, and a full range of training. The warden arrived at the Emerald Palace, elegantly changed into a black jacket. The concierge greeted the Lord with fidgety deference, apologizing for his inattention and hastening to inform him that Mr. Ritchie was already waiting for him in a specially prepared room. Apologizing, the concierge explained that he had to remain on duty and offered another staff member to escort the warden around the Emerald Palace building. The vixen had demanded at the beginning of the interrogation that the succubus realize her true position and understand who was the main rival in the fight for Ron's attention. The succubus smugly stated that many had their eyes on the Lord, but in terms of unity of souls, she simply had no competition. Fox reminded her of Veronica, intriguingly asking why she had returned to the prison and become a guard. The succubus waved it away carelessly, claiming that Veronica was just a wooden girl who couldn't even theoretically compare to her. The vixen warned that regardless of the depth of her relationship with the Lord, the succubus would absolutely lose out in the event of a marriage. The succubus demanded an explanation in shock, to which the vixen began to detail Veronica's social advantages. She emphasized Veronica's hard work ethic, pointing out that her attentiveness would be seen as a role model by those around her. Fox emphasized Veronica's qualities attractive to men, loyalty, sensitivity, and inner strength of character. She pointed out Veronica's ability to instantly notice her partner's emotional state and willingness to be supportive. Fox emphasized that Veronica would extend the umbrella at any time, regardless of her partner's financial situation. Veronica is able to confidently lead her partner forward, holding his hand firmly, and even the most faithful man will be happy to marry such a girl. The vixen compared Veronica to a succubus, demanding an explanation of what she could be proud of besides her daily attempts to get the Lord's attention. The succubus claimed her wealth, to which the vixen wryly inquired if that made her a suitable candidate to be a kept woman. In response, the succubus burst into a scream, denying her dire situation and promising to change immediately. She vowed to mend her ways and never make such mistakes again, showing her willingness to make drastic changes. The vixen warned that she must not give up her hobby for men, or she would lose status and not get a lord. She pointed out that Veronica has good cards, but she doesn't know how to play, doesn't know how to ignite the Lord's interest. The vixen cynically advised using the pregnancy as a way to bind the Lord, claiming that once the child was born, he would be forced to accept it. She insisted on the need to win the Lord's heart by any means necessary, promising to help the succubus do so. The vixen assured me that this was the only chance to get the Lord, and was willing to help with the right timing. The suddenly appeared harpy angrily interrupted their conversation, creating a tense atmosphere. The prisoners watched in amazement, noting the strange behavior of Garby, who for some reason was chasing the fox. The succubus, startled by the sudden appearance of the harpy, suggested that the conversation be postponed for another time. The fox, seeing Harpy, stopped and asked what she needed, inwardly preparing for possible conflict and expecting a provocative answer. With a mysterious smile, Harpy reported an extraordinary find in the warehouse, a cat capable of doing backflips, and offered to jointly examine it. The fox was in complete shock at the unexpected suggestion, expecting a more intriguing development than talking about some acrobatic cat. Lord suddenly found the girl leaping toward him, screaming hysterically about a rainforest tiger that had supposedly gone mad. In front of him was indeed the creation of a country that arose from the love of an ordinary tiger. The stranger sobbed, begging to be saved from the monster, her voice trembling with fear and tears streaming down her frightened face. The Lord suddenly and lightning quickly delivered an elbow strike to the girl's nose, showing lightning-fast reaction and cold-bloodedness. He pulled a gun from his inside pocket, causing the girl to panic, who asked in confusion to wait. The tiger suddenly rose to his paws and appeared to be a man in a suit, explaining that he was an actor who needed a punch. The Lord asked the meaning of what was happening, to which the reply followed that it was the property of the Emerald Palace and part of the performance. Palace representatives talked about realistic games that allow guests to become the heroes of various exciting stories. They claimed that among the 300 scenarios, there is sure to be a suitable one for any guest. The boy sighed heavily, wondering the whereabouts of Sir Richie, to whom he had been invited. The actors assured that Sir Richie was busy checking the room and shouldn't have gotten far, offering to wait. The actors, left alone, began to discuss the intricacies of the Lord's fate, claiming that the beauties of the Emerald Palace could finally confuse any man. The Lord opened the next doors and a magical space filled with soft, sparkling snow appeared before him. In the middle of the snowy kingdom lay a princess of incredible beauty, surrounded by legends of a 3-year dream. Some enthusiastic man with burning eyes provocatively exclaimed that before them was a heaven-sent hero who had awakened the divine beauty, The Lord, without losing his composure, sharply threw the old man aside and sarcastically commented on the situation, calling it hopeless and absurd. Beyond the next door opened a desert landscape where two girls with predatory looks greeted him like prey, immediately surrounding him. The robber girls offered to join their gang, hinting at adventure and opportunity for a real man. In this room, a divine fairy-like creature has appeared, offering to reveal hidden, forbidden desires. The demoness, with frightening beauty and a meaningful smile, offered punishment for sins, balancing between temptation and punishment, a form of payback. The Lord methodically continued on his way, without allowing himself to be drawn into the theatrics, until he opened the doors with an unexpected sight. The little girl seemed an odd element in this world of seduction and intrigue. John squinted, trying to understand the reason for her presence. With slight irony and bewilderment, he asked the child if she worked here just like all the other characters in this incredible palace. Suddenly, a woman ran out from backstage shouting Lola's name and expressing surprise that the girl had reappeared in this place all alone. The little girl explained that she was bored at home, and the woman who ran out apologized, claiming it was a restaurant and not a performance room. The Lord inquired as to the location of the desired room, receiving a vague reply to wait in the restaurant while Sir checked the rooms. He walked over to the table and carefully pulled back his chair in preparation to sit down and survey the room with the keen eye of an experienced observer. Lord overhears a mother tell her daughter she has to earn money for toys and asks her to go play in the kitchen, hinting at submission. At that moment, he saw his own past, a picture of his wife and daughter who had once left him, causing a sudden emotional shock. Some man brought him a cup of drink and commented meaningfully on his interest in such women. Suddenly, it turned out to be Lord Richie himself, which made the guy completely confused. Sir Riley pointed out that a lot of girls didn't dignify his attention, but this woman with a baby somehow caught his interest. The Lord ironically asked why he had been invited to the Emerald Palace, to which Richie laughed and assured him that he had a specific business to attend to. Richie offered to settle things amicably, explaining that he had helped Anthony during the prison riots out of necessity. As he poured coffee, he mused on the need to keep his balance in the city, comparing himself to a mere commuter. The Lord parried, hinting at the difficulty of explaining to the people of the Silver City the true intentions of their boatman. Richie cynically remarked that sincerity was long forgotten, and they could now consider their accounts mutually settled. Lord recalled how he had once taken his beloved Frenda away without permission, without thinking of the consequences and considering the impulse a sincere display of feeling and passion. 3 months ago, he stood in the town square, addressing people with a piercing cry about the uncertainty of reality. He shouted hysterically, demanding the name of the present year and country, begging for some explanation of what was happening and to dispel his total bewilderment. The men watched in consternation as the horses approached him and begged the Lord to move away. Sensing the impending threat, the surrounding people warned that it was a wagon from the Emerald Palace and strictly forbade even approaching or looking in its direction. The Lord puzzled over the nature of the Emerald Palace, scrutinizing the mysterious wagon and trying to understand its significance. People whispered that the Emerald Palace was an elite brothel, a shrine that every man worshipped regardless of social status. They were discussing the large number of new girls, regretting that ordinary people were only allowed to observe what was going on. The Lord was shocked at what he heard, realizing the monstrous treatment of women that prevailed in society. He grabbed the rope holding the horse and began pulling as hard as he could, causing the animal to resist. The Lord stated that since he had been named Lord, he demanded the immediate release of all the girls from the wagon. The chaser was shocked at his words, claiming that the Emerald Palace girls were not subject to outsiders and their fate was nobody's business. Lord grabbed the gun and he got out, while the driver was panicked and now impossible to get up without an entrusted load. The girl on the wagon begged for a job that would allow her to escape the blacklisting of companies and give her access to the Emerald Palace. The Lord unexpectedly offered her a job as a jailer, provocatively testing her readiness for radical change and constitutional stability. Upon hearing the offer, the girl immediately opened the wagon door and stepped firmly onto the ground, showing determination and willingness to change. She knelt before the Lord, solemnly swearing to serve faithfully, showing absolute submission and loyalty. Frenda, chief economist at the Imperial Academy, had unique professional skills that could have served the emperor, but family misfortunes and intrigue ruined her career. Richie noted her strong character, claiming that no amount of subterfuge and manipulation could break her dignity and independence. Lord admitted to the joke regarding Frenda's kidnapping, apologizing for his actions 3 months ago and citing temporary insanity. He spoke about the financial difficulties of the Rose Jail, suggesting that we discuss potential cooperation and opportunities for mutually beneficial solutions to the problems. Sir Richie lit a match, listening to the Lord's suggestions of potential help for the prison and indirectly hinting at the financial difficulties at hand. Richie spoke candidly about the decline in funding, pointing to the Lord's personal income from prison and his place among the 10 richest in the Silver City. He alluded to the need for help from the mayor's office, given the city's connivance with enrichment, to which the Lord replied that the project barely covered emergency needs. Richie spoke threateningly about gray customs fraud, provoking the Lord and hinting at the presence of compromising information. The Lord inquired with genuine surprise about the details of the alleged machinations and the identity of the customs prosecutor. The Lord made a deep assurance with a provocative smile, asking if his facial expressions seemed too cloying and pithy. The guy showed genuine bewilderment, claiming that he absolutely did not understand the essence of the conversation and the reasons for the sudden accusations. Sir Richie defiantly wondered if Ron was honestly receiving his salary without any additional illegal allowances or deeds. He pointed out the improbability of quelling a riot in the face of funding cuts and mass layoffs of guards. The Lord inquired with contrived calmness as to what exactly might be wrong with his actions and management of the prison. Richie slapped the desk in anger, demanding that Customs Attorney Jaden from room 51 be brought in immediately. The prosecutor was literally dragged out of the restroom and thrown to the floor, showing complete disregard for his status. Sir began the questioning by inquiring about the prosecutor's sources of income and his financial machinations in the customs system. He accused the prosecutor of using the overcrowded Rosa prison as a cover for smuggling prisoners across the border. Richie announced the rates. A level D prisoner cost 100 gold, a level C 500, indicating a corrupt scheme to distribute the funds. Jaden's justification was that the Lord had always fought evil, and they were worried about his possible disagreement with the scheme. The Lord went into a rage, slammed his fist on the table, and physically removed the customs officer, charging him to destroy the entire Silver City. The prosecutor began to apologize, admitting his wrongdoing and trying to assuage the Lord's anger by showing total defeat. Cheese held out his hand, signaling that litigation was no longer necessary and the situation would be resolved as quickly and efficiently as possible. The subordinate handed over the weapon, hinting at a willingness to immediately finish off the prosecutor, who panicked and began begging for mercy. The Lord intervened, stating that this case directly concerns him and only he would make the final decision. He pointed out the serious injuries sustained by the guards during the recent riot, emphasizing the magnitude of the events. Lord explained the need to fund treatment and pay bonuses to prison staff, showing concern for his subordinates. He cynically stated that he didn't care about the origin of the money, whether it was clean or not, as long as it was sufficiently funded to keep the system running. The prosecutor begged the Lord to let him go, promising to find and bring all the necessary funds immediately. The Lord generously gave half a day to raise the money, insinuating that it was the only chance to save a life. The prosecutor swore he would raise enough money to fully satisfy the Lord's demands and avoid punishment. After the prosecutor had left, the Lord asked Sir Richie about the details of what had happened. He inquired about the root causes of such corrupt schemes in the system. Richie explained that people hate those who would take away their jobs and resources, wondering what the content of any system is. Lord asked provocatively about the mechanisms of the political system, alluding to the complexity of the polity. Guy noticed that the empire was created by a treaty in which all races of the continents joined together and honored a sacred pact of equality. Richie explained that the treaty brought victory over evil spirits, allowed the forbidden lands to be sealed, and became the founding banner of the empire. He argued that the fall of imperial power could lead to the collapse of the empire, so those interested should strengthen the system. Smoking a pipe, the interlocutor reflected on the mechanisms of popular vote, pointing out the importance of a profitable way of manipulating opinion. He spoke frankly about the classic political technology of the common enemy and positioning himself as the savior of the people. The Lord was skeptical of the abstractness of such an approach, questioning the effectiveness of creating an enemy from other races of the alliance. Richie laughed, explaining that to understand the benefit it was enough to realize the goals of the other side, and hinted at the end of the conversation. When the boy was about to leave, Sir Richie stopped him, reminding him that he hadn't gotten a full answer to the original question. He hopefully clarified that all misunderstandings between them were now settled and no longer raised doubts about the correctness of their actions. The guy kindly replied that this aristocrat was different from his initial expectations and stereotypical notions of nobility. Richie emphasized that he survived solely because of his own strategies and advised to prepare for a political career wisely. The prisoners began to laugh at the fox, to which she sharply reprimanded them, reminding them of her position as foreman and her recent kidnapping. She hysterically shouted that without Cao Lai showing up in time, she would have been shamed for life while pointing her finger at the girl. Cao explained that she only helped because the succubus was giving away her dinner, showing the cynical calculus of prison relationships. The girls laughed wryly at the succubus, accusing her of obsessively wanting to do the deed and kill the warden who hunted the rich. The succubus standing next to Harpy turned to the vixen Mandy, offering to forget about the training and keep the money for herself, showing her generosity. She spotted the Harpy hiding behind a tree and sensed that approaching could turn deadly, creating tension. The succubus watched Harpia, who was still under the influence of the vixen's pheromones, and continued to think about their plans together. Mandy shouted furiously that it was a funding issue, addressing the laughing inclusions and preparing them for the components of their opportunities. She stated that she would help the girl get the title, intriguingly hinting at the reliability of her wealth. The overseer slowly left the Emerald Palace on his horse, unaware of the intrigue brewing around him. Mandy and the succubus ran to greet him, inviting him to pay attention to the incredible changes in the household. They raved about the potatoes planted 2 days ago, which are now fully ripe and have yielded an incredible harvest. The Lord asked in amazement as to the reason for such rapid growth, to which Mandy offered to check things out in person. The succubus, as usual, was enamored with the Lord and begged to take her along, showing obsessive adoration. Mandy tried to stop the succubus, explaining that it was part of a plan to seduce the Lord discreetly. She claimed that their goal was to divert attention away from Veronica in every way possible, urging her to use ingenuity. Mandy speculated provocatively about Veronica's wounds, hinting that after stabilizing her in prison, the Lord would probably find time to visit her. She vividly described a scenario where a lone man would be in a wounded woman's room, asking her how she was feeling. Mandy warned that such questioning could easily turn into actual intimacy. She insisted on the need to take the initiative, to confuse the Lord about the little things and leave Veronica no chance. Frenda looked in amazement at the potatoes that had grown overnight, noticing the soil around the plant cracked from dryness. She remembered the nobleman's admonition to inform immediately if she found plants growing at an incredible rate on the cracked ground. The warden listened to these arguments in silence, casting meaningful glances at the deputy and expressing no particular emotion. Gela, hearing Frenda's words, turned around anxiously, clearly fearing that she might be taken against her will. She pointed defiantly at one of the prisoners, reprimanding her for her laziness and demanding that she work more responsibly. Lord asked Frenda suspiciously if he was wrong, remembering that the potatoes had been planted over a month ago. Frenda was confused, unable to give a coherent answer, and offered to let security know what was going on. She planned to increase control over the prisoners, after which the Lord inquired about the condition of Veronica Lazarenko's wounds. Suddenly, Lissa ran up to John with provocative concern at his absence, finding herself in a situation of intriguing surprise. Lysa reported the verbal altercation in the interrogation room to Lord Details. She noted that the Ant Queen was refusing to give evidence to the junior warden, displaying an arrogance that the Lord found inappropriate. The Lord instructed Frenda to set up a compost pit, distracting himself from the situation, much to the delight of the fox who had successfully distracted him from Veronica. In the interrogation room, the warden met with Mo, inquiring about the current situation and the reasons for the Ant Queen's displeasure. Mo reported that Ant's mother categorically refused to cooperate and ignored all attempts at interrogation. The Ant Queen snorted defiantly and turned away, crossing her arms, to which the Lord demanded that he waste no time and record the offense. He explicitly stated that regardless of the new circumstances of the riot, she could not escape the death penalty, demanding a speedy conclusion to the case. Mother Ants indignantly declared that the Little Silver City had no right to judge her and insisted that she be tried by the Supreme Court of Unclean Power. The Lord replied stiffly that even the Supreme Court of the Empire would sentence her to death, and he would not allow any outside interference. He ordered that the execution be prepared without delay and that a notice be immediately sent to the Supreme Court of Unclean Power after its execution. The Ant Queen threatened that she had children left outside the prison who would avenge her murder, reminding her of her royal status. News of the imprisonment of the Ant Queen Rose spread quickly, portraying her as a great villain. The Ant Queen warned of the consequences of her imprisonment, claiming that the entire Silver City would be punished for mishandling such a famous criminal. She claimed that the aristocracy of the empire was eager for her death, and the emperor himself personally wanted to organize a show execution to win the love of the people. The queen pointed out that her actions were intended to glorify the emperor and that the Lord would pay severely for such treatment. She threateningly asserted that his life would never get better in the future if he didn't understand the obvious things and acted without proper thought. Queen Morovyova alluded to the decline of imperial power, suggesting that the emperor's lack of a chance at execution might seriously offend him. The Lord Queen really thought about it, realizing that there might be some truth and logic in Morovyov's words. She offered to move the trial to the capital, but promised to help the prison authorities during her incarceration. Queen claimed she could help prisoners under the side effects of her drugs and improve their condition. She recalled the Lord's daughter, offering to heal her and return her to normalcy, including the ability to go to school. The queen promised to remove the weapons from her daughter's body, replace the poisonous blood, and make her a normal child, pointing out the costliness of the treatment. Mo turned to the Lord to ask what exactly to write to the empire regarding the proposal. The Lord ordered a senior witch to be summoned and see to the treatment of the prisoners, whereupon the guards proceeded to carry out the order. Mo began drafting the official document with professional dexterity, preparing to write an appeal to the highest judicial body. She was formulating an appeal to the Supreme Court of Unclean Power to arrest the mother of the ants, emphasizing her royal status. The Lord began to dictate the text furiously, demanding the harshest possible wording of the accusation and rejecting the overly polite tone. He described the arrested woman as a monstrous creature who had committed atrocities that incurred the wrath of the gods and all men. Lord insisted on stating the reasons for further detention, the presence of accomplices at large, and the danger of transportation. After completing the interrogation, the Lord exited the cell, where he was immediately met by Mandy and the succubus, curious about his future plans. Mandy approached the Lord about the lack of guards at the prison, offering her help and informing him. She reminded us of a zombie that crumbles into ashes every 3 months and is reborn with more mana, pointing out that there are 10 days until the next decay. Mandy warned of the danger to the prisoners next to this zombie who screams threats of revenge. Camilla demanded that the zombies die and turn to dust immediately, showing impatience and irritation. The guard reported that the morning inspection was fine, but now the cell was as cold as a freezer. The chill-inducing zombie shouted threats at Camilla, accusing her of thwarting her intentions. The zombie, while tied to the wall, continued to resist violently, threatening Camilla with death and showing incredible willpower and hatred. When the Lord appeared before her, the zombie asked the reason for his presence, to which he coldly replied that he understood her dead state. The Lord sternly pointed out the unacceptability of her behavior in prison, warning that if she did not restrain herself, she would have to die permanently. Zombie began her emotional monologue, rebuking the Lord for being able to help a prisoner, but unable to sympathize with a mother who had lost her child. She told the story of the murder of her 15-year-old son by Camilla, explaining that she was a simple peasant woman who had no other choice. Zombie claimed she resorted to necromancy to become dead and get revenge, emphasizing that she didn't want to touch other people. The Lord pondered the suspicious circumstances of her case, analyzing every detail with professional thoroughness. He noted that Camilla came from the slums and was unlikely to find patrons, especially after such a short sentence for murder. The Lord promised to look into the situation when he had time and ordered a necromancer to be summoned to perform a penance ritual. Asina arrived and confessed that despite her reluctance, she felt genuine sympathy for the unfortunate woman. The warden asked skeptically if it was good to leave the dead in the world of the living, hinting at the unnaturalness of what was happening. The girl replied philosophically that the worlds of the dead and the living need not be completely separate, hinting at a deeper meaning of existence. The necromancer girl explained that the lady had sacrificed the path of rebirth and become a zombie, so she did not wish to interfere with the ethical considerations of her choice. The Lord asked about the term rebirth, to which the girl explained that it was not a religious concept, but a fundamental rule of the structure of this world after death. She argued that the consciousness of the deceased cannot simply disappear, and therefore inevitably take some alternative form. The girl described the mechanism of the endless cycle of accidents that determines the posthumous existence of the soul. She explained that a zombie is an accident where the soul has abandoned its natural path of rebirth, leaving it vulnerable. The Lord summarized that if the woman chose the path of utter pain, he had no choice but to try to comfort her. The girl asked why he honors generals and heroes who destroy cities, but picks on a woman who refused to be reborn for her son. She resolutely refused to commit unethical acts, hinting that a doll holding a grudge might bring the matter to an end. Suddenly, Frenda bursts in with the news that Jason, the customs prosecutor, is visiting, creating an air of surprise. The treasurer, the head of the guard, and the prosecutor want to meet with the Lord about some problems in the prison. Lord reassures those around him, suggesting that perhaps they brought money to deal with current issues. Frenda intriguingly asks about money, to which the Lord orders a blanket to be spread out next to the zombie first, and promises to deal with everything after the current affairs are completed. The guard insists on absolute sincerity when meeting the Lord, hinting that they have come for a reason and their visit has deep subtext. He recalls past events when he personally brought security to the scene to deal with the body and circumstances that seem suspicious. The customs attorney and two other executives confirm that they are key players in the prisoner case. All three synchronously confirm their involvement, creating an atmosphere of tense anticipation. They demand that the Lord explain why every plan he has made to rebuild the prison has been invariably rejected. Lord recalls his past applications for prison expansion being ignored because of the risk of riots.
The Guardian has previously explained the budget problems and the need to get into their position by hinting at hidden decision-making mechanisms.
Lord hints that their visit is related to some shady operations, to which the three visitors begin to make excuses. Frenda watches their unexpected behavior with surprise, noting the abrupt change from their previous hostile stance. The Lord smiles and boldly asks when they became so fluffy, hinting at their sudden civility. The treasurer starts pulling out money, claiming that they have kept more than half of the profits from the project and are willing to share. He insists that the Lord accept their share and asks Frenda to assist in the transfer of funds, creating an atmosphere of a suspicious transaction. The girl scrutinized the documents carefully and found a check for an impressive sum of 100,000 gold pieces, which caused surprise and wariness. V explained that they had obtained the rank of captain through financial contributions from a dubious business for fear of losing the support of subordinates. The Lord thoughtfully suggested that they not stop there, suggesting that if they had already made money, why not continue? He hinted at the possibility of expanding the business by suggesting that we should not limit ourselves to incarceration, but find ways to monetize the inmates. The visitors clarified that it was about forcing prisoners to work, waiting for the Lord's reaction to such a direct proposal. Lord smiled and explained a more sophisticated plan to create a bill allowing businesses to hire prisoners for prison fees. He detailed a security system involving multi-level screening of prisoners, with an emphasis on a silver city with a magical barrier. Lord presented a scheme to hire prisoner instructors with arms, offering the army the benefit of their skills for a guarantee fee. He also described the possibility of using inmates with horse breeding skills to train high-quality racehorses for a guarantee fee. Concluding the presentation, the Lord mentioned the potential of prisoner diggers who could create mountain tunnels for a security deposit. Aiden leisurely explained to the crowd that the examples given were only a small part of the possibilities and that a group of guards would be created for re-education. Those present enthusiastically supported the warden's idea, praising his splendid plan and assuring him that everything would go smoothly under his control. Frenda, watching this suspiciously harmonious business meeting, felt a vague uneasiness and suspicion growing inside. The girl pondered that if she didn't know the Lord's true nature, she might also believe in the plan, although he wouldn't release the prisoners. Frenda's memory recalled a similar case where the warden had first dropped the bait by allowing the prisoners to move freely for 3 days. Then Aiden made it clear as soon as a prisoner broke a single rule, all power would immediately pass into the Lord's hands. A cunning warden could constantly change the interpretation of the rules, confusing the prisoners, and now a new bill was the bait. Those present discussed with avid interest the high security deposit to be paid for the use of prison labor. Frenda realized that such sums in the Silver City could only be afforded by the elite capitalists who controlled the market. The girl mentally noted the capitalists manipulate the parliament, which means that by controlling them, it is possible to influence important decisions. The assistant warden looked carefully at her superior, finally realizing the cunning way he had chosen to achieve his goal. The three visitors leaning over the table suggested that the wording in the document be made more vague to leave room for maneuvering. The treasurer, carefully holding the papers, asked the Lord's opinion on the absence of possible omissions in preparation to advance this version of the bill. Aiden calmly noted there were no questions but suggested that there was no rush to move the bill forward, announcing the intention to hold a meeting. The surprised visitors glanced around, puzzled as to why they were in the meeting, while Frenda, having been instructed to do so, hurried to gather all the guards. The guards, intrigued by the sudden gathering, lined up in front of the Lord and the three officials, and the warden thanked everyone for their prompt response to the important gathering. Aiden offered a reminiscence of valiant service during the prison riot, which sparked a cheer among the guards who had expected the worst from this sudden gathering. The guards were talking softly among themselves, wondering about possible rewards, calculating the financial possibilities of the prison. The warden, not wanting to waste time on paperwork with individual awards, announced a different decision. The news of a tenfold increase in wages for all rioters caused a flurry of emotions. Now, instead of 10 gold pieces, they would receive 100. The treasurer, surprised by the Lord's haste in distributing the funds, noted his generosity in rewarding the guards, calling him a true leader of the empire. The excited guards shouted words of gratitude, calculating that even a month of such wages was comparable to their annual income in the old days. The Lord solemnly announced the permanent nature of the promotion, guaranteeing that the new rates would remain in place for the duration of his leadership and their service in the prison. Pointing to the three officials, he explained that the funding of the salaries would not come from the government, but through their personal initiative. The shocked visitors tried to object, denying their involvement, considering the demands excessive for their budget. The warden stiffly reminded them that without the brave guards who had quelled the riot, the city would have drowned in blood because of their machinations. The three officials froze in shock as the Lord calmly reminded them that for 90 guards, such expenses shouldn't be an impossible burden. The bewildered prosecutor recalled the former 1,000 guards, and the captain hastened to explain the reduction in staff by the consequences of Anthony's actions. The warden judiciously remarked that the hype surrounding the article would soon die down and staff would begin to return, although unreliable workers would no longer be accepted. Aiden squinted slyly, asking the treasurer of the Silver City if a 90 gold salary increase could be considered an act of giving. The official hesitantly replied that gifts were not taxable, but immediately quipped about his inability to interfere with imperial taxation. The Lord wondered with feigned surprise if the entire Dragon Ridge Empire actually taxed donations to poor neighborhoods. The treasurer hastily intervened, promising to deal with the IRS regarding the gifts. The warden loudly announced to everyone the need to be law-abiding citizens. The overjoyed guards excitedly discussed the prospect of paying only 10 gold tax, anticipating the coming wealth and new opportunities. The wheelchair-bound guard spoke in a trembling voice about the healer's order to spend at least 6 months in a wheelchair because of a serious knee injury. The woman tearfully confessed her fear of losing her job for good, doubting her ability to return in 6 months. Aiden, as if having caught on, announced the creation of a new department related to the forthcoming law. The warden was leisurely explaining the nature of the new department that would re-educate the prisoners. Addressing the injured guard, Aiden offered her a position in the new department, emphasizing that the salary would remain the same. Mendy and the succubus, watching from afar, exchanged satisfied glances, thanks to the series of affairs organized by the cunning vixen. Lissa pretended to speculate about the warden's employment, having to cope with the physical and mental strain. The succubus vigorously suggested ways to immobilize the warden, from a bag over his head to soporific potions. Mendy interjected in surprise about natural charms, the succubus confusedly admitting her lack of such skills. The outraged fox accused the succubus of bullying, reminding them that she had learned all her tricks from them. The young succubus preferred to read love novels, ignoring lessons on developing natural charms. Mendy was calculating the problems due to the situation and how to organize everything without the succubus' natural talents. Mo asked the warden about the purpose of the visit. Aiden speculated about the labor re-education of the prisoners. The warden reported an inmate who had been retrained and wanted to join Mo's group. At the mention of Harpy under the influence of the vixen's pheromones, the atmosphere grew hot, foreshadowing conflict. Mo resisted accepting Harpia, suspecting insincerity and doubting the effectiveness of the re-education. The team leader said she'd have to put up with the lazy Harpy as long as she didn't show any aggression. The Harpy announced her joining the group with a smug smile, enjoying the annoyance of those around her. The elder witch of Doli, gnawing into an apple, turned to her interlocutor, puzzled at her survivability. In the prison corridor, the Ant Queen in her stolen doctor's suit listened to the conversation. The woman explained her loyalty to the Empire, hinting at the impossibility of execution due to high patronage. The witch froze with an unfinished apple, amazed at the insolence and foresight of her interlocutor. The elderly woman accused the Ant Queen of being disgustingly prepared for such a development. The mother ant explained that the Lord's inexperience prevented him from seeing the problem from the right perspective. The criminal anticipated the fury of the probation officer upon receipt of the letter of rescission. The queen imagined the face of the enraged lord when his plans to eliminate her failed. The older witch noticed extraordinary changes in the prisoner's body, beyond the ordinary. The interlocutor explained about zombies from the Forbidden Lands, parasites invulnerable to poisons and drugs. The woman spoke of swamps in Forbidden Lands where toxic poison breeds such creatures. The queen described the aftermath of falling into a poisonous swamp, her body mutating and being attacked by hungry zombie worms. The woman explained in detail the process of the worms entering the victim's body when the parasites begin to fuse with the flesh and replace organs. Mother Ants cold-bloodedly described how the victim's body gradually rejects its own organs, and the zombie worms maintain the existence of the distorted body. The older witch squinted at the nature of the poisonous sheath on her daughter's hands, assuming a protective function of zombie worms. The daughter's defense is provided by her own mechanisms, not by parasites. The criminal haughtily remarked that not even a transformation expert would be able to appreciate the perfection of her creation. With motherly pride, she spoke of her daughter's incredible stamina, comparing her to a patchwork bag. There was reverence in the voice of the mother of the ants as she compared her daughter to a divine vessel, emphasizing her non-human nature. Suddenly, she asked the older witch for a last chance, promising to turn her daughter into an even more powerful weapon overnight. Dolly burst into a wry laugh, marveling at the prisoner's ambition. The witch was pleased to report that news of the Ant Queen's imprisonment had spread far beyond the Dragon Ridge Empire. The older woman hinted gloatingly at the enigmatic Ramina's awareness, watching her interlocutor's reaction to the name. Noticing the Ant Queen's confusion, the elder witch added that Ramina had traveled to the Forbidden Lands in search of her former apprentice. The older witch told her with grim satisfaction that Ramina intended to execute her former apprentice with her own hand. Dolly recalled the stern character of Ramina, who constantly changed the witch's commandments to cover for her students' misdeeds, but now her authority depended on her ability to punish the traitor. The sorceress gloated that Rose's imprisonment had probably already attracted the attention of an angry Ramina, which meant that even an escape would not save the Ant Queen from imminent execution. The older witch chuckled, mocking the prisoner's desperate situation, caught between the hatred of the warden and the vengeance of her former mentor. Suddenly, the silence was broken by the desperate cry of a rider rushing at full speed with an urgent message from the Supreme Court of Unclean Powers. The messenger, unable to control himself, fell off his horse, still frantically clutching the important message in his hands. Rising to his feet, the agitated envoy collapsed to his knees, begging for the pardon of the Ant Queen and waving an official document. Introducing himself as a messenger of the Supreme Court of Unholy Power, the man solemnly handed the Lord a decision regarding the fate of the Ant Queen. The messenger bowed respectfully, reading out a decree about the strategic importance of the mother ant to the Dragon Ridge Empire and forbidding her execution. The overseer indignantly interrogated the legality of such a decision, but the envoy confidently referred to the personal involvement of the head of the Supreme Court of Gorad. The messenger took out another letter, announcing that it was addressed personally to the warden from the third son of the Dragon Ridge Empire. Aiden frowned in surprise, not understanding the reasoning behind receiving a personal message from a member of the imperial family. It came to mind that before being appointed warden of Rosa Prison, Aiden had served as a swordsmanship teacher to the third imperial son. Memories came flooding back to the warden as he recalled a conversation when he was a swordsmanship teacher, listening to the prince's words. Aiden struggled to recover the details after the third prince's shocking words. The memory retained only a sense of shock. Unfolding the crisp parchment, the warden immersed himself in reading. The prince mentioned the imprisonment of the Ant Queen. The author of the letter explained that he attached a personal message with explanations because the judges did not explain the logic of the sentence. The letter spoke of the uniqueness of the Ant Queen, the only person to return from the Forbidden Lands. The prince was revealing the true state of affairs. Forbidden Lands were the key to the might of the Dragon Ridge Empire. The message described how Dragon Ridge went from a border duchy to an empire causing discontent. The emperor's third son shared plans to seize the old capital, and the crown became a necessary step for power. Now the value of the Ant Queen is clear. Her knowledge of the Forbidden Lands was essential for military strategy. The letter concluded with instructions to create a counselor position for the mother ants to ensure conditions precluded escape. It contained in addition other prisoners with knowledge of the Forbidden Lands were allowed to apply for office. The reported fury of the court head after the riot led to the decision to set up a branch to ensure stability. The third prince notified the arrival of the staff, instructing the warden to prepare the place and relay the information. Frenda opened the door and recoiled as she saw the floor teeming with wriggling worms of various sizes and shapes. The older witch, with a satisfied laugh, explained the presence of the worms with a need for treatment, emphasizing success. The assistant warden cautiously inquired of the Ant Queen about the extent of her awareness of the Forbidden Lands. The prisoner replied with a surprisingly docile manner that she had spent 10 years in the Forbidden Lands and had a comprehensive knowledge. Frenda was alarmed by the unusual accommodating nature of the usually feisty queen when she offered to atone for the information. The girl described the privileges of the counselor position: no restrictions in jail salary, personal office, and team. The assistant warden emphasized the only requirement: mandatory location reports 3 times a day. The Ant Queen remembered the elder witch's warning that leaving the prison would be tantamount to a death sentence for her. The mother ant, trying to hide the tremor in her voice and nervous excitement, hastily agreed to the proposed terms. The older witch suddenly burst into the conversation, unceremoniously shoving the mother of the ants away, and declared to the deputy chief her own knowledge of the Forbidden Lands. Frenda asked skeptically about the length of the witch's stay in the Forbidden Lands, to which she admitted to conducting reconnaissance on the border and having strategically important information. The Queen of the Ants, trying to appear as convincing as possible, began to assure Frenda of her trustworthiness and readiness to fulfill her duties faithfully. The woman mentally reasoned about the necessity of staying in jail without being seen and finding a patron among those she had offended during the recent riot. The chamberlain persisted in seeking a meeting with the lord, hinting to the captain that he needed to have an important conversation with the warden. The old man was opened the door to a room filled with dense, cold smoke, creating an oppressive atmosphere. The treasurer, shivering from the cold, inquired as to the cause of the low temperature, receiving an explanation about the influence of the zombie girl in prison. The overseer, surprised by the treasurer's appearance, inquired as to the reason for the unexpected visit of the high official. The old man, with a sly smile, offered to take a step toward each other, hinting at a possible promotion for the lord after the mysterious messenger appeared. The treasurer, portraying friendliness, asked not to forget old friends in case of promotion, causing perplexity to his interlocutor. The overseer replied sharply that the letter delivered concerned solely the business of the Queen of the Ants and contained nothing to enrich the treasurer. The old man explained in an unctuous voice the value of connections with high-ranking officials of the Dragon Ridge Empire to the wealthy residents of Silver City. The lord asked directly about the true purpose of the visit, to which the treasurer spoke of the length of time it took Congress to pass a new bill. The treasurer went on ingratiatingly, recalling the lord's ties to a powerful financial magnate who controlled 30% of Parliament. The warden interjected with genuine bewilderment about his supposedly good relationship with the financial tycoon, which he was hearing about for the first time. The old man explained that he was referring to the owner of the Big Gold Tooth Tavern, who had recently bought out the Rose Prison Brewing Project. The mysterious Lucy, known as the Golden Tooth, turns out to be not just a rich man, but the leader of the powerful Skull Gang. The treasurer spoke respectfully of a gang assembled from the city's homeless slums, famed for wiping out a murderous gang. Even the mounted police could not cope with the murderous gang that had turned the Northern District into a territory of constant clashes for power. Lucy's influence spread to many small and medium-sized enterprises, attracting an increasing number of followers among the local elite. The old man reminded him meaningfully that the boss of the blood gang, Camilla, nicknamed Dragonborn, was now in Rose's prison. The treasurer was emphatic in suggesting that the Camilla situation be used to forge a business partnership with Golden Tooth. The warden gave orders to prepare a doll holding a zombie grudge, with instructions to burn it if the situation worsened. The caretaker of the prison was lazily contemplating the expansion of the staff and the gradual transfer of caretaking duties to the inmates. Jessica irritably asked for silence, complaining about needing a week's rest after each bout of insanity to regain her strength. The mercenary commander turned indignantly to the two sisters, accusing them of escaping during the forced beating of the prisoners. The sisters defended themselves by claiming they had not escaped, but were engaged in a more dangerous battle elsewhere. Jenny noted thoughtfully how much Jessica had matured over the years as she scrutinized her former acquaintance. The mercenary commander asked in surprise about previous encounters, to which the sisters vaguely hinted at events she could hardly remember. Veronica, clad in a long dress, slowly approached the window, sinking into deep thoughts about the past. I remembered the screams coming from some building, desperately questioning the werewolves about their willingness to sacrifice their humanity for the sake of the children. The bitter words that no one would voluntarily choose the fate of another's dog echoed in the memories. She remembered the furious cries about the gods of men and orcs, the betrayal of the ancestors that had condemned their people to beastly submission. A male voice from the past called out to the brothers, offering a choice between a life of slavery to posterity or freedom bought at the cost of their own lives. The words to Veronica, the prohibition against mourning their shameful deaths, came vividly to mind. The woman recalled the decisive moment when she had accepted the deal with Austin, summoning the ancient gods for the sake of changing fate. Her memories were interrupted when her gaze fell on the bizarre red tattoos covering her entire body, the aftermath of that fateful transaction. Aiden guided his horse leisurely through the streets of the Silver City, pondering the upcoming encounter and gazing at the familiar outlines of the buildings. The bar employees were curious about the approaching rider, whispering among themselves about the unexpected visit of an important person. One of the clerks respectfully but firmly informed the establishment of the day's interruption, suggesting that the Lord return in the evening for a drink. The warden dismounted from his horse and coldly explained the true purpose of the visit, a meeting with the owner of the place, the mysterious Lucci. The bar employee, grinning at his own bad joke, invited the warden to follow him to the backyard where the owner was taking the goods. On the way, the clerk chatted casually about the master's recent conversations regarding the prison, alluding to a certain person's lack of visitors. The backyard revealed to the warden a depressing picture of abject poverty, a multitude of homeless people huddled in the most unsightly conditions. Aiden turned his head slowly, feeling the stark contrast between what he saw and what was opening up on the other side of the courtyard. The opposite side was strikingly luxurious, richly dressed aristocrats, gilded carriages, spoiled children. The provost watched the Lord's reaction to this stark contrast with amusement, calling what he saw the true face of the Silver City. The worker explained in detail the structure of city life, the barrier between neighborhoods, the land use payment system, and the role of slum dwellers in providing for the city. Having finished the impromptu tour, the clerk shouted loudly to the assistants to inform the host of the arrival of the dignitary guest. Suddenly, a ripe tomato flew into the warden's head, causing him to slowly turn his head in the direction of the unexpected attack. The little boy, shaking with anger, shouted accusations at the Lord, calling him a bad man because of Camille's imprisonment. The people around screamed in horror at the child, realizing the seriousness of the offense he had committed against a dignitary. The bar staff, sputtering with rage, swore at the little beast who had dared to insult a respectable gentleman. The boy's frightened father threw himself on his knees, begging for forgiveness for the unwise child and offering any compensation for the insult. One of the workers mercilessly kicked the crouching old man in the face with his shoe, contemptuously inquiring about the possibilities of compensation. The assailant mockingly remarked that the beggar's entire fortune would not be enough to atone, while the terrified boy watched his father being beaten. Grabbing the child by the hair, the worker gloatingly explained to the crying boy that if a common man was insulted, he could get off with a job. The man continued to threaten severe retribution, explaining that insulting a lord required special punishment to preserve his reputation. The worker subserviently asked the warden his preferred method of executing the little freak. Aiden silently pointed his cane at the tomato thrown by the boy, keeping a nonchalant expression on his face. In an icy tone, the warden ordered the child to eat the spoiled tomato without showing the slightest sympathy. The worker holding the boy remarked in surprise at the quality of the prison food, but the Lord adamantly insisted on his demand. The man released the child, who collapsed to the ground, and ordered him to obey the Lord immediately, while the warden coldly warned him to continue the punishment. Aiden announced with frightening calmness the daily punishment. Father and son would come to the prison to eat pig feed, and after dinner to inspect the instruments of torture. The warden turned to the workers, suggesting that the punishment of the homeless be left to him, hinting at the special pleasure of leisurely torture in prison. The tavern workers subserviently admired the Lord's decision, noting the anticipation of torture on the frightened boy's face. The slum dwellers watched bitterly, frustrated that the celebrated hero was no different from the other power brokers. The sudden appearance of Lucy Goldentooth interrupted the conflict as he placed a hand on the shoulder of the main instigator, named Carl. The tavern owner was perplexed and asked the reason for the delay in inviting the tall guest inside the establishment. Carl hastily excused himself to his boss, mentioning a small problem while the Lord repeated his name thoughtfully. The worker confirmed his name with a nervous smile, alarmed by the warden's sudden interest in this detail.
Aiden carelessly mentioned his habit of writing down the names of interesting people in a special little book because of his frequent meetings with different personalities.
Carl tried to flatter the Lord, calling it a great honor to be included in the list of interesting people. Lucy Goldentooth noted with curiosity the overseer's unexpected cruelty to the poor. The overseer mockingly asked his interlocutor whether, after many years in the business, he had not learned how to create the right impression and play the right performance. Aiden explained the need to deal harshly with the poor to prevent them from defecting to the guards, and Goldtooth mentioned killing Ja and eliminating Anthony. Lucy suggested with a sly smile that the Lord's actions were another attempt to create a public image. There was a tense silence around, and those present held their breath, waiting for the warden's reaction to the provocative remark. Aiden coldly replied that if Ja hadn't introduced himself as his son and paid a visit, it would have been over much sooner. The overseer spoke scornfully of the hasty hiring of bounty hunters, instead of thanking them for preserving the family's honor. Goldentooth smiled broadly, meaningfully affirming the importance of following the laws and regulations. The gang leader admitted his concern after the murder prompted him to hastily contract a probation officer. Lucy, addressing his subordinates, lamented the lost profits due to the late start of cooperation with the Lord, inviting him to come inside. Goldtooth leisurely recounted the slums of a decade ago, when rumors of the city's silver riches attracted many seekers of easy gain. Lucy bitterly recalled how hundreds of others like him had come for the dream of riches and ended up on the streets with no means of livelihood. Climbing to the top floor of the bar, the owner proudly described his path to success, mentioning his control of the city's small and medium-sized businesses. The gang leader shared ambitious plans to use the brewing project to take over the alcohol market of the entire Dragon Ridge Empire. Lucy spoke excitedly about the ability of a small outskirt town to compete with the capital. The supervisor interrupted the monologue by suggesting a quicker route to power through support for the new bill. Goldtooth, displaying ostentatious indifference, admitted knowledge of the bill from the congressman. The ringleader expressed opposition to the idea of renting prisoners, despite the Lord's arguments about redeeming crimes through labor. Lucy recognized the potential benefits of hiring prisoners, but emphasized the unfavorability of the current situation. Bandit attributed his strength to supporting small businesses and having loyal thugs. He was soberly aware of the financial superiority of large enterprises over his organization. Goldtooth exposed the bill's danger to the existing balance of power, hinting at the advantage of wealthier competitors. Goldtooth firmly set the document aside, stating his opposition to a bill that would hurt his business. The prison warden was surprised by this turn of events. He had not expected that the local leader would dare to openly oppose his proposal. The financier's words about the local elite's thirst for high-ranking acquaintances from the Dragon Ridge Empire to increase their own influence came to mind. Aiden, stretching his lips in a sly smile, leisurely mouthed the need to go back and carefully consider the situation. As he tried to get up from the table, a letter marked with an impressive imperial seal slipped out of the warden's pocket, as if by accident. Goldentooth's attentive gaze instantly latched onto the imperial symbol on the fallen document, sparking the ringleader's genuine interest. The bandit hastily pointed to the letter, and the warden, thanking him for his attentiveness, carelessly mentioned an important decree concerning a construction project in the capital. When Lucy inquired about the details, the Lord, as if by the way, informed about the plans of the Supreme Court to open a branch in the Silver City. Upon hearing of the assignment to select a site for construction, Golden Tooth asked with ill-concealed indignation about the reasons for withholding such important information. The gang leader promptly changed his mind about the bill, offering to guarantee its passage within 3 days in exchange for building a branch. The overseer queried, with feigned surprise, about the desire to place a branch opposite the tavern, having been assured of the plan's feasibility. The warden meaningfully recalled the connection of the Apex Court's decision to the restricted lands, noting the fortunate location of the slum near the area. Lucy raised his glass with feigned enthusiasm, offering a drink to successful developments and new business partnerships. Aiden politely declined the offer to share a drink, citing an allergic reaction to alcohol, keeping his distance. The bounty hunter was surprised to note the Lord's unusual absence from the prison, receiving a brief explanation about his business occupation. The girl complained with feigned disappointment about the unfortunate timing of the visit, and then she smoothly moved on to the real purpose of her appearance, the meeting with the prisoner. Returning home, the warden accidentally bumped shoulders with a passerby who admonished him, receiving a hurried apology in return. Staring intently at the familiar features of a random passerby, Aiden tried to reconstruct in his mind where he might have seen this man. Sudden recognition struck the warden, and Bruce stood before him, changed beyond recognition, whom he called with undisguised surprise. The Lord inquired suspiciously as to the reasons for Bruce's strange attire and his stay in the slums instead of a prison cell. The interlocutor attributed his early release to his cooperation with the investigation and his assistance in catching the real killer, receiving a lenient sentence. Bruce shared his concern about the growing insanity in the community that he has noticed even in his short time in prison. A former prisoner bitterly described the contrast between the permissiveness of some and the ant-like submissiveness of other members of society. Bruce argued about the injustice of a system where some people benefit from knowledge of the laws and others suffer from not understanding them. The former prisoner bitterly noted the gradual division of society into classes, despite the apparent natural equality of all human beings. He shared his prison reflections that led to the realization of how society has forgotten the true purposes of creating laws. Bruce remembered the prison statue of a man who had managed to remove barriers between different social groups and unite them against a common enemy. The man wondered why such a humane act had not been honored with sainthood and left no meaningful legacy. With sudden clarity, he realized the futility of staying in prison to change the situation and the need for active action. Bruce told of spending all his savings on bribing prison officials and going through the formalities for release. He excitedly recounted the creation of a sect dedicated to Bayerism, preaching justice and brotherhood as the foundations of world harmony. The sect's founder complained of financial constraints limiting the spread of the doctrine to the confines of slums. The warden, after listening to the story, wished him good luck and asked if the sect followers knew anything about the body of the dragon-born Camille. During this time, the bounty hunter visited Camille in prison, reminding her of the almost fulfilled agreement between them. The scarred girl spoke of exchanging help to a member of the blood gang for the treasure left by Camille's father, a pure-blood dragon. Her companion eagerly mentioned one of the 12 artifacts of power and order, House's feather, anticipating the long-awaited moment. A story from 20 years ago shook the slums of the Silver City with a case long discussed in every dark alley. A young mother, desperate to find another way to earn a living, sent her 8-year-old daughter to serve customers at a local brothel. A little girl, barely old enough for children just starting school, was forced to face the harsh reality of the adult world. However, it was not the maternal cruelty itself that drew public attention, but the events that followed that changed slum life forever. Screams for help tore through the silence of the night, drawing the attention of random passers-by to the house from which these heartbreaking sounds were coming. When the mother burst into the room, she saw her daughter drenched in blood, exuding a murderous aura next to the client's torn-apart body. Witnesses watched in horror as the quiet girl's dragon eyes manifested, and the story of her incredible powers spread lightning fast through the slums. The huntress confirmed that it was Camille's story that had caught the attention of even the imperial representatives of the Dragon Range. The authorities' interest quickly waned when it became clear that the girl could not become a flying dragon, but her act inspired many slum children. In a slum where children were traditionally used as a means of making a living, many young souls found refuge under Camille's wing. Gradually, the Dragonborn became a true queen for the underprivileged children of the slums, giving them hope for a better life. Under her leadership, the children settled in the East Dump, turning the garbage heaps into a veritable orphanage for rejected orphans. The bandits at first ignored the orphans, for there was nothing to be taken from the poor children, allowing the little inhabitants of the dump to exist in peace. The war between the Siny Empire and the vampires has forced many people to seek refuge. The slums have become a haven for refugees. Rumors from refugees about a rich lady willing to pay for the orphans excited the bandits. The sale of the children promised a trouble-free life. The slum dwellers shudderingly recall the events of a fateful night 5 years ago that changed the balance of power in their world forever. The darkness was shattered by the sound of gunfire, piercing screams of pain and despair echoing through the narrow streets, making everyone shiver. Suddenly, the night cacophony was cut off by a deafening roar, reminiscent of the voice of an ancient dragon. The ground shook beneath the feet of the men. By dawn, the gangs that held the slums in fear were completely defeated, the survivors remembering that lesson for the rest of their lives. The surviving bandits never dared to encroach on the territory protected by the Dragonborn Camille. Locals in Camille's territory began calling themselves a bloodbath, displaying red flags in defiance of her reluctance. The narrator noted the uniqueness of a safe existence in a slum interrupted by police intervention due to a murder. The warden asked the reason for the late sentence for murder, given that Camille's hands had been covered in blood since childhood. The interlocutor explained the fundamental difference of the last case. The victim was not an ordinary vagrant, but a full-fledged citizen of the city. The slums sheltered a variety of personalities: deserters, fugitives, bandits. The death of a local was of no interest to the authorities. The murdered boy turned out to be a full citizen of the Silver City with all the rights that made his death significant. The city guards, realizing the danger of the operation, deployed considerable forces to apprehend Camille, preparing to resist. The guards commented mockingly on her supposed attack on the defenseless boy, deliberately provoking tension in the slum. The narrator objected vehemently, emphasizing that the slum dwellers knew of Camille's innocence and the true nature of the murderous orphan gang. After Camille's arrest, the slums went back to their old ways, gang power and grain tax collections, losing their period of safety. When asked about the inaction, the locals justified their inactivity by the presence of weapons on the police force, although they were outnumbered by a squad of guards. Aiden recalled the city's population, noting that most of the 240,000 inhabitants enjoyed the protection of the murderous gang. The question about the crowd's indifference at the arrest of the defender silenced the interlocutor. Realizing the bitter truth of universal betrayal, a picture of the arrest came to mind: Camille walking calmly surrounded by guards while silent witnesses to her fall stood around her. The warden disdainfully concluded that the residents treated Camille like a free bodyguard, having gotten the information they needed. The men began shouting about the frame-up, begging for Camilla's release, but the Lord replied that he was only questioning them out of boredom. In her prison cell, Camille confirmed her willingness to give up the dragon treasure in exchange for training her charges in the craft of hunting. Huntress noted the difficulty of the task skeptically, explaining the financial investment required to become an assassin. The Huntress calculated that magic talismans for 200 people would amount to an exorbitant sum, unattainable even with sacrifices. Camille spoke confidently of her price awareness, asking for her savings back, much to the surprise of the Huntress. The prisoner explained the source of her income, working as a bodyguard for a wealthy female prisoner, which allowed her to save up the amount. The Huntress noted skeptically that the amount required was over 100,000 gold, doubting she could save up that much. The appearance of a massive chest of gold coins silenced the Huntress, shocked by the prisoner's unexpected wealth. Looking closely at the coins, the woman determined their high denomination and rarity, noting their circulation only in the elite circles of the empire. The Huntress suspiciously clarified the origin of the money, assuming the rich prisoner's involvement with these unusual coins. Camille simply explained that her employer didn't pay much attention to amounts, handing out money purely on a mood basis. After calculating the contents of the chest at 50,000 gold, the Huntress pointed out the need to find as much more to train first-class assassins. After listening to Camille's response about her sponsor's willingness, The huntress ironically noted the similarity of their paths when prison becomes a source of income. The hall was suddenly silenced by a loud call to stop the ongoing action, interrupting the prisoner's conversation. Gela cried out about the lack of nutrients in the soil, demanding the immediate transfer of organic waste from the tanks to the prepared pit. The inmates turned to the foreman in bewilderment, noting the excessive size of the dug compost pit. The prisoners were perplexed that almost all the organic waste had been used up in 2 days, wondering about the source of additional material for the huge pit. Exhausted by the hard work and unbearable odor, the prisoners asked for a break, signaling the imminent completion of an unpleasant task. Cao abruptly cut short their complaints, reminding them of their past crimes and urging them to stop their hypocrisy, insisting that the work be completed immediately. The girl continued to actively distribute bread to the workers, trying to maintain the pace of work despite the general fatigue. The prisoners noted with growing alarm that the compost pit seemed to be increasing in size, in defiance of the laws of physics. The sudden realization of the impropriety of what was happening made Cao wary, looking more closely at the strange pit. When a piece of bread fell into the pit, Cao reached for it, but the other prisoners tried to hold her back, perplexed at the importance of the small piece. The girl stubbornly insisted that food waste was unacceptable, ignoring the warnings of those around her. Despite her active attempts to stop her, Cao still reached for the fallen piece of bread, unaware of the consequences. The prisoners in Gela, who were watching, froze in horror while the latter demanded that the stinking pit be buried immediately. The harpy approached with a smile, asking about the whereabouts of her mentor Mandy Lisa, whom she could not find in any way. Gelia shouted irritably about the unfair distribution of work, complaining about the lack of help from the other foremen. She bitterly mentioned Jessica, who, disguised by illness, preferred to stay in bed instead of performing her duties. Other prisoners indifferently observed the situation, pretending to care about what was happening, but not taking real action. Mandy Lisa's disappearance caused widespread bewilderment. No one could say where she was at the moment. Those around her watched in disgust as Cao ate bread lifted from the compost pit, not understanding her strange behavior. Gela broke down into a scream, accusing the others of deliberate bullying and expressing extreme fatigue at what was happening. In a demonstrative gesture of despair, she collapsed onto her back, sprawled on the ground, unsure of how to deal with the problems that had piled up. Continuing the demonstration, Gela laughingly declared herself dead, declaring that not even her favorite treats would make her rise. Suddenly, a compost cart passing by nearly hit the woman lying down. The driver indignantly shouted at her for her inappropriate behavior. The girl finally lost her temper when even an attempt to lie still was interrupted by another interference. Harpy tried to calm an angry Gela by declaring her intention to find the missing Mandy on her own. She said with confidence that her mentor wouldn't be able to hide from her search for long, no matter how hard she tried. Activating her abilities, the Harpy began searching for her mentor's heat trail, concentrating on the slightest signs. Behind the dormitory, Mandy and the succubus lurked in the green bushes, only the tops of their heads visible among the foliage. They were quietly discussing the peculiarities of the mental power to detect elemental particles in the air. Whispers listed the different kinds of particles: flame, lightning, wind, emphasizing the importance of finding desire particles. Mandy patiently explained the technique of creating ancient runes from caught particles, comparing the process to charging a magical weapon. Demonstrating the technique, the fox drew a heart of desire in the air with a graceful movement of her fingers, filling it with the collected energy. The air was filled with puffs of pink-purple smoke that lightly rippled in the wind, creating a mystical atmosphere. The succubus twisted with nausea, and Mandy explained that it was a normal reaction to a charm spell for creatures of the same sex, like drinking slop. Fox lamented the tightening of collars after the riot, limiting the ability to demonstrate advanced spell control techniques. After recovering from a bout of nausea, the succubus resolutely declared her willingness to try and learn a basic spell. Concentrating, she began to gather particles of desire, forming a faintly flickering heart in the air. After activating the spell, pink smoke appeared, much fainter than the mentor's. A new bout of vomiting interrupted the training session, causing Mandy to have conflicting feelings: admiration for the effort and annoyance at the student's mistake. The mentor explained that the misdrawn rune turned the charm spell into an empathy spell, causing mutual rejection. The fox offered an alternative plan of action against the Lord, despite the unpleasant side effects of the inept succubus proximity. The student, wiping away the traces of the failed experiment, expressed her gratitude to her mentor for her patience and support. Suddenly, they noticed Harpy approaching, still under the influence of the fox's pheromones, which made things more difficult. The succubus froze in horror, realizing the impending danger from the pheromone-addled Harpy, ready for unpredictable action. The Harpy pounced on the girl, clutching her throat with her hands and shouting threats of immediate retribution, not in control of her actions under the influence of the enchantment. In a desperate attempt to defend herself, the succubus tried to use a charm spell despite her attacker's fingers squeezing her throat. With trembling hands, she gathered the particles and drew the rune, as instructed by Mandy, who watched carefully to make sure it was done correctly. The spell didn't work. Instead of protecting the succubus bent with nausea again, and the Harpy continued to smile a mad smile as she looked at the fox. Mandy tried to calm the situation with a threat of denunciation, but her words had little effect on the enraged Harpy. The attacker grabbed the fox by the hair and pinned it to the ground, eliciting a painful scream from the victim. The Harpy, completely out of control, persisted in kissing the resisting fox, ignoring her desperate attempts to break free. The succubus, propped up on trembling legs, looked at what was happening with eyes full of genuine tears of fear and helplessness. Panic-stricken, she rushed to escape, sobbing from the surviving horror of the recent attack and strangulation. The Harpy, not giving up trying, continued to lick the fox's cheek, insistently professing her love and ignoring her obvious disgust. Mandy thought bitterly of her attempts to teach the succubus charm spells for the sake of getting closer to the Lord. Now turned to disaster. Lissa remembered how she had risked her dignity by helping an inept student, enduring the ridicule of others for the sake of her success. The succubus' sudden flight felt like a betrayal that hurt Mandy more than all her previous failures and disappointments. The fox's mind was ripening with the decision to punish the fugitive for her cowardice and failure to protect her mentor at a critical moment. Seizing the moment of the attempted kiss, Mandy gritted through her teeth that even the simplest object could be a deadly weapon in skillful hands. Mandy directed the power of the charm at the succubus trying to escape, determined to teach her a lesson for her betrayal and cowardice. The succubus, flooding with tears from a new wave of nausea, realized that the situation was rapidly deteriorating out of control. The Harpy shifted her attention momentarily and rushed towards the new target of her obsession, admiring the scent of the enchanted succubus. The fox, fighting back a bout of nausea, grimly remarked that it was a fair price to pay for betrayal, urging her apprentice to enjoy the consequences. The terrified succubus tried desperately to escape the mad Harpy chasing her, but there were fewer and fewer avenues of escape. She rushed to Mandy with reproaches for not helping during the attack, not realizing the cruelty of her mentor. Unexpectedly to the fox, the succubus concentrated and applied a charm spell, shouting the cherished words. Mandy turned around startled, marveling at the boldness of a fledgling just about to break her wrist in a panic. Both used charms while suffering from mutual nausea, constantly redirecting the Harpy's attention to each other. The air was filled with purple flashes and shouts of enchantment, spell effects flitting between opponents. Realizing the infinity of this cycle, the fox used a special power, temporarily blocking the succubus's magical abilities. Mandy grinned smugly, reminding her student of the difference in their skill levels and experience. At a crucial moment, the fox accidentally stepped her barefoot on a sharp rock, breaking her concentration. The sharp pain made her jump up and scream, momentarily loosening her grip on the situation. The succubus, realizing that her opponent's control had weakened, seized the moment to launch a decisive counterattack. The fox instantly assumed its true form with a long, fluffy tail, with which it pinned the girl to the ground, reminding her of the prematurity of her joy. Mandy mockingly remarked that even with her limited powers, she was capable of defeating the inexperienced student, comparing her to a helpless chicken. She announced the start of a special lesson in her secret garden, surrounding the space with a tight ring of tails. The succubus was trapped in thick fur, trying unsuccessfully to break free of her captivity where the air was becoming increasingly thin. With every movement, the strength left the captive, and the stifling heat and dryness of the atmosphere increased her helplessness. The fox warned of the futility of trying to hide as her hair began to slowly approach her victim. She explained the special nature of her hair, able to sense the slightest changes in the human body. Mandy proudly declared that even the most resilient could not withstand such an attack, hinting at her student's inexperience. Millions of hairs clutched around the girl, eliciting desperate screams as the fox bragged about their incredible number. The tutor warned of the lesson continuing, hinting at the effects of prolonged exposure to a special atmosphere in a confined space. A pink mist enveloped the captive as the fox speculated on the possibilities of traveling and meeting worthy men. Mandy urged her student to free herself from the restraining shackles of virtue accumulated over 17 years and embrace her true nature. The fox announced the end of their mutual commitment, considering the current punishment part of the tuition, while the harpy, maddened by the pheromones, tried to kiss the succubus. Mandy shared her plans to go to the palace of the king of the snowy mountains of the Dragon Ridge Empire, where no one would know what had happened while the harpy snakes clutched the victim's throat. Memories took them back 4 months when Empress Lilith was discoursing on the 365 beautiful men she had collected, intended to be sacrificed to enhance the magic of love. The courtiers were careful to remind Queen Phil of the engagement, hinting at the inappropriateness of such rituals before the wedding for fear of the Empress's wrath. The Queen abruptly cut the counselors short, regretting her late understanding of the nature of political marriages and missed opportunities before marriage. Phil, a young succubus, was painfully aware that her mother had sacrificed not only men, but her own heart for power and might. The Empress bitterly remarked that in 4 years her daughter had not been able to forget him, despite her mother's best efforts to change her feelings. The Queen remembered how, after her meeting with Judge Aiden, her daughter had started showing up regularly at the court bureau as if bewitched. The Empress was perplexed as to how a mere man could charm her daughter so deeply, ignoring all the court rules and traditions of their people. After much hinting, Phil ventured to speak directly to her mother, ready to confront the consequences of her candor. The young succubus confessed her unwillingness to repeat her mother's path, holding a grudge in her heart for her cruel decisions, much to the Queen's obvious displeasure. The daughter assured her mother that she understood her duty as heiress to the title and was willing to immerse herself in the political intrigues of the Dragon Ridge Empire. Phil spoke of the need to stand up to the Supreme Court and non-believers by protecting the interests of their tribe, regardless of personal desires and aspirations. She recognized the inevitability of losing personal freedom for the sake of duty, showing full awareness of the responsibility resting on her shoulders. Phil confessed to a constant feeling of emptiness in her heart, wanting to use her remaining freedom to search for true feelings. She was afraid of going crazy without a spark in her heart, foreseeing the inevitable disappointment in the future if she didn't take the last chance. The Queen warned her daughter of the possibility of canceling the engagement if she immediately traveled to the Silver City to seek her fortune. The girl hugged her mother gratefully, worried about the consequences of breaking the engagement, but the Queen assured her willingness to confront the whole world for her daughter's sake. Under the onslaught of the distraught harpy, Phil recalled her mother's words about desire as a weakness that had ruined many practitioners of charm magic. Her mother warned of the danger of giving in to temptation, losing the ability to discern true love among cheap desires. Leaning toward her daughter, the Queen spoke of the only way to preserve precious memories like mortals. The harpy, without stopping his attack, mockingly noted the victim's shyness, admitting to enjoying the difficulties it was creating. Her attacker offered to give her a relaxing massage, bragging about the skills she had acquired and reaching out her hands to the frightened succubus. The victim felt as if in weightlessness, losing touch with reality under the influence of strange sensations. The harpy announced a move to advanced massage techniques, intending to achieve complete relaxation of her captive. A multitude of snakes and hands rushed towards the helpless victim, preparing to apply special influence techniques under the control of the possessed harpy. The succubus was experiencing an incredible confusion of feelings, struggling to catch her breath from the intensity of the emotions being experienced under the spell. The harpy smugly inquired about the relaxation effect achieved, confident in the success of her effect. Taking a deep breath, the succubus smiled and asked defiantly if this was the limit of her opponent's abilities. The harpy froze in amazement, unable to believe that the victim retained his composure after such intense exposure. Phil mockingly remarked on the futility of her opponent's attempts, hinting at her special training. She spoke of her quest to achieve perfection for the sake of a future meeting with the Lord, not wanting to miss her chance. The girl mentioned undergoing the most complex demonic training, incomprehensible to the average person. Proudly, she called herself the perfect succubus, having overcome all the innate limitations of her race. Suddenly, Phil unleashed her power, enveloping Harpy with a multitude of sparkling lightning bolts, demonstrating her superiority. Continuing her attack, she added new elements of influence, testing her opponent's resilience. The fox watched with undisguised amazement, amazed at the young succubus's strength and skill. Gorgon flew out of the tail trap, becoming the first to fail in her confrontation with Phil. The girl mentally noted that she had seen a similar move performed by Mandy, but never thought she could replicate it. Phil mentally analyzed the properties of the trap tail, realizing that although it was easy to get tangled up inside, the release of pressure gave room for movement. By following the direction of hair growth inside the trap, she could detect the opponent's physical body, using that knowledge to counterattack.
Once out, the succubus proudly introduced herself as Phil of the elite race, promising punishment for the inconvenience with royal arrogance.
Mandy watched in horror, unable to believe that the situation could develop in such a way, having clearly underestimated her opponent. A strong blow from the succubus sent the fox to the ground, causing her to squirm in unexpected pain that she was completely unprepared for. Phil asked the defeated mentor's opinion of the fairness of what was happening with disdain, ironizing her lessons. Turning around, the young succubus noticed something frightening that made her regret her self-confidence and bold words. She rushed to escape while Mandy, rising, threateningly reminded her of the incompleteness of their interaction. The fox promised serious punishment, assuring that only a complete purification through pain would make things right. The waking Harpy added to the chaos by expressing her desire to repeat her special massage, increasing the panic around her. Meanwhile in the prison, Gala continued to complain about the foul odor, asking Chow about the need for further cleaning. The sudden announcement called for all the workers to gather, interrupting the usual routine of work in the prison yard. Turning around at the voice, they saw a startling sight, a fox fleeing from a persistent harpy. Upon seeing the other prisoners, the fox instantly came up with a plan to free himself through the use of a charm spell, hoping to use the situation to his advantage. She began diligently tracing a rune in the air with her finger, preparing to cast a spell of enchantment, confident in the success of her plan. Suddenly, her plan was disrupted, her foot slipping into the compost, causing her to lose concentration and awareness for a moment. There was a spray of compost flying everywhere as Commander Mandy, losing her balance, collapsed right into the stinking pit. The outraged vixen loudly expressed her displeasure at the lack of basic safety, marveling at the carelessness in handling the waste. Suddenly, something unusual caught her attention, causing her to interrupt her angry tirade and take a closer look at what was going on. The expression on the harpy's face changed dramatically, and instead of the previous obsession, there was a sincere regret that did not escape the fox's gaze. Mandy triumphantly realized that she had found her opponent's weak spot in her fear of the compost pit, preparing to exploit that advantage. Grabbing a handful of dirt, she hurled it towards the harpy, provoking her opponent to come down and face her. The vixen continued to attack, pelting mud on all the prisoners, trying to provoke Harpy, who was clearly avoiding approaching the pit. One of the clods of dirt accurately hit another prisoner in the face, causing a wave of panic among the other observers. Gripped by fear, the prisoner rushed to escape, trying to protect her face and in her haste pushed little Gala. The fragile forest elfess couldn't keep up, falling to the ground due to her small stature and lack of stability. The Lord's appearance interrupted the chaos. He demanded explanations from the guards about the unbearable odor, suggesting sewage problems. Frenda loudly commanded everyone involved in the mess to immediately line up and head to the showers in an attempt to restore order. The warden indignantly reprimanded the prisoners for unseemly behavior and playing with dirt, ordering them to clean up immediately. Turning to the Lord, Frenda inquired about the results of his exit into the city, hoping that the incident had not interfered with the main task at hand. Aiden satisfactorily confirmed the successful study of the power structure in Silver City, having obtained the necessary information. The supervisor noted the expected division of power between two opposing groups of town officials. He described the first group as consisting of small and medium-sized businesses, including merchants and the petty bourgeoisie. The second group, he said, were local industrial giants with considerable influence in the city. With private funding, both groups were able to influence MPs to act in their own interests. This influence extended to passing favorable laws and repealing unfavorable ones, creating a system of dependency among parliamentarians. Aiden shared his ambition to get a vote in parliament to ensure the prison is stable in the long term. Frenda noted the difficulty of finding suitable partners, given the system's long existence and officials' established ties to businesses. The warden agreed, explaining that this was why he was pushing the Prisoner Guarantee Act, seeing it as a tool of influence. He revealed a plan to embed prisoners in city businesses to gather information and then pressure the weak links in the system. The supervisor professed more interest in the presence of the Supreme Court in the city than in promoting the prisoner law. Aiden suggested spreading the news of the construction of a branch of the Supreme Court to the city government to sow confusion among the ranks of the powerful. He planned to take advantage of the situation, allowing the elite to fight for the rights to the plot while watching developments from the sidelines. Frenda expressed admiration for the Lord's tactical thinking, noting his undoubted potential in the political sphere. A woman shared her concerns about the internal problems of the prison, mentioning the forced appointment of suspicious personalities as county superintendents. She asked permission to check the backgrounds of the 4 wardens, receiving approval and instructions to focus on the internal affairs of the prison. When they opened the doors, they froze in amazement. The entire space in front of them was covered in a thick layer of ice, creating a surreal picture. The warden realized with alarm that the cold from the zombies had somehow spread to this part of the prison, creating a dangerous situation. Slipping on the unexpected ice, Frenda instinctively grabbed the shoulder of the Lord, who managed to support her with his strong arm. The embarrassed assistant began apologizing for her clumsiness and tactlessness, trying to regain a professional distance. The bounty hunter, about to leave, noted with annoyance her perpetually bad timing for prison visits. Aiden objected confidently, calling her appearance timely, and invited her to come into the office for an important conversation. In the office, the huntress expressed surprise at the simplicity of the task. Instead of a complex job, it was only necessary to spread certain rumors. The girl playfully inquired about the veracity of the information about the Supreme Court's arrival, being strictly instructed not to ask too many questions and to conceal the source. Huntress assured understanding of the need for anonymity, promising not to link the spreading of rumors to prison officials. Turning to leave with the promise of good news, she was confronted by a suddenly appearing Evans. The little assassin came accompanied by the necromancer and the elder witch, and the huntress, slipping on the ice, collapsed indignantly to the floor. The Lord inquired as to the purpose of their visit, to which the witch asked his opinion of the little girl's condition. After a close inspection of Evans, the warden indefinitely remarked that the condition looked good. The older witch, stretching the girl's cheeks, confirmed full recovery, noting only slight variations in tissue elasticity. While discussing school enrollment, Frenda mentioned changing the girl's name to Aisha to apply to an aristocratic school. The warden expressed concern for the lone student's safety, to which Frenda promised to find a suitable companion. The assistant warden gestured to the girl, motioning for her to follow her to discuss the details. The older witch proudly took credit for the girl's recovery, mentioning her observation of the mother ants. The necromancer turned the conversation to resentment of the mother ant's privileged position, recalling her own efforts. The witch joined in the outrage, listing the prisoner's privileges, freedom of movement, salary, private office. They continued to resent the special conditions of the mother ant's confinement, including the ability to make requests to the warden. The overseer coldly cut short their discontent, reminding them of the Empire's disposition and the futility of shouting. As he tried to leave the room, the warden felt the girls grabbing at his clothes, begging him to stop and listen to their further arguments against the mother ant's privileged position. They expressed concern about the free movement of a dangerous prisoner, pointing to the inability to effectively supervise and the growing coldness of the prison. Not stopping their attempts to reach the warden, they offered their services as counselors, promising to help solve the zombie problem. The zombie causing the temperature to drop insisted on the right of revenge against Camilla for killing the child, seeing nothing wrong with it. The warden's words about the true nature of Camilla's gang, created by the Orphans for Mutual Support, came to mind. The Lord had set a condition. The ability to obtain the position of counselors was contingent on the ability to resolve the zombie situation. The necromancer readily accepted the terms, confidently stating her ability to free the zombies by tomorrow, without the details of the procedure. The prisoners, trying to warm themselves by the stoves, complained about the unbearable conditions and the impossibility to sleep properly in the cold of the cells. Mary, the aunt's mother, addressed the disgruntled inmates, gently urging them to keep quiet at night and remain calm. With a friendly smile, she offered the gathered crowd expensive green tea, noting the pointlessness of just boiling water in the cold. Fox immediately expressed suspicion of Mary's intentions, fearing a second poisoning and recalling recent events. Mary was quick to allay fears, explaining the pointlessness of more assassination attempts and emphasizing her new status as prison counselor. Vixen accused Mary of fearing revenge, and Gela supported, saying that tea alone was not enough to atone for past wrongs. The other prisoners greedily demanded tea, assuring that they were ready to forget past wrongs while Mary calmly promised to get everyone drunk. Camilla was in a separate room, isolated from the rest of the prisoners, immersed in her thoughts and not participating in the excitement. Approaching Camilla, Mary noted with regret the absence of tea for her, but hastened to assure the others of a speedy compensation. The Ant Queen hurried toward the source of the cold, asking the zombies to stop spreading the chilling air. Mary offered the zombies a deal, promising to fulfill any wish in exchange for an end to the cold that was making everyone uncomfortable. Zombie accused the Queen of trying to buy the prisoner's favor at her expense, making a demand to help in Camilla's murder. Mary turned to her interlocutor in amazement, emphasizing the absurdity of asking her to kill a dragonborn, hinting at the impossibility of the task. The angry zombie demanded to get out if Mary was unable to comply, rejecting attempts to calm down without a promise. The Ant Queen calmly remarked that she was only curious about the method of killing the dragonborn, not dismissing the possibility. Lissa and Gela, who were watching, suddenly noticed blood starting to ooze from the prisoner's nose, foreshadowing disaster. Fox jumped up sharply, warning the others about the poisoned tea, accusing the Ant Queen of yet another attempt at mass murder. At that moment, Camilla, who had managed to take a sip of tea, began coughing up blood, confirming the prisoner's worst fears. The Queen broke into sinister laughter as she watched the prisoners falling in death convulsions, gloatingly commenting on the elimination of the Lord's minions. The zombie froze in shock as she watched with her mouth open, realizing that her coldness was now preventing the prisoners from participating in the unfolding events. Camilla's lifeless body was stretched out on the floor, showing no signs of life, and even her breathing was indistinguishable in the silence. The zombie's incredulous gaze darted between the lying Camilla and the screaming prisoners, who marveled at the cunning of the Ant Queen, who had supposedly poisoned everyone but them. The zombie burst out laughing madly, celebrating the long-awaited revenge for her child without noticing the suspicious details of what was happening. Her body began to glow with a strange light, gradually dissolving into thin air as she mouthed the words of a well-deserved rest and relief. The vampiress impatiently demanded the promised substance for her revenge on the Lord, trying to open the lock in anticipation of the long-awaited reprisal. The Ant Queen turned to the vampiress in bewilderment, denying the existence of any substance and claiming to have accomplished her true task. The shocked vampiress heard the truth. Everything that was happening was a skillful staging designed to convince the zombies of Camilla's death in order to free her tortured soul. Mary revealed the fake death pill hoax with a triumphant smile, mocking the gullibility of those around her. The enraged prisoners shouted threats of reprisal, but the Ant Queen only mockingly waved off their promises. The appearance of a necromancer girl with an open book interrupted the growing conflict. She ordered Mary to clear the way. The necromancer pondered the propriety of the task at hand, questioning the method chosen to solve the problem. Watching the vanishing soul of the zombie, she wondered about the possibility of saving such a mangled entity. The necromancer resolutely brought the ritual object in, preparing to begin the procedure of soothing the zombie's soul, which glowed ever brighter, filling the space with an unnatural light. The thrown object rushed towards the shining soul from which the rays reflected, creating the effect of many mirrored reflections in the air. The older witch who came up behind her inquired about the end of the ritual, but the necromancer explained that only in the real world was it over. But in the world of the dead, the battle continued. Holding out the special glasses to the witch, the necromancer suggested that she see for herself what was happening in the parallel dimension. Opening the ancient book, the necromancer began to recite the spell. The surrounding space was colored with green light as she invoked the true magic of necromancy. Rising above the ground, the girl continued to recite complex formulas, calling upon the powers of the heavenly steps to submit to her will. Her voice echoed around the room as she called out the memory of her true name needed to complete the ritual. The necromancer's pupils dissolved, signaling the beginning of the transition to the other world, where he was to finish what he had started. The girl's body began to settle as the older witch watched with growing concern, pondering the necessary action. In another dimension, the necromancer opened her eyes, glowing with a bright green light. Finding herself in a completely different world, the glowing soul of a zombie appeared before her, and the necromancer noted with understanding that only a broken soul could be in this place. It was the world of the dead, forgotten even by the gods, the very place where the protagonist went after his own death. The necromancer apologized for the difficulty in keeping her soul in this dimension, admitting to using all her powers and having to rely on the help of others. The necromancer released the strange snake from her hands, while the forgotten soul reached out a huge hand towards the girl, shouting a call for the awakening of the fire dweller. After these words, the small snake transformed into a huge creature, completely enveloping the god-forsaken soul with its rings. The one-eyed snake, ready to defend the girl to the last, radiated ancient strength and determination to face any threat. From the serpent's body emerged a majestic figure resembling an Egyptian goddess, clad in golden robes and a traditional headdress. The skeleton spirit, referred to as the enemy of the rising sun and the fire dweller, raised its hand, exuding powerful streams of green energy. Concentrating the power, the creature unleashed it upon the dangerous souls intent on attacking the necromancer, protecting his ward. During the skeleton spirit attack, the necromancer spoke a warning against destroying souls, a sin that could not be forgiven by God. Lifting the zombie's soul, the creature turned to threaten the necromancer, reminding him of the consequences of breaking the cycle of life. The return to the real world was accompanied by the witch's questions about the necromancer's condition, seeing for the first time the process of transitioning to the world of the dead. The necromancer explained the temporary separation of the soul from the body, warning of the danger of the physical shell being completely defenseless at that moment. As she turned around, she explained the need for a quiet environment and the importance of getting a counselor position with personal space. Prisoners coming to their senses complained of headaches and nosebleeds, blaming the Ant Queen for another poisoning. The enraged prisoners loomed menacingly over the Ant Queen, promising to tear her to pieces, but Mary calmly parried the accusations. The older witch refused to defend Mary, recalling her betrayal during the riots and declaring her neutrality in the situation. The prisoners rushed toward the Ant Queen with screams, forcing her to flee through the prison corridors, not expecting such a turn. Necromancer summed it up. The cold problem is solved by convincing the zombies that revenge has been accomplished, and the soul fragments offer hope. Camilla lurked nearby, eavesdropping on the conversation between the necromancer and the witch as they discussed completing the Lord's errand and waiting for an appointment. The Dragonborn pondered with bewilderment at the strangeness of the Lord's agreement to such appointments, trying to understand the true motives behind the decision. The next day, a security guard wheeled Frenda in a wheelchair, rebuffing her attempts to get to work on her own. Suddenly, their journey was interrupted by the shout of a full-mustached man expressing exuberant joy at seeing Miss Frenda. Watching the stunted fat man approach, Frenda strained to remember where she might have seen this familiar man. Memory suggested it was the same persistent admirer who had proposed to her after the scandalous article was published. She put out her hand, trying to stop him with a reminder of her marriage, but the man was quick to assure her of a different purpose for the visit. Rubbing his hands together, he shared information about the rumors regarding the Imperial project, wondering about the placement of the Tailors Union. Mark introduced himself as the president of the Tailors Union, clarifying that the true head was one of the great ladies of the Silver City. Despite Frenda's refusal to make a decision, Mark continued to entice with lucrative offers, promising discounts on security clothing. The chairman outlined the benefits of cooperation, including discounts for wardens in all stores, emphasizing clothing for the nobility. A crowd had gathered in the market square, recognizing the guards of Rosa Prison. Everyone was scrambling to get their attention to talk. The hotel owner offered free dinners to prison guards, citing rumors of unpalatable prison food in an effort to secure. A young businesswoman was showing off her jewelry, hoping to get permission to open a store through the Lord. There was an impressive queue of assorted visitors at the prison gate, the guards trying to keep order by letting one through at a time. People in line discussed the possibility of getting into the center of the capital and rumors of a tenfold pay increase for prison guards after the riot. The little boy overheard conversations about the impossibility of direct gifts to the Lord and the need to act through guards. The same child who had thrown the tomato at the Lord was anxiously watching the growing crowd at the prison gates, trying to understand what was happening. The guard reported to the Lord the arrival of Leo's boy from the slums, much to the slight surprise of the warden, who had not expected him to show up. On the Lord's orders, the boy was given a small warden's uniform, which proved to be large, and the child explained the arrival by a desire to replace his father. The Lord smilingly noted the boy's courage, surpassing that of the adult slum dwellers, and promised to give him a chance. The warden offered a deal, assistance in accepting gifts from the city's dignitaries in exchange for considering Camille's release. Isabel, standing at the entrance to the prison, professionally invited the next visitor, keeping order in the growing line of willing visitors. The man who entered introduced himself as Dick, an antiques dealer from Silver City, trying to give the impression of a respectable businessman. The antiquarian began to speculate about the advantageous location of the city near forbidden lands for archaeological. Dick displayed an antique imperial blade, urging that it be handled with care, and offered to donate it in exchange for permission to set up store near the future branch. The Lord noticed with suspicion the lack of rumors of the antiquary's infiltration into forbidden lands, where even the army dare not enter. The antiquary smiled nervously, denying his involvement in dangerous expeditions, trying to maintain the image of an honest businessman. Little Leo listened attentively to the antique dealer's cynical musings about poor peasants willing to risk their lives for money. The boy remembered a conversation with his father about the reasons for the bans. Slum dwellers often accepted dangerous work for high pay. He remembered a past encounter with an antiquarian in rags, discussing the fate of 30 men who had traveled to the forbidden lands. The survivors returned with mutated bodies, experiencing unbearable agony without waiting for the promised payment for the artifacts they had obtained. In flashbacks, little Leo hands a 16th century dagger to an antique dealer, asking him to pay for the work of his fallen comrades to help their families. Back in the present, the Lord rejected the antiquarian's offer, emphasizing the importance of the Supreme Court and the impermissibility of bribes, despite attempts to disguise them as prison aid. The antiquary continued to seduce the Lord, pointing out the protective properties of the blade and hinting at the encrypted sum in the inscriptions on the hilt, not noticing how little Leo shrank and covered with cold sweat. The boy noticed the Lord begin tapping his fingers strangely on the table, signaling the agreed-upon signal according to their prior arrangement. A recent conversation with the Lord about the chance to free Camilla in exchange for help came to mind as the boy asked hopefully about his duties. The Lord explained a simple condition. At a certain tapping on the table, the boy must turn visitors away, giving the appearance of natural abandonment. Hearing the tentative signal, Leo realized the need to act, though fear restrained his movements at the thought of confronting a grown man. In a trembling voice, barely able to cope with his excitement, the boy tried to ask the antique dealer to leave the room. Dick interrogated the boy in bewilderment, then turned to the Lord to inquire about the identity of the young aide, clearly interested in the unusual situation. The Lord nonchalantly introduced the boy as the new peddler, explaining his presence as a desire to facilitate some aspects of communication. Leo was shaking with fear, anticipating the possibility of dire consequences for his interference in an adult conversation. Dick's account of the terrible properties of the blade, supposedly a gift from a god from forbidden lands, capable of causing agonizing death through uncontrolled bone growth, came to his mind. His memories carried him back to the moment when he heard the screams and saw the blood, secretly watching the transaction between the men and the antique dealer. Horror gripped the boy at the memory of a victim who had actually begun to grow unnatural bone growths. The antique dealer then gloatingly confirmed the authenticity of the weapon, cynically wondering who to send the promised payment to now. In those terrible moments, in hiding, they spoke of Camilla as the only hope for a better life in the slums that could protect them from such horrors.
Remembering all the horrors of the past, the boy gathered courage and raised his voice, demanding that the antique dealer leave the premises immediately, categorically rejecting any hint of bribes.
Dick, visibly nervous, began to excuse himself by ignorance of the Lord's principled position, bidding a hasty farewell and promising to return the next day. The task was not easy for Leo. He clutched at his heart from the strain, but the praise of the Lord and the hint of the next meeting gave him strength. Mo, holding the antique dealer's blade, politely offered to escort her visitor out the back door, clearly having special plans to continue the conversation. Dick expressed bewilderment at the need to use the back door, especially after a reprimand from some kid. The woman insistently repeated the invitation to follow her, promising that all would become clear when they reached their destination. On the way out, Mo explained the gift situation, talking about the steady stream of visitors from the previous evening until early morning. They entered a room literally glowing with the number of various offerings, clearly demonstrating the magnitude of the informal talks. The antiquary quickly grasped the gist of what was happening, realizing that the Lord preferred to keep the gifts out of sight. Mo confirmed his guess with a smile, but warned of the high competition for the limited amount of land. The man laughed in relief, calling the situation a simple misunderstanding and asking only for a chance to prove himself among the competition. He speculated on the status of the Supreme Court as a special organization of the Dragon Range Empire, perplexed as to the reasons for the interest in the provincial city. The conversation ended with a reminder of the high standards of an organization that accepts only the best of the best into its ranks. The antiquarian continued to speculate on the benefits of being associated with the Supreme Court, emphasizing the possibility of obtaining honorary citizenship of the empire for the entire family. He emotionally explained that the land near the Supreme Court is not just a territory, but a direct path to success and influence in the empire. The man noted with a chuckle that people do not come here for the sake of simply opening stores, pursuing much more ambitious goals. The true goal was to control the passage and impose tolls, a sure way to real wealth. The antiquarian marveled at the power to control the career advancement of others, noting how all the capitalists in the city felt its appeal. He was confident that any price for the land would pay off 100-fold, given the opportunities that lay ahead. A luxurious carriage slowly approached the prison, its passengers watching the long line of petitioners. Lukey Goldentooth irritably pondered over the information leak, believing that others were trying to snatch a piece of his rightful prey. Carl, who accompanied Goldentooth, explained the situation by the presence of spies from big businessmen willing to do anything for success. The boss scornfully called them soulless rats, suggesting that they put on a special performance for the uninvited guests tonight. At noon, they announced the end of the reception for the day, inviting everyone to come back the next day. The Lord tested Leo's resolve, asking if the boy would have the courage to stay after his first day on the job. The boy admitted that at first he was afraid, because slum dwellers usually avoid direct contact with influential people. Leo shared his discovery. The fear of powerful people disappeared when he realized their humanity, just like the slum dwellers. The Lord noted the boy's observation approvingly, adding that if all the slum dwellers came to the same realization, Camilla could be released unharmed. The warden remarked meaningfully that whoever was able to imprison Camilla once was capable of doing it again. Frenda reported to the Lord about finding a chaperone for the school, to which the girl expressed doubts about the necessity of schooling at her 16th birthday. The Lord offered to take little Leo with him so that his talent would not be wasted, which led the boy to complete amazement at the unexpected turn of events. Upon seeing Frenda, the boy respectfully addressed her as his sister, causing the girl to wonder at his presence in the prison. In another part of the prison, an inmate spotted a bird with a letter, suggesting that the house had finally remembered the imprisoned princess. Austin revealed the contents of the letter. People with a dual mission to kill the Lord and defeat her. She explained that killing the Lord would be punishment for those holding the princess captive, and her own defeat was necessary for other reasons. Austin spoke bitterly about the laws of her society, where a defeated female becomes the property of the victor unless a stronger rival emerges. Standing on the balcony with her friends, she recalled encounters with those who fled their homes or severed family ties to escape an imposed marriage. The horny girl ironically noted the uniqueness of the situation. A princess of a major state chose imprisonment over an unwanted marriage. A friend suggested taking advantage of the situation by feigning a fight to regain her princess status. But Austin sharply rejected the idea, confessing her hatred for such family arrangements. Austin went on to explain the traditional view of her society, where the wife becomes a prize, forced to watch her husband's fate in endless duels. She bitterly described a system where a husband's defeat automatically meant a change of spouse to a stronger winner. The prospect of living among other wives in the event of her husband's victory was particularly repugnant to Austen. She strongly rejected such bloody family values. With defiance, she rejected the very idea of submitting to the strongest, preferring physical confrontation to imposed rules. Austen shared her vision of a perfect marriage, with a complete reversal of traditional roles, where she would be the breadwinner and her husband would take care of the house and children. With her arms around her friend's shoulders, she dreamily described the picture of coming home after a busy day to a caring husband and children. The blonde friend suddenly pointed somewhere in the distance, drawing Austen's attention to an indistinct figure near the carriage. In the distance, a carriage and the silhouette of a man who was hard to see from this distance could be seen. To their surprise, the man turned out to be a lord mentoring 3 children before school, urging them to obey their teachers. Austen froze with her mouth open, shocked by the scene she saw, unable to find the words to express her feelings. She watched the lord carefully seat the children in the carriage, promising to have their favorite dishes ready for them when they returned from school. This scene struck Austen's heart like an arrow, causing her to rethink her ideas about men. An idyllic picture of her future life unfolded in her imagination. A lord preparing dinner and greeting her with a smile after work. The fantasy continued with the sound of a crying baby coming from the kitchen of their imaginary house. In her dreams, the lord would calmly approach the baby, gently cradling him and coaxing him to dinner soon, demonstrating perfect fatherhood. Austen's heart melted at the idyllic picture presented. She couldn't resist thinking of the man's perfectness. The younger friend noticed the silly expression on Austen's face with mock surprise at such an uncharacteristic reaction from the Princess of Beasts. Austen flared up, reminding herself of her status as a Beastman princess and the impossibility of marrying a human jailer in the Cold War between their races. A friend suggested a cunning plan. The threat of marriage to a man might have frightened Austen's father more than refusing to marry at all. Intrigued, Austen recognized the reasonableness of the plan, pondering ways to convince other beastmen of the plausibility of such a union. Her friend chuckled, admitting to the joke and recalling the presence in prison of the succubus Phil, who had already almost won the Lord's heart. Austen was indignant, denying the possibility of such gossip in prison and emphasizing her royal status. But her friend reminded her of the power of a woman's charms. A friend revealed the succubus strategy, the constant presence around the Lord and hints of possible punishment. She explained how cohabitation and light flirting inevitably break down protective barriers, giving rise to real feelings. Phil had a powerful power of enchantment that could overcome any resistance. It just needed the right moment to use it. The friend went on sternly, emphasizing Phil's superiority in the art of seduction and her ability to seize every opportunity. She advised Austen not to complicate matters, enough to let the Lord woo her to spread rumors of a possible marriage. Austen confessed her inexperience in relationships, admitting complete confusion over the need to take initiative in romantic affairs. The fawn offered her assistance with a smile, volunteering to speak to the Lord first to set the stage for Austen's further communication. The princess asked in surprise about the possibility of such an approach, to which her stag friend confidently stated that a face-to-face meeting was necessary to talk about marriage. Lord and Frenda were watching the departing carriage when the warden inquired about the boy Leo's connection to her neighborhood. Frenda revealed how her husband teaches the boy to read in his spare time, which explained to Lord the child's unusual development. The warden inquired about Frenda's plans to move to the city, given her good earnings, but met with unexpected resistance. She explained that her husband, a former nobleman of the Dragon Ridge Empire, was too proud to rely on his wife's earnings. Much to the Lord's surprise, Frenda told her husband's story. Paralyzed, disenfranchised from his family, he just needed a chance to prove himself. She remembered his role in her education with gratitude, recognizing that without his instruction, she would have remained an illiterate servant. Lord expressed interest in meeting Frenda's talented man, promising to look into possible openings. The sudden appearance of a stag interrupted the conversation, and she demanded a private conversation with the Lord. The warden noted the lack of intruders, but the fawn insisted on privacy, ironically inquiring about his fears. Lord and Frenda exchanged understanding glances, realizing the provocativeness of the fawn's behavior. Despite his doubts, the Lord agreed to a brief conversation while the fawn mentally anticipated the development of the romantic situation. The stag was enjoying the flavor of intrigue, mentally imagining herself leading the 2 naive victims, Austen and the Lord, anticipating the development of her con. At this time, Mary, the mother of the ants, was walking pensively through the dark lobby of the prison, immersed in her thoughts. She reflected on the recent beating by the prisoners after the tea incident, noting the force of their blows and realizing that the support of the capital alone was not enough to survive. Mary realized the indifference of Austen and the other beastmen to her plight, feeling utterly alone. She realized that the older witch and the necromancer were just having fun at her expense, not expecting support from them either. Jessica and her company were seen by her simply as brute force, incapable of anything more. Reflecting on the Lord, she could feel his aggression and desire to kill her, which increased her fear. As she continued down the corridor, Mary worried about her survival without allies, anticipating the daily bullying. Suddenly, something unusual caught her attention, making her eyes widen with surprise. On the body of one of the girls, she noticed a distinctive red tattoo, the seal of the ancient god Samikina. At this time, Frenda warned Veronica about the Lord's loss of memory, reminding her of her responsibility in starting all events. Veronica recalled having to find the courage to deal with the situation. She was now standing against the wall, examining the huge impact mark left in the past. Looking at the damage, she felt uneasy at the memory of what had happened. Mary's unexpected appearance, warning her to conceal the seal on her arm, interrupted her musings. Veronica's surprise at Mary's words was obvious. She didn't even try to hide her astonished expression. Without saying a word, Veronica lightning fast delivered a powerful kick with her foot right into Mary's face, investing all the accumulated rage towards the Ant Queen. From the force of the blow, Mary flew back against the wall and fell to the floor, instinctively curling up, trying to protect herself from possible new attacks. Veronica was instantly at her side, grabbing Mary by the collar and demanding an explanation for her escape, to which she tried to explain the change. Acting quickly, Veronica tightened Mary's hands with her belt, ordering her to keep quiet while they were imprisoned. The Ant Queen obediently complied. Mary, keeping a playful expression on her face, inquired about the significance of the mark on Veronica's body, mentioning an ancient dead deity. As Veronica led the captive, ignoring her words, Mary spoke of the deity's new followers, suggesting a buildup of forces for rebellion. The Ant Queen expressed her admiration for the ancient god, offering her services and promising to help Veronica become queen of the continent.
Veronica paused for a long moment after stating her misunderstanding of Mary's words, creating a tense atmosphere of anticipation for her reaction.
Putting more pressure on the Ant Queen's shoulder, Veronica warned of the consequences of spreading this information, hinting at punishment. Stagg, in her conversation with the Lord, mentioned the princess who had beaten his subordinate, noting that Austen's indifference hides her fear. She emphasized Austen's status as a guarantor of peace, explaining that harming the guard could have triggered the war, so the princess wants to apologize. The Lord expressed doubts about the possibility of war and the sincerity of an apology from the haughty princess, but the faun explained it as a necessity of image. With enthusiasm, Staggs revealed Austen's character, a fragile soul behind a mask of strength, caring about the opinions of others and crying at night. Lord noted that the description sounded depressing, but the faun insisted on the importance of meeting in person, achieving a promise of friendliness. The friend, returning to Austen, was greeted with enthusiastic questioning about the success of the negotiations with the Lord, her excitement evident. Deerhawk sprawled on the couch, warning of the complexities of etiquette and the need for a gradual development of the relationship, ruling out talk of marriage. She explained the intricacies of human etiquette, emphasizing the importance of restraint in expressing feelings so as not to appear intrusive. Veronica, upon bringing Mary in, expressed surprise at her new status as prison counselor, not understanding the reasons for the warden's decision. The guard confirmed the imperial order of appointment, offering to check with the Lord for details and hinting at his desire to see Veronica. A confused Veronica agreed to visit the Lord, deciding to change her clothes beforehand to make a proper impression. Austen and the Lord settled down on a bench where the princess immediately recognized the warden's awareness, thanks to the deer. The Lord tried to calm the obviously nervous princess while she mentally struggled with the difficulty of apologizing. Austen, embarrassed, inquired about the Lord's experience in similar situations, noting his condescending look. Turning away, she pondered the pretension of the situation, turning the conversation to the topic of the Lord's family wealth. The overseer was surprised at the sudden change of topic and the return of the princess's official tone, admitting to having no family and only a home in the empire. Austin still turned away, uttered a phrase about loving the human country. Lord sympathetically noted the normality of homesickness, admitting his own discomfort with being there and expressing hope for a quick change in their situation. Hope blossomed in Austin's thoughts at the possibility of marriage, interpreting the Lord's words about the temporary stay as a hint of returning with her to her homeland as a spouse. The princess's confusion and excitement was evident in the unexpected question about his attitude toward heavily sweating girls, which betrayed her nervousness. She tried to explain her peculiarity, confessing that excitement made all her clothes wet. Mentally, Austin berated herself for sweating excessively, even during a simple conversation, deciding to change her behavioral tactics due to her lack of experience in relationship psychology. The Lord, trying to reassure the princess, called this feature cute, which caused her surprise and embarrassment. No one had ever reacted so positively before. Austin turned the conversation to the subject of children, noting the Lord's ability to get along with them and hinting at his potential as a father. The overseer sank into silent reflection, not immediately finding a suitable answer to such a personal question. He shared his dream of having children, but expressed doubt that it could be realized, which betrayed the bitterness of his past experiences. Austin, still sweating with excitement, tried to cheer him up by assuring him of the future possibilities of realizing his dream. Lord took her words as a show of sympathy because of her experience as a mother, simply thanking her for her support. The princess tried to make light of the situation by talking about the prematurity of gratitude, gesturing vigorously with embarrassment, which caused the Lord to pull back. Gaining her resolve, Austin announced the need to hand over something important to the Lord, her voice trembling slightly with excitement. She held out the Fang amulet in the palm of her hand, prompting a legitimate question from the Lord as to the nature of the unusual gift. With embarrassed explanation, the princess revealed the meaning of the milk fang in the beastman tradition, a symbol of refusing to hunt and asking for care, which made the gift especially intimate. The Lord analyzed the situation, trying to figure out if this was an apology for attacking a member of the guard or if it had a deeper meaning. In accepting the fang, he expressed doubt about the sincerity of the gesture, but accepted the responsibility, which caused the princess mixed feelings. Veronica, daring to finally visit the Lord, caught an unexpected scene. Austin and the warden sitting together on a bench. The princess, rising, negotiated the possibility of future visits, gaining the approval of the Lord, willing to lift her spirits. Seeing the peaceful conversation between the Lord and the one who almost killed the guard, Veronica silently turned and walked away, hiding her emotions. Austin's friend, watching from the sidelines, gloatingly commented on the possibility of manipulating the situation, while another predicted an impending scandal. Mary, standing nearby, watched Veronica's departure carefully, noting the werewolf's obvious weakness and affection for the Lord. With a smile, she decided to join the intrigue, motivated by divine blessing to participate. In the locker room, Veronica slowly put on her work uniform, her movements betraying an inner tension. Her gaze stopped on the fang necklace, her expression betraying deep disappointment and frustration. The moment when her tribesmen had insisted on keeping Veronica's loose milk fang, her mother consulted her grandmother about the tradition of putting a fang under her pillow, but received an explanation about the difference between human customs and the special significance of fangs to beastmen. Her grandmother explained to little Veronica the special significance of milk tusks in the mating rituals of their people, emphasizing their symbolic importance. Veronica painfully recalled the recent scene of Lord Fang Austin's acceptance of Lord Fang and his promise of responsibility, unaware of the misunderstanding that had arisen between them. Mary's sudden appearance interrupted her musings with a barbed remark about falling behind in the race for the Lord's attention. Veronica hastily hid the fang in her locker, while Mary reasoned about marriage as a union of equal status. Mary Riley enumerated Austin's advantages, her princess status, her wealth, her power, hinting at the hopelessness of her position as a mere overseer. Veronica's demonstrative indifference to the taunts caused Mary to change tactics, assuring her of the seriousness of her intentions to help. The Ant Queen mentioned the god's branding, offering help in using his power to dominate Austin. She told of the god Samikin, once revered by all beastmen, wielding power over the edge of life and death. To an interested Veronica, Mary revealed the first step to gaining power, the need to travel to the forbidden lands where a god died 200 years ago. Veronica was skeptical of the idea of receiving instruction from a dead man, finding such an assumption too ridiculous even for an obvious lie. Mary hastened to explain the difference between physical death and the death of the soul, emphasizing their fundamental difference in world order. The Queen of Ants explained the concept of physical death as the loss of the bodily vessel, after which the soul goes to the underworld, where it is able to exist forever. She described the process of the constant cycle of life, where the Samakina receives a portion of the energy from each soul traveling to the afterlife. Mary emphasized that God is part of the fundamental laws of the universe, and therefore cannot truly die as long as those laws are in effect. She explained the mark's appearance 200 years later as a sign of the gods' regained power in the underworld, noting the difficulty of transitioning powerful beings into the real world. Pointing to Veronica, Mary revealed the real reason she had been chosen as an apostle. God intended to use her to destroy the Forbidden Lands. When asked about the reasons for the destruction of the Forbidden Lands, Mary explained the conflict between the gods. Samekina valued the integrity of the soul, while the gods of the Forbidden Lands splintered it. Veronica expressed indifference to the situation, but Mary reminded her of her responsibility for the power she had received. The Ant Queen appealed to Veronica's ambition, hinting at the possibility of surpassing Austin with divine power. Watching Veronica walk away, Mary decided not to give up trying to manipulate the situation. She remembered many stories about the ancient gods from the library, especially remembering the stories about Samakin. Especially important seemed to be the fact of Samakina's opposition to the evil god of the Forbidden Lands, their eternal feud. Marie realized that she needed to help Veronica get on the right path and destroy the Forbidden Lands that had caused so much harm and suffering in her life. She decided that old grudges would be settled in a more honest way, without fear and frantically searching for weapons to defend herself as she had before. Carl, the representative of Lucy of the Golden Tooth, came to the Lord and invited him to meet at the tavern, introducing himself and reminding him of himself as an envoy of his boss. The Lord replied that it was late and he needed to pick up his students, offering to reschedule the meeting for tomorrow. But Carl insisted on meeting immediately. Carl emphasized that the meeting should take place closer to nightfall, as that was the only time to see a true view of the Silver City. In class, a young student, full of pedagogical excitement, raised her glass and asked the teacher when the real lesson was over, to which Apinas smiled. The teacher addressed the student affectionately, calling her darling and recognizing that she was new and understood her hidden meaning of the question about the prophets. The educator explained that prophets teaching in regular schools were completely useless to their elite educational institution. She emphasized that it does not matter what can be achieved with the knowledge taught in mainstream schools or how many students they produce. The teacher noted that in their school, girls only learn etiquette to find their place in the social world and organize family resources. She emphasized that their class belonged to the guardians of the laws, who were above the ordinary people, created by the creators of the laws. The educator contemptuously referred to everyone else as a common herd of sheep, contrasting them with the elite status of the students and pupils at their school. In the men's section of the classroom where Leon sat, there was a parallel conversation continuing the line of social inequality and preparing students for future roles. The teacher explained to the class that they have the right to interpret the current laws without making them responsible for the creation of their emperor and his ministers. Leon watched as the students jumped up in unison, shouting out complex definitions of various concepts. The educator confirmed in a cynical tone that they could sell a man to a sheep at an inflated price, declaring the gift of jewelry to be the mark of a true gentleman. Leon timidly asked if not being able to give jewelry meant that ordinary people were prevented from marrying.
The teacher praised the student for the insightful question, emphasizing the importance of thinking outside the box for future guardians of social norms.
The children shouted derogatory definitions of poor people, leaving Leon in a state of acute discomfort. Leon questioned whether a decent person could believe in such cruel social categorizations and insulting changes. The educator authoritatively explained that a single authoritative voice has learned to subdue even the most critical and independent people. The teacher triumphantly proclaimed the natural right of the keepers of the law to determine the truth, which society would defend on its own. The little boy suddenly questioned the universality of their reasoning, pointing out the unattainability of standards for ordinary people. The class amicably ridiculed the naive boy, who, blushing with embarrassment, continued to insist that he was right. The teacher, laughing, apologized for the incomplete explanation and emphasized that he himself was not part of the herd, but stood apart from the common people. The educator explained the mechanism for applying the new definition in payments, pointing out that it all lies in the subtle social hierarchy. He revealed the principle of manipulation through pity, contempt, and triumph, demonstrating how the keepers of the law can impose their attitudes on even the simplest things. The teacher cynically pointed out that fear is distributed so that a small number of people can enjoy life at the expense of the rest of us. He enunciated the rigid principle of punishment, asserting that any transgressor would be mercilessly executed without the slightest leniency. The educator explained that humans struggle to survive on the mere instinct for sustenance, and at the word resistance, they fall into a nightmarish embrace of fear. His harsh words made the boy begin to tremble and was ready to cry, realizing the monstrousness of the mechanism of social control. Men with guns and representatives of the Golden Tooth mercilessly punish anyone who dares to question the existing order. The carriage rushes on, and the coachman is informed that the Lord has already arrived at the appointed place. Lord says he was invited to observe the process of eliminating poor people who don't fit into the social system. A Golden Tooth spokesman responds that this is just an appetizer in the big game for land and Supreme Court influence. A Golden Tooth representative threateningly announced his intention to remove workers from the factories, which would be a wake-up call to the slum dwellers. The Lord, who was holding back his emotions, instantly exploded with rage and swung his heavy fist sharply at the insolent interlocutor. Goldtooth lost his composure, his trademark gold teeth sprinkled to the floor with a metallic clang, his gaze filled with fear. The man collapsed to the cold ground, and the Lord put a cane with a built-in dagger to his head with fury, turning it into an instrument of retaliation. The Lord stood majestically in the middle of the room, and armed men with automatic rifles lined up around him in a tight ring. Carl, who was watching what was happening silently, could not stand the tension and turned to the Lord with bewilderment, trying to understand the reasons for the aggression. Goldtooth, being in complete shock, begged to explain the reasons for the inadequate behavior. His voice trembled, and his eyes were dilated. The Lord, exuding rage and contempt, gritted his teeth that he had been more than gracious during his cooperation in the branch. Furiously grabbing his opponent by the suit, the Lord literally growled a demand for an explanation for the rampages and the destruction of the slums. With a lurch in his voice, the Lord shouted about the court officers who would arrive in a month and the impossibility of being held accountable for actions. He demanded explanations about the moral ethics of the heinous iniquities by breaking his voice and showing outrage at the social system. Addressing those around him, the Lord wryly and contemptuously questioned their true goals of wanting to advance in the hierarchy at any cost. The Lord lectured that being decent meant not only dressing properly, but also keeping a clean table. In a fit of rage, the Lord shouted that the interlocutor would not be able to dignify his presence in the judge's office for fear of disgracing his reputation. With despair, he pondered the choice of a partner, lamenting that there was only a month left and no time to teach his uncouth partner the rules of etiquette. In releasing Goldtooth, the Lord warned that the failure of people to change rude habits could discredit the overall enterprise. Goldtooth burst into laughter, admitting that the Lord's blow had brought him back to his senses and reminded him of their long journey to their intended goal. He spoke proudly of his gang that has been fighting for over a decade, having traveled from a village gang to an aristocratic one. The gang leader urged the brothers to recover and impress future patrons by emphasizing that they were almost there. Goldtooth painted a picture of aristocratic life, tuxedo champagne socialites, and proximity to the empire as the highest honor. He insisted on maintaining morale, urging to concentrate energy on the main goal before the supreme judge appeared. The leader of the gang challengingly offered the Lord to watch their procession, hinting at the scale of their organization and their readiness for confrontation. He explained that their war with large corporations is a spectacle that can only be seen at night, hinting at the stealthy nature of the operations. The Lord summarized that in the Silver City, there is room for only one force. The coming month will be intense, only the strongest will survive. The long-awaited night came when the gang's employees gathered together, their faces stern and determined. The Lord asked about possible casualties, to which he coldly replied that human loss, inevitable. The interlocutor explained that it is forbidden to use orchestras and create noise during armed actions, and it is categorically unacceptable to kill key persons from both sides of the conflict. With a cynical grin, he pointed to the luxurious carriages, explaining that all the passengers, their people, were wealthy businessmen with powerful connections. Goldtooth stated with blatant arrogance that even with the murder of a citizen, no police officer would dare arrest them and no judge convict them due to their ability to manipulate funded agencies. When asked how it was possible to unite so many people, the interlocutor explained that he was joined by the old guard of capitalists who alone could not have survived the brutal struggle. Joining his alliance guarantees participants incredible benefits from the branch of the Supreme Court being created, opening the way to limitless influence. There was an oppressive silence in the square. The participants of the operation froze in tense anticipation of the signal for the beginning of decisive actions. From a carriage on the opposite side of the street came an ominous warning: "Our enemy is here." Specific names of enemies were called: Pitt of the silver mines, Cato of the real estate, Simon of the stock exchange, old companies long established in the Silver City. The first contestant began pulling his weapon from its sheath, and gradually the others joined him, preparing for the decisive clash. Pitt, the owner of the secret silver mines, was a bald man with a pipe in his mouth who seemed the center of menace and unyielding will. After the ominous words, the workers instantly began to strike the bell with such fury and intensity that the ringing became like a battle cry, heralding the beginning of a bloody fight. Suddenly, there was a shriek of attack, and the men in yellow jackets rushed forward like wild beasts, ready to tear the enemy to shreds. On the other side, the Golden Tooth Gang also prepared to attack. Their aggressive attitude was visible in every tense movement and fierce gaze. The two opposing sides finally met in a decisive confrontation, starting a fierce melee. After the initial clashes, Goldtooth explained with a cynical chuckle the reason for the repeal of the Safeguards Act, emphasizing that the fighting is on both sides. Zoom warned the Lord of possible problems in contracting the prisoners, to which the Lord irritably demanded that he stop lying. The Lord has made his position clear: the Supreme Court is built in slums, and he is not interested in financial machinations on foreign soil. He firmly stated that the territory belongs to whoever pays, and no one has the right to interfere with his work, or there will be no cooperation. Goldtooth wryly chuckled meaningfully, hinting that the Lord would have to eat his heart out when confronting Pitt. The interlocutors discussed the length of the march, agreeing that the fight would be until the victory or retreat of the influential MP. Goldtooth admitted he didn't have enough votes to pass the bill, so today's victory is critical. A subordinate approached Pitt with a hint of magnetic field problems that added intrigue to the tense situation. Holding the compass, the man carefully watched the strange movement of the arrow, warning that the presence of necromancers was being felt nearby. A sinister black and purple energy began to swirl around the subordinates, creating an atmosphere of a mystical and deadly space. The source of this frightening energy was an old necromancer who was methodically releasing thick smoke from an ancient bowl as if performing sorcery. The panicked workers began screaming for help, falling to the ground and suffering blood splattered around them. Suddenly, it turns out that this necromancer is the sibling of the Golden Tooth, who is wanted by the Empire but appears openly. Pitt noted with a cynical chuckle that Lucius is confident in the future, even under the threat of his brother's arrest plans to win and foot the bill. Suddenly, Pitt was approached by a man in a helmet who began tapping insistently on the carriage window to attract the attention of his supervisor. The informant gave the sensational news of the presence of the Lord from Rose Prison in a neighboring carriage, which caused genuine surprise to Pitt, who had never seen the latter engage in affairs outside the prison. A subordinate suggested that the Lord may be acting out of a lack of funds and wants to earn jointly with Lucy by passing a prisoner's bill. After this message, the helmeted worker began to strike the bell again, creating an ominous atmosphere of impending change. All those present were extremely surprised and turned around perplexed, not understanding what this unexpected ringing meant, which clearly did not portend the continuation of the battle. Those sitting on the wagon began discussing that Pitt seemed to be in a completely bad mood today and was leaving the game prematurely. Lord proposed to use the situation to pressure the MPs of the opposite side to vote in his favor. Goldtooth smiled contentedly, commenting that such were the honors of a victor. If the enemy failed to protect his men, then you could do whatever you wanted with them. Goldtooth jumped out of the carriage and thundered to Charles, who nonchalantly replied that he was ready for action and ordered his subordinates to go immediately to the houses of the MPs. Carl and his subordinates laughed happily, making it clear that they had understood their leader's instructions perfectly and were ready to carry out the order. When the Lord also got out of the carriage, Goldentooth hurriedly introduced his family to him, announcing that everyone was ready and the introduction ceremony could begin. Men emerged from the carriage declaring with ostentatious enthusiasm that they were honored to meet the Lord and work under his leadership. Everyone in attendance tried to impress, emphatically demonstrating their desire to cooperate and be helpful. At this moment, Goldentooth's subordinate swiftly rushed towards the aristocrat's house with a knife in hand. Bursting into the room, he aggressively demanded explanations from the stunned family, fostering an intimidating atmosphere. Without hesitation, the intruder grabbed the homeowner, forcefully pinned his head to the table, and ordered him to be silent. The terrified aristocrat screamed frantically for help, hoping someone would hear and save him from his attackers. The Lord, noticing what was happening, looked extremely displeased, his eyes darkening at what he saw, and an unsettling silence ringing in his ears. Turning around, he witnessed the Goldentooth gang literally dragging the aristocrats out into the street and began to brutally beat them. The Lord turned indignantly to Goldentooth, pointing out that such actions were unacceptable and reminding him that they had come to discuss the bill. Goldtooth assured the Lord with a cynical smile that their actions were not chaotic and they would not disturb the peace of random citizens, attacking only those involved. He explained in detail that the members of Congress, by taking the bribe and refusing the law, had actually accepted the rules of their game themselves and were responsible. The moment the aristocrat was hit over the head with the bottle, Goldtooth warned that the man who sat down at their table would not get off easy. The gang leader spoke of his kindness with a bitter chuckle, mentioning the disappearance of the counselor's family after Pitt's victory, who could not be found. Suddenly, the treasurer, captain, and prosecutor appeared and said that the arrival of an envoy from the Inquisition would be unusual given the scope of the project. The treasurer offered to immediately join the Goldentooth camp and assist the Lord in his difficult endeavor with the new bill. The workers, continuing their violence against the aristocratic family, strangled the wife and grabbed the child. One ordered the door closed from the Lord's view. There was a tense conversation between the employees about the child, whom Carl considered ballast and possible past risks, which were kept quiet. Mark, the Port Authority representative, graciously thanked the Lord for his time and introduced himself along with Brenda, his colleague. With ostentatious courtesy, Mark introduced influential friends, Angus, the chief of police and his family, and Kolya, the chief of the guard and counselor. Continuing the violence, the bandits grabbed a little girl from an aristocratic family, twisting her mercilessly and ignoring her desperate cries. As the family was being presented to the mounted police, the mother turned to her son with a commission to sing a church hymn, hinting at the Lord's connection to the clergy. The little boy, clearly worried, began to cough, adjusted his tie, and prepared to sing, addressing the gods and the goddess of joy. While the boy sang a divine song, Goldentooth employees rampaged outside, throwing Molotov cocktails into the aristocrat's home. The man was being lit by a raised torch, squirming in agony, while the little boy nonchalantly continued to sing, contrasting with the nightmare behind the Lord's back. The little girl, clinging to her father's motionless body, desperately tried to wake him up, not realizing the tragedy of what was happening. Through her tears, she begged for someone to help her dad and mom, her childish voice sounding helpless in the midst of a crumbling world. The Lord watched as if petrified, witnessing a monstrous scene of violence and childish desperation. Those around him enthusiastically applauded the boy, admiring his talent, and his mother proclaimed the Lord henceforth his brother. Frenda suddenly appeared in the doorway, surprised by the Lord's return and the fact that he had come out on the wrong shift. She attributed her return to concern over the fire in the city and a desire to make sure the Lord was safe. Lord calmly replied that he had a rough idea of the balance of power, to which Frenda recalled their original plan to wait until the factions had weakened each other. Suddenly, the Lord announced that he had changed his mind, and all members of both factions should die, calling them simply horrible. Frenda was shocked by his statement, and the Lord explained that the Silver City was afflicted with such a terrible disease that it was easier to finish it off. He proposed to build a brand new city on the site after the destruction, as if it were a simple renovation. Frenda asked the Lord in shock why he had become so aggressive and what could have caused such a drastic change in his behavior. Lord countered that he had become more judicious rather than aggressive, explaining that his first 2 months in this world had been like a surreal dream where reality seemed illusory. Every day he mechanically performed his work, after which he plunged into chaotic, incoherent reflections, not understanding the essence of what was happening around him. The Ant Queen's rebellion was a turning point, forcing him to really look closely at the prison and the world around him for the first time. He realized the full horror of power when he realized that a simple lack of money could instantly cut short many lives. Lord has seen the blood and tears of prison guards who are forced to support families on meager wages and cannot quit even after receiving disability. At that moment, he finally woke up, realizing that the world was real and filled with living, suffering people. He argued that all affairs should be handled by a person capable of acting competently in any, even the most difficult situations. The Lord explained his desire to control Parliament by being able to promote laws that would cause the prison to prosper and help solve existing problems. Over the past few days, he had scrutinized the structure of the Silver City, finding the main figures and discovering that the entire city was plunged into sheer chaos. He saw a system where the poor were ruthlessly robbed and exploited, and wondered if it would not be better to go about restoring order himself. The Lord noted bitterly that officials, when they receive their orders, have no regrets and exist only to do their dirty work. The night threats sounded a warning. Failure to march could lead to a bloody reckoning for the families of the gang leaders who run the officials, making them regret their position. Attempts to create new gangs will inevitably encounter serious obstacles, from a lack of experienced fighters to limited available resources, which is guaranteed to lead to defeat. The city was literally torn in two by a continuous war between factions willing to make any sacrifice for power. The Lord was convinced that the root of the problem had to be eradicated completely, or else one would have to cooperate with these people, which could quickly corrupt the prison staff with bribes. Such cooperation would inevitably have a negative impact on prison security, which was contrary to the original objectives. Frenda skeptically noted the sheer number of people in powerful factions, doubting the possibility of their complete destruction. Lord paradoxically observed that the more people talk about something, the more they worry about it, pointing to the psychological weakness of their opponents. Goldtooth often emphasized the importance of rules, one of which forbade the killing of key people on both sides of a conflict. The main members of the groups were in carriages, and even if captured, they could be ransomed, giving the illusion of safety. The Lord said with contempt that to them the slain were no more than dogs on the roadside whose lives were worthless. The whole massacre is just a game of chance for them, where they count coins in cold blood and determine the winner. The strategic goal was becoming obvious: find someone who could break the established rules. The final chord should be the murder of a gambler in front of the public, which will completely destroy the existing arrangements. Breaking the established rules that allow someone to feel infallible will inevitably shake their view of the world order. Frenda suggested that breaking the rules could lead to hatred and mutual killing, but there was a possibility of finding reasonable people who would prefer peaceful negotiations to prevent escalation of the conflict. The Lord agreed that despite their madness, strategic thinking still allowed them to exist, and it was time to put an end to it, starting with the collapse of one of the parties. He emphasized that everyone is well aware, having a branch in a certain territory can lead to wealth and significantly reduce the power of competitors. However, no one knows the consequences of weakening one side. Killing a key player would make them think the worst and deal a devastating blow to existing peace agreements. Those who are used to manipulating the fates of others will find themselves in the position of being manipulated, and these wounds will cause them to remember their own dastardly deeds. The Lord pondered what it would be like to be in the shoes of someone who had been struck during the last procession, and how to protect himself and his family. He imagined the situation of a senator whose wife was being beaten by a mob of robbers in front of her daughter, wondering how a family could protect itself in such circumstances. Stories of small businessmen being stacked alive in their own homes and the chances of rescue, such as through a window, came to mind. A reminder of their former arrogance is enough to show that a similar fate could befall any of them, turning memories into fear. Only then will they be able to realize the true sinfulness of their actions, which is the ultimate goal. A war between factions can be won by absolutely any means, without the slightest restrictions on morality and humanity. The Lord argued that even if the opponents wet their pants from fear, they would be forced to act, and tears and snot would not prevent them from striking for the first time. He was ready to go to extreme measures, including the murder of key people, realizing that the loss of position means imminent death, and revenge is only a tool of pressure. Frenda listened in utter shock, realizing that the Lord's strategy was not about revenge, but about creating an all-consuming fear of the unknown. The Lord planned to make the players lose their status and become mere pawns, dooming them to fight until their last breath. Frenda shuddered at the plan, involuntarily thanking God that the Lord was not an outright villain. The morning news reported a sensation. Parliament unanimously passed the Prisoners' Guarantee Bill, promising them employment. The false voting results raised suspicions. The day before, Goldtooth was supposed to get about 60% of the vote, and now complete unanimity, suggesting a hidden order. Pitt complained about being too slow, and Goldentooth got ahead of him, but it's unclear exactly what the latter pitched. The civil servant tried to justify himself by calling the gifts a favor for an acquaintance, but the Lord offered something more. Lord explained that with the advent of the Supreme Court, the slum economy would grow faster than the city economy, and a counselor would be needed. Pitt was interested and asked what the Lord wanted in return. The bald man, puffing on his pipe, replied that he wanted justice and would hire prisoners stronger than Goldtooth. The boss explained that he had heard about the lack of money and the problems with the Prisoner Guarantee Act and decided to help, which was the reason the bill passed so quickly. He offered to hand over the right of appointment to the slum counselor, alluding to the many hungry mouths in Goldentooth's camp, and wondering if the latter would have the courage to cut a piece off his meat. The Lord was surprised at the absence of a counselor, to which the bald interlocutor replied that it was the absence of a counselor that prevented the slums from being protected by law. The interlocutor hinted that the introduction of the counselor would effectively make slum dwellers full citizens. Cato noted that this effectively meant incorporating slums into the city limits, but it would be more profitable to evict the poor and sell their land after the Supreme Court raised prices. Simon from the stock exchange saw this as an opportunity to lobby for the Dragon Ridge Empire, get investment, and take Cato's company public. The Lord wryly remarked that his interlocutors had already planned the distribution of profits. Despite yesterday's defeat in the procession, Pitt contemptuously declared that he could have easily defeated Goldtooth, and he didn't care for the one with his gilded teeth. With a horrified look, he explained that he was the one who had knocked out Goldtooth's teeth. Pitt called Goldtooth a low-grade brat who didn't even know who he was, but had the nerve to try to rob and was beaten all day. They answered that, despite the seemingly small tragedy, the Skull Gang is now the most influential, and its success is the result of incredible luck. The last paragraph hinted at the return of a long-lost necromancer brother after years of separation. His brother helped him get rid of all the obstacles in his way and become the leader of the Skull Gang by eliminating his rivals. The mounted police were interested in supporting the Skull Gang, helping to apprehend Camille, overthrow the Bloody Gang, and create a high-profile name for themselves. The dregs of society often act in concert, and in this situation, that's exactly what happened. The Lord asked the first question as to why the necromancer, who should be wanted by the Empire, had not yet been arrested. Pitt replied that the Silver Duke considered this necromancer unattainable and had no objection to his elimination. He warned against spreading the word about the necromancer publicly, lest he incur the wrath of the Duke, who considered the Silver City his land. Lord clarified the second question about the reasons for the support of the Skull Gang by the mounted police. It was explained to him that the members of the mounted police were the children of young city council members who had previously had to play by other people's rules. Over time, they sensed their power and decided to create a counterbalance to the existing forces. At first, they secretly supported the Skull Gang without revealing their true patrons to the merchants. Lord asked about the details of the murder related to Camilla's case. A city kid was playing in the slums when the Skull Gang decided to pick a fight with a Blood Gang. The next day, the child's body was discovered on the Blood Gang's property, and the mounted police made an instant arrest. The whole story looked extremely suspicious, had virtually no substantial evidence, and resembled a fabricated version of events with many contradictions. Goldtooth represented the usual troubled criminal who, out of revenge and a desire to hurt Camilla, had concocted an elaborate story that could anger the dead boy's mother. The woman was actually coerced into agreeing to be turned into a zombie so that she could carry out an act of revenge for her son's death, using her as a weapon of retribution. The interlocutor clarified the details about the zombies, trying to make sure he understood the circumstances of the boy's mysterious story correctly. The Lord ironically summarized that Goldtooth was just an ambitious upstart who had been advised to immediately stop any cooperation with him. Suddenly changing his tone, the Lord thanked his interlocutor for the information and asked what kind of prisoners he would like to hire. Seeing the guests off, the Lord hinted meaningfully at the evening invasion and advised them to enjoy the performance of the prisoners, smiling intriguingly. The Lord was approached by a guard whom he had ordered to take the dragon-born Camille to the interrogation room. Iconic police officers listened intently to the plethora of evidence that pointed to Camille's innocence and confirmed the Skull Gang's involvement in the murder. The Lord offered to tell Camille her version of events, promising the possibility of release if it matched the available information. Camilla declared herself voluntarily sent to prison, which perplexed the Lord, who did not understand the meaning of her words. She explained that she had reached an agreement with the police and was willing to take the blame and go to jail regardless of the circumstances. A long-ago conversation with a mounted police officer who promised to forget about any lives taken and murders committed by their men came to mind. Camilla argued that the people she killed were thugs and bandits who were not full citizens, and therefore their destruction could not be considered a crime. The chief of police remarked meaningfully that the qualification of her actions depended entirely on his wishes and offered a deal: the disbanding of the bloody gang and 3 years in prison in exchange for oblivion. The girl admitted that this was how she got into prison, fearing for the fate of her men, who could have been maimed if she was absent. To protect her charges, she instructed Catherine to train them as bounty hunters so they could make a living on their own. She was offered the chance to become a slum counselor, assuring her that once she was released and ran for election, she would be supported by the locals. The girl smiled enigmatically, rejecting the offer and saying that she was comfortable in prison and had personal reasons for staying here. The interlocutor remembered how he had once served and thought of her, not believing in her capabilities. An 8-year-old girl, in his opinion, had not read books and had no social experience. However, she managed to manage 1,700 slums and was responsible for 1,000 people, which seemed incredible. Camilla honestly admitted that it wasn't easy. She didn't even know until she was 12 that people get sick from certain types of meat, being a dragon. She explained that her upbringing as a bounty hunter and her experience managing the slums of Silver City, her limit. The Lord nonchalantly offered to find another counselor if Camilla wasn't interested, promising that the prison would provide her with warmth and food to rest. Just as the Lord turned to leave, Camilla clutched at the bars of the cage, begging him to wait and calling him superior. She admitted that despite her slum rule, she cannot ignore the murder of a child allegedly committed because of her. Camilla offered her help in taking down the Skull Gang in an attempt to curry favor with the Lord. She awkwardly offered her kiss as payment, but immediately apologized, admitting that she had promised her jewels to another and had nothing more to offer. The Lord turned away silently, watching the girl's embarrassment, not wanting to add to her awkwardness. He asked with irritation why she thought he was interested in her offer, pointing out the illogic of asking for a favor with offering a favor in return. Gyga, a lizard of the dragon family, dwelt in the mountains of the land of the Beastmen, leading a secluded life. Known as a hamster among her acquaintances, she has devoted her life to collecting rare objects in her cave. That morning, she was busy planning the ancient excavations in front of the cave as usual, when her solitude was broken by an unexpected visitor. The stranger loudly marveled at the beauty of the surrounding nature, catching Gigi's attention. The unusual smell and the young, handsome face gave away the man in the guest, which made him change his demeanor in front of the girl. Giga, brushing her teeth, pondered the way her parents looked at each other, recognizing the emergence of a real spark between them. The question about the possibility of washing up later completely shocked her, violating all notions of propriety. Enraged at the words spoken, the girl overturned all her belongings and rushed lightning fast towards the man, not controlling her actions and driven by blind rage. She gripped his face tightly with her strong hand, showing strength and determination unexpected for her size. Pulling him to her in one sharp motion, she delivered a powerful knee strike to his stomach, causing the man to buckle in pain. Tearing off his pants and throwing him to the ground, she suddenly heard shouts of "Mr." зрения выяснилось, что мужчина был дипломатом, и его испуганные подчиненные смотрели, что происходит. Until now, the situation was under control, but suddenly everything changed. And in the land of beastmen, the laws still favored humans. Suddenly, there was a cry calling for Giga. It was her childhood friend and Philip's guardian, a tigress who had come to visit her. The tigress's expression changed dramatically as she saw the scene unfolding before her. Shock and disbelief reflected in her eyes. Giga was pinned against a tree, and the diplomat, smiling triumphantly, asked his men what to do now with the captured girl. The tigress tore forward, screaming furiously about the unacceptability of such treatment of an innocent girl in beastman territory. The diplomat, not even having time to put on his pants, turned around at the shout and froze in shock, trying to say something in his defense. As a result of this incident, despite the favor of the human court, acquittal was impossible, and Gig was imprisoned in Rosa prison. In detention, Giga showed her restless nature, becoming a real problem for the guards and joining the rioting prisoners. Her behavior raised questions as to whether it was a display of free will, defiance of the court, or a deep hatred of humanity. The real reason for her anxiety was that she had forgotten to lock the door of her cave before her arrest, worrying about the safety of her collection. 2 years of imprisonment could not distract Giga from thoughts of the gems in her cave, and the fear of possible robbery never left her for a moment. These stones that made up the meaning of her life have turned the once cheerful hamster into a gloomy shadow. Recently, the prison has a new inmate, Minotaur Sharp from a village near her mountain. Sharp grimly announced the news that gave Gigi a chill. Her home no longer existed. The prisoner told of an attack on the settlement by a group of witches who destroyed everything around them in a fit of uncontrollable rage. The attackers shouted something about thieves and cheats. Their anger knew no bounds. Even the city was affected, and Gigi's cave collapsed. When removing the debris, precious stones were discovered, which the locals immediately pocketed, leaving nothing from the house and collection. Giga froze in shock, her jaw dropped from what she heard. At this moment, something finally died in her heart. Other prisoners, after hearing the story, asked about the connection between these events and her decision to become a labor prisoner. Giga explained that after learning about the new law allowing prisoners to work, she decided to capitalize on the purchase of an undeveloped mountain range in the land of the people. Philippa advised her to take her time, reminding her of the seriousness of the attack on the diplomat and suggesting that she proceed by the book, bailing her out legally. Prisoners warned of the long wait, explaining the queuing system and the large number of people wanting to make money among the older prisoners. Giga watched the strong working girls, particularly impressed with the one doing one-arm exercises. The disabled worker approached Gigi with a smile, offering to sign a contract with a Silver City mineral mining company. The prisoners shouted in amazement, demanding an explanation, to which the worker explained the need for a specialist who combined combat skills with mining skills. She mentioned another prisoner with digger skills, but noted her stubborn nature and tendency to organize riots. The curious prisoners crowded around, looking at the contract. The sum of 30,000 gold pieces a year caused everyone's surprise. The astonishment increased when it became clear that after deducting 10,000 for the mediation of the prison, Giga would have 20,000 gold in his hands. Giga approached her friend, clarifying the cost of the release bond, and the latter decided to also look for a job for their joint release in a year's time. Lord and Frenda, standing next to the children, listened to Aja complain about school, where all day long they had to engage in tedious glass raising. The concerned warden learned that the so-called aristocratic school actually only taught rules for dealing with the rich. Unexpectedly, Leo raised his hand, expressing his desire to continue studying at this school, which caused everyone's surprise. The boy quoted his teacher Arno about the need to overcome fear and the desire to see the world as it is. When asked about the identity of Arno, Frenda embarrassingly admitted that it was her husband for whom a suitable vacancy had been found. The Lord smiled, agreeing to take the time to meet with him, and allowed Leo to return to school. Austin, looking out the window, reflected on the passage of time and the lack of progress with the Lord. The fawn reminded her to put aside her princessy ways and take the initiative if the Lord didn't come himself. Austin expressed doubts about the propriety of a straightforward approach, citing the rules of human sensitivity, but the friend promised to help with the situation. Austin spoke of an overheard conversation among the guards discussing how an infusion of horns could make a person impulsive, deciding to use it on the Lord. The stag laughed at the absurdity of the situation, ironically wondering where in the prison she could get antlers for such a potion. To her surprise, Austin simply walked over and ripped off one of Luca's friend's horns without hesitation, eliciting her piercing cry of pain. At the gate, the Lord turned to Leo, asking about his readiness to handle himself at school, to which the boy nodded confidently. Discussing Evan's education with Frenda, the Lord learned that a normal school would be fine for basic literacy, but serious study would require teachers from the Empire. The overseer approached the little girl, showing genuine interest in her desires and future plans. The girl, with childlike directness, expressed her desire to build a castle out of the fairy tales he was reading to her. The Lord inquired of Frenda about the presence of city planning experts among the prisoners, having heard of a woman knowledgeable about castles. He offered to let the girl try the activity, leaving the option to change direction when Carl appeared, calling out to the Lord. The warden inquired about Goldtooth's absence on prisoner hiring day, surprised by the appearance of only his assistant. Upon hearing of the oversleeping boss, the Lord noted Carl's great responsibility in assigning Frenda to look after the girl. Before leaving, he ordered Gladiator Carl to be escorted to the employees, leaving the assistant puzzled by the strange definition. The Lord chose Carl to be a gladiator, someone who would eliminate players who broke the rules, creating a system of control through fear. When Charles inquired as to the meaning of the word gladiator, the Lord explained it as a praise of his bravery, concealing the true meaning of the designation. Upon reaching the site, Carl announced Pete's arrival for self-selection of workers, explaining it was highly competitive and the possibility of losing out on the best. Carl attributed his host's absence to a protracted evening at the tavern, after which Goldtooth was still unable to get out of bed. The Lord disparagingly referred to Pete and Goldtooth as buffoons, emphasizing that he was only interested in their money and timely payment. Charles objected to the hurtful words, recalling their influence in the Silver City, but the Lord ironically inquired as to the reasons for their indispensability. The warden attributed their influence to simple coincidence, and they were just ordinary people who had successfully seized an opportunity. Carl defended his master, emphasizing not only his leadership skills, but also his possession of a powerful secret weapon. The Lord suggested with a chuckle that the prisoners be assessed first before speculating on might. A disabled worker organized a line of people wanting to be interviewed, while guards tried to contain the crowd of impatient inmates. She solemnly announced the introduction of the first prisoner, drawing the attention of those present. Introduced Kasi from the Underground Fist Empire, emphasizing her ties to famous personalities of the old empire and her outstanding physical strength. Kazi was introduced as an accomplished fighter of world hand-to-hand competitions, where she either killed her opponents or left them crippled, demonstrating a ruthless fighting style. The worker emphasized the perfect mastery of martial arts in the assigned danger level B, characterizing Kasi as a true warrior. Carl enthusiastically confessed fan admiration for her last fight, recalling the bravery and skill with which she fought. Kasi, flattered by the sincere admiration, asked to sign the contract as soon as possible, calling Carl uncle and showing friendliness. The Lord provocatively compared the prisoner's strength to Master Carl's secret weapon, to which the latter did not hesitate to declare Kazi's superiority. Suddenly realizing his gaffe, Carl shut up abruptly, covering his mouth with his hand and realizing that he had said something unnecessary. In an attempt to rectify the situation, he began to downplay the importance of the secret weapon, categorizing it as a C or B level, but his enthusiasm for working with his idol gave away his true feelings. An employee in a wheelchair handed over a tentative contract, explaining the procedure for paying and receiving the employee in the afternoon. The Lord commented disdainfully, mocking the lauded leadership skills and secret weapons, lamenting their inability to even hire workers on their own. The supervisor continued to press Carl, emphasizing the irresponsibility of his master sleeping at home, while a subordinate does the hiring, sarcastically quoting a saying about the survival of the brave. Kazi held out her hand for the paperwork, impatiently asking for the contract to be signed, confident of a favorable decision. Carl's unexpected refusal and suggestion to watch the other candidates drew the ire of Kazi, who accused him of hypocrisy and turning from a fan to a hater. After refusing, the employee nonchalantly announced the next candidate, Kleiman. She envisioned her as a spellbreaker, an artificially created monster from the Tower of Mages of the Histas Empire. Kleiman has been described as the result of an experimental glitch that created a fighter with immunity to magic, insensitivity to pain, and superior reflexes. The worker emphasized her reputation as a mage horror, noting her doll-like limbs and assigned danger level B+. Carl skeptically assessed the girl's frail appearance, doubting her fighting abilities. Kleeman reacted furiously to the remark, threatening to chop the skeptic into pieces to demonstrate her capabilities. Carl carelessly commented on her rough voice, comparing her to the ship's captain and questioning her gender identity. The girl sharply explained that the roughness of her voice was the result of cut ligaments, suggesting that she move on to a demonstration of skills. The situation was suddenly changed by a wheelchair-bound worker pulling out a gun.
She fired a shot directly into Kleiman's head, causing bleeding.
Carl froze in shock at what was happening. Not understanding the reasons for such demonstrative violence, Kleiman reacted lightning fast, catching the bullet with her teeth, showing off her incredible abilities. She coldly offered her services to eliminate the enemies, emphasizing a fixed price regardless of the number of fragments. A frightened Carl refused her nomination, fearing uncontrollable violence against their gang members. A rejected Kleeman made furious death threats upon her release, but the worker calmed her down by explaining her many other employment options. At this moment, Luca was carefully sticking a band-aid on the place of the torn-off horn, trying to minimize the damage. Austin contemplated the extracted horn contentedly, musing on the need to pulverize the top layer and mix it with alcohol to get the desired effect. She said goodbye to her friends while the fawn defiantly shed bitter tears at the loss of her antler. As soon as the door slammed shut behind Austin, her friend suddenly stopped crying and burst into loud laughter. Wiping away pretend tears, she ironized at Austin's naivety in not thinking about the compatibility of antlers with the intended potion. She explained the special properties of the horns to absorb the basic elemental forces, flame, ice, thunder, and other elements that penetrate the body. The stag gloatingly predicted that a man who took an infusion of the horn would turn into a wild beast in 3 days, anticipating such a fate for the Lord. The employee suggested considering calmer candidates, given the employer's reluctance to deal with irascible characters. Alain, an earth elemental with a more balanced temperament, was introduced next. The worker described the evolutionary journey of earth elementals to self-awareness, emphasizing their gradual development. She described Alain's ability to use earth magic to both protect allies and suppress enemies. The elemental's peacefulness was emphasized, ensuring that there would be no problems in the absence of provocation. Carl, looking at Alain, again noted her miniaturization and wondered about her ability to defeat the prisoner who would be working for Pete. The elemental honestly acknowledged her speed limitations, explaining her inability to catch up to a fast opponent, but urged her not to worry. Demonstrating her abilities, she lightly put her hand forward, exuding magical energy while remaining completely calm. Summoning a small earthquake, Alain explained the principle of her protective magic, noting the limitations of the prison walls on demonstrating full power. Carl reasoned, wiping his sweat. Security is good, but failing to defeat an enemy prisoner would not satisfy the Golden Tooth. Suddenly, crumbs sprinkled on Carl's face, causing him to look up startled. A large cow, a perpetually munching girl, appeared, but the Lord explained the impossibility of hiring her due to her excessive strength and risk to civilians. Carl realized the true nature of the prison as an abode of monsters, realizing that any prisoner was superior in strength to their necromancer. He noticed the unfamiliar figure of Austin on the roof, unaware of her identity or intentions. Before he could get a proper look at the girl, she instantly disappeared from the roof, as if vanishing into thin air. Austin landed right behind a terrified Carl's back, showing off her incredible speed and agility. Austin held out the bottle to the Lord, presenting it as a red wine from her native land and offering a taste of the drink, carefully concealing the true nature of the contents. Carl, watching from the side, mentally estimated the incredible height of the girl's jump, several hundred meters. Lord took the proffered drink, noting the timeliness of the treat, while Austin began to get visibly nervous. The warden commented on the lack of treats for guests at nationals, mention of drinks of a witchy nature, encouragement to encourage princesses. Austin turned around sharply with a shout, trying to stop the Lord when she realized he wasn't going to drink the offered potion himself. The Lord inquired suspiciously about the specifics of the wine, hinting at a possible special preparation just for him. A panicked Austin hastily denied any peculiarity of the drink, assuring there was more of the same wine available. Thirsty after a busy day, Carl took the cup, explaining his desire to taste the drink by his intense thirst. He drained the cup to the bottom in one long gulp, not noticing the anxious glances of those around him. Austin froze in embarrassment, and the prison staff watched with undisguised shock, realizing the possible consequences. After emptying the cup, Carl noted the strange bloody smell of wine and the presence of some crumbs, but didn't pay much attention to it. Setting the cup down, he dropped to one knee, clearly feeling unwell, and announced his intention to leave. At the Lord's remark about the unselected prisoner, Charles asked her to make the choice for him on the sole condition that she should not be inferior in strength to Pete's prisoner. Austin, feeling the extreme awkwardness of the situation, hurriedly said goodbye and left, trying to hide her embarrassment and anxiety. Once Carl and Austin were out of sight, the employee turned to the Lord, emphasizing Alan's underrated potential and her job-appropriate qualities. She expressed bewilderment at the imprisonment of such a good man as Alan, clearly sympathizing with the Earth Elemental. The Lord rejected Alan's candidacy, explaining that prisoners who get jobs must be prepared for bloodshed, and such activities do not suit the peace-loving girl, confidently predicting the choice of the tigress. He explained his strategy. The opposing sides would become close allies, unable to destroy each other, and over time the number of hires would increase, giving every prisoner a chance. The warden promised to take care of a more suitable job for Alan at the earliest opportunity, to which the worker thanked him for his understanding. Concluding the conversation, the Lord ordered Philippa to be invited to his office for an important conversation, clearly having definite plans. Returning home, Austin met an excited fawn, who immediately inquired about the result with the wine upon hearing of the wasted antler. The frustrated friend offered to use her last horn to make a new drink, unwilling to give up after the first failure. Austin rejected the offer, realizing that the Lord had seen the effects of the potion and would not fall for the ruse again. Besides, the effect was not the same. Staggs turned the conversation to the subject of people arriving to recruit prisoners, clearly plotting something. Discussing mine owners and other employers, as well as prisoners already working, the girlfriends saw new opportunities to realize their plans. The fawn mentally promised to deal with whoever was ruining her fun, clearly not used to failures in her schemes. Tigress, appearing in the Lord's office, confessed her awareness of her employer's plans to fight crime in the Silver City. When the Lord spoke of his friend, the girl screamed hysterically, to which he advised her to keep her shoulders smiling, hinting at the seriousness of the work ahead. Lord, convinced that the work could be exciting and, most importantly, lucrative, to which the girl skeptically parried doubt in his words. He emphasized the importance of paying attention to Carl, the man who is always the first to go on the attack and is the employer's favorite. The Lord advised her to detain Carl and let him prove himself, or she would not be able to last 2 days, to which the girl replied gratefully that she would remember his advice. At Skull's gang headquarters, a conversation broke out between gang members about a young member who had a crush on a city girl. The guy with protruding front teeth admitted that the girl is from a rich family and he's just a regular bully who doesn't know how to confess his feelings to her. The elderly man who bought the cigarette warmly advised to be brave and confess his love, admiring the youthfulness and sincerity of his feelings. After a frank conversation, the guy was suddenly approached and punched, with him crying out in pain from the surprise. Carl became furious, blushing and emitting smoke from his nose, which gave away his extreme emotional state. The beaten boy begged Carl not to touch him, calling him brother and begging for mercy. Despite his pleas, Carl brutally stepped on his own brother's face, showing a complete disregard for family ties. After the brutal beating, Carl was in a state of wild anger, not realizing what was happening and eager to destroy all those involved in his anger. The prisoners began taunting him, commenting on his condition and insinuating the absurdity of gang warfare. Goldtooth woke up with an extremely surprised expression on his face, as if caught off guard by the unexpected circumstances. He turned to Carl with an irritated question about the reasons for his disturbed state, and reminded him of the prisoner who was to come today. Suddenly, Goldtooth began to run away in a hurry, muttering something about a lost item that could surely be found in the toilet bowl, and fled with incredible speed. When he returned, he found Carl in the restroom, and it carelessly thrown by the way caused the latter great embarrassment. Goldtooth demanded to read a document about the men of their camp, to which Carl proudly remarked that he was the only literate member of the gang. After reading the letter, he explained that the gang members were concerned about the distribution of the money and demanded a plan to build the branch as soon as possible. The plan needs to be signed by the four great cheeses, formalize the land transfer contract, prevail in court, and thereby eliminate Pete. Goldtooth emphasized the national importance of the Supreme Court and the need for the four great cheeses to agree, thus finally defeating the enemy. He asked his comrade the reason for the search, to which he replied that he was looking for his ring. The leader of the gang hinted that he was his right-hand man and future successor, which made Carl feel very uncomfortable. Goldtooth explained that they would soon be members of the upper class and must learn to behave like true gentlemen. Goldtooth urged Charles to clean up his act, emphasizing that they could not afford to relax and must prevail in the coming invasion. Carl reflected on the leader's words with inner excitement, realizing that he could become his successor and all the years of suffering would finally pay off. He recalled the events of 7 years ago when, beaten, he lay on the ground and defiantly told his pursuers that they had failed to finish him off. Goldtooth then warned Pete's employees that they would regret it, while those leaving advised him to conserve his strength and be smarter in his next life. Then all his teeth were knocked out, and he shouted that one day he would trample his abusers with his own feet, showing his unshakable spirit. The half-dead Golden Tooth was lying on the ground when a stranger suddenly approached him. The man noted the rarity of meeting truly selfless people these days. He was picked up, helped to recover, and asked his rescuer for his identity. He turned out to be Bulka, a man who had gone through a similar life path, worked as a butcher, saved up money to study, and went to the city to change his fate. Bulka admitted that he admired Goldtooth's tenacity and his unwillingness to admit defeat, suggesting that he simply take custody of him. He talked about life's ups and downs, promising to repay the kindness when he got rich. Suddenly, someone started knocking, complaining about not being able to tolerate it until 4 a.m. A huge amount of papers fell out of the toilet with the man and scattered on the floor, and he urgently called for a team to be assembled, realizing that it was time to prepare for the decisive moment. The enraged workers pounced on the unknown man, shouting threateningly that he could not escape, their voices ringing with rage and determination to capture the intruder. The stranger instantly jumped over the attackers with the incredible ease and grace of a professional acrobat. It turned out to be a tigress from the prison, already employed, who hugged the furious guys with surprising calmness and offered to end the conflict, calling everyone brothers. Employees who had recently been aggressive now admired her open heart, calling her a beauty who was 100 times better than Carl. Carl, seething with rage and inner tension, violently sprinted out of the room, his eyes throwing lightning bolts and his blood literally boiling with overflowing emotions. He warned everyone of the impending decisive battle, demanding concentration and forbidding idle amusement. The comrades asked in bewilderment and indignation if they were seriously going to let a girl lead them, considering such an idea absolutely insane. Goldtooth walked over to Carl, pointing to the prisoner and explaining that all the brothers of the Skull Gang had accepted her and fully recognized her. Carl began to feel a great excitement, realizing the seriousness of what was happening and realizing the significance of this prisoner's appearance. The tigress turned to him with a disarming smile, mentioning that she had heard from the Lord about his outstanding fighting abilities. She put her hand on his shoulder and asked him meaningfully if he wanted to keep her company, her gaze full of hidden meaning. Suddenly, the tigress began to fall, causing confusion to those around her, who were surprised to note her strange behavior and weakness. Carl was completely knocked out, and when he woke up, the first thing he heard were voices calling his name, creating an atmosphere of mystery and tension. The employee put his hand on Carl's shoulder and urged him to hurry up, hinting at the urgency and importance of the upcoming events. He emphasized that the great procession had already begun, and Charles should go immediately to the site, regardless of personal plans and the desire to see the prisoners. Giga, fighting at Pete's side, swiftly joined the fray, swinging her tool stick with the clear intention of delivering a serious blow. Her gaze exuded absolute determination and concentration, displaying a lightning-fast and almost elusive fighting technique. Suddenly, a tigress appeared, whom the friend asked in surprise as to the reason for her presence, to which the latter nonchalantly replied a desire to earn money. With a sly smile, she reminded her friend of their evasion training together and hinted at the need to show off her talents in front of her boss. Giga opened her eyes wide, meaningfully declaring for the one to look at her more closely. Suddenly, there was a huge explosion that took the tigress, the workers, and everyone around them by surprise, throwing them into absolute shock. Giga transformed into a giant fire snake with blood-red eyes, exuding incredible, destructive energy. The worker provided Carl with a gun and ordered him not to let the moment pass, not to let the prisoner distinguish herself to the boss. Carl realized that the main task was to destroy the new prisoner hired by the other side. Suddenly, those around him began laughing loudly at Carl, intriguingly asking what had turned him on so much. When Carl lost his guard, an unknown assailant attacked him, swinging a heavy hammer with the obvious intention of inflicting a serious blow. The blow struck his shoulder, causing Carl to scream, but he was quickly picked up by his comrades, eager to carry him to safety and get him the help he needed. While being carried, comrades ironically questioned Carl about what had happened, hinting at his inability to fight honorably and maintain a fighting attitude. The children of the aristocrats commented on the incident with derision, and Goldtooth was extremely displeased, realizing that such a situation could lead to disgrace. Goldtooth decided to turn the conversation by coughing meaningfully and noticing the new clothes of those present. Mark inquired as to the origin of the garment, learning that it was reserved for the nobility of the Dragon Ridge Empire, to which the boss replied about his aspirations to rise to the highest levels of power. The leader of the band displayed the rare item, drawing attention to the unusual odor, which was different from the usual cigars of the continent. He showed the feathers on his hand, explaining that it was a special sign, Suray's song, arousing the interest of those around him. The man noted with interest that the rings symbolized mercy, sincerity, auspiciousness, and clarity. The boss laughed, admitting that he had fallen under the influence of art and could now be considered a gentleman, to which he was advised to be careful with the Tartar rings. A voice came from across the road, causing Carl to turn around as he headed back. The lizard-shaped Giga went into a state of madness, causing people to run away in panic and screaming about flying rocks. Carl was numb with terror, having no idea how to act when faced with such an incredible monster that had suddenly appeared in front of him. The huge rock was flying swiftly towards Carl, moving with incredible speed in a threatening trajectory. Suddenly, the trajectory of the stone changed, and now it was carrying straight towards the Golden Tooth, causing Carl to panic.
Carl realized that it would have been better to take the hit himself than to endanger his boss. A feeling of deep guilt and helplessness overwhelmed him.
At the last moment, someone's lightning-fast paw stopped the rock, averting imminent disaster. The tigress calmly stated that no guest would be harmed, taking full control of the situation. She promptly jumped upwards, maneuvering in midair and masterfully kicking flying rocks away with her feet. The aristocrat family turned to Carl with outrage, pointing out his unprofessional behavior and lack of understanding of his role as the boss's right-hand man. The aristocrats wryly discussed how Carl, being his right-hand man, was slow to protect his boss, letting the situation unfold without interference. The aristocrat's wife scornfully remarked that at that age, Charles was disgracing himself in front of everyone, risking expulsion. Goldtooth stated stiffly that Carl was not his right-hand man and would never take that place in the gang. Carl thought back to the boss in despair about the conversation today, when he had called him his right-hand man, demanding that he keep his word. In a burst of emotion, Carl touched his dirty hand to his boss's coat, screaming about his 7 years of service and demanding justice for his years of labor.
Carl desperately reminded boss of how he saved his life during a brutal beating, demanding that he remember all his previous promises and feel gratitude for his selflessness.
The Golden Tooth suddenly unleashed a monstrous blow right into Carl's face, so strong that blood rushed from his mouth and his body shuddered in unbearable pain. Dropping Carl to the ground, the boss angrily reprimanded him for his insolence and the embarrassment he was trying to cause. He angrily slapped Carl's ringed hand, now covered in blood, emphatically stating that he would never be his right hand and did not need such an honor. The people around them hummed approvingly as they saw order being restored and talked about the cultural society, the Supreme Court, and the opportunities for social growth in the Silver City. In a semi-disconnected state, Carl recalled the Lord's words that these people were just jesters who had accidentally climbed to the top of the social pyramid. He remembered the words about them portraying the appearance of work, hiring only employees while their boss actually does nothing. The two prisoners, Guiga and Philip, appeared before the Lord, to whom they reported on the successful completion of the first day's work. The Lord reassured them, promising not to interrogate them, but only to ask a few questions, hinting at possible funding problems. Prisoners readily responded, recognizing the importance of maintaining a steady paycheck and the fear of being left without a livelihood. The Lord asked about the number of people in the camps and their attitude to pay, to which one of them reported 180 accurately known members of the Golden Tooth camp. Among them were people who came purely for entertainment, to show off their wealth and social status. The interlocutor specified that the number of participants exceeds 2,000, including factory workers and members of various camps, who were allowed by the leadership to participate in the Grand March. The interlocutor described a system of hiring prisoners where costs are shared among camp members, and the cost of one prisoner is comparable to the annual salary of 300 workers. Tigris explained that through the high cost of hiring, many small businesses are negative, while questioning whether Pete doesn't have enough funds. Giga proudly recounted Pete's wealth, emphasizing that his armor and weapons were made from strategic resources of heavy steel. Those in attendance wondered why the Silver City continued to mine in the mines despite the obvious financial opportunities. There are not many people in Pete's camp, 3 mine masters, less than 1,000 people, and including the composition of the party, about 1,500 participants. The overseer noticed an oddity. The miners, who are less than 1,000 in number, are constantly hauling dozens of tons of food into the mine. It was not about simple food, but about pork and fish in huge quantities, which raised suspicions. 20 kilograms of food per person per day? Too much. The Lord pondered, intrigued about the possible connection between the hidden number of miners, the plentiful food, and the secret weapon. Golden Tooth seemed confident of victory, having a trump card stashed up his sleeve that might have something to do with the vast food supply in the mines. Tigris was interested in the condition of Charles, who had been seriously injured during the Great Procession and had so enraged the Golden Tooth that he had stripped him of his right-handed status. Despite the brutal blow and loss of position, given Carl's strength, it was logical to assume that he should have survived. Lord noted that events were moving faster than he had anticipated and was ready to move on to the next phase of the plan. Carl, waking up, saw that someone was dragging his body, creating an atmosphere of mystery and uncertainty. The man who was dragging him shouted in panic that the corpse had come to life and they needed to run immediately. Carl, on rising, found that it was already dark all around and wondered how long he had spent unconscious in this unfamiliar place. After last year's night fight, he realized he could no longer return to Skull's gang after a brutal blow from his boss. Carl decided to get to Rose's prison as quickly as possible and negotiate with the Lord, hoping that the land his boss demanded would give him a chance at rehabilitation. As he walked outside in the rain, he noticed 3 suspicious-looking people with umbrellas walking towards him. Carl turned to them, asking Garrick and Ken about the purpose of their visit to Rose Prison. They remarked in surprise that they had come to ask the Lord to decide the transfer of lands, and were clearly surprised to meet Charles. Golden Tooth's new secretary named Hardy introduced himself, noticing that Carl was also from Skull's gang. The secretary recalled the contract that he was now in charge of the gang's paperwork and had to get back to the boss. Carl grabbed his companion's clothes in desperation, not realizing what would happen to the gang and himself after what had happened. Kent replied stiffly that many in the gang didn't want Carl leading them because of his arrogance. An enraged Kent punched Carl in the face with his fist, showing his attitude toward his former comrade. As he continued to beat Carl, he spoke furiously about his worthlessness until Garrick stopped him, warning him not to kill him. Carl lay on the ground in physical pain and bitterness of betrayal, contemplating his broken fate. A carriage passed by the lying Carl, but he did not even look in its direction, being completely absorbed in his thoughts and pain. Suddenly, he heard the Lord's voice asking with concern what had happened to Carl and how he was feeling. Carl opened his eyes with difficulty, seeing only white light, and discerned voices saying that he would be given a potion that would surely put him back on his feet. Abruptly jumping out of bed, he asked where he was, to which the Lord replied that they were in Felix's palace, where he had come on business and wanted to tend to his wounds at the same time. The Lord went on to talk about the richness of the palace, where one could not only admire luxury items, but also purchase healing potions. The nurse reported that Lord Felix would return in the afternoon on the business of publishing the book, and the Lord asked for a draft to be left for transmission. Carl bitterly remarked that only the rich could afford such expensive potions, and he, kicked out of Skull's gang, was now no different from a beggar. The Lord smiled and asked if Carl thought it was a great happiness to save a man who was about to die from injustice. These words made Carl think of his childhood dream of being a hero from books who helps the weak and has a chivalrous spirit. He remembered trying to avoid being beaten up in a gang, making up stories about his daughter or duty to protect an old invalid. Gradually, Carl realized that reality was far from bookish ideals, and people who supposedly valued reputation would never be as generous as greedy egomaniacs. He admitted that he had had an epiphany and abandoned his former ideals of goodness and justice, replacing them with robbery, murder, and other crimes. Carl, choking back tears, said he didn't understand why. Whether doing good or evil, he always got the same joyless result. The Lord explained with a sad smile that it wasn't Carl's fault, but the harsh reality of the Silver City, where the discoverers of ore deposits automatically became the upper class. He emphasized that the new settlers were about to take over the land and the upper layers of the Silver City, using the common people as puppets in their game. The Lord compassionately pointed out that Charles' humanity and dignity had been taken from him, turning him into a tool for someone else's enrichment. The nurse announced the cost of treating Laurent, £900 using 3 bottles of healing potion, and the Lord was about to pay as Carl collapsed to his knees in front of him. In a fit of desperation, Charles begged the Lord for help, believing him to be the only one capable of changing his fate. He cried, begging for mercy and not to let him live the rest of his life in humiliation and powerlessness. Carl complained of the constant struggle and humiliation of being treated worse than a dog despite his best efforts. With eyes burning red fire, he screamed exhaustedly about wanting to become human and enter high society. The Lord watched his despair, realizing that this injustice was fueling a veritable fire of resistance in Carl. In the banquet hall of the Golden Tooth, the secretary reported on the negotiations with Nod regarding land allocation. Secretary Howie reported agreement to sign 4 Grand Commissioners, but pointed out the problem of the large number of people in camp. Goldtooth pondered the possibility of evicting the tenants, while his comrades worried about how to explain these actions to the Supreme Court. Goldtooth skeptically pointed out that they shouldn't worry too much about expelling the poor, suggesting that they should just clean up and not make it public, despite the scale of thousands of people. It was explained to him that the problem was not only one of accounting, but also of possible resistance from the city council, and it was suggested that he should approach the Lord as the person responsible for the building. The secretary presented a plan to allocate 10% of the land to slums, suggesting that a high price be set for redemption and that an attorney be sent to provide legal support. Those present were outraged, pointing out that 10% of the land was barely enough for even 10 people and demanding a fair distribution. Decreta reassured those gathered, explaining that the interest would allow the construction of a shopping plaza near the Supreme Court, and the land fee would improve the reputation. Fierce debates continued about the shrinking territory and the inevitability of loss, with participants suggesting that the least wealthy should be identified. The secretary appealed for calm, saying that those who received the land would be able to share with the rest and that it was not such a big problem. He emphasized the main goal of defeating the opponent and only then discussing land division. To surprised inquiries about the identity of the new secretary, the boss introduced him as the youngest professor in the Dragon Ridge Empire. When asked about the reason for coming to the Silver City, the secretary embarrassingly replied that he had been invited by the boss himself. He embarrassingly added that he had also come because of the radiant lady and her beautiful blue eyes. The Lord reminded Carl of the need for courage and the willingness to grab the first opportunity to become a superior human being. Lord explained that the rich needed someone who could fight against Pete and Goldtooth, and that the opportunity to increase Skull's gang involved manipulating the prisoner distribution channels. He candidly shared that rich people are based on mutual favors, money hires people, and power subjugates the rich, creating a complex social hierarchy. Lord advised Carl that to become an investor, one must find the need of rich people and dare to act. He sarcastically remarked that even a tigress had figured out the inner workings of the camp in a day, while Carl, a veteran of the gang, couldn't find his chance. Carl remembered a conversation about the possibility of confronting Pete, where it was mentioned that Simon owned all the securities and 3 generations of his ancestors had been mining. Workers discuss that small factories only serve as fuel for larger industries, and their chances of liberation are extremely slim. The conversation Carl overheard spoke of wanting to get rid of one member of the camp to improve their situation. Carl suddenly remembered that a rich man had once required a knife to kill a crony. The Lord warned him not to blabber about his abilities and to learn to control his own destiny. During the procession, Giga traditionally transformed into a huge lizard, terrifying those around her. Goldtooth and his subordinates were surprised to notice Carl, who was thought to have left the gang. They were perplexed about the reasons for his appearance and presence at the procession after his expulsion from the gang. The aristocrats pointed sarcastically at Charles with scornful remarks about his dubious ambitions and attempts at self-presentation. Carl grabbed the weapon at the peak of the sarcastic remarks. His movements became swift and threatening. The gang leader stressed in a cynical tone the ease of replacing any fighter in their organization. Carl was in a state of madness, with wild screams that sent shivers down the spine of those around him. Pete's men watched Carl's sudden actions warily, trying to understand his intentions. Carl swiftly attacked the first man in the crowd with a precise and fierce stab. He proceeded to attack the other workers with lightning-fast and unpredictable speed. The angry mob instantly rushed at Carl with the intention of tearing him apart. People began to mock Carl, thinking his plan made absolutely no sense. Pete contemptuously doubted Carl's ability to accomplish anything surrounded by a multitude of people. The leader's supporters also joined in mocking Carl's crazy plan. The Lord's words about the need to control one's own destiny persisted in Carl's mind. At the climax, he pulled out a prohibited firearm, demonstrating his willingness to break the rules. Carl fought off his attackers by pointing his weapon forward and shouting threats. Pete was shocked by the unexpected turn of events and instinctively grabbed the aristocrat as a human shield. The aristocrat was so stunned by what was happening that he froze in a complete stupor, unable to comprehend the madness that was going on. The shotgun went off, and the bullet, flying past the ringleader, struck one of the aristocratic owners. Pete was shocked to realize that the victim's defenses were powerless against an unexpected weapon that could overcome almost any armor. Carl, without stopping, continued his furious shelling, shooting everyone in a row, throwing those around him into absolute terror with his unpredictability. Tigress watched in utter shock, unable to believe that Carl was capable of such a thing, as well as Goldtooth and the rest of the participants. Those present demanded that they immediately get rid of Carl, who had just killed one of their hosts. At this point, it was 12 o'clock, and the girl announced the end of her workday, insisting on returning to the prison. She emphasized the bone of the contract, warning that any delay would be considered an escape attempt. 100 crows were used to regulate the time accurately, and they were specially set out 1 hour before the appointed time. The witch explained to the Lord that the margin of error was almost 5 minutes, to which he easily responded that it was insignificant and could wait until people dispersed and then return to their seats. Pete's camp has lost one of its key pillars, and now all thoughts are centered on Carl's childhood and the possibility of destroying Skull's camp as effectively as possible. Carl, without any emotion, continued to methodically shoot the people who were panicking and trying to flee. The aristocrats on the Golden Tooth side were screaming hysterically, accusing Charles of insanity and warning that his uncontrolled actions would endanger everyone present. Carl declared with undisguised rage that if his boss didn't dare kill Pete, he would do it himself. He started talking about sharing lands if the boss was unwilling to do so, which caused wary looks from the aristocrats. Carl shouted about the inevitability of change, arguing that the winner takes all, and money does not guarantee success, and only the fittest will survive. He continued to denounce a system where the right to vote is determined by money, calling for getting rid of cowardly rulers and behind-the-scenes manipulators. Charles accused the aristocrats of parasitizing other people's labor, and Goldtooth angrily demanded that his impertinence be stopped. He promised land to those who believed in him and death to those who doubted, showing absolute determination. Goldtooth ordered immediate pursuit of Carl and no return until he was dead. The gang leader stated with a cynical grin that now, after killing a member of Pete's camp, they were no longer rivals. Despite the outwardly friendly farewell, this night promised to be a sleepless one for all the participants, as everyone realized deep down that the existing order in both camps was completely destroyed. There was a serious question as to whether the wrath of the Petes, one of the most powerful families in the Silver City for the past 2 years, could be tempered. There was a tiny hope left to smooth over the growing conflict and prevent a territorial split between the Golden Tooth camp. The most frightening were Carl's words that the survivors would be the winners, making everyone wonder about the true nature of those around them, whether they were allies or predators ready to betray at any moment. There was no time for reflection because the speed of change exceeded all expectations. In one night, the Golden Tooth lost half of the composition and in a panic demanded explanations about the disappearance of people. Gold Tooth's former cronies found Carl that night and pooled their capital, making him the new leader. Instead of their own warehouses, they recruited thugs into the Skull Gang, setting a specific price for joining. Their only demand was to achieve their goal without shedding blood and to destroy those who do arbitrary things. In less than 3 days, Carl's forces formed up in the north of the city with a new passport and new ambitions. Although the territory had previously belonged to Pete, he deliberately stayed out of the conflict, seemingly ceding it to Carl on purpose to confront Goldtooth. Massacres, looting, and kidnappings began in the Golden Tooth camp, drastically reducing the number of members and causing panic among the population. At Rosa Prison, there was a huge line of people wanting to hire prisoners, and only one at a time was allowed in. The sum of 10,000 gold pieces was sounded in the Lord's office, to which the interlocutor declared that he would not find such a strong prisoner, even for such money. The baker frankly admitted that he wants no part of gang warfare, emphasizing the complete lawlessness in the Silver City, where criminal gangs conduct night raids and rob homes. When asked by the Lord about the inaction of the police, sentries, and imperial troops, the baker replied that the mounted police were themselves involved in the bandit squabbles and were not going to intervene. He sarcastically noted that the troops were only interested in tax revenues, and at the slightest delay, they were ready to shoot the debtor. The Lord proposed a solution: send prisoners into the city to protect small traders who do not want to participate in the conflict, providing them with security. In the prison canteen, one could hear talk of the many employers who had come to hire prisoners and received labor contracts. Kaiser reported that Carl had signed a contract for 30,000 gold and created a gang of strongmen, becoming its full-fledged boss. Clayman screamed hysterically about her contract with the gang, perplexed as to the nature of the Purple Passion. Mummy shared information about the murder of real estate developer Cato, after which the party's securities went to Simon. She talked about the renaming of the party to Purple Passion, where all members wear exclusively purple clothing and men are required to wear shorts. At these words, the girl's heartbeat increased, and she began to talk about the shorts with particular excitement. Mumia explained that the party had previously been in the real estate business and attracted clients by recruiting a large number of good-looking 17 and 18-year-old young men. Austin's two friends suddenly appeared and raised their hands, drawing everyone's attention and demanding silence. Oleg solemnly announced that Princess Austin was instructing the prisoners to hang invitations outside the prison. She specified that 1 gold would be paid for 100 invitations and encouraged even relatives to be involved in hanging, promising a reward for their help. To herself, the fawn thought with a chuckle that the Lord looked a little crazy for unexpectedly helping the prisoners. The succubus wryly asked if the Lord had really helped the princess of the Beastmen by shouting and waving the announcement she had received. The prisoner commented on the situation with irony, calling what was happening a funny manhunt. One of the prisoners asked Alan if there was a contract, to which she replied that there was none yet, whereupon she was reminded of the Lord's promise. The prisoner sarcastically remarked that men get scarcer with age, and the Lord now looked just an old man. One of the visitors approached the Lord with the firm intention of hiring a really strong prisoner for protection. The Lord looked at the man carefully and instantly recognized him, recalling past circumstances. It was the father of a little girl from the Great Procession, whose family had been brutally beaten during past events. The husband quietly and sadly told her that his wife had died, and when he tried to help her, he was severely beaten, not believing that a man like the Lord could remember him. The man explained that he wanted to hire a strong inmate to protect his daughter until she came of age, but he had absolutely no money after the robbery. The prison representative coldly pointed out that they don't do charity and they don't give loans, to which the Lord advised to come back tomorrow. The man began to worry, realizing he wouldn't be able to make it tomorrow. He offered to use the accident insurance, promising to hand over the money tonight. When remarked on his condition, the man bitterly admitted that he was seriously injured and had little time left. Suddenly, a security guard entered the dining room and announced that Nazira was calling Alan to take the order. The Lord assigned Alan to guard an orphan named Sheena, emphasizing the unstable situation in the Silver City and the urgent need to gain her trust. People were discussing that 2 more people had died yesterday and 10 had gone to Carl, and only Goldtooth's recent triple pay raise had prevented him from recruiting more people. Goldtooth shouted in anger that the businessmen didn't want to spend money on them, and he longed to get to Carl and bury him. The secretary emphasized the tension of the situation and asked Lord Angus to use the mounted police to deal with Charles. Angus, the chief of mounted police standing beside his wife, hinted at the unorthodox proposal, arousing everyone's curiosity. He explained that young officers need not only financial compensation, but also recognition, and suggested that 80 acres of land be set aside for a mounted police outpost. Goldtooth listened to indignant cries of land scarcity and the impossibility of such concessions. He inquired of the guard chief, Kalane, as to the possibility of their action, to which he received the reply that Supervisor Rolls had gone over to Carl's side. Kalane explained that if he had gone alone, there would have been no problem, but he had teamed up with some others. The 3 conspirators have raised money and formed their own group of sentinels, a situation so heated that even Kalane himself may be dismissed. Goldtooth was in complete confusion, realizing that any action could result in Pete attacking or the mad Carl taking advantage of the situation. Suddenly, the luxurious doors swung open and someone begged to be let through, shouting for help to the boss. A crying man begged for help, recounting the brutal beating of his wife. The boss and those around him went into shock, not realizing how this could even happen. The man described the day he spent in the hospital and the horror he felt when he returned home to find his wife beaten and unable to even get out of bed. Goldtooth cried out in rage at the violation of gang rules when brothers are fighting on the front lines and someone is making mayhem behind their backs. He narrated the evidence found: light brown hair on the pillow, which made the secretary nervous of possible suspicion. The secretary demanded evidence and suddenly announced that there was only one possible solution to the situation. He suggested shifting his energies from fighting against Carl to confronting Pete, suddenly interrupting the complainer half-heartedly. The man mentioned a cockerel under the bed, the only place in Silver City where you can buy a rare medicine. The secretary slapped him viciously across the face, pointing out that the entire gang's existence was now in jeopardy because of such personal problems. The man recalled Pete's mines and suggested gathering forces for a surprise attack and seizing strategically important territory. The secretary wryly remarked that if you can't win, you have to lead, and owning the mines would give you an advantage against Charles. Those present admired the secretary, noting his incredible ability to find brilliant solutions to any argument, which is not surprising for a professor. Goldtooth praised the secretary's talent, immediately appointing him as his right-hand man and giving him the authority to give orders to the Skull Gang's brothers, which shocked everyone. The guy who had just been beaten up timidly asked about his problem with his wife, still under the impression of what had happened and not recovered from the blow he had received. The secretary slapped him in the face again, pulling him back and pointing out that he was interrupting and talking nonsense without letting him finish an important thought. He explained the need to check Pete's hidden trump cards, emphasizing that he probably had stockpiled many weapons in defense mechanisms in hiding places. Goldtooth suggested to concentrate on a surprise attack, not giving the enemy time to prepare, which caused the secretary to be genuinely pleased. Succubus Phil was walking with a wooden bucket filled with some suspicious, murky liquid that gave off a strange, foreboding feeling. The girl thought of her rival with envy and irritation, considering herself more worthy and fortunate in this unspoken struggle. She defiantly poured the contents of the bucket on the door, commenting on her actions with a meaningful phrase about hoping to be liked. Suddenly, a prisoner appeared, whose presence made Phil instantly uncomfortable. The prisoner relayed the information about the letter from her mother, but Phil tried to evade a direct answer about her actions, promising meaningfully to return. Deer turned to Austin with a sly smile, alluding to some strange sound that may have been a knock on the door. Austin asked about the sound, assuming they had food brought to them, to which her white-haired friend Riley remarked about the smell of dirt on the door and wondered about Lucas's devious plans. Stagg suggested meaningfully that perhaps the Lord had come to visit Austin, hinting at a hidden subtext. Austin swung the door open with lightning speed, accidentally hitting a fawn that barely provided a laugh. Stepping out of the shower, she began to speculate about the Lord's visit, thinking him to be a pushy man in a hurry to marry the princess. Stag could barely contain his laughter as he watched Austin's naivete and thought it best to get away so he wouldn't be hurt by the possible mess. Catherine, a bounty hunter, approached her interlocutor with a suggestion of entertainment, alluding to her professional activities. The girl complained about the paucity of orders and lack of money when the Lord warned her about a possible replacement. The Lord handed over a list of names to be eliminated, and Catherine noted with interest that these were small factory owners with promising jobs. She was shocked by the offer to come in every day to fulfill new orders, perplexed by the scale of the planned murders. Catherine offered to discuss price, emphasizing a willingness to work at a daily fee for each goal. The girl suddenly fell silent, her reaction so surprising to the Lord that even he was caught off guard by the unexpected turn of events. The guard shouted about an earthquake, but it was actually an explosion in the princess's mansion that shook the neighborhood. From the overflowing emotions, Catherine, the bounty hunter, suddenly kissed the Lord directly on the lips, which made the glass literally shatter. At this dramatic moment, Frenda entered the room, opening the doors to report to the Lord what was happening. Veronica, running nearby, noticed Frenda's reaction and anxiously asked if the Lord was injured. Frenda firmly closed the doors, explaining that the Lord was in the middle of important negotiations, and asked Veronica to check on Austin. Frenda thought Veronica was the smartest girl she had ever met and advised her not to give up if someone tried to take her love away. Catherine swiftly backed away from the Lord, embarrassed to apologize and explain that she had accidentally fallen, her face burning with embarrassment after the sudden kiss. She confusedly asked where they stood, to which the Lord nonchalantly reminded her of the price for the task. Catherine cited a cost of $1,000 per person, saying it was a fair price for a relatively brutal murder. The Lord pondered on her unconventionality. The woman did not hesitate to kill wealthy people, which made her placement in Rose's prison extremely strange. He kept thinking about her, watching her walk away, trying to unravel the mystery of her identity. Catherine also analyzed the Lord, noting his strange calmness. He had not blushed or changed in his face after the kiss, which she compared to that of a dead man. As she closed the doors, she pondered the possibility of not only making money, but also doing some in-depth research on the area. She made ambitious plans. If the Lord overthrew the power of the Silver City, it would open up huge business opportunities and dramatically increase her importance. The Lord was pleased. The plan was progressing well, the camps were in chaos, and the death of one of Pete's cronies only hastened the fall of the city. He realized that hiring prisoners was about controlling people's destinies, and only he would decide who would be allowed to do so. Charles blindly trusted the Lord and was ready to kill anyone who provoked him, constantly pouring oil on the fire and preventing peace agreements. The Lord pondered the anxiety of the four great cheeses before the coming events, realizing the need to scout the boundaries of what was allowed and find trusted allies. He recalled Frenda's words about the superiority of her husband's knowledge and strength, realizing the difficulty of the impending acquaintance with the recommended man. A deer was tied to a tree, and she mockingly laughed at Princess Austin being soaked in slop, promising to mock the moment until she came of age. Austin grabbed her belt lightning fast, showing clear intent to severely punish her friend for her sarcastic comments. The guard noted with bewilderment that the harder the deer was beaten, the more she seemed to enjoy it, to which the blonde friend advised her to stop. Alan begged Mr. Nord to save her, and Austin threatened to hit even harder, showing complete disregard for the other's feelings. The Lord suddenly appeared and demanded an explanation about the reasons for the destruction of the building and the scandal going on. Stag was shocked to hear the Lord not swearing and tried to explain the situation as an emotional breakdown. She portrayed herself as the victim, claiming it was all due to accidental foot soiling and subsequent emotional outbursts. Deer theatrically portrayed shock at her own words, giving the impression of an innocently injured party. The Lord, examining Austin's legs, noticed that their condition had deteriorated considerably in a few days. He firmly took Austin's hand, suggesting that he go wash up and calm down, ignoring the scandal going on. Austin began to cry, assuring her that it wasn't like that, to which the Lord gently pointed out that even adults could get into situations like that. Austin continued to cry, unable to find the words to explain the situation, and the Lord gently soothed her, advising her to let her emotions flow and promising that things would get better. Veronica had a strange sensation as she watched the scene, the name of Samakina's god constantly echoing in her head, causing her to cover her ears in growing discomfort. A question sounded in her mind, as if her older brother was trying to speak to her, which added to her confusion and anxiety. The alarmed guards, noticing Veronica's strange condition, rushed to her with questions about her well-being. She tried to brush it off, writing it off as dizziness, but mentally noted the increasing hallucinations that were bothering her more and more. Mary watched, pondering the stubbornness of a puppy who doubts and does not understand what is happening, but cannot ignore the call of the goddess. The sudden appearance of a necromancer hitting Mary over the head with a book interrupted her musings with a question about the length of her rest. The necromancer insisted on continuing to record information about the Forbidden Lands, noting the secret development of remnant spirits in the area. The older witch pondered Mary's notes on the development of the Forbidden Lands, where even in isolation, a new civilization was being created based on the fusion of flesh, blood, technology, and divine power. This new civilization was called the Forged Civilization of the Mother of Abundance, which was alarming to those in the know. The inmate noticed Phil's distress after reading the letter and inquired as to the cause of her distress. The mother's letter harshly criticized her daughter for her inability to seduce a man and emphasized her own successes as a young woman. The mother's furious rebukes of her daughter's waste of time and ineffectiveness in relationships were broadcast through the letter. The mother commented wryly on her daughter's 18-year-old age and complete lack of experience with men. The prisoner tried to support Phil by reminding her of the opportunity to improve her relationship with the Lord during her imprisonment. Phil arrogantly claimed the ease of her going to jail through bribing the judge. Mandy the Fox was surprised to hear a confession of deliberate imprisonment. The interlocutor offered to help with short-term control of the Lord using the current situation. Phil rejected the offer, remembering how impulsiveness had ruined her friendship with her mother, who now sent 2 imperial bishops after her.
She emphasized the power of the bishops to either persuade or force her back, noting that she has about a month before they arrive.
The girl said dreamily that she would regret nothing if she could get a lord as a husband, sighing about the vicissitudes of life. At Pete's mansion, Antique Dick expressed surprise at the invitation to a camp that never admitted outsiders, suspecting an attempt to shift trouble. Boss Pete made a friendly mention of an antique business with intimidating vintage weapons, hinting at a place among the Silver City's elite. Dick recognized the power of his weapons, but expressed concern about the 1,000 men of the Golden Tooth ready to take over the mines. The boss reassured him with a smile, explaining the existence of 2 mines and the possibility of sacrificing one, knowing that the people of Golden Tooth would have nothing to eat. The subordinate suggested preparing large-caliber machine guns from the Dragon Ridge Empire, and the boss ordered the Golden Tooth men to be locked in the mine, deciding to punish them for wasting resources. Golden Tooth furiously shouted orders after receiving confirmation of the readiness of 1,000 men and ammunition, scheduling a gathering at the springs for the evening capture of the mine. He would assign roles. The Tigress would lead the attack. The new prisoner nicknamed Mummy would stay with him to ensure his safety. 500 men were ordered to go north to contain Carl, and the secretary, as his right-hand man, was charged with managing the Skull Gang in the boss's absence. The secretary accepted the commission with a smile, and the brethren were urged to protect their property and wives during their absence. The wives bade their husbands a warm farewell, and Harvey's secretary ambiguously promised to take care of each, causing anxious forebodings. The antiquarian was impressed with the new large-caliber machine guns from the Dragon Ridge Empire, noting their performance, 300 rounds of ammunition in the ammo pack, and a rate of fire of 600 rounds per minute. Pete mockingly remarked that he feared only the smallness of the enemy, regretting that the Supreme Court had prevented the longer fattening of Golden Tooth's pig. When asked about his opponent's strength, Pete laughed, explaining that he was intentionally inflating Goldtooth's status before the others. The boss began a story about the catfish effect, mentioning the delicate sea sardines that often die after being caught. He emphasized the difference in taste between dead and live sardines, leading to an important observation. Pete described an ingenious method of preserving fish by placing catfish in an aquarium with active sardines. He compared the gang leader to an ignorant upstart who doesn't understand social mechanisms and the need for protection fees. Pete, with a smile, revealed the true purpose of the march as an attempt to intimidate northern residents refusing insurance. Dick noted the brilliant management of the mines had enabled the Silver City to accumulate considerable wealth in a short period. Interviewees discussed the annual payments to the gang that make them vulnerable, but emphasized the difficulty of eliminating competitors. Pete revealed the cunning of the opponents, their ability to show submission and wait for the opportune moment to attack. He suggested the only effective way to destroy competitors through the destruction of their property with minimal funds. Pete detailed a prepared trap in the mine that would prevent the prisoners from getting out. In the Simon Foundation building, the men in their new uniforms felt awkward, noticing the strange looks from the other gangs. Former members of the Thai gang expressed longing for the past, finding the new uniforms demeaning. Simon appeared, calling everyone to meet the new leader of the team. Aiden introduced Kleeman, a spellbreaker with 2 long scythes, as the new leader of the group. The guys expressed approval of Simon's choice, noting the attractiveness of the new leader despite the scar. Kleiman, too, was impressed by the sight of her new uniformed subordinates. At the sight of their physical fitness, her nose even bled with excitement. Everyone was surprised at the contrast between the girl's appearance and her rough, commanding voice. Simon reflected ironically on the insignificance of the money against Kleiman's reputation of being known for her violent actions in the Magic Tower. A tragedy has occurred in the Mage's Tower caused by uncontrollable emotions after brutal psychological experiments on students. The situation escalated when violent methods of influencing students reached a critical point. Simon hoped the girl could change the character of the shy students in purple uniforms. The SSR residence was striking in its splendor, a white building with elegant statues and luxurious carriages. The treasurer was surprised at the Lord's sudden appearance in an unforeseen place. The warden explained the purpose of the visit as filing an application with the court, but was refused due to the absence of a representative. The treasurer offered to escort the Lord to the papers, fearing the imminent departure of important persons. The Lord inquired as to the reasons for the mass exodus from the city and received a hint of serious investigations. In the carriage, the treasurer broke the shocking news that the younger prince had died during a naval operation. The Lord was shocked to recall a recent letter from the dead prince. The treasurer spoke of the emperor's grave condition and the need to find an heir. He attributed the political crisis to the struggle of powerful lords for power. The Lord was surprised at the frankness of the treasurer, who despite his glasses was able to analyze the situation. The treasurer confirmed with a smile his understanding of the complexity of the ongoing political processes. The treasurer added thoughtfully that he would be willing to sacrifice even his eyesight if it would ensure a prosperous life for his family until his death. At the same time, Golden Tooth was inspiring his men with shouts of the riches of the mine, promising that even one piece of ore could provide a happy future for their families. The crowd, led by the tigress, rushed toward the mine, encouraged by promises of riches and a better life. As they approached the mine, the tigress and her men were alarmed to notice the suspicious absence of guards and workers, which was contrary to the usual state of affairs. Suddenly, a deafening sound ripped the air, causing everyone to instinctively cover their ears and eyes in an attempt to protect themselves from the unbearable rumble. Hardly had they recovered from the first shock when they were hit by a barrage of machine gun fire, turning the offensive into a bloodbath. Tigress, assessing the situation, shouted orders to immediately take cover in the mine, trying to save as many people as possible. The moment people rushed towards the mine, a giant hand suddenly grew behind them, throwing everyone into a state of shock and horror. A huge hand materialized right behind Golden Tooth's back, creating a sense of unreality to what was happening. The tigress froze in shock, never having encountered such a display of supernatural power before. As she watched the massive limb approaching, she realized the impossibility of dodging the impact of such a huge impact area. A giant hand descended on people with incredible force, sweeping away workers like dust, many falling before they even realized what was happening. A huge hand grabbed the squad leader and dragged him into its palm, causing panic among the men who began screaming for escape, forgetting their goals. During their hasty retreat, one of the fleeing party noticed a brightly shining stone underfoot, which attracted everyone's attention. He began shouting about the precious ore the monster had pulled out of the ground. Noting the incredible amount of valuable stones scattered around, Golden Tooth, realizing the danger, ordered to retreat and protect him. To his horror, another giant hand appeared right behind him. The mummy, true to orders, attempted to attack the giant limb by climbing on top of it in an attempt to run an errand. His hand instantly clenched, crushing the mummy inside his palm, The blood oozing between his fingers left no hope of survival. The mummy's body crumbled into ashes, leaving all the workers in a state of deep shock at what they saw. Suddenly, there was a huge cloud of carnivorous gnats that pounced on Pete's workers, leaving them no chance to defend themselves. In seconds, the gnats nibbled people to the bone, leaving behind only bare skulls. The Princess of Evil Doom, Yamandra, realized the strangeness of what was happening underground, noting the targeting of attacks specifically on the prisoners. In prison, sisters Haley and Jenny also heard strange noises foreshadowing impending events. The sisters discussed the source of the loud noises, suggesting a connection to the devastating disasters, but one recalled the teacher's words that the creature should be in prison, not in the mines. The sudden shaking of the ground beneath their feet made the girls wary, sensing the enormity of the changes taking place in the depths. They listened to the strange echo coming from underground, deciding to check the source of the unusual sounds, anticipating something serious. One of the sisters abruptly grabbed the other's arm in a protective gesture, but her action had an entirely different purpose than it might at first appear. The space filled with red smoke, and Jenny transformed into a sword in her sister's hands, demonstrating their unique ability to transform. Hema, armed with her sword sister, made a powerful leap and delivered a crushing blow on the ground, trying to unlock the mystery of the underground sounds. From the powerful impact, the ground shuddered and partially collapsed, exposing the hidden space beneath the surface. The sisters discovered an extensive network of tunnels running through the entire Silver City, which explained the strange sounds and vibrations. They discussed the possibility of exploring the tunnels, despite the risk of arousing Frenda's suspicions, reminding each other of their true purpose in fighting evil. A carriage pulled up to the Rose Prison while visitors discussed the uniqueness of Silver City, which housed two prisons at once. Fernand Serternovnik introduced himself as the warden of the men's prison, expressing regret that their first meeting with a colleague would be their last. The warden of the men's prison explained his imminent departure to the Dragon Ridge Empire, where he could finally afford to buy property on the Sacred Mountain. The treasurer enthusiastically congratulated his colleague on the acquisition of the prestigious property, noting the excess of demand over supply and the deservedness of such wealth. The mention of the Sacred Mountain brought back vague memories of the Lord's own dwelling in the same upscale neighborhood. A conversation with Austin about his lands and loneliness surfaced in the Lord's mind, now taking on new meaning in the context of the Sacred Mountain. He remembered the moment of receiving the deed to the land on the Sacred Mountain, when he was told of the incommensurability of this reward with his merits. In the memoirs, it was clearly stated that all the funds of the Supreme Court would be used to build a prison for the criminals he caught, leaving only money for funeral expenses. The warden of the men's prison was surprised at the Lord's ignorance of the Sacred Mountain, despite his position in the empire, but attributed it to frequent travel for work. The treasurer explained with a smile that the Sacred Mountain was an earthly paradise, accessible only to members of noble families. He emphasized that the opportunity to live on the Sacred Mountain is the limit of dreams of any person, where you can forget about money and enjoy life, passing on the housing by inheritance. The proprietor of the men's prison interrupted the detailed narrative, going on to the matter of the land contract and mentioning a small favor. The Lord inquired as to the nature of the task, and the man embarrassedly confessed to the existence of a child out of wedlock who was uncomfortable being led to the Sacred Mountain. He asked to take care of a child in his prison so that he could earn his own living, while in the next room that child was being bowed to by Isabel. Isabel's unexpected appearance and her addressing the child as the Highness of the Third Prince revealed the young visitor's true identity. The Third Prince of the Dragon Ridge Empire, Phoenix reminded him of the complexity of the situation, asking him to address him by his alias. The father introduced his son as Philip, asking the Lord to take care of him, to which he agreed to help with all matters of running the prison. The Third Prince excitedly shook the Lord's hand, acknowledging his admiration and mentioning the many books he had read, written by his idol. When the Lord inquired about the titles of the books, Philip began listing strange stories of memory-lost judges and persecution. Philip asked to go to Rose's prison immediately, but the Lord suggested postponing the visit until morning, citing the late hour. His father placed his hand on the Lord's shoulder meaningfully, hinting at the possibility of voiding the treaty he had just signed if he refused. Isabel watched the departing carriage, from which came naive questions about life with 1,000 imprisoned women. She pondered the coming fun in prison and her retirement, regretting the missed opportunity for a tenfold increase in salary. Suddenly, Isabel heard a strange sound and felt a gun pointed at her. Frozen in surprise, Frenda, who was holding the weapon, admitted to a long wait for the moment when Isabel would reveal her true identity. After the shot, a strange force began to envelop Isabel's body, restraining her movements with unknown magic. Phoenix, the third prince of the Dragon Ridge Empire, was a unique case amongst close marriages, with no physical abnormalities and incredible talent. Since childhood, he has shown diligence and intelligence in bearing the burden of the curse of the Dragonborn. Many dignitaries saw in him the only hope of reviving the empire. The prince constantly avoided the subject of inheritance, to the point of irritation that he began to vehemently criticize the feudal nobility. The reason for his behavior was the presence of an excellent older brother, a fearless and talented prince who was capable of doing the impossible. In the ideal scenario, the elder brother would take the throne, the younger would become his intellectual support, and the middle brother would be given an honorary position. Suddenly, however, everything changed when a horseman swept through the city, shouting that the eldest prince had gotten surrounded in the Forbidden Lands and was being eaten alive. The news of the elder prince's death came as a shock, and the younger prince remembered his mention of some distant gateway, not realizing that it might mean preparations for a military campaign into Forbidden Lands. He couldn't believe his brother's frivolity and began collecting evidence, searching every possible place in the palace where the eldest prince might have been. Finally, he stumbled upon a history book he had never read before and discovered in it horrifying evidence of a conspiracy.
During the founding of the state, the guardian minister suggested preserving the purity of the Dragonborn's bloodline through encouraging marriages between close relatives.
The chief minister suggested that the empire hire old ministers and lords, mostly people who had to make compromises in exchange for the emperor's support. The finance minister offered to support the aristocracy financially, but excessive support limited military spending and made the strategy of attacking Forbidden Lands unprofitable. With the inability to seize Forbidden Lands and obtain the crown, the Dragon Ridge Empire could not consolidate its power. As long as the empire was in a precarious position, the ministers would weaken its internal power in every way possible since its founding. The question now arose as to the reasons that prompted the elder brother to secretly attack the Forbidden Lands. And although the younger prince had not been able to figure out his plan in time, the middle brother, having escaped the physical deformities of mixed marriages, was also not noted for his outstanding abilities. The middle brother treacherously imprisoned the youngest in his own palace, becoming a puppet of the ministers, while the usually calm third prince found it increasingly difficult to contain his growing anger. Phoenix, the younger prince, asked the Lord during training if he would help him ascend to the throne. Aiden laughed at the idea, and Riley inquired about the prince's possession of money, an army, or stashed weapons. The Lord turned around and sarcastically advised him to just go to bed, sarcastically noting that despite his third son's reputation for intelligence, he seemed like a normal, cranky child. The ministers were sure that the third prince was powerless without support, and so they removed tacit surveillance of him, considering him absolutely safe. However, the conversation with the Lord helped the prince realize that money, men, and weapons were needed to achieve his goal. In order to get out of detention and meet his uncle, the prince brilliantly played the role of a feeble-minded man, leaving his uncle in complete shock. Thanks to the Navy, he managed to penetrate pirate circles and accumulate initial capital, in parallel developing land forces. A silver city far away from the Dragon Range Empire, and not under the control of the Imperial Court, was chosen as the base camp. No one suspected that crucial clues were hidden in cigars delivered to the Silver City. Completely unnoticed were the inmates of the Blackthorn prison, selected fearless warriors personally chosen by the third prince. And the most incredible thing is that in the basements of the prison, hundreds of craftsmen were working around the clock, producing weapons and equipment. Felix, while practicing, cut off his horns and, looking at them, said meaningfully, addressing his brother, that he would soon return and henceforth in his letters asked to be called only Mr. Hornless. He told Isabel in confidence about the plan to seize power, mentioning the emperor's deteriorating health and his intention to turn his brother into a puppet, and instructed her to fake his death at sea. The original plan was for the third prince to appear in the Silver City in a month, but the massacre in the city pleasantly surprised him with an unexpected opportunity. His own powers in the Silver City helped him rule out possible internal problems and complications. A Class D inmate named Fred screamed desperately as she tried to protect her employer's home from a possible robbery. The big men explained that many citizens were hiring prisoners, and their boss had ordered them not to waste time on civilians, as the Goldtooth gang would be attacking Pete today. As the boss is talking, he is suddenly shot in the head, apparently by a sniper who was standing on the roof. Immediately, there were cries to leave the scene immediately. Catherine watched, noting that this was the 7th sniper of the day, and clearly not local in training. She thought bitterly of the Lord who had recently kissed her, and now gave her tasks to eliminate people, calling him an old scoundrel. In the service area of the prison, Rosa, Lord, and Felix, who introduced himself as Filippo M52, were discussing changes to the prison's rules due to the volatile situation in the city. Lord instructs Felix on the rules of the rest area, reminding him to carefully confine the inspectors during guard shifts and monitor their presence in the cells, to which Felix responds with an understanding smile. The Lord shared that he didn't have a home of his own in the Silver City and offered Felix a place to sleep in the renovated utility room. Philip was surprised to notice the Lord's unusual habits, even comparing him to Beastman, which caused mutual bewilderment. In the hallway, Austin sat on the floor, curled up in a ball and crying bitterly. Lord asked the reason for her tears under his door, to which the girl thought he had finally arrived. Austin turned to her dear friend, telling her of the cunning plan. She has washed herself, hidden her dirty clothes, and wants to borrow the Lord's shirt. A friend remarked meaningfully that the plan looks silly, but might actually be quite reasonable. Austin immediately lashed out at her friend, threatening to rip her ear off if she dared to object. Lucas the Fawn suggested a cunning plan to use her helplessness to get the Lord to care for her, hinting at the possibility of infiltrating him. Austin caught fire with the idea, taking it as a brilliant idea. She sat under the Lord's door and began to cry, telling a made-up story about how the prison guards kicked her out because she was incontinent. Philip watched the scene, knowing full well that the Beastman princess in front of him was acting out a whole spectacle. Philip pondered the contrast between the princess's known terrible character and her present helplessness, realizing that there must be some cunning design behind this scene. He realized that the princess had probably prepared an offer that the Lord would not be able to refuse, a marriage that would gain the support of an entire Beastman state. Suddenly, Philip shouted out in surprise that he agreed with his brother, throwing those around him into complete bewilderment. The Lord asked in surprise at the question of which marriage he was referring to, thinking the man was reminiscing about his dead brother. Philip vaguely explained that the situation reminded him of a scene from long ago, and he felt the need to find a way to unite and gain the support of the Beastmen. Austin noticed that Philip's aura was completely inhuman, and it was as if he had wounds on his head that gave off a faint odor of blood. She was perplexed as to the nature of this strange creature, and its true purpose for coming to the Lord, having never encountered such a thing before. The Lord had arranged for Philip to sleep in his room and Austin in the master bedroom. When asked where the Lord himself would sleep, the latter replied that he usually worked in the evenings in his office or the prison archives and did not need sleep. Philip kindly offered to let the Lord spend the night with the beauty, promising to keep silent. Austin thought a night with someone would improve her condition, and noted that despite Philip's strangeness, he seemed intelligent and had a fine character. Philip smiled and remarked meaningfully that there was already someone living in the master bedroom, causing Austin to be shocked and puzzled as to the meaning of his words. He reassured Austin by explaining that there were a few quiet girls living in the bedroom, and she could stay there temporarily until her own house was rebuilt, which made Austin think of the Lord's strange secrets. Philip emotionally criticized the administration of the territory. Inappropriate for the person of the Supreme Court to be treated in such a manner, thinking to himself that no other women could be more important than the princess of the Beastmen. The Lord explained that the main bedrooms are for prisoners who are able to look after themselves. As they entered the master bedroom, they saw Evans, Mary's daughter. Other children were also lying there, and the girl asked the Lord in surprise at his presence. Lord introduced Evans as a temporary resident who needs to make friends with Austin, to which the latter condescended to the little girl. Philip was unhappy with what he saw, finding the situation with the little girl in prison unacceptable and remembering his role in preventing the murder of the Ant Queen. The children on the bed seemed to have been abandoned, paralyzed, and comatose during the riot. Philip smilingly inquired about the girl's origins, hinting at the possibility of an illegitimate daughter, to which the Lord replied with an emphatic denial. Leaning over to the girl, Philip slyly asked what she called the Lord, insinuating that only her father could provide her with such riches. Philip pondered to himself that the girl, the blood god of death, is the most powerful killer of the mainland, able to recover even after complete destruction, and therefore poses a serious threat to the middle brother and his supporters. The girl thoughtfully confessed that both her moms make her do bad, unpleasant things. She then added warmly that Aiden's daddy, on the other hand, lets her do what she likes, which made the Lord shocked to hear the girl call him her father. The Lord jokingly began to smother Philip, saying that he seemed to have messed up and had come here to study, not to spread rumors. Austin asked the girl interestedly about the reason for her close attention to the plan on the table. The girl explained that it was her homework to imagine a small castle inside the tree, which symbolizes hope for overcoming difficulties. She said that in times of danger, children usually hide behind their adult parents' backs. The adults, in turn, take refuge behind the castle walls. In her opinion, as long as there are adults, failure is just a bad dream for children, and likewise with adult locks, as long as there are adults, there is hope for a favorable outcome. Upon hearing about the tree-shaped castle, Austin remembered the timeless tree of the Wood Elves, to which the girl confirmed that she had heard a lot about such castles. She shared a memory of an elf girl in prison who was always watching her, and admitted to watching her herself. The girl admitted that although she didn't understand a lot of things at the time, she felt some similarities between herself and that elven woman. The girl admitted that she did not understand the reasons for the appearance and disappearance of the mysterious pixie, keeping the intrigue in her memories. She explained that the prison had become her castle of hope, and now she wanted to rebuild the burned eternal tree to give hope to that unknown girl. Austin was touched when she noticed the girl's graciousness and offered to help with the rebuilding, remembering the drawings of the little houses in the books. Real chaos broke out in the Golden Tooth camp. The leader was screaming hysterically and cracking up like a madman. Goldtooth reported in a panic that only 500 of the 1,000 men sent to the mines had returned. He was desperate about the missing prisoner, worth 30,000 gold pieces, and the fact that the money could buy a whole herd. The gang leader shouted for 30,000 cows, 20,000 sheep, and 5,000 guns, cursing the secretary's idea to seize the mine. The subordinate explained that their brothers had asked to take care of their wives, and Harvey, after collecting them, had suddenly disappeared. Goldtooth demanded that Harvey be found immediately, to which one of the girls countered that it wasn't his fault and maybe Pete had a backup plan. The boss assured that they hadn't lost everything during the retreat and had collected a lot of ore, which was now in the courtyard. Mark, who was inspecting the ore, excitedly reported that it was a high-quality ore worth at least 10,000 gold. With burning eyes, he added that the price of the raw material could double after processing, and their find was incredible. A frightened subordinate rushed over to them, shouting that Carl had finally lost his mind and was doing the unimaginable. He said that while they were attacking the mines, Charles had brought his men in and was killing everyone without interest in riches, and begged that his student son be spared. Upon hearing that student, Carl, according to a subordinate, finally lost his mind. The man fell to his knees in front of Goldtooth, begging for mercy, telling him that about 20 of the gang were dead and he barely escaped through the back door. Mark offered to patch things up with Carl, recognizing him as a madman, and to continue the attack on the mine to make up for the losses incurred. Goldtooth vehemently declared that Carl wasn't even worthy of a conversation to him, calling him a lousy dog who thinks he's something more. The gang leader promised to show Carl why such dogs no longer had the right to sit at the same table. Carl, smoking a cigarette, came to the same man and offered to take all the money from his bedroom. He began to extinguish his cigarette on the body of the surrendered man in a display of utter contempt and cruelty, then swung a knife, promising to help end his life if the man didn't want to see him again. Charles announced that they would stop there today and wipe out 20 more families tomorrow, completely wiping out the Goldtooth gang, and ordered more wagons to be prepared for the removal of the jewels. Suddenly, as he opened the doors, Carl saw something strange and completely unexpected. In front of him stood a huge number of skeletons with burning eyes, armed and ready to attack. The necromancer, brother of the Golden Tooth, wryly remarked that the mere mortal owed his help and only became a powerful man thanks to the dead. Carl screamed in wild panic that necromancers were swarming everywhere and very near, threatening his gang with imminent retribution. The skeletons, with burning red eyes and weapons in their hands, swiftly rushed to attack, sowing terror and panic.
Carl slammed the door shut with lightning speed, trying to escape the impending threat and keep himself and his subordinates alive.
He reassured the men, saying he was prepared for such a development and asked Kaiser to protect them from imminent danger. The subordinate assured that Kaiser was capable of handling multiple enemies, especially in windy conditions. Kaiser noticed an old man on the roof floating in the air and wondered if he was the source of the dire threat. She pondered the fragility of his body and her incredible physical strength, wondering about the limit of his abilities. The necromancer warned Kaiser that it was best not to be ceremonious with him and kill him immediately, or it would be impossible to get out alive. The necromancer continued his sorcery, and one by one, the skeletons began to crawl out, filling the space. The girl laughed, saying that in the windy weather, she had better give up at once, as even the doctors would not save her opponent. Pulling her cloak down, she shouted to the wind, calling upon it for help in the coming battle. Kaiser took a fighting stance, confident that she could easily and quickly deal with the skeletons. Using the power of the wind, Kaiser swiftly jumped towards the skeletons and launched an attack at an incredible height, sweeping away the opponents. She burst through the rows of skeletons, mercilessly destroying them one by one at an incredible speed. During her attack, a veritable whirlwind formed that literally swept up and destroyed the Bone Warriors. Moving with the help of the vortex, it quickly glided above the ground as if dancing in a destructive rush. Crashing down on the army of skeletons, Kaiser caused the necromancer, who didn't realize what kind of monster he was dealing with, to scream wildly. The necromancer watched as she destroyed the skeletons with an ease like crumpling a piece of paper in the wind. Her movements were so effortless that it seemed impossible to even touch this deadly creature. As she continued to fight, the girl was in complete control of the situation, feeling no fear of the skeletons. She shouted defiantly at the necromancer, demanding she show real skill and prepare for the final knockout. Clenching her fist, Kaiser promised a crushing blow that would completely destroy her opponent. She began to quickly prepare her fist, aiming as accurately as possible at the necromancer's vulnerable spot. Suddenly, the necromancer had time to create a protection spell, and her blow landed on the empty coffin. The girl screamed in rage, accusing the necromancer of cowardice and using dirty defense techniques. She demanded that he come out immediately and not hide, threatening imminent reprisal. Suddenly, a knife appeared in the air, aimed straight at the girl's face, but she masterfully dodged it. The skeletons began throwing weapons at Kaiser, who continued to scream furiously at the necromancer, demanding a fair fight. Asina suddenly rose from the bed, opening her eyes abruptly, breaking the silence of the room with her rapid awakening. The older witch noted with irony her manner of sleeping like the dead and waking up with strange sounds, wondering the reason for such an abrupt awakening. The necromancer explained that she had not slept at all, but had been working in the realm of the dead, but had been forced to return due to the appearance of another necromancer in the city. When asked by the witch about her plans, Asina stated emphatically her intention to get rid of the necromancer, who, as the soul shard analysis showed, had turned her into a zombie. The older witch was surprised at the compassion shown for another soul, to which the necromancer explained it was professional ethics and the importance of souls to their craft. She spoke of necromancers' contracts with skeletons for battles, emphasizing the complexity and responsibility of their work. Necromancers give away a portion of their consciousness as a reward for a specified path, sharing experiences and emotions, a privilege only available to the gods. With righteous anger, she denounced the splitting of souls, completely destroying their bearers, vowing to finish off whoever dared interfere with her work. The other necromancer, lying in the coffin, noted Asina's departure with relief, thanking the coffin for saving his life a second time. He remembered his former human life and his accidental exposure to the Empire's battlefield with pirates, where he had escaped from the undead in a random coffin. There was nothing in the empty tomb but the coffin itself, and he later learned that the receptacle belonged to the vampire progenitor. Rumor has it that he almost reached the power of the gods of death, but he made a mistake and became a vampire, starting their lineage, and most importantly, due to infection by the breath of the dead in the coffin, the necromancer is stuck between life and death. The necromancer explained that his heart continued to beat, but his consciousness passed into the realm of the dead, beginning his life as a necromancer. Asina announced the end of this necromancer's life by teleporting, and the older witch ironically asked about her desire to be the living dead again. In the realm of the dead, the goddess struck a powerful blow at the portal that opened, creating a wave of destructive energy. A strange snake appeared from the portal, and Asena didn't hesitate to reach out to grab it, ignoring the possible danger. The older witch inquired about the method of assassination, to which Asena replied about her intention to attack the coffin on the roof of the city, materializing a long spear. The girl declared her determination to kill her opponent, regardless of his abilities or status, even if he turned out to be a god. She threw the spear with incredible speed, its tip glowing with a bright yellow light, cutting through the air. The old necromancer pondered its invulnerability while in the coffin, finding it impossible for an ordinary person to destroy a divine treasure. Once out of the coffin, he arrogantly mocked the Supreme Court, confident in his invulnerability due to the protection of the coffin. Before his eyes, the coffin shattered into tiny shards from the impact of the spear, shattering his confidence in his own integrity. He froze in shock, unable to understand how his impregnable hideout could have been destroyed in a split second. A powerful force began to tear his body, ripping his clothes into small shreds, showing the true power of the attack. In desperation, he cursed the golden-toothed brother, calling him a freak and blaming him for bringing this monster upon him. The force of the impact was so great that the necromancer collapsed to the ground, unable to resist the airwave. Asena stared at her hand in amazement, perplexed as to how the necromancer was able to survive such a powerful attack. The astute witch burst into laughter, noting that the true power of the spear lay not in its outward splendor, but in its deadly ability to seriously wound or kill any vermin. The older witch mockingly recalled the rebellion when a similar spear had failed to harm young Evans, calling the weapon a mere toothpick, causing the necromancer's fierce anger. In the semi-darkness of the room, the man struggled to open his eyes as he heard a conversation about payback for a part-time job where the payment was skulls and corpses left in the necromancer's arms. The two strangers, upon discovering the pale body of the necromancer, assumed that the man in front of them was a poisoned lover who had fallen from the roof in a hurry before he could even get dressed. In response to the necromancer's question about their identities, the strangers recoiled in horror, realizing they were dealing with yet another living dead. In the thickening dusk, the necromancer sat outside, absent-mindedly observing his surroundings, immersed in his thoughts. Memories of the prisoner sent shivers through the necromancer's soul, for even his favorite coffin could not withstand the blow of that frightening woman. Philip, gripped by morning laziness, stretched and yawned as if trying to shake off the remnants of sleep. The young visitor from the prison inquired of the guards as to the whereabouts of the Lord, to which he received the answer that he was away on business in the slums. The guard informed the curious Philip of the interrogation of the spy Isabella, caught the day before, which was being handled by Frenda, the interim warden. Anxiety gripped Philip at the thought of catching his agent, the Blue Hawk Isabella, whose confession could reveal his true identity. Philip, deciding to reconnoiter the situation, politely asked the guard about the location of the interrogation room, receiving a silent gesture with his index finger in return. Suddenly realizing the urgency of the situation, the young man broke from his seat and ran as fast as he could, eager to find out what was happening in the interrogation room. A sudden punch in the face caught Philip by surprise, interrupting his rapid run down the corridor of the prison building. The assailants, acting with lightning speed, threw a white cloth over the stunned young man, pulling him down to a suffocating tightness. Recognizing Camilla's voice, Philip heard the girl's mocking musings about how the Lord would head first to the interrogation room upon awakening. The captive, rejecting the magic of seduction, insisted on his immediate release. Camilla, discussing with her partner the 20,000 pay increase, suddenly noticed the discrepancy in the length of the captured man's hair. Pulling the sack off the stranger's head, the girl was horrified when she realized the monstrous mistake. There was a completely different person in front of her. The confused succubus, trying to make sense of the situation, loudly demanded an explanation about the identity of the captured man. In a fit of rage, the girl slapped the stunned Philip, expressing her displeasure at the botched operation. While Camilla panicked about the need to escape, a rubbing cheek Philip pondered the injustice of fate, rewarding him with a slap in the face from the morning.
Looking closely at the girl, the young man recalled rumors of a missing Episcopalian daughter from the creation religion ending up in prison.
The realization of the importance of Phil's identity struck Philip. the future head of a religion that influences half the youth of the Dragon Ridge Empire, flirts with a local lord. Philip rose abruptly to his feet, loudly repeating his approval of the impending marriage, as if trying to get someone's attention in the prison corridor. Out of the corner of his eye, the young man noticed an unfamiliar figure slowly approaching down the hallway, piquing his intense curiosity. Recognizing the approaching girl as Veronica, Philip instantly noted the runes on her body, pondering a possible connection to the ancient clan of the Prokopal Vadi. The lines from ancient folios about a powerful army of corporeal spirits invulnerable to any physical attack came to mind. Philip marveled at the power of the girl in the Lord's charge, mentally noting the need to secure such a promising alliance as soon as possible. At the sight of Veronica, the young man shouted his agreement again, causing the perplexed girl to turn around with obvious incomprehension in her eyes. May's sudden appearance broke the tense atmosphere. She mockingly asked the little she-wolf about her depressed mood after Austin's move. Mary, leaning over to the bewildered girl, mentioned with a sly smile the interesting findings about the Lord's upcoming wedding scattered throughout the city. A wry laugh accompanied Mary's words that Veronica was definitely not going to be a bride, adding a barb about inaction and lack of progress. The angered Veronica slapped the smug Ant Queen with a lightning-fast movement. Philip, intervening in the conflict, pulled Mary away and addressed Veronica about her recent hallucinations, mentioning his knowledge of the art of prophecy. Carefully observing the girl's uncertain gait, the young man advised her to visit the family cemetery, where the deceased relatives had prepared an important message. Veronica, surprised at the mention of a long-forgotten cemetery, suddenly noticed the blood oozing from her interlocutor's nose and worriedly suggested going to the infirmary. Philip dismissed the girl's concern carelessly, explaining that bleeding was a natural reaction to the complexity of a future that could overwhelm the average person. The young man reassured Veronica, assuring her of the warden's support and his own willingness to help as a seer, which brought a sincere, grateful smile from the girl. Watching Veronica's receding figure, Philip was immersed in thoughts of the Lord's difficult choice between the Princess of Beasts, the succubus, and the promising stranger. Mary, who had come to her senses, swiftly approached Philip, rewarding him with another resounding slap for his interference. The enraged Ant Queen unleashed a torrent of reproaches on the young man, complaining about the thwarting of her plan to become a mentor to Veronica after deliberately undermining her self-confidence. The verbal altercation between the prisoner and the self-appointed lord was escalating, with Mary boasting of her imperial protection, challenging her interlocutor. In an unexpected move, Philip spun the defiant Ant Queen around, comparing her insolence to that of his middle brother. Inwardly boiling with indignation, the young man reflected on the inordinate insolence of Mary, whose existence in prison depended solely on his letter of defense. Frenda's sudden appearance interrupted the conflict, and she sternly reminded the Ant Queen of the prohibition against being in this part of the prison. Philip, turning to the deputy warden, inquired about the results of the interrogation of the captured spy, having learned of her recent escape. Brenda, sitting in the interrogation room, bitterly lamented her inability to foresee the attack on her colleague that had allowed the spy to slip away. The astute Frenda asked Philip directly about the true purpose of the imperial family member's visit to the prison. With a sly smile, the young man told the story of the 4th District Chief who left the Dragon Ridge Empire because of state secrets he overheard by chance. The stranger, recognizing her affiliation with the imperial house, hastened to assure Frenda that she had no evil intentions regarding the prison, either present or future. A sudden flash of magical energy marked Isabel's appearance, materializing right behind the confused Frenda's back. The fugitive admitted her indiscretion during the capture with slight annoyance, but emphasized the urgency of the cases, wondering in passing about the fate of the other county supervisors, Jenny and Haley. Isabel condescendingly remarked on Frenda's inability to catch the more experienced creatures, mentioning in passing the minor traffic problems of the other female bosses. The mysterious visitor said goodbye to Frenda and vanished into thin air, leaving behind only a slight fluctuation of space. At the same time, in another part of the building, the Lord was engaged in conversation with Mr. Arnaud, mentioning his wife Frenda's recommendation of the man's competency. The Lord's interlocutor offered to test his ability with a specific question, noting the particular standards for measuring competence in their field. The Lord outlined the daunting task of uniting 200,000 selfish slum dwellers for the common good within a very short time frame of only half a month. Arno, drawing on his experience of living in the slums of recent years, confidently asserted his ability to meet the challenge. The intrigued lord clarified the details of the plan, to which he received an evasive reply about possibly going beyond the usual methods due to time constraints. Frenda's husband shared his observations about the slum dwellers, noting that the real reason for the chaos there is the lack of hope among the local population. Arnaud described the bleak reality of the slums, where the daily struggle for survival consumes all the strength of the inhabitants, leaving no room for hope for a better future. An experienced observer emphasized the immaturity of the slum society to unite, noting the lack of basic understanding of government structures due to the constant struggle with hunger and cold. The first step in his plan was to address the slum dwellers' main source of anxiety, the constant threat to their survival. Taking the toothpicks in his hands, Arno began to visually demonstrate his plan to the Lord, using them as a symbolic representation of the crowd of people. The strategist singled out a small group of toothpicks, explaining that this segment of the population would suddenly gain wealth, creating an imbalance in society. The plan involved a sham land deal with the aristocrats, enriching a select group and leaving the rest of us homeless over their heads. The cunning manipulator counted on human greed. Knowing how difficult it is to return to poverty after a taste of luxurious living, Arno emphasized the importance of peer-to-peer conflict, giving the poor an opportunity to gain self-confidence through fighting the likes of slum dwellers. The calculating strategist mentioned the need for a strong leader capable of directing and organizing the disparate forces of the poor into a unified movement. The cold-blooded manipulator explained how the poor's self-identification with the movement would create a subconscious willingness for loyalty and self-sacrifice. The advisor warned of the need for significant financial resources for the leader, especially given the tense situation in the Dragon Ridge Empire. Lord, after listening to the plan, expressed concern about finding an opposition group and the risk of riots if the plan failed. Arno did not hesitate to point to the prison inmates as ideal candidates for the role of the opposition group in the intended manipulation. The Lord expressed doubt as to the advisability of involving the wardens in a confrontation with thousands of poor people, to which Frenda's husband confidently called it a trifle, referring to his wife's words. Arno emphasized the high moral qualities of prison workers who had withstood the temptation of dismissal and quelled riots, for which they were rewarded with pay raises. The strategist explained the logic behind the plan by locating the wardens' homes in the slums, envisioning them moving to the city after enrichment, and then remedying the situation by publishing documents. The Lord's interlocutor committed himself to providing the wardens with food, setting a strict deadline for the implementation of the plan, 6 months. Confident of success, Arno promised the Lord the support of most of the slum dwellers in Silver City once the operation was completed. Lord, satisfied with the conversation, noted the professionalism of the interlocutor and the pleasure of talking to a truly intelligent person. A loyal aide expressed gratitude for Frenda's help, but worried about the complexity of the situation, suggesting that the Lord pass the role of leader of the poor to another person. The humble strategist admitted his inability to speak in public due to severe anxiety and stuttering, rejecting the possibility of becoming a leader of the movement. Lord offered to visit a potential candidate for leadership with influence in the slums and the ability to speak in public. At this time, somewhere in the city, a merchant was showing a customer an amulet supposedly blessed by the great god Bayou to protect her from evil and uncleanness. Bruce, the founder of the Heart, persistently convinced the doubting woman of the amulet's special purpose, demanding 10 gold coins for it. The unknown man threateningly warned the doubting woman of the abomination that would afflict her body for disobeying the priest's words. The frightened woman hastily agreed to buy the amulet, and Bruce, taking advantage of the absence of police due to the disturbance, blessed her in the Lord's name. The religious leader raised 2 fingers to the sky and loudly urged his followers to go for refreshment, attracting the attention of passers-by. Lord and Arno observed an impressive scene, an entire street unanimously praising the god, demonstrating the growing influence of the cult. The counselor asked the Lord's opinion of the potential speaker, recognizing the difficulty of unequivocally assessing his qualities as a leader. Arno noted the unexpected potential for religious influence, suggesting that this combination could lead to favorable results for their plan. Noticing the dignitaries, Bruce expressed genuine surprise and joy at seeing the Lord after a long separation. The ruler, approaching the religious leader, noted the growing number of his followers and offered his help in developing the movement. The sudden appearance of an agitated subordinate interrupted Simon's conversation, demanding his boss's immediate attention. Irritated, Simon reluctantly inquired as to the reason for such a disturbing intrusion by his subordinate. The alarmed worker demonstrated the numerous injuries sustained from a violent inmate hired by Simon himself. The victim described the variety of the girl's magic attacks, from ice spells to lightning, demonstrating the seriousness of the situation. A subordinate complained about taunts from colleagues because of beatings from a woman, mentioning attempts to psychologically pressure male staff. Simon, inwardly pleased with the quick results, outwardly remained unfazed, advising them to resolve conflicts on their own. An indignant subordinate pointed out the profitability of insurance payouts after the deaths of the aristocrats, hinting at a suspicious connection between the events. The employee recalled the 30,000 gold pieces received after the death of the MP, complaining about the threat of bankruptcy from current events. The messenger relayed Pete's urgent demand to join the mines, where a fierce battle was brewing despite heavy losses in the Gold Tooth camp. The informant revealed plans by influential members of the camp to force the Gold Tooth into a contract with Carl, adding about Pete's preparations for a clash with the Lord's men. Simon took a particular interest in mentioning the Lord, demanding details about his connection to Carl's recent shooting. Witnesses confirmed the involvement of the Lord's carriage in Charles's appearance at the Emerald Palace, noting that the weapons in the latter's possession were missing. Cautious Pete ordered that the hiring of prisoners be stopped and that an ambush be organized with a band of deserters near the river. Simon, releasing the agitated subordinate, noticed his obvious fear of the new prisoner. The hired girl was perplexed by the gang's panic at her appearance, questioning the attractiveness of her looks. Mandy, contemplating her plan, was glad for a male employer, intending to open a second front line in the city. The cunning seductress planned to use her charms to manipulate her employer, intending to substitute announcements of Lord and Austin's wedding for an alliance with Phil. Simon noted Mendy's reputation as a source of trouble for the Empire meaningfully, looking at the girl studyingly. A shrewd employer hinted at a special role for the girl beyond mere security, despite the availability of stronger candidates. Mendy mentally cheered, seeing Simon's words as a good opportunity to seduce and gain power over his subordinates. The ambitious schemer planned to use her influence over Simon to spread rumors of Lord and Phil's wedding, undermining his reputation. The impatient girl interrupted his musings with a question about a mysterious case beyond the normal duties of a bodyguard. Simon, maintaining an intriguing smile, reached for his locker, promising to share an important matter that required her advice. Unexpectedly, Mendy's employer retrieved 2 dresses, asking her to assess their attractiveness to the opposite sex. Simon clarified the selection criteria, emphasizing the need for a dress capable of catching men's eyes, citing the girl's experience. Mendy's initial suspicion of Simon's twisted tendencies was replaced by a realization of his buffoonish nature, remembering their first meeting. The wily seductress placed her hand on Simon's heart, urging him to trust his inner voice. Using her charms, the girl began to weave a magical web of words about subconscious desires, trying to bewitch the mind of the interlocutor. The purple smoke of magic began to envelop Simon's mind, who, succumbing to the spell, admitted that no one had ever before understood his desire for aesthetic perfection. An unexpected bout of nausea ruined the magical moment, and Simon, unable to contain himself, stained the face of the bewildered girl, who was dangerously close to her devious plan.
The indignant man reproached his interlocutor for neglecting basic hygiene, wondering if access to shower facilities was so limited in the prison.
Shocked, Mendy was plunged into an abyss of doubt, thinking about the possible loss of her attractiveness, because before men not only did not avoid her, but also succumbed to her charms. The consequences of the failed seduction left a deep psychological trauma in the soul of Mendy, her confidence in her own irresistibility shaken, and the plan to create a second front suffered a crushing fiasco. The ambitious schemer has turned into Simon's faceless makeup artist, losing the former sparkle in her eyes and abandoning her hopes of manipulation through feminine charms. Goldtooth, meeting Harvey's right hand, inquired with feigned concern about the possible inconvenience caused during his recent visit to the baths. The wily Harvey assured his boss there was no problem, emphasizing the sanctity of duty to protect the wives of brothers desperately fighting for the gang's interests. Harvey's inner monologue revealed the true picture, cowardly hiding under a bed in the bathing room from an angry gold tooth after a failed attack on the mine. Harvey's musings on his boss's strange behavior were interrupted by a memory of his morning conversation with the girls about his injured necromancer brother, whose existence came as a surprise. The observant aide noted a striking change in Goldtooth's demeanor, from a good-natured smile to an insistence on assisting with a dangerous plan in prison. Goldtooth's unexpected offer of help with the marriage took Harvey by surprise, especially when the boss pointed to a woman in a white uniform standing in front of him. With ill-concealed disdain, Goldtooth spoke of Frenda, ranked second in the prison hierarchy and living in the slums with her loser husband, clearly hinting at a possible change. Goldtooth mentally chuckled at the naivety of the secretary who had infiltrated the gang. Information about him had been gathered long before he was hired, revealing the true motives behind the appearance. Harvey, known as a sexy stud, combined the talents of a history professor and a master partisan, using the latter to seduce women. An impressive list of 500 pregnant students in 3 years of teaching led to Harvey being blacklisted and forced to flee the Dragon Ridge Empire. Goldtooth held back his anger over the presence of his protector in the bathhouse, but anticipated the Lord's reprisal of Harvey when he tried to seduce Frenda. Harvey, grinning, pictured the picture of a shattered family idol, a clever husband, a sensual wife, crying children, and a cold house ready to receive the flames of his passion. The experienced seducer used his energy, channeling it into Frenda, creating an invisible but tangible bond between them for future manipulation. Harvey's professional eye noted the oddity that despite Frenda's married status, 90% of her aura radiated the energy of a free woman. Reflecting on the Goldtooth, Harvey contemptuously compared noble men who give women happiness to conniving manipulators who ruin the lives of innocent girls. The Lord listened carefully to the proposal to organize a tripartite meeting to reach a temporary truce between the warring factions.
The secretary explained the need for a reliable mediator to negotiate with Charles, hinting at the Lord's special role in the coming reconciliation.
Harvey skillfully pressed the pain points, mentioning the approaching Supreme Court and the growing number of victims of internal conflicts in the Silver City. Lord, analyzing the situation, expressed doubt about the willingness of the other parties to negotiate, given their privileged position in the current conflict. The secretary skillfully steered the conversation in the right direction, convincing the Lord of the need for his involvement to restore order in the Silver City by getting prior consent. Carefully revealing the cards, the conspirators mentioned the many bombs hidden by the younger brother of the Golden Tooth under the city, hinting at their strategic importance. The plan involved fixing Pete and Carl's location during the negotiations, giving the Lord a chance to escape before the underground bombs were activated. The Lord inquired about the extent of the mining, to which he received an ominous reply about enough explosives to send both opponents into the next world.
The experienced administrator mentally noted the discrepancy between the technological level of the era and the stated accuracy of bomb targeting, but kept his doubts to himself.
The visitors, noticing the Lord's hesitation, moved on to discussing Frenda's personal life, hinting at the possibility of her second marriage after successful negotiations. Goldtooth introduced his secretary as a professor at Dragon Ridge University, emphasizing his superiority over Frenda's now paralyzed husband. The Lord stiffly reminded the visitors of the existence of prison rules, emphasizing his indifference to urban conflicts as long as the prison was inviolate. A stern warning about the consequences of any interference in the lives of the wardens or their families sounded like an unequivocal threat, regardless of the status of the perpetrators. The secretary hurriedly retreated from the office, meeting Frenda and Philip in the hallway, muttering apologies for the Goldtooth's inappropriate jokes. Philip's unexpected gesture of pulling out Frenda's hair was due to concern for her appearance. Allegedly, he noticed a gray hair and decided to remove it. Frenda reacted calmly to Philip's strange behavior, citing the need to relay a report to the Lord and politely asking to come back later. Philip's inner monologue revealed his true motives. The extracted warden's hair will become an instrument of revenge against the Empire, despite the Lord's possible displeasure. Philip's determination to intervene in the intrigues of the Silver City began with the manipulation of the Skull Gang, promising a major change in the balance of power.
Philip mentally calculated the time, half a month before the Supreme Court arrived, and a month and a half before the decisive contest with his brother, which required careful preparation.
The strategist understood the need to work with the Silver City's deep rear beforehand, where the Lord's actions could only hinder the plan. Noticing the Golden Tooth and his secretary leaving, Philip hurriedly called out to them, intending to strike up an important conversation. Introducing himself as a distinguished guest of the prison, Philip explained his presence by his concern for the partnership, causing the Gold Tooth to be perplexed. The secretary shared his problems. The threat of death from his boss and a closed path to another empire turned his existence into a constant survival. The cunning manipulator pondered the possibility of fleeing to the Beastmen Empire, where their wayward princess was located, requiring special treatment. Little Gelly's unexpected appearance with the fallen everlasting tree had irritated the Golden Tooth, rudely reprimanding the crying girl. Austin, imbued with sympathy for the little girl, surrounded herself with frightening energy in response to the Gold Tooth's rudeness. Noticing the special tattoo on the girl's body, the secretary experienced a real shock, realizing the danger of the situation. Austin recalled the night's labor in caring for the plant, threatening to prevent the offenders from getting out of jail without a decent explanation. The enraged Gold Tooth began to threaten retaliation, but the secretary, realizing the danger of the conflict, tried to lead the boss away from the sin. Austin, throwing off her good girl mask, threatened to test the strength of her abuser's bones, showing her true nature. Philip intervened in the brewing conflict, urging the parties to resolve problems in a civilized manner according to the laws of the prison. The bellicose Austin ridiculed naive faith in human laws, calling them a rich man's play on words, and proclaimed the supremacy of the law of the fist. Philip, in an attempt to defuse the situation, offered to assess the real damage of the potty incident, calling for common decency. Philip acted out the dramatic scene, recounting the symbolic significance of the broken pot to the Wood Elves, whose home was destroyed by fire, depriving them of their last spiritual support. Continuing his manipulative speech, the young man described the despair in the little elf's eyes, but Gala interrupted him abruptly, clarifying that she wasn't thinking about death yet. A distraught Austin agreed with Philip's argument that revenge on the child was inappropriate, accepting the idea of equal punishment through the destruction of the abuser's home. The warlike girl appreciated the reasonableness of the proposed retribution, resolving to hunt down the dwelling of the Golden Tooth to effect a just destruction. The cunning Philip channeled Austin's anger by using the clock tower as a landmark to the southern slum where the famous Gold Tooth's dwelling was located. The manipulator detailed the location of the gang's headquarters to the left of the gate, noting its prominence among the surrounding ruins. As the game continued, Philip urged Austin to exercise restraint, reminding her of her high status and comparing her to a legendary knight protecting the poor. Impressed, Austin promised to take the blonde boy to the land of Beastmen, guaranteeing lifetime security despite mandatory castration for arrivals. Frenda reported to the Lord on the return of the prisoners from work, noting no news of the tigress, Philip, and the lizard Gigi. The disturbing report contained information about Philip's abduction by a giant hand in a mine, and the mysterious disappearance of a lizard after being hired. Lord shared information about the planned meeting of the three parties, instructing Frenda to organize an investigation into the incidents in the mine and the search for the tigress. The administrator mentioned discussing a plan with Frenda's husband requiring psychological training for prison guards. Particularly alarming was Gold Tooth's statement about bombs planted in the city. Despite the dubiousness of the information, the threat required verification. The sudden appearance of necromancer Asina brought clarity to the situation with the bombs. The girl confirmed their presence throughout the city, interrupting the discussion. The specialist explained the principle of necromantic bombs. The corpse explosion spell uses the decomposing energy of 3 bodies to destroy a 2-story building. Asina shared her observations about the corpses scattered around the city, which she initially mistook for burial grounds, only realizing their true purpose during the battle. Dodging a direct answer about the power of the Golden Tooth necromancer, the girl asked for permission to leave the prison to destroy him. The Lord pondered the scale of the operation. Tunneling, hiding corpses, and masking the work from the residents required serious gang resources. The administrator's thoughts turned to the possible involvement of the Duke jeopardizing his own lands by placing time bombs. The cautious Lord asked Asina to wait for his meeting with Pete, mentioning Mumia's surveillance of Frenda's house in between. The administrator emphasized the need to be prepared to counteract possible rash acts of Goldtooth. At the Skull Gang headquarters, the 2 men were engaged in a leisurely conversation that began with a discussion of a missed set lunch.
Carl's brother shared the story of how he took the advice and decided to confess his feelings to a girl he liked.
The interlocutor ironically assumed refusal, but the guy suddenly boasted of success, almost reaching intimacy. The surprised man did not understand the reason for the young man's tears until he mentioned the existence of a certain master in the girl's life. The girl's words about her 4-year bond with her departed master, to whom she would remain faithful despite her sympathy for her new suitor, came to mind. The emotional young man pleaded for help in ridding himself of his mental trauma, eliciting the silent disapproval of his older comrade.
The young man's desperate cry of intent to destroy himself and the world spread through the street, frightening passers-by with its hopelessness.
A bright flash in the sky caught the attention of those gathered, heralding the rapid approach of an unidentified object. The chapel fragment rushed towards the place where the screaming guy was standing at an incredible speed, splitting the air. The full woman, watching what was happening, mentally triumphed at the swift retribution that had caught up with the offender sooner than she had expected. The deceived customer showed up with the police, demanding an explanation from Bruce for selling the broken pendant, gloatingly mentioning the policeman's son. Bruce tried to dodge the conversation, citing busyness with numerous followers demanding his attention. An argument erupted in the crowd about the appropriateness of spending money to clean a bloody knife, which the mother justified by the need to be saved from sin. The policeman became interested in the profitability of the fraudulent scheme, prompting a violent protest from Bruce, who defends the sanctity of worshiping a god. The gatekeeper mocked threats of child sacrifice to the werewolf, ironically noting his lack of family and heirs. The policeman, continuing his taunts, offered to take his life, unaware of the impending danger. The massive shard of the chapel swept over the heads of those gathered, disrupting the usual flow of conflict. A powerful explosion shook the ground, turning the site of the confrontation into the epicenter of destruction. Goldtooth, strolling with his secretary, was alarmed by an explosion from the direction of their gang's neighborhood. The gang leader, realizing the danger of being attacked in the absence of the main forces in the Skull Gang Hall, hurried back. The terrified secretary hastily announced his resignation, leaving the Goldtooth in a moment of danger and fleeing for his life. The fugitive pondered on the madness of the boss, who dared to confront the former Inquisitor Lord in the Supreme Court and even flirt with the Princess of the Beastmen. Austin, satisfied with the blast she had produced, followed the blonde's instructions, navigating the clock tower to find the next target. Carl's brother noted with gratitude the agility of his older comrade, who had managed to save him from a falling rock during the explosion. Survivors in the square took the fall of the tower as a divine sign, and the deaths of some eyewitnesses only added to the religious awe. The crowd, gripped by religious ecstasy, fell to their knees, praising the name of the god Bayou, attributing to him responsibility for what had happened. Even the skeptical son of that woman, shaken by the events, swore obedience to his mother and joined those praying. Bruce, caught off guard by the crowd's reaction, quickly realized the benefit of the situation despite his initial confusion. Senior bitterly recalled the construction of the destroyed banquet hall, where gang sponsors and Skull Gang brothers died. The senior's philosophical question about the meaning of life had an unexpectedly simple answer: weekly set lunches at the restaurant on Thursdays. At Pete's mansion, the boss showed interest in the familiar face of the arriving Lord's companion, scrutinizing the guest. The Lord introduced Philip as the illegitimate son of Sir Blackthorn, who insisted on familiarizing himself with prison affairs and following his mentor relentlessly. Philip mentally justified his relentless following of the Lord by the need to gather information, especially after the loss of a valuable source, the Blue Hawk, Isabel. Pete, remembering a recent dinner party at Sir Thorne's, ordered the young heir to the prison to entertain the young heir with a beauty, wishing to discuss important matters with the Lord in private. Philip's inner conflict manifested itself in his abrupt refusal to follow the attractive girl. The desire to overhear an important conversation outweighed the proposed entertainment. Lord explained the purpose of the visit as a search for a missing prisoner, recalling the 24-hour limit of absence under the Safeguards Act, after which escape is considered proven. The boss nonchalantly explained the lizard's absence by searching for lost buckshot for an antique shotgun in the underground mines where the ammunition had accidentally fallen during transportation. Pete described the kilometer-deep entangled mines, hinting at the possible traceless disappearance of the seeker, which made the Lord consider personally participating in the search.
The busy boss talked about the possibility of selling or exchanging 20% of the stock for rights in the Dragon Ridge Empire, which could limit the power of the prison administration.
Asked about the tigress, Pete attributed the appearance of the giant hand to the actions of Mommy, an ancient pet protecting the territory from uninvited guests. The Lord inquired about the slum manager's candidacy, to which Pete recalled the former nobleman Arno's familiarity with local affairs. Suddenly, the boss rejected the candidacy of the useless nobleman Arno, suggesting instead the son of Sir Blackthorn, Philip, watching the reaction of the interlocutor. Turning around, the Lord caught an unseemly scene. Philip was roughly pushing the girl assigned to him away, loudly demanding to be left alone. Caught behaving inappropriately, Philip was feverishly aware that his actions contradicted the image of the noble heir. Noticing the judgmental looks of those present, Philip, displaying the arrogance of an imperial aristocrat, continued to reprimand the girl, mentioning his acquaintance with the Minotaur from Rosa Prison as a threat. A sarcastic remark about the girl's size and advice to practice caused the humiliated beauty, who had not expected such cruel treatment, to cry. Pete assured the Lord that the identity of the slum manager was unimportant, emphasizing the importance of control and alluding to the pet's ability to ensure the survival of the inmates. Realizing the one-sidedness of the proposed control, the Lord ironically questioned Pete's longevity before Philip took office, offering a compromise option of deputyhood. The discussion of the meeting with Goldtooth took an unexpected turn. The Lord mentioned the Thornland Treaty and the slum land distribution as bait for negotiations. The Lord's inner monologue revealed his willingness to let the Golden Tooth activate the explosive devices to finally resolve the situation. Waking up in the cave, Giga struggled to focus her eyes on the mysterious fire around her, trying to realize what was happening. Examination of his own body revealed a bullet wound in his arm, explaining the condition of the lizard prisoner. Unknown voices greeted the girl's awakening, drawing her attention to her new surroundings. The little gnome, studying Giga, expressed amazement at the survivability of the beastman, able to survive a fall from a great height. The girl's frightened questions were soothed by the dwarf, who introduced himself as the head of the local workers, trying to reduce her anxiety. The underground dweller explained their location, 300 meters below the surface, where Giga had entered through an unfortunate hole. The lizard looked up, trying to discern the opening through which it had made its unexpected journey into the underworld. The memory of the conversation with Pete surfaced, her boss wondering about her leaving work, reminding her of the 24-hour limit for returning to jail. Pete hinted at the pointlessness of progress reports, causing the lizard to be perplexed, not realizing the hidden meaning in his boss's words. The cunning employer offered a new contract with increased wages and deobligations, in return demanding 3 years of underground labor with no right to leave the Silver City. Giga firmly rejected the generous offer, preferring to legally leave with her friend over any money and potential trouble with the law. The sudden jab of a poisoned dart interrupted the conversation, and the stunned girl only had time to glance at the wound before losing consciousness. Antiquarian Dick explained the effects of Sophia's ancient potion, capable of draining all the victim's physical and magical powers with a single drop. The boss coldly speculated about the future influx of manpower once the situation stabilized, confident in rethinking the captive lizard's decision. Remembering the details of the betrayal, Giga burst into angry screams in the underground mine, realizing the extent of the deception. Transforming into the form of a lizard, the girl warned those around her of the danger of falling rocks, ignoring the dwarf's calls for them to stop. Desperate attempts to break through the tunnel with her powerful body gave away the captive's determination to escape from her underground confinement at any cost. The collision with the unusually hard walls made the lizard recoil in pain, marveling at the unusual properties of the rock. Gigi's hope for common ground in the caves above kept her determined to keep looking for a way out, despite the seemingly hopelessness of the situation. The rapid ascent along the wall demonstrated the lizard man's desperate attempt to test his theory about the structure of the dungeon. An unsuccessful attempt to gain a foothold ended in a painful fall on his back, temporarily halting his escape attempts. Upon returning to human form, Giga expressed her bewilderment at the amount of ore and the need for underground operations, rubbing her bruised back. The underground residents recounted previous attempts to escape through the tunnels, explaining how the mine owners prevented possible escapes by covering the walls with special sand. The only way out, a narrow, smooth opening at the top, insurmountable without help from above, left the prisoners only hope for the mercy of the jailers. The observant Giga spotted a deep hole, seeing it as a potential path to freedom despite the obvious dangers. The locals were terrified and warned the girl against jumping, mentioning monsters that could handle even her lizard form. The dwarf's sudden alarm and call for shelter interrupted the conversation, and he grabbed the confused girl by the arm, pulling her to safety. The sight of gold ore falling from the wall startled Gigu, making his eyes go wide with surprise. The dwarf revealed the terrible secret of the depleted surface mines, the daily supply of ore by monsters from the bottomless abyss.
The arrangement of the work was simple, collecting material at the bottom and climbing ropes to the top, a job for which the children sacrificed their lives.
Workers were in a hurry to start collecting ore, remembering the 3-day famine for the previous delay when food was not brought down because of an unfulfilled plan. The story of a 40-year-old dwarf trapped in a mine as a 10-year-old boy revealed the brutal truth about the gold rush in the Silver City. His small stature sealed his fate. The overseer sent the boy to a deep mine for high pay, condemning him to a lifetime of confinement. Years of working in the dark had changed the prisoner's appearance. Their deteriorating eyesight and constant traveling over uneven ground had distorted their appearance. The elderly miner explained the temporary nature of the fire, intended only for beginners, to which Giga responded with understanding, mentioning her life in the caves. A sudden shout warned Cole against approaching the pit, but the man, fearing another famine, continued to insist on collecting ore quickly. The familiar giant hand that had grabbed the tigress earlier appeared out of the darkness, causing those present to gasp in horror. A careless worker, assured of safety, was too close to the edge, unaware of the impending danger. The dwarf, shouting the approach of the monster who had come for food, dragged the curious girl away from the dangerous place. The old-timer told of the lands of the Naf tribe of giants, singling out the fattest of the tribe, who was larger than his kin. The giant that appeared was impressively crowned with a crown of redstone ore, carelessly bringing the tiny man to his mouth. Desperate cries for help came from the cage where the terrified tigress languished, watching the scene. The captive watched in horror at the actions of the monsters cooking and using salt, dreading starvation surrounded by giants. The maid brought news of the destruction of the Golden Tooth Tavern by an explosion, suggesting that Mr. Angus would not be returning.
The gentleman's wife, dropping her wine glass, abruptly ordered the maid away, wishing to be alone with her grief.
The woman, trembling with sobs, elicited the sympathy of the maid, who asked her mistress to take care of herself at this difficult moment. In the room was Harvey, the former secretary of the Gold Tooth, rejoicing with the woman in solving all their problems. The guy's inner monologue revealed the bitterness of unfulfilled dreams of a career as a doctor, turned instead into an Alphonse wondering about the meaning of effort. The dramatic moment was interrupted by the emergence of a child from under the bed, innocently asking about her mother, taking the adults by surprise. The shocked mother met her gaze with her curious son, interested in Uncle Harvey's adult games that he kept mentioning. Harvey, not at a loss, offered to let the boy call him Daddy in exchange for family trips, hinting at special games only available to adults. The shrewd child has made a condition, is ready to recognize the new daddy only if he surpasses the present father in certain things. Self-confident, Harvey agreed to any conditions, receiving his first assignment to solve the problem of non-standard articulation, annoying the teacher. The boy's shocking demand to cut off the annoying tongue that was interfering with the proper pronunciation of sounds took the adults by surprise. The second assignment involved massacring 10 classmates who overtook the boy in gym class by breaking their legs. The final requirement, drowning the swimming teacher, forcing him to dive despite the fear of drowning, completed the list of cruel trials. The mother, observing the situation, pondered the possibility of escaping from this frightening family, realizing the seriousness of her son's intentions. Harvey diplomatically shifted the focus from punishing the offenders to the real source of the problem, the inappropriate school system. The professor offered an alternative solution, homeschooling under his supervision, sparing the boy from having to attend school. The enthusiastic child, delighted at the prospect of being rid of school, immediately recognized Harvey as his new father. Harvey parried his mother's thanks for her help with advice to stay behind closed doors, avoiding outside trouble. The dramatic moment was interrupted by the sudden appearance of a stranger who opened the door to the room without warning. The furious head of the household stormed into the room, demanding an explanation from Harvey about his presence near his wife and inappropriate touching. Harvey's amazement at the appearance of the man thought to be dead was reflected on his pale face. Angus, radiating menace, demanded the truth about their relationship, but Harvey tried to justify himself with the role of teacher to a child. The boy suddenly disowned his birth father, proclaiming Uncle Harvey as his new real parent, exacerbating the tense situation. Harvey hastily clamped his mouth over the child's, trying to explain his recent arrival in the Silver City and dismiss suspicions of inappropriate behavior. Angus's sudden realization of Harvey's outward resemblance to someone familiar added a new twist to the development of the dramatic scene. At the sight of Angus' movement to his inside pocket, Harvey began to make excuses for his appearance, sensing impending danger. A pointed gun and the threat of reprisal with a pack of choppers showed the true intentions of the angry husband. Terror gripped those present in anticipation of an imminent gunshot that could cut short several lives in a matter of seconds. The rapid appearance of the killer from behind interrupted the drama. The knife plunged into Angus's stomach, ahead of his intention to shoot. Carl and the gang were unexpected participants in the family tragedy, changing the balance of power in the room. The cold-blooded leader suggested his men practice on the remaining victims, rebuking them for their cowardice and dependence. Pragmatic Carl recalled the police chief's wealth, hinting at the possibility of enriching himself instead of just killing him. Carl uncovered a police corruption scheme. Each rich recruit gave half his fortune for a position, enriching the chief with exorbitant bribes. The corrupt police chief's material wealth was impressive. 8 lavish estates filled with looted wealth and valuables. The brutal motivation from the gang leader worked instantly. The promise of money only for bloodshed turned the men into ruthless killers hungry for profit. A pensive Carl, smoking outside the building, listened to a subordinate's disappointing report of the escape of the intended victims that had disrupted his plans. The enraged ringleader could not believe the incompetence of a dozen men who had missed 3 fugitives under mysterious circumstances. Harvey, fleeing through the streets, pondered the bestial nature of bandits, willing to kill even without a guarantee of payment.
The fugitive was tormented with questions about the strange behavior of the Skull Gang and the search for a safe haven, praying to the heavens for a sign from above.
An unexpected encounter with a stranger on the street was followed by a hasty apology from Harvey, who was oblivious to everything around him out of fear. In Simon's office, the inmates were discussing the boss's chances of success with the new outfit, assessing its potential appeal. An experienced Mandy shared her doubts about the success of the disguise, recalling the failure of Succubus Phil and Simon's unchanging masculinity. Harvey froze before the beautiful vision of the girl, unaware of the insidious deception of sight in the creature's true nature. A painted slime, Mandy's creation, awakened hope in the jaded secretary for an end to a difficult period of life. Harvey's inner monologue revealed a previous disdain for the idea of protecting an only woman, considering life too short to hesitate. In a bitter irony of fate, the meeting of the perfect soulmate was accompanied by the smell of other men's male hormones, emphasizing her availability to others. The tragic realization of a kindred spirit in a similarly misguided aristocrat pursuing similar life goals was shattered by the reality of her lifestyle. The pursuers of Carl's gang caught up with the fugitive, their triumphant shouts cutting through the silence of the night. Found, no time to escape. Harvey's instinctive decision saved them both, grabbing Simon's arm and pulling him away from the pursuing mob of killers. Harvey's romantic thoughts painted a picture of a passionate night and an easy parting in the morning, without tears or longing, as if in a beautiful novel. His imagination took him to a distant future, where 2 elderly people meet again to share a life lived and their last words. In his fantasies, he saw himself as an old man, telling of traveling the world after a breakup and meeting different women. The imaginary lover's answer about the many men he had met and the bald-headed beau he particularly remembered brought a smile to his face. Their invented dialogue sparkled with humor. The joke about the inviolability of hair for the sake of preserving romance seemed especially touching. In this perfect picture of the future, they held hands and asked each other the eternal question of memory and recollection. The old lady in his fantasy promised to treasure every moment of their meeting until her last breath, despite the approaching end. The dying Harvey philosophized about the inevitability of illness and death, comparing it to the inevitability of war and destruction. He found solace in the fragments of memories preserved by his soul, proving his existence in the world, especially in moments of youthful fear. The longing for the impossibility of leaving a material trace in the world, not a fragment or a pen, filled his soul with a pinching sadness. The only legacy seen was the multicolored colors of human souls met on life's journey. In the face of the engulfing abyss, he turned to his creator with the assurance of the indelibility of his existence in time. Tears rolled down Harvey's cheeks as he realized the irony of fate, the meeting of his soulmate at the most inopportune moment. Harvey's plea to fate sounded desperate. He asked for just one night with a beautiful stranger, willing to accept any conditions for the chance to talk. With a snap of his fingers, Simon summoned his subordinates, ordering them to protect the boss and not get into direct conflict with Carl's men. Harvey, realizing salvation in Simon's territory, enthusiastically shared the joy of his first good fortune in the Silver City after meeting a beautiful stranger. 30-year-old Simon's inner monologue contrasted with the romantic outpourings, and he longed for a more down-to-earth development in a dark alley. Mandy watched the scene through the window, marveling at Simon's unexpected success in attracting the attention of the opposite sex.
Mandy's caution about jumping to conclusions was evident in curbing the enthusiasm of her colleagues. Holding hands did not necessarily mean a romantic liaison.
Suddenly, something caught Mandy's attention, making her eyes widen in amazement at the unexpected sight. The appearance of the two followers of Phil the succubus mother caused an unsettling premonition of things to come. The prisoner's dialogue revealed the identities of the lewdly dressed female visitors. Episki came to return Phil to the Empire. The Episks discussed the timing of their mission. A month from his father for Phil's return seemed enough time for a thorough reconnaissance. Simon's men tried to stop the strangers, reminding them of the prohibition of outsiders on the boss's property. A show of force followed immediately, the Episka's long tongue lashing out at the defiant guard, showing the seriousness of his intentions. Terror gripped the second guard at the sight of his comrade being massacred, his scream echoing throughout the area. The imprisoned girl doll rushed to save her comrades, but Mandy stopped her, warning her of the deadly danger and the need to remain calm in a critical situation. The prisoner could not accept the persecution of her comrades, and Mandy sympathetically explained the difficulty of the situation and the impossibility of immediate action against her pursuers. The prisoner realized the utter helplessness of facing strong enemies, realizing that any resistance would instantly lead to annihilation. The Supreme Court could change the balance of power in the Silver City, where followers of different religions were preparing for an imminent clash. The Skull Gang was completely destroyed, reduced to rubble that testified to the scale of the disaster that had unfolded. Goldtooth communicated with his brother underground, telling of the humane monarch's strange ring and the mysterious fall of the chapel to the gang. The ring's owner planned to use the new magical power to blow up corpses, while his gamer brother advised immediate escape from the Empire. Golden Tooth pondered the power of the ring that would make him invincible even after destroying the tower and eliminating all opponents. The character offered to watch people move the living and the dead through tunnels into forbidden lands without taking active action. There was devastation everywhere, and traces of evil spirits in the Forbidden Zone spoke eloquently of the events that had taken place. 2 years ago, there was a meeting during which secrecy and mutual silence were agreed upon. Sandra of Silver City hinted at shared secrets and the possibility of using other people's secrets for personal gain. The character described the caged goods collected from all over the country, where many suffered or died during transportation. The necromancer warned of the dangers of the Forbidden Lands, which were too close to the Silver City and could unleash terrible, foul things. Sandro argued that doom awaited the Silver City and the Empire, but the aristocrat need not worry about that thanks to the Emperor's patronage. Sandro emphasized the inviolability of aristocratic status, while at the same time pointing out the critical dependence of the state on the support of the privileged class. The necromancer confidently declared to his brother the inevitable doom of the Silver City, noting that 3 of the 4 influencers had already left the area under the pretext of visiting the Emperor. His brother strongly advised immediate escape, warning of the unpredictable and deadly danger from the Forbidden Lands. The character reflected on a 3-year period of his life that left a deep emotional mark and a constant feeling of suffocation. Memories of the agonizing period when the Gold Tooth was stuck in the city were accompanied by images of bloody coughing and inability to free oneself. The necromancer was determined to fight and take revenge, vowing not to leave the Silver City until he had destroyed all traitors and restored his honor. Lord Philip arrived by carriage for the obvious purpose of meeting someone important. The meeting with Carl was accompanied by mutual compliments and recognition of each other's achievements of challenging goals. The Lord emphasized the exclusivity and power of Charles in the current situation of the Silver City. Carl frankly admitted that he had long nurtured ambitious plans that had previously seemed like an unattainable dream. Carl's subordinates reported an unsuccessful pursuit of a target that had taken refuge in Simon's territory. The enraged Charles punished the messenger severely, hitting him with such force that he fell to the ground. Carl was preparing to explain the reasons for his angry act, showing toughness of character. Carl's subordinate begged for forgiveness, vowing to keep his goal in mind next time and prove his complete loyalty to his cruel boss. Carl pointed out the weakness of his subordinate, calling him a spoiled young man with a pretty face, but demanded that he raise his eyes and realize the harsh reality of the world around him. The gang leader asked with fury at the complete lack of blood on his subordinate's hands, emphasizing the need for ruthlessness in their underworld. The thugs cynically discussed the ease of killing, sharing their experiences crossing the moral line, while Carl solemnly announced that cowards had no place on his team. The Lord watched carefully, pondering the importance of equanimity for gang members and investors, regardless of their social status. Carl argued about the nature of absolute power, criticizing existing gangs that fail to control their subordinates and fail to use terror as a tool of governance. The leader dreamed of turning his gang into a force of absolute terror, so that the mere mention of their name would make everyone shudder with fear. The Lord was skeptical of Charles's ambitious plans, laconically wishing him luck with such a radical strategy of intimidation. The influential gentleman ordered the upcoming land distribution at the restaurant, ordering Philip to appear with the investors on the appointed day. Charles, with an acerbic grin, announced the new rules of the game, where wealth does not guarantee land and everyone must prove their right to the bounty. Young Evans and Gala watched the sapling being planted, the girl wondering hopefully about its future, and the wood elf reassuring her of his cultivation skills. Gala pondered the transformation of the little girl into a more human being, dreaming of using rapid growth magic to create an impressive tree from a tiny sapling. Frenda showed up unexpectedly and inquired about Gailey's assigned farming case, which involved agricultural research. Boda explained that the experiment involves crossbreeding potatoes to produce new and unique seeds that can resist diseases. Upala protested with childlike directness against the need for breeding work, believing herself too young for such scientific endeavors. The girl carefully studied the documents and understood the essence of the task: to conduct crossing of plants to create stable potato seeds with high consumer qualities. Upala was interested in the experiment, to which Frenda warned her not to forget to plant regularly, as there was a severe food shortage right now. The friends were discussing her husband and Bruce's plan to increase the food supply in order to raise credibility in the slum. Bruce emotionally declared the sanctity of the slums granted by the great deity and the inadmissibility of their destruction. The slum dwellers drove the police out with anger, accusing them of destroying and dishonoring their area. An old-timer warned of the dangers of appearing on the streets where angry people, ready for extreme measures, were raging. It became known that the wardens of Rosa Prison were secretly distributing land to slumming aristocrats, which caused widespread outrage among the poor. Frenda explained that many prisoners come from slums, and uniting them is a revolution that can give the poor a long-awaited voice. She promised accommodation from the Lord to anyone willing to participate in the plan, warning of the dangers of rejection for those who would not support the initiative. The angry man continued to shout the hopelessness of the situation, pleading with the people to prevent them from being driven to the outskirts of the city and warning of the impending winter disaster. A certain man, along with a pod girt with rage, waved his shovel threateningly and demanded justice, appealing to those around him with cries of conscience. The enraged man swung a shovel at one of the female guards, forcing others to immediately intervene and protect their comrade. During the swing, the shovel was intercepted by an arrow, which interrupted the aggressive actions of the attacker with lightning speed. The shovel fell quickly, and in the small space, the girl's shadow suddenly appeared as if it had sprung out of thin air. Catherine, the famous bounty hunter, appeared unexpectedly and demandingly inquired about the reasons for the madness going on. Catherine asked with anger and bewilderment about the reasons for the conflict between the participants of the scandal, trying to understand the source of the sudden aggression. The pirate girl insisted on Catherine's non-interference, accusing the wardens of betraying the slum's interests and secretly selling the lands. The pirate emphasized the danger of the situation, warning that without resistance from the locals, they could be forced out of their homes entirely. Catherine was in shock as she interrogated the guards about the truth of the slum land sale, trying to make sense of the circumstances. The bounty hunter called for calm, noting that the Lord was unlikely to need more money and suggesting a misunderstanding of the situation. The rooftop pirate reported a police presence of 300 men, and Catherine promised to look into it, not wanting to lose her professional reputation. Brusak turned to his men, invoking the great god's words about the unluckiness of the day and suggesting that they back off from the confrontation. Passing by carriages brought rumors of sudden changes in the lives of the townspeople. Someone every morning wakes up without property and someone instantly rich. Dick Anwar offered a tempting deal of 1,000 gold pieces, promising a daily fee for snitching and information about Laura's actions. Little Leo begged with genuine desperation to be allowed to refuse the dubious offer, not wanting to participate in an unfair deal. The antique dealer exhorted the boy, enticing him with the wealth and opportunities that would be opened up by such money. A tempting picture of a warm house, new clothes, and limitless possibilities was painting before Leo's eyes, tempting his young and naive heart. Anwar lured the boy with the prospect of buying a fast horse, superior to the policeman, which would allow easy escape from pursuit at any moment. The antiquary was defiantly going over the coins, convincing Leo of the reality of the wealth that could become his property at the slightest agreement. The elderly merchant hinted meaningfully at the possibility of a life-changing opportunity, offering the boy a choice between constant suffering and sudden prosperity. Leo slowly and carefully stepped out of the carriage, as if weighing all the possible consequences of his decisions and inner temptation. Pete, noticing the boy, immediately recognized him as a scion of the Lord and wondered in astonishment at the real reason for his appearance. Adequan responded professionally, emphasizing the importance of full situational awareness as the only way to ensure personal safety. Pete hinted at the need to change his appearance and find a replacement, sensing an important land distribution meeting approaching. Antifa warned of potential danger from the Lord, advising careful planning and sending a vetted man. Pete spoke of his aristocratic ancestry, tied to an earl's title in the Silver Province after the collapse of the empire. The interlocutor reassured him that his fears about Lord Rose were in vain, as the latter had taken no interest in the external affairs of the prison for 5 years. The character explained the complex political game involved in appointing a deputy for the slums and ensuring the stability of the prison system. Pete compared what was happening to bargaining in a market, where every offer can dramatically change the balance of power. A prisoner suddenly appeared on behalf of the bosses and demandingly inquired about what was going on, disrupting the existing atmosphere of negotiation. The guy attributed the employee's dismissal to her inability to cope with the Son of Thorns, demonstrating the rigidity of corporate rules.
The boss hinted threateningly at the inevitable reprisal, emphasizing that an attempt to escape would result in death for both participants in the incident.
The boss ordered to get rid of the couple immediately, whereupon all the subordinates lightning quickly attacked the intended victims with the fury of predators. There was lively talk in the carriage about the Skull Gang's destroyed tower, where some claimed the prisoners had done it, others believed in the intervention of a slum deity. The Lord pondered the explosion, analyzing the absence of the Golden Tooth and the necromancer at the epicenter of events, which could mean the plan to destroy the city was successful. Philip was alarmed by the unexpected turn of events, fearing that the Lord might abandon his original plan to pressure the powerful trio. The two prisoners worked hard to build the new house, methodically completing the assigned work. Austin stepped up and sharply demanded a halt to the work, pointing to systematic construction errors and the causes of previous destruction. She insisted on the need for a deep foundation, demanding that a hole of at least 3 meters be dug to ensure the stability of the structure. Deer's girlfriend objected, deeming the demands excessive and pointing out the difficulty of completely remodeling an already started house. Suddenly, she took over the entire house in one motion with a come hither, wryly commenting on the girl's weakness and advising them to exercise more. The Lord watched in amazement, and Philip was satisfied that there was no need to explain anything. The Lord ordered that aides be sent to the princess to select a foundation, emphasizing the need for close attention to her health. At the appearance of the Lord, the girl instantly threw back her foundation, and her eyes flashed with an incomprehensible inner fire.
The girl quickly asked the Lord about the time of his return, trying to hide the sudden confusion and tension in her voice.
The falling foundation hit the deer, which caused the girl to shriek sharply at the lost lesson, and Philip couldn't hold back a chuckle at what was happening. At the sound of laughter, the girl turned instantly, her gaze becoming frantic and full of unspeakable anger. She rushed swiftly to Philip, demanding and vehemently inquiring the cause of his laughing at her. Philip nonchalantly replied that he remembered a funny story, hinting meaningfully that it was better she didn't know the details. Mark, appearing before the Lord, said a polite hello and expressed his desire to hire a group of prisoners. The Lord inquired about their involvement with the Skull Gang and the circumstances of the explosion, to which Mark pointed out the complicated internal situation. The man explained the split in the gang by telling of those who avoided disaster by staying away from the banquet and mining ore. The Lord fleshed out details about the prisoners from the Skull Gang, inquiring about their condition and returned to the infirmary. Jessica and the other mummies have been ordered to go to the mines to help extract ore. The guests discussed doubts about the abilities of the broken gang and the sick prisoners, Margot mentioning the cost of 10,000. Guards and two masked strangers stood at the gates of the prison where the princess was being held, creating an atmosphere of tension. The masked men were dialoguing about their fear of heights, discussing a plan to enter through the main gate instead of the wall. The strangers spoke of some daunting life energy, mysteriously alluding to an unknown object in their hands.
The strange substance they tasted instantly caused uncontrollable insanity, accompanied by copious foaming from the mouth.
The two bishops who had come for fills watched in amazement, noticing some strange, almost unbelievable development.